Chapter 1. The Imperial Crown Prince. I quit. You have assisted in governance for many years, yet you frequently make mistakes. You are truly a mediocre talent. This year, even the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue are in deficit. You are indeed unworthy of great responsibility. How can I trust you with the empire in your hands? The scolding words echoed in Qin Ming's ears. He stood indifferently on the golden lawn hall. Below, the officials were murmuring among themselves. Some were gloating, while others sighed with their heads down. Memories flooded his mind. He had traveled through time. In his previous life, he was a master's degree holder in physics, spending years publishing papers in top journals, only to have his name removed by his advisor. After unsuccessful appeals and facing various forms of targeting, he couldn't graduate in his 30s. Ultimately, his anger and stress led to his untimely death in front of his computer. Now, in the Qian dynasty, he was the crown prince, second only to the emperor. As the future successor of the empire, his life should be brilliant and grand. But this crown prince was different. He had a biased father. Ever since the death of Qin Ming's birth mother, the empress, Emperor Qian had lavished all his affection on consort Xiao. This situation continued until 7 years ago. At that time, consort Xiao's son, the ninth Prince Qin was born. Despite being young, Emperor Qian placed all his resources on him. As soon as he was born, Qin was granted the title of Prince of Jin. Among the princes, Qin Jin was esteemed. Ranked ninth, he could stand alongside Qin Ming, the crown prince, showcasing Emperor Qian's favoritism towards him. In contrast, Qin Ming's situation became increasingly difficult. Over the years, he had achieved countless merits on the battlefield and in the court, yet they went unnoticed. He was constantly nitpicked. Any shortcomings would lead to Emperor Qian reprimanding him, claiming he was unworthy of his position. Today was no different. Upon reviewing this year's report from the Ministry of Revenue, Emperor Qian began to criticize Qin Ming. He completely disregarded the fact that this year's expenditures were for constructing the North-South Canal and establishing the Maritime Trade Office. The profits from next year's maritime trade would cover 3 years of national construction expenses for Great Qian. But this biased father only looked at the ministry's account for this year and found them lacking compared to previous years. He seized the opportunity to scold him in front of all the officials. It seemed that his situation was quite dire. Qin Ming pursed his lips. How did he end up in this script of being exploited for nothing? After being squeezed by such a father for years, he couldn't endure it. Is he a turtle? Anyway, he couldn't take it anymore. In this new life, no one would be able to exploit him again. Showing such a gloomy face to him? Sorry, I won't serve you anymore. From now on, I'll do whatever I want. My happiness comes first. Since Father Emperor believes I am unworthy of my position and incapable of great tasks, I would rather be sent to Lingnan to guard the borders. Emperor Qian's body stiffened, seemingly not processing Qin Ming's words. But he immediately grew furious and scolded. You are the crown prince. You can't just walk away. Do you not care for the laws and order of the court? The position of crown prince? I don't want it. If he became the crown prince, he'd have to endure this nonsense every day. Why bother? Let that precious ninth prince take it. What? As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials were shocked. Prime Minister Chen Shimao rushed forward, disregarding the propriety between ruler and minister, and grabbed Qin Ming. Your Highness, please don't act impulsively. Minister of Revenue Qian Kai trembled and hurriedly added, Your Majesty, the crown prince was just momentarily out of line. Please don't take it seriously. The crown prince had led the Ministry of Revenue in achieving so much over the years. Anyone could leave, but he couldn't. Besides them, officials from the 6 ministries also rushed forward to stop him. Emperor Qian snorted coldly. His tone remained stern, adopting the posture of a feudal patriarch. Qin Ming, if you return now and reflect for 3 months, I will consider your earlier words as a slip of the tongue. Seeing Emperor Qian say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Qin Ming shook his head and said lightheartedly, Father Emperor, I mean what I say. I will no longer be the crown prince. Impudent. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to strip you of your title as crown prince? Emperor Qian felt his authority was being challenged and slammed the table in front of him, shouting loudly, Then thank you. Father Emperor, please issue the decree. Qin Ming bowed and thanked him profusely. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. By the way, according to the laws of Great Qian, if one is not the crown prince, one is not qualified to stand in this golden lawn hall to assist in governance. I take my leave. Turning around, Qin Ming strode away without any reluctance. This scene stunned everyone. The previously honest and loyal crown prince had suddenly changed like this. Many officials rushed out to block the entrance of the Golden Yuan Hall. "Your Highness, you cannot leave." Inside and outside the Golden Yuan Hall, chaos ensued. Emperor Qian was even more furious, shouting at Qin Ming, who was being blocked at the distant door. "Is this rebellion? Qin Ming, you can leave but never come back." The scene was silenced by this angry shout, quickly calming down. Qin Ming turned around, staring at this biased father in the distance, and said, "I obey." Qin Ming turned away, leaving Emperor Qian, who was furious and red-faced, sitting in the hall. The officials surrounded him, continually persuading him, and even followed him out of the hall. At the end of the corridor outside the palace, a figure suddenly ran from afar. Behind her followed dozens of terrified eunuchs and palace maids. "Your Highness." Seeing the newcomer, the officials felt a heavy weight in their hearts. "Consort Xiao, Your Highness, you bear the responsibilities of the nation. How can you just walk away?" As soon as Consort Xiao saw Qin Ming, she immediately blocked him. This scene left everyone puzzled. For years, who didn't know? Emperor Qian was so harsh on the crown prince because of Consort Xiao and her now 7-year-old ninth prince. What they dreamed of day and night was how to seize the crown prince's position. If Qin Ming voluntarily gave up the crown prince's title, she would be the biggest beneficiary. Why was she stopping him now? "You're acting pretty well since it's an apology. Why not bow to me?" Qin Ming silently mocked in his heart, and he didn't hold back his words, just as he was about to curse to relieve his anger. But unexpectedly, with a thud, Consort Xiao actually knelt before Qin Ming. "I know that I have done wrong over the years, but that has nothing to do with your majesty. How can the crown prince come to this? Consider this my plea. We are all family between father and son. How can there be lingering grudges?" "Your Highness, you must not." "My beloved!" The officials rushed forward, trying to help Consort Xiao up. Even Emperor Qian, who was sitting in the Golden Yuan Hall, left his throne and rushed out of the hall. "It's over." Among the crowd, Chun Shimao and Qian Kai closed their eyes in despair. At this moment, they finally saw through Consort Xiao's true intentions for coming here. This kneel from Consort Xiao truly propped Qin Ming up. Even if he didn't want to leave, Emperor Qian wouldn't allow it. That venomous woman. Qin Ming looked at Consort Xiao, who had put on a grand performance, and gently shook his head. Even when he was leaving the court, she wanted to use him for her own gain, putting on a facade of a white lotus. It seemed that his choice to leave the court was indeed correct. As for her willingness to kneel, let her kneel here. She ought to admit her mistake to him. "Enough! What are you still acting for? Are you waiting for Father Emperor to help you?" Lowering his head, Qin Ming coldly whispered in Consort Zhao's ear. Upon hearing this, her expression changed, and she immediately raised her head to glare at Qin Ming. Seeing Qin Ming's lips curled with a hint of sarcasm, he quietly watched her. This made Consort Xiao feel a great sense of danger. How could the usually magnanimous crown prince suddenly speak so harshly? At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over. "My beloved, get up. How can you kneel before this rebellious son?" Emperor Qian approached Consort Xiao and helped her up. He then glared at Qin Ming in anger. "You unfilial son, the imperial concubine is kneeling before you, yet you remain unmoved. Fine, I will fulfill your wish, proclaim my edict. As of today, strip Qin Wang of his title as crown prince and send him to guard the borders in Lingnan." "Your Majesty." Qin Shimao knelt before Emperor Qian. "The crown prince must not leave, Your Majesty. You will regret it." "I will never regret it." Emperor Qian shot a disdainful glance at Qin Ming before lowering his head to comfort concubine Xiao. This show of pity made Qin Ming feel contempt in his heart. A foolish, old emperor, destined to die under the skirts of women. With a cold snort, Qin Ming said firmly, "Thank you, Father. I will also never regret it." Chapter 2. Whether to break off the engagement. Let him choose. Everyone, do not stop him. Fate brings us together. Let it be. Turning around, Qin Ming left the palace. Watching his resolute figure, Chun Shimao and Qian Kai, along with a group of officials, were heartbroken, their eyes red. Some officials, however, had flickering eyes, their hearts filled with joy. With the crown prince gone, the court had one less fierce opponent. Their lives would be much easier. Concubine Xiao, held in Emperor Qian's arms, had her eyes slightly lowered, showing no signs of disappointment. On the contrary, there was a sense of relief in her scheming heart. She had waited too long for this moment. With the dust settled, the path ahead for the ninth prince would surely be smooth. Ministry of Rights, draft the edict. Emperor Qian returned to the court and directly issued orders. Since he is no longer the crown prince, no one is to send him off. As a prince, Qin Ming, according to the ceremonial system, was supposed to be accompanied by officials when going to his fief to guard the borders. But Emperor Qian was clearly in a fit of rage. He directly fixed the matter without regard for royal etiquette. Zhou Li, the Minister of Rights, who was Qin Ming's archrival, had long-standing grudges against him. Upon receiving the order, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." But then he seemed to remember something that he quickly added. "By the way, Your Majesty, isn't the daughter of General Wu Wei recently set to marry His Highness? Shouldn't this matter be handled quickly?" Deputy Minister of War Liu Yunbua quickly said, "Your Majesty, the marriage granted by General Wu Wei was to the crown prince. Now that His Highness is no longer the crown prince, I believe this engagement should be rescinded." General Wu Wei was a fierce general of the Great Qian dynasty, named Guanjin Shan. He died on the battlefield while guarding the northern borders against the invading Liao state. To provide for the family of General Wu Wei, the emperor handed them over to Qin Ming. This was also a tough task. When others married, they sought powerful families that could assist the crown prince in ascending to the throne. But for Qin Ming, he was left to bear the burden of the dynasty. The favor was granted by Emperor Qian to the Guan family. The common people and officials praised General Wu Wei for his sacrifice for the country, and the Guan family received proper arrangements, earning their praise. But it was Qin Ming who paid the price. Many felt that this engagement was inappropriate, especially when placed on the crown prince. It was even more unsuitable. However, Emperor Qian did not care about that. Under the whispering of concubine Xiao, he quickly facilitated this matter. There were less than 3 days left before the marriage between Qin Ming and the daughter of General Wu Wei, the daughter of the Guan family. Upon mentioning this, Emperor Qian furrowed his brow, seeming to find it a bit troublesome. Concubine Xiao, sitting nearby, had a worried expression. Originally, granting this marriage to Qin Ming would mean he would have no support on this marriage path. If he were given other opportunities, this boy might still be able to befriend some powerful families. That would certainly pose a significant threat to her son. With this thought, concubine Xiao quickly signaled to several officials below. Zhao Shi, a ceremonial officer from concubine Zhao's faction, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, granting a marriage is a significant matter. How can it be changed overnight? Now the people in the capital are praising you, commending your compassion for the wounded soldiers and your benevolence towards the women of the Guan family. If we cancel the engagement just because of the change in the crown prince's status, won't that make our court a laughingstock to the world?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian nodded. But the Minister of Revenue, Qian Kai, stepped forward, looking puzzled and said, "Your Majesty, since His Highness has already been sent to guard the borders, how can this engagement still hold? Should we let them marry and then live apart? At that time, the Guan family situation will not be good either, and it will attract a lot of gossip." Emperor Qian became somewhat angry. He slammed the table and shouted, "Ridiculous! Neither doing it nor not doing it. What do you think should be done?" Concubine Xiao quickly stepped forward and softly comforted, "Your Majesty, why make it so complicated? Just let Qin Ming choose for himself." Emperor Qian was taken aback, then clapped his hands and said, "Yes, let this rebellious son choose for himself. From now on, do not bother me with his matters." In the court, everyone looked at concubine Xiao with various thoughts. This venomous woman, she was now forcing Qin Ming to abandon this seemingly useless engagement with the Guan family. Everyone knew that the Guan family would offer no help to Qin Ming, and General Wu Wei was already dead. In less than a few years, the Guan family would quickly decline. Whether they could continue to stay in the capital was uncertain. If the engagement was accepted, they would occupy the position of Qin Ming's legitimate wife. From then on, if he were to marry again, he could only take a concubine. No powerful family would want their daughter to be a concubine. Thus, Qin Ming would find it hard to gain resources in the court through this route. But if Qin Ming refused this marriage, Emperor Qian could still maintain a good reputation. The blame would fall on Qin Ming. What vicious scheme! Chun Shimao clenched his fists, his face filled with anger. Qian Kai and others looked deeply at concubine Xiao. With this woman by Emperor Qian's side, the crown prince leaving might not be such a bad choice. After making this decision, soon, several officials came to the Guan family after leaving the court. General Guan actually had 3 children, 1 daughter, but all 3 sons had died on the battlefield. This left the Guan family estate almost entirely filled with women. The matriarch of the Guan family, Madame Chun, was sitting in the courtyard, with the eldest daughter of the Guan family, Guan Yu, and several maidservants. They were enjoying pastries together. Madame Chun Shimao and Qian Kai have arrived. A servant approached and reported this to them. What do they want? Guan Yu frowned slightly. Her beautiful face suddenly clouded with frost. She did not like the engagement that the court had bestowed upon her. Let them in first, Madame Chun slowly ordered, and soon Qian Kai and Chun Shimao entered the courtyard. 2 gentlemen, bad news. The crown prince has recently angered the emperor in the court and has been demoted to guard the borders in Lingnan. The 2, who had a close relationship with General Wu Wei, were eager to inform them. What? Madame Chun stood up with a start, her face filled with disbelief. That was the crown prince. How could he do such a foolish thing? Guan Yu raised her brow and asked, what about our engagement? After discussions in the court, this engagement will be left for His Highness to decide, but I guess he will. At this point, Chun Shimao hesitated. Everyone knew that the Guan family was a burden. The situation was already quite clear. Bang! Guan Yu angrily threw down the pastry box in her hand and coldly laughed. Is my Guan family so unappreciated? No need to wait for him to come and break off the engagement. The Guan family cannot bear this humiliation. I will go find him myself. Chun Shimao and Qian Kai felt a sinking feeling in their hearts and quickly exchanged glances with Madame Chun. Madame Chun, however, seemed not to see it and silently began to clear the pastries from the table. Forget it. Let's assume there was never this engagement. Mother, the Guan family doesn't need to cling to any powerful connections. The 2 of us can live just fine. Guan Yu stepped out of the mansion and rushed angrily towards the crown prince's residence. Chapter 3. Miss Guan, I am determined to marry you. Inside the crown prince's mansion, Qin Ming listened quietly as Zhao Shi, the ceremonial officer, sat in the hall with a smug expression, conveying the will of Emperor Qian. The emperor said that if His Highness goes to Lingnan, he must bring all the staff from the mansion along, and the crown prince's mansion must be vacated. There are troops stationed in Lingnan, so there is no need to draw from the capital. Oh, and regarding our ceremonial practices, since you have voluntarily requested to guard the border, the court has no precedent for this, so we will simplify everything and skip the formalities of sending off the officials. Zhao Shi was one of Qin Ming's sworn enemies in court. To take revenge on Qin Ming, he had put in a lot of effort to finally obtain this opportunity to personally humiliate Qin Ming. But to his surprise, Qin Ming simply held a cup of tea and listened quietly, even showing a hint of anticipation on his face. Is that all? Qin Ming asked. Finished. Zhao Shi replied dryly, feeling disappointed as the furious reaction he had imagined from Qin Ming did not occur. Qin Ming waved his hand and said, Xiao Chui, see him off. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Chui was Qin Ming's maid, beautiful like a fairy, with a delicate figure. Her skin was snow white and flawless, and her waist was slender. However, for many years, this rigid crown prince had never laid a hand on her. Beastly, he thought, but then again, perhaps he had better options than Xiao Chui. After all, he was the crown prince of noble status. As Qin Ming contemplated, his gaze drifted down Xiao Chui's swaying waist. Zhao Shi's displeasure was evident as he continued to provoke. Your Highness, if you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to voice it. Don't wait until you leave and create any trouble. Qin Ming glanced at him. Do you really want to see this prince cause trouble? Not at all. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. Zhao Shi, feeling embarrassed, turned to leave the crown prince's mansion. But as soon as he stepped onto the street, he saw a stunning woman holding a silver spear standing in front of the crown prince's mansion. On her spear was a military flag from the Wu Wei camp, fluttering in the wind. Among the onlookers, there were several young masters and ladies from prestigious families who were in the know. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Guan family? I heard she was promised to the crown prince. Even though the crown prince has fallen from grace, a dead camel is bigger than a horse, and he can still provide some protection for the Guan family. The Grand General of Wu Wei has already died on the battlefield. The Guan family is now a burden. Do you think the crown prince would want her? I heard they've recently discussed this matter in court. The murmurs of the crowd reached the young lady's ears. She coldly faced the guards at the entrance and commanded, "Let Qin Ming come out." Seeing this, a few guards sensed that something was amiss. They quickly nodded and hurried into the mansion. Zhao Shi, having just failed to provoke Qin Ming, happened to see the downcast eldest daughter of the Guan family. He immediately recalled Qin Ming's engagement and stepped forward to mock her. "Oh, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Guan family? What, do you want to come and marry His Highness and go to Lingnan together? None of your business." Guan Yu coldly snorted, her sharp gaze fixed on Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi shrank back, sneering, "Miss Guan, I forgot to tell you. The emperor has said that whether or not to marry you is up to the crown prince to decide. The grand general of Wu Wei has died on the battlefield. The Guan family has no foundation left. Guess if the crown prince would want you?" Guan Yu's expression darkened. "The Guan family does not need any marriage alliances or protection. I am here to cancel the engagement." "Cancel the engagement?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment, pointing at her. In this era, how could a woman take the initiative to cancel an engagement and still expect to marry in the future? Zhao Shi clicked his tongue and lamented, "It truly lives up to the saying, a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Ha ha." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "You bastard." Feeling the ridicule from the crowd, Guan Yu was infuriated. She thrust her spear, bringing the blade to Zhao Shi's throat. Zhao Shi was drenched in cold sweat from fear. But then he suddenly calmed down and said maliciously, "Miss Guan, I advise you to be sensible. Don't end up with no chance to be a wild chicken." The scene fell silent. Zhao Shi's lips curled with mockery. Guan Yu's spear was unable to advance even an inch. She trembled with rage, but did not shed a single tear. Since her father's death, she had become the young master of the Guan family. She could not cry. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from inside the mansion. "Who is the wild chicken? Aren't you leaving yet? Come here, grab him, and beat him." Qin Ming charged out from the mansion. Crack, crack, crack. Several guards holding long sticks swiftly apprehended Zhao Shi before he could react. "Your Highness, you." Zhao Shi's words were cut off as he received a kick that nearly made him regurgitate his last meal. With a dozen or so men, they pursued and beat him relentlessly. The sound of fists hitting flesh made the onlookers' scalps tingle. How ruthless! What kind of grudge is this? The beating lasted nearly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Just as the officials were gathering nearby, and Zhao Shi was barely able to get up, Qin Ming finally nodded in satisfaction and said to his subordinates, "Take him away." Zhao Shi covered his swollen face and angrily shouted, "Your Highness, I am an official of the court. Are you not afraid of me reporting this to the emperor?" Qin Ming had long anticipated he would say this. "Report? I want to report too. You slandered my fiancé, spread rumors about my broken engagement, and humiliated the imperial family. Your intentions are treasonous. Beating you today is just a light punishment. Wait and see. I will make sure you regret it." After all, he was soon to be sent to Lingnan, saying goodbye forever to this group of scoundrels in the court. Qin Ming felt fearless now that he was barefoot. Anyone in the capital with grievances against him would not escape if he caught the opportunity. Zhao Shi was taken aback. The usually kind-hearted prince had turned into this. Before he could feel pity for Zhao Shi, someone in the crowd suddenly reacted and exclaimed, "Fiancé, is His Highness going to marry the eldest daughter of the Guan family?" Guan Yu's expression changed, and she looked up at Qin Ming. The scene fell silent. Everyone was curiously waiting for his response. Qin Ming's gaze fell on Guan Yu, and his heart blossomed with joy. The moment he saw her, he understood. No wonder the crown prince had never touched Xiao Chui over the years. It turned out he had a fairy waiting for him. This wife he must have. In front of everyone, Qin Ming strode forward and seized a long spear from Guan Yu's hand, holding the military flag of the Wu Wei camp. His figure appeared somewhat dazzling in the sunlight. "Miss Guan, I am determined to marry you." Chapter 4. Emperor Qian's Fury, punishing the 3 guards. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Is he really going to marry her? This marriage will make it difficult for His Highness to win over other forces for help in the future. Yes, at least he should have chosen a daughter of a major official. That way, he would have some support. Guan Yu's expression hesitated, her previous anger dissipating considerably. In truth, she did not know that after seeing her, Qin Ming had no hesitation about the marriage. Just marrying was enough. Why complicate things? Not everyone needed to cling to the powerful, weighing gains and losses and being cautious. In this life, Qin Ming only sought to live comfortably and not waste his journey. Your Highness, thank you for helping me out, but you don't need to pity the Guan family. Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming hesitantly, her attitude no longer as furious as before. Who's pitying you? Do you think I want to marry you out of pity for the Guan family? But I'm also going to guard the border in Lingnan. Aren't you afraid? Qin Ming glanced at her, feeling somewhat perplexed. Guan Yu bit her lip tightly, unable to speak for a moment. Qin Ming raised his hand and pulled out several threads from the Wu Wei camp's military flag. With a casual twist, he fashioned them into a silk-like ring. Observing closely, there were still traces of blood on the flag, which proves that this flag truly came from the battlefield. What are you doing? Guan Yu felt a bit nervous as she watched Qin Ming approach her step by step. Come here. Qin Ming grabbed the girl's smooth, cool little hand and solemnly placed the ring made from the military flag on her finger. Guan Yu lowered her head to look at the ring and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This is your proposal gift? Qin Ming smiled and said, this is our promise. What promise? I will make sure the banner of the Wu Wei camp continues to fly on the battlefield, and the Guans won't need to rely on any lords or nobles. We will be the aristocracy ourselves. Just talking big. Do it first before you say it. Guan Yu turned her head away with a cold face, but her heart was racing. This was her first time meeting the crown prince. How should she put it? He was quite good at making grand statements, completely different from the rumors, but felt pretty good. Several noble young men watching were amazed and couldn't help but exclaim. The military flag woven into a token of love. His Highness has some skills. That's too flashy. Damn it, I have to learn this. They all secretly took notes, ready to show off when pursuing a young lady in the future. The court won't give you the Wu Wei camp. Feeling Qin Ming's gaze fixed on her, Guan Yu quickly composed herself and coldly reminded him. Then if I bring the Wu Wei camp, will you go to Lingnan with me? Qin Ming smiled confidently and replied, of course. Guan Yu turned her head away and coldly said, the daughter of the Guan family does not marry outside. But if you take the Wu Wei camp, then you can. It's a deal? It's a deal. That night, in the Yangxin palace, Zhao Shi covered his face, crying and snotting in front of Consort Xiao. He really hit you in public? Consort Xiao frowned, showing a look of disdain. Yes, your Highness, this guy suddenly changed his demeanor. He brought more than 10 people and beat me up like this. He even said he would report me for slandering and defaming him. You must help me. Consort Xiao did not respond. In comparison, she was more concerned about Qin Ming's marriage. You say Qin Ming has agreed to marry into the Guan family? Yes, he said himself. Good, very good. This news relieved Consort Xiao a lot. She was originally worried that Qin Ming would choose to marry a powerful official to strengthen his position in Lingnan. But by marrying Guan Yu, he would have many opportunities left. Tomorrow, you go to court and report this matter to His Majesty. He will punish Qin Ming. Emperor Qin already had a prejudice against Qin Ming. Coupled with Qin Ming's defiance in the palace, it made him like a powder keg, ready to explode at any spark. Understood, your Highness. Zhao Shi nodded, his eyes flashing with a strong, killing intent. After he left, Consort Xiao looked at the eunuch Wang bow beside her. You go contact the officials of various departments and have them report to His Majesty together with Zhao Shi tomorrow. Many hands make light work. Your Highness, isn't this a bit too deliberate? Wang Bao bowed, expressing some concern. The current evaluation of Consort Xiao in the court is not very good. Qin Ming has already been demoted, and if we press too hard, there will inevitably be people talking behind our backs. With a hint of disdain at the corners of her mouth, Consort Xiao said lightly, the court will be ours once he leaves for Lingnan. They can talk as much as they want. It's of no use. Yes, Wan Bao Gom Li, arranging for several young eunuchs to start transmitting information to the officials of Consort Xiao's faction. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Another day of court assembly. Emperor Qian sat on the golden throne, and the officials who had been quietly discussing in the hall immediately fell silent. He looked down from the steps beneath his seat. The place where Qin Ming should have been standing was now empty. This made the golden throne hall, which had not changed for many years, seem a bit desolate. It seemed to recall things that had happened before. With a cold snort, Emperor Qian's face became a bit more unpleasant. If you have something to report, do so. If not, leave the court. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Upon receiving this news, Zhao Shi immediately stepped forward, holding a memorial to present. What is it? Zhao Shi's voice was piercing. I report to your majesty. Yesterday, I went to the prince's residence to convey your instructions, but the prince's attitude was arrogant and dismissive. Even as I was leaving the Wang residence, he bore a grudge and took the opportunity to cause trouble, beating me in public. I was seriously injured, but I held on and barely made it to court today, only asking your majesty to uphold justice and give me a fair treatment. As a scholar, Zhao Shi had honed his skill of turning black into white after years of maneuvering in the court. In just a few sentences, he had reversed the truth and muddled the focus, portraying Qin Ming as a narrow-minded prince harboring resentment against the court. Emperor Qian's face gradually darkened, especially when he heard the words harboring resentment and taking the opportunity to create trouble. His anger surged. Is what you said true? Your Majesty, I also received a report from the patrol officials in the capital yesterday. The inspector Ouyang Yuan firmly corroborated Zhao Shi's account. The city defense camp commander, Chao Zhengyang, added, yesterday, many people gathered in front of the prince's residence, quarreled with Lord Zhao, and blocked the traffic in the capital. It was only after I brought hundreds of soldiers that I finally dispersed the crowd. Listening to their words, Emperor Qian was extremely furious. This scoundrel! Send a decree that Qin Ming's salary will be fined for 3 years, confined for 6 months, and stripped of his 3 guards. Execute it as soon as he lands in Lingnan. What? The confinement and salary fine are nothing. But stripping him of his 3 guards is a big deal. The 3 guards of the princes own 3 armies. According to the court's laws, when a prince goes to his fief, he can receive 3 guards from a court. This is considered their basic military force, helping them establish a solid foundation more easily after arriving in their fief. In the future, protecting the border will also require the assistance of the 3 guards. But now Emperor Qian even wants to strip Qin Ming of his 3 guards. Chapter 5. Without the Crown Prince. Does the court not function? Zhao Shi's face showed excitement. He could hardly wait to start applauding in celebration of the punishment against Qin Ming. Several officials from Consort Zhao's faction secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Once the Crown Prince goes to Lingnan, he probably won't have a chance to return. With one less formidable opponent in the court, this is good news for everyone. But just then, Prime Minister Chen Shimao frowned and stepped forward. Your Majesty, this matter has not yet been investigated. How can we make such a decision based solely on their one-sided words? Emperor Qian immediately felt his face was damaged and coldly asked, Chen Shimao, are you saying Qin Ming did not strike? Your Majesty, I just feel this matter is suspicious and needs to be investigated before making a decision. Otherwise, it would be too rash. Chen Shimao spoke without any fear, neither humble nor overbearing. Nonsense. It is true that he hit someone, and it is true that he caused trouble in the street. Is this ungrateful son not harboring resentment and deliberately showing it to me? Your Majesty, no need to say more. Just proceed with this. No one is allowed to mention it again. Emperor Qian no longer gave Chen Shimao a chance to speak, directly interrupting his remarks. Chen Shimao clenched his fists, looking at this emperor who could not distinguish between good and evil. At this moment, he felt dizzy and mourned for the future of this dynasty. His body swayed, and Chen Shimao almost fell to the ground. Just then, Qian Kai stepped forward to support him. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Speak. Qian Kai took out the memorial and said, the Southern Ocean merchant ships have all arrived at the capital's shipping office, waiting for this year's cargo trade. I ask Your Majesty to arrange for someone to preside over it. The Southern Ocean merchant ships have arrived? Everyone in the court showed a hint of joy on their faces. The originally angry expression of Emperor Qian changed immediately. Trading with the South Sea merchant ships was an annual activity for them. A single transaction could yield profits of over 1 million taels of silver. Not only could it alleviate the financial situation of the court, but it could also bring many rare items from the South Sea countries. Good. Emperor Qian was delighted. However, he quickly thought a question. Wasn't this always handled by you in previous years? Why do I have to personally appoint someone this year? Qian Kai smiled and said, Your Majesty, the people who have handled this matter in previous years have left, so we need you to arrange for someone. Who has left? Emperor Qian frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Qian Kai calmly uttered 2 words, Your Highness. Suddenly, the lively atmosphere in the court froze. Even Emperor Qian, who was still smiling, stiffened. How could it be him? Qian Kai coldly said, "Your Majesty, do you not know that the Maritime Trade Office was established by His Highness, and the South Sea Merchant Fleet was also arranged by His Highness to contact the sea? Even the maritime charts in their hands were specially drawn and sent by His Highness to help them find their way to trade with our Great Qian." This statement surprised Emperor Qian. Over the years, he indeed had not truly understood much about maritime trade. He did not even know how much effort Qin Ming had put in during this period. Like the officials in the court, Emperor Qian only knew that these fleets had come to the Great Qian Empire year after year, allowing them to earn more and more money. Qian Kai continued, "Now that His Highness is no longer in charge of this matter, but there are many South Sea merchant fleets. It is difficult for me and the Ministry of Revenue to control the trade with the South Sea. I request that Your Majesty arrange for another capable person to assist." Emperor Qian finally understood the implication. Qian Kai was expressing his dissatisfaction with Qin Ming's demotion to Lingnan. With a cold snort, Emperor Qian glared at him and said, "Do you mean that without Qin Ming, your entire Ministry of Revenue cannot manage the trade with the South Sea? Then what use do I have for you?" Qian Kai replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has never been the leader of this trade. We have only been following His Highness's lead. Moreover, the South Sea Merchant Fleet only recognizes His Highness's face. For many years, it has always been Qin Ming who negotiated with the various merchant fleets from the South Sea, signing trade agreements and determining prices for various supplies. The reason we need him to personally negotiate is that when the South Sea merchant fleets originally entered Great Qian, they encountered too many extortions. This made them believe that the business environment of the Great Qian dynasty was too harsh, and no one was willing to come. It was only after Qin Ming appeared that the merchant fleets from the South Sea finally had someone to rely on. When they did business with Qin Ming, it was always a straightforward transaction of money for goods, without any unfairness. Nonsense. Emperor Qian slammed the table. "I don't believe it. Without Qin Ming, the South Sea countries won't do business with us." Looking around, Emperor Qian placed this task on the Ministry of Rights. "Zhao Shi, you take the people from the Ministry of Rights to negotiate with them." The Ministry of Rights originally managed the dynasty's foreign trade. However, at some point, overseas trade had been entirely placed in Qin Ming's hands. This was also one of the points of conflict between them and Qin Ming. Zhao Shi, as an official of the Ministry of Rights, was both emotionally and logically able to handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi was delighted. The officials of the Ministry of Rights were also extremely excited. They had waited too long for this moment. Now maritime trade finally returned to their control. It was simply a great relief. "Your Majesty, I will obey your command." Zhao Shi quickly stepped forward, kneeling on the ground with reverence to receive the order. Qian Kai and Chen Shimao exchanged glances and smirked. Chen Shimao knew the reputation of the Ministry of Rights. When they managed trade, they were notorious for extorting and taking advantage. Sending them over could turn good things into bad. He originally wanted to remind Emperor Qian, but at this moment, Qian Kai held him back and gently shook his head. Chen Shimao sighed helplessly and stopped speaking. Soon, the court's order reached Qin Ming's royal residence. Qin Ming's head guard, Chang Baishan, walked up to Qin Ming with the court's documents, filled with indignation. "Your Highness, the court wants to cut off your 3 guards." Chang Baishan naturally understood how important the 3 guards were to a vassal prince. Emperor Qian's move was clearly intended to make Qin Ming start from scratch in Lingnan. This difficulty was no less than reaching the sky. Oh, unexpectedly, when Qin Ming heard this, he was not displeased at all. Instead, he clapped his hands in approval. "Cutting off is fine. Just try to replace them with people from the Wu camp." "Your Highness, it's cutting off the 3 guards, not replacing you with the Wu camp. We will have nothing." Chang Baishan was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. However, Qin Ming remained seated, brewing tea. After a sip of tea, he continued to close his eyes, organizing the memories of his predecessor. Through the sorting over the past 2 days, Qin Ming found that aside from being too soft-tempered, his predecessor surprisingly had no flaws. His governance and work were first-rate. This also gave Qin Ming a preliminary understanding of the situation and operation of this empire. Watching Chang Baishan, who was pacing in front of him, Qin Ming stood up, pressed him back into his seat, and said earnestly, "What's the rush? Let the court waste some more time. In a couple of days, they will come looking for me." Chapter 6. It's easy to send the gods away, but hard to invite them in. The next day, at the river transportation port outside the capital, hundreds of ships from the South Sea merchant fleet were docked here. The distance between each ship was only about 10 feet, almost touching each other. Zhao Shi looked from a distance, worried that they might accidentally scrape against each other. "So many people?" he murmured as he walked forward, frowning at this year's cargo list. Several subordinates beside him quickly said, "Sir, this has always been the number. Let them come over. I will negotiate the prices for the goods they need." "Yes." The official in charge of the transport, Lu Yu, respectfully nodded upon hearing this and instructed his subordinates to quickly notify the merchant fleet's managers to gather. After glancing at the price list, Zhao Shi's eyes turned, and a plan formed in his mind. "So," he asked Lu Yu, "has this been shown to them?" "Not yet, sir." "Do you have a copy of this list?" "Yes. We always keep a copy for accounting purposes." Zhao Shi stroked his chin and thought for a moment. In front of Lu Yu, he reached out and changed the price of silk from 17 taels and 5 coins of silver to 17 taels and 6 coins of silver. He similarly altered several other minor details. Earning an extra coin of silver on a piece of cloth means 1 tael on 10 pieces. With such a large-scale transaction from the South Sea Fleet, he could make quite a bit. Lu Yu's expression turned somewhat grim. "Sir, what do you mean by this?" With a click of his tongue, Zhao Shi said with frustration, "The prices should still be based on your copy. As for the extra money, it won't be less for your share. This isn't appropriate." Lu Yu had been working under Qin Ming for many years and had never engaged in such underhanded dealings. Seeing he didn't understand, Zhao Shi's expression suddenly darkened. "Lu Yu, don't be ungrateful. Do you know whose idea this is? Does this money only go to me? Zhao Shi, don't you still have to pay respects to the higher-ups? With that brain of yours, it's no wonder you've only been a transport manager for so many years." Lu Yu felt displeased by his reprimand. However, higher-ranking officials suppressed lower-ranking ones. Clenching his fists, he looked up and said, "Sir, the South Sea merchant fleets are not fools. What they find out." "Find out what? You really are something. Do you think they can say anything about a matter of 1 tael of silver?" Zhao Shi pushed him aside. Waving to the people below, he said, "First, take Lord Lu down. He is unwell. I will handle today's transaction myself." "Yes." Lord Lu was thus escorted away. Soon, a group of diplomats from various countries, dressed in peculiar attire, arrived before Zhao Shi. "Welcome, everyone." Zhao Shi stood up from his main seat, opened his arms, and wore a warm smile. However, the scene was surprisingly quiet. They all stared at him with scrutinizing eyes. After waiting for a while, without anyone acknowledging him, Zhao Shi forced a dry smile. "Do you not understand the language of Qian? I can find someone familiar with your language to communicate with you." "No need, just hand over the list." To Zhao Shi's surprise, they could actually understand him, which meant that their earlier silence was a genuine disregard for him. The corners of his mouth twitched as he handed over the list with a forced smile, letting them circulate it. He had already begun to fantasize about the money he would make from this trip. It should be at least 30,000 taels of silver, right? In the Longfu, Qin Ming sat in the courtyard, cuddling with Xiao Cui. Xiao Cui was sitting on his lap, leaning gently against him. Feeling the softness of the girl's body, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Is this the prince's retirement life? Xiao Cui was a very ambitious woman. There's a saying that goes, "A maid who doesn't dream of becoming a princess is not a good maid." Unfortunately, in previous years, the prince had been too serious. Even when she occasionally revealed a bit of her calf while gracefully tidying up in front of him, he never had any inappropriate thoughts. But in the past few days since the prince was dismissed, he seemed to have let loose. He had become much more proactive towards Xiao Cui. On several occasions, Xiao Cui could even feel Qin Ming's gaze wandering down when he looked at her, landing on some rather peculiar places. Seizing the opportunity, she was just about to rub her thigh against Qin Ming's belly again, when suddenly her ears perked up, and she stood up like lightning. "Your Highness, it seems someone is coming." "Let them come," Qin Ming said with a twitch of his mouth. He could clearly sense that Xiao Cui seemed to be on the verge of enlightenment. Who knew at such a critical moment someone would come to disrupt them? Qin Ming turned his head in anger. Chang Baishan hurriedly pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. "Your Highness, the South Sea Fleet has arrived." "Yes." I've calculated the time. They should indeed be here. What's the matter? Qin Ming looked at Chang Baishan in confusion. At this moment, Chang Baishan quickly explained, after you left, the court lost anyone who could keep them in check, and now the emperor has sent Zhao Shi over. Him? Qin Ming laughed. He thought it would be someone else going. The Qian emperor really had no foresight at all. He sent someone so useless over. The people over there are known for their fierce temperament. They could get violent at the slightest disagreement. The reason Qian Kai was unwilling to go back then was that he knew he couldn't keep the situation under control, and those people were hard to deal with. If he wasn't sure of success, it was best not to go. Exactly. Chang Baishan said angrily, you don't know. That bastard Zhao Shi changed the price on his first day there and tried to profit from the price difference. The merchants from the South Sea countries have already entered the capital market and are aware of the daily prices of goods. Isn't this idiot just asking for trouble? An official who has never dealt with this matter is trying to be clever with business people. It's somewhat humorous. Qin Ming hugged Xiao Chui again and asked, and then? Now he's been severely injured and thrown at the city gate. The situation has escalated quite a bit. Qin Ming was no longer inquiring about state affairs. He was just waiting for the court arrangements to conclude, so he could leave the capital. Naturally, he didn't know much about the happenings in the court, but things had escalated to this extent that even if he didn't want to know, it was impossible not to. What did those merchant groups say? They said they must have an explanation from the court. Otherwise, they will never set foot into Qin again. Chang Baishan came today to persuade Qin Ming to take action. Your Highness, please intervene. Only you can speak to them now. For many years, only Qin Ming had conducted transactions with them in a straightforward, rapid manner, and there had never been any instances of corruption. Therefore, he was seen as a trustworthy partner by these South Sea merchants. In the vast Qian, only one person could earn the trust of the South Sea countries. How pathetic. Facing Chang Baishan's insistence, Qin Ming continued to play with Xiao Chui's delicate feet and said lightly, "Me intervene? What a joke. I want them to know what it means to easily send off a deity, but find it hard to invite one back." Chapter 7. The entire court. Not as good as the Prince of Qin. Your Highness? Chang Baishan was stunned. This was not the script he had envisioned. Shouldn't the prince be stepping forward at this moment to save the Qian's trade from crisis and earn the praise of the people and accolades from the court? All right, you can leave now. Qin Ming was not in a hurry about court matters, but he was very anxious about his situation with Xiao Chui. He needed to teach this girl to understand, and he was just one step away from success. But Chang Baishan was a stubborn one. With a thud, he knelt down. Your Highness, if you don't take action, the Qian will lose tens of millions of taels of silver in the coming years. Qin Ming was waiting for him, wanted to punch Chang Baishan at that moment. It seemed that Xiao Chui was a bit scared. Realizing that her presence was affecting the conversation between Qin Ming and Chang Baishan. Slightly reluctant, she stood up, trying to step aside. Qin Ming released her and helped Chang Baishan up. You're right. Go check the situation at the port and inform me immediately of any developments. Chang Baishan's eyes brightened. Yes. Finally, he was dismissed. Qin Ming lost interest in teasing Xiao Chui, brewed a pot of tea, and gazed in the direction of the palace. Chang Baishan was right, but he was too impatient. The palace hadn't made any moves yet, and he would just be shamelessly rushing over. What would that count for? In the palace, several eunuchs carried a stretcher on which the unconscious Zhao Shi was laid, followed by Lu Yu. A group of people hurriedly made their way to the Taya Hall. After the Qian emperor finished his court session today, he had been discussing state affairs with his ministers here. However, now, the entire Taya Hall was silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. This scene occurred because of the news that had just come from the port. On Zhao Shi's first day in office, he had completely ruined the trade talks. The other side issued an ultimatum demanding an explanation, and he himself had been severely injured. The Qian emperor found this news unbelievable. How could this happen? Zhao Shi had no enmity with them. He was just discussing business. Yet he ended up beaten into unconsciousness and even thrown in front of the south gate of the capital. This was utterly outrageous. Chun Shirmao below had flickering eyes, as if he had guessed something. But seeing the emperor's expression, he ultimately didn't dare to say much. Anyway, once the person was brought in, the truth would naturally come alight. Your Majesty, the person has arrived. Soon, several young eunuchs brought Zhao Shi, accompanied by Lu Yu, to everyone. Get him up. The Qian emperor, who had been accumulating anger for over an hour, finally had an outlet. He didn't even care about Zhao Shi's injuries and ordered them to wake him up first. Several young eunuchs fetched some cups of tea and splashed them on Zhao Shi's face. But this guy seemed to have taken a severe beating, and despite their efforts, there were no signs of him waking up. "Your Majesty, we can't wake him up." A few of them hesitantly looked at the Qian emperor. The Qian emperor took a deep breath and then fixed his gaze on Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, as the supervisor of the grain transportation, you should know the situation at that time, right?" Lu Yu hesitated a bit. Although he held a position near the capital, he rarely entered the court, and opportunities to meet the emperor were even rarer. "The last time I saw Emperor Qian was 9 years ago when I had just passed the imperial examination. Seeing him again naturally made me feel somewhat apprehensive. However, with the intention of distancing myself from the situation, I spoke up. Your Majesty, this morning, Lord Zhao went to adjust the prices of goods and raise the prices of many items slightly." "What? That bastard!" Emperor Qian was furious. But then he immediately thought of a question. "Did you not stop him?" "My subordinate advised Lord Zhao, but he did not listen and even arranged for someone to take him away," I replied. Once these words were spoken, there was no need for further guessing. Everyone already knew why Zhao Shi had ended up like this. It was nothing more than the exposure of his secret price hikes, which led to him being punished. "Your Majesty, the immediate plan is to stabilize the Southern Ocean trading fleet." As for Zhao Shi, Chen Shimao did not have much expectation for him. "But we cannot let go of the Southern Ocean trading fleet." Emperor Qian understood this reasoning. The Chancellor thinks, how should this matter be remedied now? Admit the mistake, offer some tax subsidies, and then rearrange someone to negotiate trade with them. Chen Shimao proposed the most conventional and currently the most effective method. The 6 ministers and several key officials below began to discuss. "Well said, but who can be arranged now? Zhao Shi is truly more of a hindrance than a help. Your Majesty, why not execute Zhao Shi to quell the anger of the Southern Ocean trading fleet?" Enough. Emperor Qian felt increasingly frustrated as he listened to them, who could not even say anything serious but continued to disturb his emotions. "Chancellor, find someone quickly. Get this matter done." Chen Shimao's heart stirred, but he shook his head slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I cannot find anyone." "Then why did you say to find someone?" "To do what?" Emperor Qian felt mocked and was about to get angry. Chen Shimao quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, only you can summon this person." "Are you referring to that kid?" At this moment, both Emperor Qian and the officials present understood who he was talking about. It was naturally the former crown prince, the current Prince Qin. However, Qin Ming's identity was too sensitive. They had just had a falling out, and both sides had agreed not to have any further dealings. Emperor Qian had even stripped Qin Ming of his 3 guards and punished him for several years. Now he was expected to swallow his pride and seek him out. Not to mention that Emperor Qian couldn't do it, but the officials present also couldn't bring themselves to do it. Absolutely not. I have said before that the court can handle this matter without him. Emperor Qian slammed the table and shouted angrily, his beard bristling. Although no one argued with him, he emphasized his point in a tone as if he were covering his own guilt. Chen Shimao could not hold back any longer. "Your Majesty, this is a business worth tens of millions of taels of silver. You must think it over. I believe that apart from His Highness, no one else can gain the trust of the Southern Ocean trading fleet." This was one of the few times Chen Shimao contradicted Emperor Qian. He had once been the Crown Prince's companion and later served as the Crown Prince's protector, having watched Qin Ming grow up. Naturally, he knew that his abilities were unparalleled. Unfortunately, such a talented person had been ruined by this father. Watching Qin Ming leave the palace back then made Chen Shimao's heart bleed. Like Qian Kai, he also wished to express his dissatisfaction with Emperor Qian. Therefore, today he took this opportunity to speak a few harsh words. Emperor Qian's face darkened like a pool of black water. For some reason, he felt his face burning and his heart racing. After a long silence, Emperor Qian finally spoke, "Let him into the palace." "Yes." The Grand Eunuch's son, Lingnan, answered and immediately turned to bring Qin Ming into the palace. As the Crown Prince, Qin Ming's residence should have been in the Eastern Palace. However, a few years ago, due to the whispers of concubine Xiao, Emperor Qian biased towards the older Crown Prince. used the excuse that he didn't need to study in the palace to let him vacate the eastern palace for the younger ninth prince, King Qin, to live in. He claimed it was for the sake of studying. But everyone knew that even if a royal child needed to study when young, there were special residences for them. Why did they need to move into the Eastern Palace? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was merely a test by the narrow-minded concubine Xiao against the officials. The former crown prince was indeed magnanimous and did not care for such formalities, generously giving up the Eastern Palace. He settled in a residence in the capital, which was where Qin Ming had lived since coming into this world. It was precisely this arrangement that made today's wait particularly long. The officials sitting here were drowsy. After nearly 2 hours, night fell, and Qin Ming finally staggered in with Grand Eunuch Sun Lianing. However, upon entering, he said nothing, just stood to the side with his arms crossed, appearing indifferent. Sun Lianing noticed the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and took the initiative to step forward, saying, "Your Majesty, Prince Qin has arrived." Emperor Qian glared at Qin Ming and said, "Your attitude is getting bigger. You made me and these elderly officials wait for so long. After not working in a court, has your temperament become so lazy?" In response to his questioning, Qin Ming shrugged and pointedly said, "Father, it is well known that my residence is far from the imperial city. Taking longer to walk is unavoidable." Qin Ming's meaning was very clear. If you hadn't made me vacate the Eastern Palace, would you have waited so long today? Isn't it your own fault? The officials all knew this, and yet you still have the audacity to speak? Sure enough, after Qin Ming said this, Emperor Qian's brows furrowed even deeper. But after thinking about it, it was indeed he who agreed to concubine Zhao's suggestion back then. At this moment, he did not say more and directly moved on to the main topic. "You know about the situation with the Southern Ocean trading fleet, right?" "I don't know." Qin Ming shook his head, pretending as if it had nothing to do with him. Below, Chen Shimao saw this scene and nodded slightly. Everyone has a temper, and it was obvious that Qin Ming was dissatisfied and unwilling to engage with Emperor Qian. It seemed that today, they could vent their frustrations through Qin Ming. Sun Lianing, you tell him. When Emperor Qian spoke to Qin Ming, he could clearly feel himself getting easily irritated. So he decided not to continue speaking to him and let his subordinate eunuch take over. Yes, Sun Lianing detailed the situation, comparing it with what he knew, and Qin Ming clapped his hands in approval. "That bastard Zhao Shi, why wasn't he killed? Impudent! How dare you speak like that?" Emperor Qian slammed the table, angrily reprimanding Qin Ming. The surrounding officials looked at Qin Ming in shock. When did the crown prince become so harsh? But before they could continue discussing the Southern Ocean trading fleet, Qin Ming took out a memorial from his bosom. "Father, a few days ago, Zhao Shi slandered my fiancée, insulted the dignity of the royal family, and fought on the streets with me, causing traffic chaos in the capital. Then he turned around and falsely accused me in court, leading you to impose punishment on me by mistake. I ask you to reconsider." "You?" Emperor Qian's face turned ugly. He hadn't even finished discussing his own matters, and Qin Ming was already coming to report on him. Chen Shimao immediately spoke up. "Your Majesty, based on today's events, Zhao Shi does indeed harbor ill intentions and has a corrupt character. His Highness values the dignity of the royal family greatly and is always measured in his actions. If it weren't for Zhao Shi's resentment and repeated provocations, even involving Miss Guan, His Highness would not have acted this way. Looking back, Zhao Shi should be the one to blame." The officials below were also quite supportive of Qin Ming at this moment. There was no choice over the years. Qin Ming had never backed down on principle. Many other matters emphasize treating people generously, which has accumulated a good reputation. Among those sitting here, there are not many of Xiao Shufei's followers. Naturally, those who can help will say a word or two. The Qian Emperor opened his mouth but didn't know where to start. He felt that the situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Adding to the blame for today's trade failure, "Father Emperor, I ask you to punish Zhao Shi." After thinking for a moment, Qin Ming continued, "It would not be excessive to impose the death penalty for multiple crimes." "Stop." Seeing that Qin Ming was about to calculate further, potentially implicating the entire family, the Qian Emperor immediately stopped him. "We will discuss your matter later. The Southern Ocean Merchant Group has already caused a commotion. You should go and calm them down first and conclude this trade." Watching him trying to fool himself, Qin Ming chuckled. Old man, do you really think I'm your free labor? Officials have salaries, but I have nothing. What a waste of time. Father Emperor, I'm ill. Qin Ming said calmly without a hint of embarrassment. You're sick? Yes. Qin Ming said sincerely and seriously. Then he swayed and suddenly couldn't support himself, falling to the ground with a thud. I really feel unwell these days. You should find someone more capable. Everyone fell silent. The person in front of them was no longer the crown prince. Wasn't he just acting like a rogue? Everyone present understood his meaning. If the matters weren't resolved, they would just drag on like this. Seeing that the situation had reached this point, the Qian emperor took a deep breath and said, Sun Lianying, present, your majesty. Take Zhao Shi to the Ministry of Justice for trial and revoke the punishment against Prince Qin. Yes, Zhao Shi has already become like this and still committed such a grave mistake. It is pointless to exert effort to protect him. It's better to let him shine in his last moments to relieve Qin Ming's anger and let him quickly get to work. Oh, much better now. Qin Ming sat on the ground holding his chest, standing up unhurriedly. Can I leave now? The Qian emperor coldly snorted and asked with disgust. After all, the father-son relationship had reached this point. Qin Ming, unbothered by the situation, maintained a thick skin. Father Emperor, I'm not the crown prince. I'm just a vassal king and shouldn't be involved in this matter. What do you mean? Don't push your luck. The Qian emperor slammed the table and glared at him. Qin Shimao felt pleased. Could it be that the crown prince has come to his senses? Is he trying to seize back his position? The Qian emperor and the other ministers thought the same, their expressions varying. Don't be angry, Father Emperor. I don't want to reclaim the crown prince position. It's just that going to Lingnan with only 3 guards is a bit too few. I would like to request the Wu Wei camp. I hope Father Emperor can grant it. Qin Ming spoke calmly, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Chapter 9. Taking the military token. Visiting the Guan residence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Qian emperor firmly rejected him. The Wu Wei camp is already an elite force within the court. Although it has suffered many losses after following General Wu Wei in a battle and has not been expanded since his death, such an elite cannot fall into Qin Ming's hands. Fine. Qin Ming didn't waste words and cupped his fist towards the Qian emperor. Father Emperor, I am unwell, so I will take my leave first. You can continue with your matters. After saying that, he left. The Qian emperor's expression was grim. Qin Shimao looked on with satisfaction. Although the crown prince had not yet returned to court, at least he had vented his anger today. In recent years, the Qian emperor had indeed been too partial to Qin Ming. Everyone could see that. Now, Qin Ming no longer had that overly generous demeanor that accepted everything. This is a good thing. Stop. The Qian emperor called out as he saw Qin Ming about to leave. Father Emperor, is there something else? What do you want a Wu Wei camp for? I'm not asking for it. I'm reclaiming it. This is originally the Guan family's army. Qin Ming corrected him. The Guan family's? The entire Qian is mine. Even the Guan family is mine. As a prince, you should serve me and the royal family. How can you turn your elbow outward? Can't you learn from the old ninth? Be a bit more considerate of me? The Qian emperor said coldly. The Wu Wei camp is indeed elite. However, raising any elite force is not that easy. In recent years, it has not been expanded because the consumption of the Wu Wei camp is too high. They are all heavily armored cavalry. Each soldier rotates between 3 horses, requiring an immense amount of fodder. Soldiers in heavy armor, weighing dozens of pounds, consume twice as much grain as ordinary soldiers due to their daily weight training. Additionally, their weaponry and equipment consume a large amount of resources, and craftsmen spend a significant amount of time forging them. The court does not want to expand the Wu Wei camp again. It simply cannot afford it. It is a bottomless pit. Just the remaining troops now make the court feel it is a hot potato. If it weren't for the expectation of relying on them in future wars, the Qian emperor would have disbanded the Wu Wei camp long ago. Again with the old ninth, haha. But based on the Qian's finances, can you afford it? Father Emperor? Qin Ming nodded lightly, smiling at the Qian emperor. I can't afford it. Do you think you can bear it? If you can afford it, then what is stopping me from giving it to you? The Qian emperor snorted coldly, feeling that this kid did not know his own weight. With so many people, they could eat him out within days, and at that time, Wouldn't he have to come back and beg me? Chen Shimao immediately frowned and said, Your Highness, 3 guards are already enough. Adding a Wu Wei camp, you won't be able to handle it. No problem. Lingnan is vast, and there are many people. There will always be a way. Qin Ming said with a smile, feeling calm inside. When will the issue with the Southern Ocean Merchant Group be resolved? With the 3 guards granted and the Wu Wei camp also given, it would be unreasonable for Qin Ming to refuse the Qian Emperor again. Tonight, after the words fell, Qin Ming took his leave. Upon returning to the entrance of the Wangfu, Chang Baishan unexpectedly received news from somewhere. He had already brought a group of people waiting for Qin Ming. Standing beside him was Lu Yu. As soon as Lu Yu saw Qin Ming return, he rushed to Qin Ming's side in one swift motion. With a thud, he knelt down, crying and complaining tearfully, Your Highness, this time, it really wasn't my fault. It was that bastard Zhao Shi. Qin Ming helped him up. I've heard about your situation. It has nothing to do with you. Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is wise. Chang Baishan stepped forward and said, Your Highness, shall we go take a look? Let us go. The 3 of them rode on swift horses, crossing the city gate to arrive at the canal port outside the capital. The Crown Prince has arrived. As soon as they saw Qin Ming, many merchants on the ship who had been chatting immediately started clamoring. Everyone, I apologize for today's events. However, I have recently been constrained. After learning about your situation, I specially went to the court to reclaim this transaction. Walking up to everyone, Qin Ming briefly explained his circumstances. Your Highness, it's best that you are back. Trading with others, we are ultimately not at ease. We also know your difficulties. Since you have returned, let us proceed with normal trading. They all understood that Qin Ming had recently been stripped of his crown prince position. Years of business cooperation had also accumulated a lot of feelings for Qin Ming. Naturally, they were very understanding of him now. Thank you all. Qin Ming was a bit surprised. He had prepared quite a few words in his heart and intended to explain things to them. Unexpectedly, his face was quite effective. Almost without any obstacles, he successfully renegotiated the business. Your Highness, Your Highness. At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was Qian Kai, who had been hiding at a distance, finally showing himself when he saw Qin Ming coming. Why were you hiding here? Haha, I was just thinking you would come. I mentioned this matter in the court, and we can't do without you, but unfortunately, His Majesty doesn't believe it. In the end, we still asked you to come back. Qian Kai originally wanted to tease a few words, but thinking about it, there are a lot of people here, so he didn't say anything sarcastic. Where are your people? You didn't come alone, did you? Of course not. Qin Ming looked back and saw that there were quite a few people peeking out from a distance in the room. Upon seeing him, more people came out. Your Highness, Your Highness. They were all from the Ministry of Revenue, here to assist Qin Ming. Seeing so many helpers arrive, Qin Ming waved his hand and said, Let's get to work. Yes. A few tables were set up, and Qin Ming, along with the Ministry of Revenue staff, worked through the night to settle accounts with the merchant convoy at the port. The next morning, when Qin Ming straightened up from the table in the room, he saw Qian Kai and Lu Yu sleeping haphazardly beside him. Not wanting to disturb them, Qin Ming turned and walked out of the room. Chang Baishan was already waiting outside. When he saw Qin Ming get up, he quickly approached him. Go to the Ministry of War and get the military token for the Wu Wei camp. Huh? Chang Baishan blinked, somewhat confused about what was happening. Qin Ming smiled and said, Just bring it to me. All right. In the afternoon, after finishing lunch, Qin Ming appeared on time at the entrance of the Guan family courtyard. I am here to see you. Your Highness, please inform them. Your Highness, please wait a moment. The guards at the door were startled. A few days ago, the young lady had stormed out angrily, and within half a day, she returned quietly. She didn't mention the cancellation of the engagement or the marriage, and it seemed like their engagement was just put on hold. Just when they thought the matter was settled, Qin Ming came. The few of them walked anxiously to Madame Chen. In a low voice, they said, Madam, Prince Qin is here. Madame Chen hadn't learned much from her daughter these days. She only knew that the engagement had not been annulled. Hearing the news of Qin Ming's arrival now, she looked somewhat taken aback. Did he bring anything? Is he here to propose? No, he came empty-handed. This kid, Madame Chen frowned slightly. Let him in. Take him to the front hall. I want to see him first. Yes. Chapter 10. Women are all insincere. Madame Chen. Qin Ming entered the Guan residence and politely greeted Madame Chen. According to the customs of the Great Qian, Madame Chun should now be called Madame Guan after marrying. But the current master of the Guan family had already died in battle. Madame Chun was supporting the family herself, so she simply called herself Madame Chun. Your Highness, is there something you need today? Madame Chun said lightly, having heard of Qin Ming's reputation. She knew he was a capable young man, but seeing him today, she began to doubt the initial rumors. This boy in front of her seemed rather carefree. Despite trying to act serious, the rogue air of arrogance still came through. Is this the prince who governs wisely and is beloved by his ministers? With such a demeanor, it's hard for elders to like him. Madame Chun had a few more opinions about this potential son-in-law. Yes, but this matter may not be something I can discuss with you. Is Miss Guan around? Qin Ming rubbed his hands together, smiling widely. Madame Chun glanced toward the inner courtyard. She understood her daughter well. If Guan Yu wanted to see Qin Ming, she would have come out long ago. The fact that she hadn't come out said it all. My daughter has caught a cold recently and is not in a position to receive guests. As adults, Qin Ming naturally understood the implied meaning. He had hoped to meet the girl who looked like a fairy today. Since she was unwilling, he naturally wouldn't push it. Slowly nodding, Qin Ming took out a small box. If it's inconvenient, please pass this to her. What is this? A gift. I will pass it on to the young lady. Madame Chun nodded slightly, but her heart was filled with suspicion. He came all this way. Didn't he propose? Didn't he mention marriage? Just brought a small box and left. Prince Qin's actions truly leave one puzzled. Or rather, a bit unreliable. With your words, I'm at ease. There is still something to attend to. So I'll take my leave first. As soon as Qin Ming left, Madame Chun took the box in her hands to examine it. She wasn't the type to be petty. Since it was said to be for Guan Yu, she wouldn't privately open it. However, just as she picked up the box, a figure emerged from behind the screen. Mother, you were here all along? Madame Chun was startled and furrowed her brows in confusion. No, I just arrived. Guan Yu's small face flushed, and she hurriedly defended herself. Madame Chun could see through her daughter's thoughts. With such thin skin, she still cares so much about someone. Girls like this will suffer in love in the future. Why didn't you meet him yourself? I said I just arrived. How could I meet him? Guan Yu pouted and spoke unhappily. Deep down, she was already quite angry with Qin Ming. This guy, why didn't he say a few more words while in the residence? Perhaps I would have appeared after a while. Which young lady can just be called out to meet someone? This is for you. Madame Chun handed over the box. Oh, Guan Yu nodded, taking the box and hiding it in her sleeve. Aren't you going to open it and take a look? It's just some trinkets. There's nothing to see. Guan Yu raised her chin, huffed, and turned to leave. However, in a place where no one was watching, her fair little hand tightly grasped the small box. In a corridor of the back courtyard, the girl skipped along. Once in her room, she slammed the door shut. Eagerly, she opened the small box in her hands. The next moment, a gasp escaped her lips. Tears streamed down her cheeks. In front of her was the military token of the Wu Wei camp. Bang! She burst out of the room with great speed. The Guan residence was neither too big nor too small, but by the time she reached the door, even Guan Yu, who was in good shape, was panting heavily. Where is he? Who, miss? A few guards stood at the door, looking puzzled. Who else could it be? Prince Qin. It seems the prince went to the military camp outside the city. All right. Guan Yu, like a fluttering butterfly, immediately dashed out of the Guan residence, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Seeing this, the guards were all astonished. What on earth is going on with the young lady? Wasn't she just privately scolding the prince a few days ago? You don't understand. Women are like this. Sometimes they only scold with their mouths when they are thinking about someone in their hearts. Right? My wife scolds me every day for being useless. She must love me quite a bit. That is different. You're actually being scolded. Outside the capital, there are several military camps. The Wu Wei camp is located in a relatively remote area. This is mainly because the Wu Wei camp has been declining in recent years, showing signs of fatigue. Its importance has also been downgraded repeatedly. Now, even the location of the military camp has been placed in the most secluded area. Qin Ming came today to take over the Wu Wei camp. The court granting the military token was just one part of it. As the future administrator of this area, Qin Ming had to come and see for himself. Now that he is no longer a prince, he doesn't have officials surrounding him when he travels. Qin Ming took the opportunity to come alone and chat with them. Bring your general here. Entering the military camp, Qin Ming first declared his identity, then instructed the guards at the gate to call for someone. The other party looked at Qin Ming warily, but still hurried away. Qin Ming could clearly feel that this group of people seemed to be less than welcoming to him. He didn't know why. Soon, Qin Ming was brought into a tent. Inside sat 3 men, the junior general Lu Chuang, Chao Chuan, and Wu Qingye, who all saluted. "We pay our respects to your Highness." These 3 were the commanders of the Wu camp. Lu Chuang had a square face and was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man, responsible for the front army of the Wu camp. He had made significant contributions during surprise attacks. According to Qin Ming's understanding, Lu Chuang alone had achieved first victories multiple times in the Northern Wars. Chao Chuan was slender, with a scar on his face, and was in charge of the middle army. He was a versatile talent, capable of commanding troops and handling logistics. Wu Qingye was also a burly general, responsible for the left and right armies, skilled in ambush tactics. "You have all received the imperial order, right?" Qin Ming did not waste time and went straight to the point, mentioning the matter of going to Lingnan. A military force of a few thousand men was neither too many nor too few. If they were to go to Lingnan, preparations needed to be made in advance. However, to his surprise, as soon as he spoke, all 3 men knelt before him in unison. "We do not wish to go to Lingnan. We ask your Highness to retract the order." Qin Ming initially thought that the Wu camp was filled with iron-blooded warriors who would seize the opportunity to achieve merit, and it would be enough to take them along. But unexpectedly, he hit a wall as soon as he arrived at the camp. With a bitter smile, Qin Ming asked, "Why do you not want to go? Can you tell me a reason?" Chapter 11. Not leaving? "I will disband the camp." The men did not hold back. Chao Chuan spoke first. "Your Highness, Lingnan is extremely poor. What are we going there for?" Wu Qingye added, "The Wu camp still receives supplies from the court in the capital. If we go to Lingnan, we won't even have food to eat." Qin Ming nodded slightly and continued to ask, "Is there anything else?" Lu Chuang did not shy away and directly spoke the most important issue. "We are not familiar with you. It is impossible for us to abandon our positions in the capital to go to a strange place for you." Qin Ming was no longer even a prince. It was clear to anyone with eyes that he had been demoted to Lingnan. Before leaving, he wanted to take with him a Wu camp that he was not familiar with. It would be strange if they followed him without any complaints. Qin Ming shook his head slightly, but since he had already come to the Wu camp, he could not let go. He was already thinking about disbanding the Wu camp. A forced situation may not be sweet, but it could quench his thirst. This was the last resort, to break them up and integrate them into his own 3 guards, saving all the hassle. "And are you familiar with me?" Just as the atmosphere in the tent became tense, a voice suddenly came from outside. Guan Yu lifted the tent flap and walked in. Upon seeing her, the 3 generals were somewhat surprised and exclaimed, "Yeah, why are you here?" "Uncles, the Guan family is going to Lingnan with you." Guan Yu fixed her piercing gaze on them, her tone slightly overbearing. "What?" This statement left the 3 men momentarily speechless. When did Guan Yu have a betrothal with the prince? Wasn't already put on hold? It was a last-minute decision. Guan Yu said confidently, but her heart raced as she secretly glanced at Qin Ming, only to find his gaze fixed on her. Her face instantly flushed red. "This is too sudden. Wu Qingye waved his hands repeatedly. Guan Yu's appearance had disrupted all their plans. "All right, it's settled then." Qin Ming did not give them a chance to say anything more. Before leaving, he said to the 3 men, "I am not negotiating with you. Whether we are familiar or not is irrelevant. But if you do not go, I will disband the Wu camp." "You?" Such a rogue threat made the faces of everyone present turn grim. "You shouldn't say that." After exiting, Guan Yu frowned and reminded Qin Ming, "If you don't say it like that, they will find another opportunity to drag it out. Speaking of which, how did you get here?" Qin Ming suddenly stopped, quietly looking at the beautiful Guan Yu, who looked like a fairy. Guan Yu's little face turned red. "If I didn't come, you would have fought with them today." Guan Yu was not wrong. If Qin Ming had directly said he would disband the Wu camp earlier, it was likely that the 3 generals would have become furious. Fortunately, Guan Yu was here. They held back out of respect. "I will be leaving in half a month. Want to come along?" Stepping forward, Qin Ming took Guan Yu's hand and spoke. "In half a month, how will you gather the funds to support the Wu camp?" Guan Yu was worried. She had already heard from the people outside the camp that Qin Ming was forcefully reclaiming the Wu camp. The court would not provide assistance. But for such a large camp, without the court support, Qin Ming might not even be able to pay the soldiers. I have my own ways. Qin Ming grinned and brought Guan Yu back to the Wangfu. Seeing Qin Ming return with Guan Yu after a stroll, Chang Baishan and Xiao Chui were stunned. Your Highness, what is this? Nothing much, just bringing my fiancé, Yi, to take a look. Pa, who is your fiancé, Yi? Guan Yu's face turned slightly red, but her denial was very soft. Qin Ming didn't mind and said to Chang Baishan, this residence is mine, right? Yes, why? Chang Baishan was puzzled. It was well known that when Qin Ming left the East Palace, he had purchased this residence himself. Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction. That's good, sell it. What? Chang Baishan hurriedly stopped Qin Ming. Your Highness, you can't be foolish. This is your residence in the capital, where we live after selling it. I won't be coming back. Since Qin Ming had decided to leave the capital and live as a comfortable prince, he would not return. Chang Baishan guessed why he wanted to sell the residence and proposed a new plan. Your Highness, don't panic. In the next few days, the Southern Ocean merchant fleet will finish their trading, and the court will hold a banquet. Why don't you go and try your luck? Ask the emperor for some funds? What is the point of going now? Qin Ming was too lazy to talk much with the stubborn Emperor Qian. Chang Baishan reminded him. Don't you remember? Every year around this time, the Southern Ocean merchant fleet arranges for people to compete in poetry and martial arts. The court also offers several thousand taels of silver as a prize. If you can win during this period, wouldn't it be? Chang Baishan's reasoning had some merit. Many people in the court knew that Qin Ming was talented. He was about to leave the capital, and seizing this opportunity to use his talents to make some money was not disgraceful. You make a good point. Qin Ming thought for a moment. Competing in poetry was no problem. As for martial arts, he turned to Guan Yu. Let us partner up as husband and wife. You rogue, who is your wife? Are you afraid you can't win the first prize? Aren't you afraid, little dog? Then it's settled. The two waited for 3 days. That night, the Southern Ocean merchant fleet finally finished their trading. Various goods were accounted for and loaded onto their ships. The court thus gained considerable benefits and specially held a banquet, inviting the Southern Ocean merchants into the palace. Officials at all levels were also invited to celebrate together. However, as the hero of this trade, Qin Ming did not receive an invitation. Chang Baishan stood at the gate of the Wangfu all afternoon and finally returned to Qin Ming's residence in anger. Your Highness, no one came to call for you. It's normal for no one to come. After all, I'm a fallen royal. Qin Ming smiled and nodded, showing no signs of disappointment. He was waiting for someone. As dusk fell, a stunning girl in a yellow long dress walked from the distance. My Prince Qin, did you receive an invitation? No, neither did I. The two exchanged smiles. Qin Ming said, but no one said that not being invited means we can't go. I think so too. Two people boarded the carriage, quietly heading towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace gate, the guards were momentarily stunned when they saw the familiar carriage. Your Highness, I have come to attend the banquet in the palace, Qin Ming said, peeking his head out of the carriage with a calm expression. Several guards hesitated. Qin Ming exchanged a glance with Chang Baishan. Make way, don't bump into you. Chang Baishan said without hesitation. Right in front of them, he drove the horse to squeeze inside. Chapter 12. The Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet invites King Qin. Qin Ming's unauthorized entry into the palace was a matter of great significance. Information spread quickly within the palace. Shortly after Qin Ming entered, the eunuch Wang Bao received the news and hurried into the Taya Hall. This was the preparation area for concubine Xiao Shufei before she attended the banquet. At that moment, she was being helped by several maidservants to dress and prepare to attend the banquet with Emperor Qian. Your Highness, Qin Ming is also coming to the banquet. This brat just won't go away. Concubine Xiao frowned slightly. She had heard about Qin Ming's recent antics. Upon learning that Qin Ming had obtained the Wu Wei camp, she felt a surge of vigilance. Notify Zhang Ming. Do not let Qin Ming in. Yes. Zhang Ming was the captain of the palace's Yulin guards and managed quite a few people. Having spent many years in the palace, he naturally sought a powerful backing, which was concubine Xiao Shufei. Over the years, he had gained many benefits working for her. After the command from concubine Xiao was given, Qin Ming was soon blocked outside the palace walls. Your Highness, please stop. Zhang Ming appeared in front of Qin Ming's carriage. Zhang Ming? Chang Baishan frowned slightly. Zhang Ming used to be his subordinate, but gradually distanced himself after helping concubine Xiao. General Chang, it's been a while. Zhang Ming slightly bowed, clasping his hands, his demeanor showing no respect for Chang Baishan. Looking at this subordinate who had grown distant, Chang Baishan coldly said, "We are here to attend the banquet. Why are you blocking the carriage? The banquet has fixed seating, those few tables. Did you receive an invitation?" Zhang Ming replied with disdain. Everyone knows His Highness has left the court. At this time, he still has the face to come back and attend the banquet. Isn't he afraid of others gossiping? Outrageous! Chang Baishan shouted angrily, ready to charge at him. But the soldiers around had already rushed up, surrounding Qin Ming's carriage. Zhang Ming stood among the crowd, looking down at them, and said, "General Chang, you and His Highness are both respectable people. I don't want to make things too difficult. You can leave. I'll pretend you two never came. How about that?" Surrounded and facing the hostile crowd, Chang Baishan gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Ming, you really are a treacherous wolf. We're just each serving our own masters. You saying that is too petty." Zhang Ming replied, not feeling there was anything wrong, instead mocking Chang Baishan. Chang Baishan was extremely furious, but at that moment, he was surrounded by dozens of armored guards, unable to act. "Zhang Ming, you really are a good dog. Concubine Xiao must have given you plenty of benefits, right?" At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the carriage. Qin Ming lifted the curtain and jumped down. Zhang Ming's face turned pale as he was scolded in front of so many subordinates. The atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point. "Your Highness, we are just following orders to maintain peace in the palace," Zhang Ming said through gritted teeth, already calculating how he would mock Qin Ming after driving him away. "Following orders?" Qin Ming curled his lips in disdain. "Today I must enter. What can you do about it? If you want to make this a matter for His Majesty." "Zhang Ming, you have no other skills, so let us see who can endure. Let's go." Qin Ming waved his hand and continued walking into the palace with Chang Baishan. This provocative demeanor clearly indicated he intended to cause a scene before the emperor. Zhang Ming snorted coldly, secretly laughing at Qin Ming for not understanding the situation. Everyone knew Emperor Qian's attitude towards Qin Ming. Did he dare to make a scene before the emperor? If he passed through, not only Zhang Ming and Emperor Qian, but concubine Xiao would also be present. He would definitely have a hard time. "General, should we?" A few of his subordinates hesitantly approached Zhang Ming, asking if they should take action. Zhang Ming waved his hand, saying, "All right, no need to worry. Since he wants to make a scene, let's accompany him. It's best if it gets bigger." Thus, Qin Ming, under Zhang Ming's escort, quickly arrived outside the main hall. Concubine Xiao, Emperor Qian, and a crowd of officials had already been waiting for the Southern Ocean merchant fleet to arrive. However, before the merchant fleet arrived, they saw Qin Ming's figure first. Emperor Qian frowned. Who let him come? Chun Shimao, Qin Kai, and others were also surprised. Concubine Xiao glared at Zhang Ming with an unfriendly expression, seemingly blaming him for his ineffectiveness. Zhang Ming quickly stepped forward, whispering, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince insisted on coming in. I have repeatedly blocked him, but could not stop him." Concubine Xiao raised her eyebrows, seemingly sensing Zhang Ming's intentions. She immediately signaled to the chief scholar Qiu Bingyun. Qiu Bingyun stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, it is not appropriate for His Highness King Qin to participate in this banquet." Emperor Qin agreed. "Qin Ming, what are you doing here?" The officials looked curiously at Qin Ming, wanting to hear what he would say. Qin Ming said lightly, "Father, the Southern Ocean merchant fleet's business was negotiated by me. Why is there a banquet, yet no one has called me?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned quite strange. Was this something that still needed to be explicitly stated? Qin Ming was no longer the crown prince, and the Southern Ocean merchant fleet's matters had already given him enough benefits. Logically speaking, the court and he owed each other nothing. Was he here to continue claiming credit? That would be too lacking in grace. Concubine Xiao spoke. "His Highness King Qin is joking. Today the court is hosting the Southern Ocean merchant fleet and related officials. You are soon going to the border in Lingnan. Coming to the banquet is rather inappropriate. Isn't it?" Qin Ming nodded. "You are right again. I indeed did not come here because of the court." "What?" Everyone looked at him in confusion. At this moment, Several hundred representatives from the Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet had already arrived. They spoke. Your Majesty of Great Qian, His Highness King Qin, is invited by us to come. Today, as poetry and couplet competition, we would like His Highness to help us. It should be no problem, right? Both Emperor Qian and concubine Xiao fell silent. Just a moment ago, Qin Ming, who had been clamoring to confront Emperor Qian, now had an extremely ugly expression. He had thought of many possibilities, but never expected Qin Ming to represent the Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet today. In fact, this was quite normal. The Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet had many grievances against the Great Qian court, and Qin Ming held high prestige among them. It was just right for them to express their dissatisfaction regarding this trade through Qin Ming. All right, since it's the Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet's position, then take your seats. Emperor Qian coldly looked at Qin Ming, his eyes filled with anger. Qin Ming, even if he borrowed the Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet's position, must enter the main hall, clearly scheming. Many officials on the scene had already sensed an unusual atmosphere. It seemed that today's banquet was about to stir up trouble again. Chapter 13. On the Unfaithful Man, What Now? The banquet begins. As Qin Ming took his seat at the main table of the Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet, a little eunuch quickly shouted from afar. Various fine wines and delicacies were brought up. Originally, after the banquet began, Emperor Qian was supposed to summarize the gains from this event. The Nanyang Merchant Fleet was praised in a grand manner, with hopes for continued cooperation in the future. However, the atmosphere today was already off. Qin Ming sat in the main seat of the Nanyang Merchant Fleet. The Emperor Qian couldn't possibly praise them further. With a cold snort, he directly said, "Let's begin the poetry and literature meeting." Yes, Sun Lianying immediately stepped forward. Today is a joyful day, as the trade between the Nanyang Merchant Fleet and our Great Qian has been successfully completed. Since we are holding a banquet, there should naturally be some excitement and competition to liven things up. Today, the court will put up 50,000 taels of silver. Everyone will compose poems and engage in martial arts. The one who emerges as the foremost in both literature and martial arts will receive a reward of 25,000 taels of silver. 50,000 taels. Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. This was more than in previous years. It seemed the court also recognized that this year's events had not been conducted honorably, and thus wanted to take this opportunity to regain some face. Sun Lianying was already prepared and continued. Everyone, today is a day of great joy for completing the trade. Why not use the banquet as a theme and compose poems on the spot? Scholar Qiu Bingyun, the grand scholar, immediately came forward. I'm not talented, but today I would like to present a humble poem for your appreciation. The bright lights shine in the night sky. Laughter and joy fill the hall. Delicious food and fine wine are served. Friends from Nanyang gather together. Dancing gracefully, music rises, song echoes spread in all directions. Let us raise our cups and toast in celebration. Laughter and joy abound. Since Qiu Bingyun could become the grand scholar, he naturally had some talent. After hearing the poem, the surrounding people applauded. Good poem. Qiu Bingyun had come with a mission to subdue Qin Ming. Before Qin Ming could react, he proactively pointed out the Nanyang Merchant Fleet. The Nanyang Merchant Fleet has specially invited His Highness King Qin. I wonder if His Highness has any advice? Qin Ming put down his wine cup and said indifferently, "Advice is not the right word. It's just a bit better than your doggerel." A bit better? A hint of anger appeared on Qiu Bingyun's face. To compose a poem in such a short time, he believed his talent surpassed that of all officials. The surrounding officials whispered among themselves. Master Qiu is one of the leaders of the literary world in Great Qian. Is what His Highness said a bit too harsh? Don't forget, His Highness is also exceptionally talented, having followed the Chancellor since childhood. Who knows what poetry he could use to surpass him? At the highest point, Emperor Qian narrowed his eyes, seemingly having guessed Qin Ming's intention for coming today. This kid wants to take money from the court's pocket. Coming here to represent the Nanyang Merchant Fleet is a pretense. Participating in the literary and martial competition is the real purpose. Seeing Guan Yu sitting next to Qin Ming, Emperor Qian's heart stirred. How did that girl get to his side? Sun Lianying was also puzzled. Your Majesty, perhaps she was brought out by His Highness in advance because of the upcoming marriage. Nonsense. In Great Qian, it is mostly forbidden for men and women to meet before marriage. Although Qin Ming has a royal engagement, he should still follow the rules. Seeing Qin Ming's blatant disregard for etiquette, Emperor Qian's impression of him worsened. But at this moment, Qin Ming boldly stepped forward. "A banquet, is it?" With a smile, Qin Ming casually said. The red candles shine bright with joy. Laughter and song fill the grand hall. Raise your cups to drink 1,000 cups of wine. Laughter celebrates longevity for all. Delicious dishes fill the table with fragrant aromas. Jade trees and fine flowers reflect the moonlight. Such a scene should only exist in heaven. How rare it is to taste it in the world. How about that? Turning his head, Qin Ming looked at Xiao Bingyan. This poem was a blend of his own memories and those of the crown prince, creating something that was not only well-structured and popular, but also depicted a beautiful scene. It was indeed much better than Xiao Bingyan's previous doggerel. Chen Shimao, sitting below, had excitement gleaming in his eyes. 1,000 cups of wine, longevity for all. Such a heavenly experience. How rare. Good poem, good poem. Qian Kai shouted to the officials beside him. What are you all standing around for? Applaud. Clap, clap. Many officials immediately began to applaud. The several leaders of the Nanyang merchant fleet also gave Qin Ming a thumbs up, as expected of his Highness. Only he possesses such talent. Xiao Bingyun's lips trembled, unable to accept the situation. In fact, he had not just learned about the theme of the banquet now. On the contrary, to ensure they would not fall behind in poetry, Sun Lianying had told him the first topic before the banquet began. Xiao Bingyan had thought for a long time before coming up with that poem. But what was supposed to be a humble work now truly became a humble one. Master Sun, it should be my turn to propose a topic next, right? Qin Ming ignored Xiao Bingyan and asked Sun Lianying. Sun Lianying nodded. Great Qian will put forth a topic, and the Nanyang merchant fleet will also propose one. But I wonder what topic His Highness would like to propose. With a smile, Qin Ming casually said, "How about writing a poem about a heartless man?" As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Who is the heartless man referring to? Could it be Emperor Qian, who turned to love concubine Xiao after the queen's death and began to show favoritism toward Qin Ming? This kid has gone mad. Absolutely mad. Concubine Xiao immediately stood up and scolded Qin Ming. "Your Highness King Qin, today is a day of great joy. What are you trying to do?" Qin Ming glanced at her. "It's just a poetry competition. What are you afraid of?" "Enough." Emperor Qian suddenly slammed the table, glaring angrily at Qin Ming. This kid clearly came prepared today. Who knows how long he has planned for this moment? Emperor Qian took a deep breath and coldly said, "Let me hear the poem you composed." Qin Ming smiled. "All right, peach blossoms fall, spring is gone, willow catkins drift, no need for long hatred. Once promised to grow old together. Now I sit alone in a cold room. Mountains and seas, vows become empty words, the sea dries and rocks crumble, a dream gone. Looking back at the deep feelings of the past, only tears remain, gazing at the setting sun. Everyone, is anyone willing to come out and compete with me?" After reciting his poem, Qin Ming casually scanned the crowd. Everyone shrank their necks, afraid to speak, secretly glancing at Emperor Qian's expression. Even Xiao Bingyan, who was known as a literary giant, was breaking out in a cold sweat. It was already obvious who Qin Ming's poem was about. At this moment, Emperor Qian's face was as dark as thunder. Qin Ming, however, continued unabated. "They say good poetry must be captivating and leave a lasting impression. Father Emperor, what do you think of my poem?" Chapter 14, Ancestral Laws, 29 strokes. The officials present lowered their heads, but their eyes kept darting towards Emperor Qian. Concubine Xiao sat beside Emperor Qian, watching his face change from green to red, feeling complex emotions. She didn't know whether to feel fortunate or angry about Qin Ming's actions. Logically, this was a good thing. It could make Qin Ming's status in Emperor Qian's eyes drop again. But why did she also feel extremely angry? Qin Ming seemed genuinely unconcerned about the position of Crown Prince. He simply came here to recite this poem to Emperor Qian. Finally, with a darkened face, Emperor Qian spoke. "You've been staying at home all day just for searching these few sour poems, haven to you? A person as unlearned as you should not be the Crown Prince. It would be a blessing for this dynasty." Emperor Qian's words were heavy. Qin Ming's poem stirred up memories he did not wish to recall. That woman, he had long since forgotten. No one in the court dared to mention it, except for Qin Ming. Crack! With a sound, it echoed through the hall. In front of the main hall, a plaque welcoming the Southern Ocean merchant fleet was hanging, but it seemed that due to the negligence of the eunuchs, it was not hung properly and had fallen to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Everyone's faces instantly turned grim. Sun Lianying felt a heavy weight in his heart and hurried over to help clean up. The emperor was just about to reprimand Qin Ming when the words got stuck in his throat. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with a sudden apprehension. Could this be some kind of omen from heaven for him? After a long pause, the emperor gritted his teeth and asked the officials from the Ministry of Rites, "Who was in charge of this banquet?" "Your Majesty, it was me, a humble official." A voice filled with fear came from the crowd. Seeing who spoke, both the emperor and concubine Xiao stiffened. It was Xiao Pingshan, concubine Zhao's younger brother, an official in the Ministry of Rites. By status, Xiao Pingshan could be considered the emperor's brother-in-law. How could you be in charge of this? Originally, it was Prince Qin who was in charge of the banquet, but since no one was available this year, I took over, Xiao Pingshan hesitantly replied after swallowing hard. In fact, he had taken quite a few shortcuts for today's banquet. Even the nails that held the plaque were of the lowest quality. It wasn't that the young eunuchs couldn't hang it properly. Rather, this item was defective and wouldn't last long. He thought it would just be a banquet, and no one would notice. But just when the emperor was the angriest, a major incident occurred. Chun Shurmao, sitting below, shook his head slightly. Qian Kai sneered at the people beside him. If the prince were still in court, such a thing wouldn't happen. Trade has been going on for several years. And now that the prince is gone, even the most basic banquet can't be held properly. I wonder what kind of trade success this is celebrating. Trying to drive the Southern Ocean merchant fleet away? His voice was neither loud nor soft. It didn't reach the emperor's ears, but was heard by the officials, immediately sparking considerable discussion. I heard that this trade was also blown out of proportion by Zhao Shi, and the prince went to help clean up his mess. Wasn't it just a few days ago that the emperor mistakenly trusted Zhao Shi and dismissed the prince's 3 guards? That was just a few days ago. And later he even went back and gave him a Wuwei camp, begging the prince to stabilize the Southern Ocean merchant fleet. In the end, didn't it still require the prince to take action? Why all the fuss? Although Qian Kai's words didn't reach the emperor's ears, the officials' discussions were indeed heard by him. He had just said that Qin Ming was not suitable for the crown prince position. And now with the plaque's fall compared to previous year's banquets, it was a slap in the face. Coincidentally, the one making the mistake this year was also concubine Zhao's extremely favored brother. "You scoundrel!" The emperor was so furious he almost ground his teeth, and a wave of pain surged in his chest. He even had thoughts of killing Xiao Pingshan. Concubine Xiao was so frightened that she shivered. There was only Xiao Pingshan left in her family line. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to promote Xiao Pingshan to the Ministry of Rites. If the emperor killed him today, the Xiao family would be extinct. "Your Majesty, please don't get angry." Concubine Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him, her face filled with fear. But she still steeled herself and said, "Pingshan is hosting this kind of banquet for the first time. It's too hasty, and it's inevitable that a small mistake would occur. Xiao Pingshan, go take your punishment. If there is a next time, you can take off this official cap." Seeing concubine Xiao giving him a way out, Xiao Pingshan nodded repeatedly and then knelt down with a thud. "I am guilty. I accept my punishment." After saying this, he stood up like the wind, ready to flee. The officials watched this scene, frowning. In front of the Southern Ocean merchant fleet, the emperor's face was lost, and the court's face was lost too. Concubine Xiao, how could she not distinguish right from wrong? With just a few words, she downplayed a major issue. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Your Highness, since when do court matters need you to decide? I remember the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics, right?" Qin Ming stepped forward and spoke. Concubine Zhao's face instantly turned ugly. "What does His Highness the Prince mean?" "My meaning is very simple. How can such a major event as a banquet be treated so lightly? Not to mention treating the banquet lightly, the way you assign punishment is too dismissive of the banquet. Isn't it?" Qin Ming had long looked down on concubine Xiao. Unfortunately, the emperor was deeply enamored with this woman and protected her fiercely, making it difficult for Qin Ming to deal with her. But that didn't matter. seizing the opportunity to deal with the Xiao family's only heir would do. Qin Ming remembered that Xiao Pingshan had caused him quite a bit of trouble in the past. Relying on his sister's favoritism. Your Majesty, the prince is being overly pedantic, which is unbecoming. Seeing the situation was not right, concubine Xiao quickly sought the emperor's help. The emperor took a deep breath and cast a look of disgust at Qin Ming. Enough, let us handle the matter like this for now. Chun Shimao and others frowned. In front of so many people, to show such favoritism towards concubine Xiao. After going down, countless officials would point at concubine Zhao's back and scold her. However, since the matter had come to this point, it was practically over. Just as Xiao Pingshan glared at Qin Ming in anger and was about to leave, Qin Ming suddenly blocked him. Father, concubine Xiao does not understand the laws of our dynasty. You wouldn't forget, would you? Our Great Qian is a nation of etiquette. Those who disrupt the rituals and cause serious consequences shall be punished with 30 strokes. Considering that Xiao Pingshan is a first-time offender, I will spare him a little. 29 strokes, how about that? Hearing this, the officials below all twitched their mouths. It's one thing to not want to spare him, but to just spare one stroke. Isn't that purely humiliating him? Don't go too far. Concubine Xiao became anxious. Their court-esque punishment was particularly harsh. A few strokes could leave someone bedridden for half a month. 30 strokes could directly incapacitate a person. At this moment, the emperor was also caught off guard. He realized that his son, whom he had never taken seriously, was actually so well versed in court laws. With ancestral laws laid out, how could he save Xiao Pingshan? Chapter 15. Get ready. I'm going to hit you. You've already left the court, so don't interfere in court affairs. Hosting a banquet is not easy for Xiao Pingshan. It's inevitable that mistakes would occur the first time. The emperor was ready to smooth things over. Qin Ming was very familiar with this kind of tactic. Old dang, is it time to know when to retreat? Dream on. I think this is a simple matter that should not have gone wrong. However, since it has gone wrong, it must be acknowledged. If there is no severe punishment, wouldn't that make our Great Qian lose face in front of the Southern Ocean countries and lose its dignity as well? Concubine Xiao was furious. Who can avoid making mistakes? Don't cling to a small matter. You ask who can avoid making mistakes. You have indeed asked the right person. Qin Ming grinned and said, Unfortunately, I have been in office for so many years and have not made a single mistake. Concubine Xiao fell silent. The emperor also fell silent. He realized before that this kid was so difficult to deal with. Ever since Qin Ming stepped down from the crown prince position, he seemed to have let himself go, not taking anyone seriously. Yet, what he said made quite a bit of sense. Since all the officials are here, I propose to punish him on the spot as a warning to everyone. It's also an explanation to the Southern Ocean merchant fleet. What do you all think? After Qin Ming finished speaking, the officials present exchanged awkward smiles, not daring to respond. To be honest, many people internally supported Qin Ming, but with the emperor and concubine Xiao sitting there, it was difficult for them to express their feelings, unless they no longer wanted to mix in the court. Seeing this, Qin Ming shook his head slightly. This is what it means to be an official, to be cautious and indecisive, like mud that can't be propped up. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. He exchanged glances with a few members of the merchant fleet in the distance, and they immediately understood. Good. Great Qian is indeed a nation of etiquette, possessing the courage to cut off its own wrist. Truly admirable. Qin Ming and they sang in harmony. Everyone, this is also an explanation for you. Our Qian will definitely not shield any problematic officials. Zhaoxi counts as one, and today as Xiao Pingshan also counts as one. The atmosphere had already reached this point. Not taking action might not be feasible. Qin Ming's gaze was burning as he looked at Emperor Qian. The emperor's expression changed several times. Only by standing on the opposite side of Qin Ming could one know how difficult this kid was to deal with. Concubine Xiao was already anxious like an ant on a hot pan. After waiting for a long time, there was still no word from Emperor Qian. Please. Among the palace guards present, there was only one Zhang Ming. Qin Ming scanned the surroundings and found him. Zhang Ming was startled and shivered, glancing at concubine Xiao, but found her silent and glowering. As concubine Zhao's brother, Zhang Ming definitely did not dare to act against her. I caught a cold today and can't take action. You might as well find someone else. Zhang Ming hid far away, fearing this matter would involve him. Several soldiers in the distance had already retreated behind the pillars of the main hall, not daring to let Qin Ming call on them. A smug look appeared on concubine Zhao's face. It was not easy for Qin Ming to hit Xiao Pingshan. However, just as her heart had calmed down a bit, Qin Ming suddenly laughed. I knew there were many cowards in this palace. Chang Baishan, go, take action. Yes. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The thoughts of His Highness the Crown Prince were indeed profound. He had actually calculated this step early on. If Zhang Ming took action, he might still give Xiao Pingshan a little chance, a bit less strength. But after forcing everyone back and replacing him with Chang Baishan, this guy would definitely not hold back at all. You dare touch me. Xiao Pingshan retreated a few steps, but was kicked down by Chang Baishan. Get down. I'm going to hit you. He seized weapons from a few ceremonial officials holding court staves from afar. He struck Xiao Pingshan repeatedly with the staff. Suddenly, the sound of screaming like a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the grand hall. Concubine Xiao looked at Qin Ming with eyes that seemed ready to spit fire. Emperor Qian was also extremely angry. It was unclear when the banquet had completely developed according to Qin Ming's thoughts. Only Chen Shimao and Qin Kai showed satisfied expressions, as expected of His Highness. Soon, the court staves were finished. Xiao Pingshan, beaten to a near-death state and unconscious, was dragged away. Qin Ming clapped his hands. Finally, he wanted to discuss concubine Xiao one more time. Qian truly has strict laws. Having such a court is truly a blessing for the people of Qian. Eunuch son, since I have won the literary contest, ISNT it time for the martial contest? Seeing no one dared to respond, Qin Ming naturally placed the throne of the literary contest champion on himself and continued to bring up the martial contest. Seeing this, Sun Lianing hesitated as he looked at Emperor Qian, only to find the latter impatiently waving his hand. After the banquet had reached this point, Emperor Qian no longer had any appetite and just wanted to quickly deal with this matter and return to rest. Below, Guan Yu, who had watched the whole process, was already prepared. She did not understand the struggles in the court, but seeing Qin Ming stir up the storm by himself, waves of ripples had already arisen in her heart. Since Qin Ming had already seized the championship, she must not slack off and must get the remaining 25,000 taels of silver. With money, the several uncles in the military camp would definitely not complain and would be willing to go with her to Lingnan. Clenching her fists, Guan Yu silently cheered for herself. Sun Lianing stepped forward and said, Everyone, is there anyone willing to participate in today's martial contest? Concubine Xiao guessed that Qin Ming had come today to ask for money, having just suffered a big loss at Qin Ming's hands. She immediately signaled Zhang Ming with her eyes to go up and fight. Zhang Ming, to be fair, was among the top in martial arts in the palace. Otherwise, he would have been favored and trained by concubine Xiao. However, when her gaze was on Zhang Ming, she found him hesitant and fidgeting for a long time without stepping forward. Frowning, concubine Xiao glared at Zhang Ming. Unable to do anything, Zhang Ming could only step forward and say, Please enlighten me, South Sea Merchant Group. Just when Guan Yu wanted to come up, she was pulled back by Qin Ming. He stood up with a smile and asked Zhang Ming, Captain Zhang, what is going on? Weren't you sick just now? Could it be that you knew about concubine Xiao and Xiao Pingshan's relationship and were scared of offending people, so you pretended to be sick? Qin Ming's words were like tearing away the last layer of Zhang Ming's fig leaf, making him blush before he could even make a move. I am not. I did not. Everyone is an official, valuing dignity. It's fine to do some dirty work and flatter superiors while bullying subordinates in private. But now, in front of so many people, Zhang Ming was psychologically analyzed by Qin Ming. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground to hide. At this moment, concubine Xiao finally realized why Zhang Ming hadn't gone up earlier. If he wasn't sick, then why was he dragging his sick body into the match? Wouldn't that be unfair to the South Sea Merchant Group? Qin Ming spoke lightly. Zhang Ming flustered and tried to explain a few times, but upon seeing the looks from others, he became even more anxious. After stalling for a while, he still retreated. Seeing that Qin Ming was about to gain the upper hand again, Emperor Qian snorted coldly and directly started calling out the next contender. General Zhengde, you go. Upon hearing Emperor Qian's words, everyone gasped in shock. Qin Ming also slowly frowned. This old man, Emperor Qian, really couldn't sit still for a moment. He really didn't want him to take the remaining 25,000 taels of silver? Chapter 16. As expected of the Crown Prince, I lost. How is it General Zhengde? When this name was heard, a look of shock appeared on everyone's face. General Zhengde Yishoujiang was a top general stationed at the West Pass. His status and position were no less than General Guan Jinshan of Wu Wei. Letting such a figure come out to face the South Sea Merchant Group, what does this mean? Is it still considered sparring? Everyone could see that Emperor Qian was betting against Qin Ming. Your Majesty, it may not be appropriate for me to go up. What is wrong with that? Emperor Qian snorted coldly, his expression displeased. Yishoujiang's face changed several times, but in the end, he couldn't go against Emperor Qian. He could only look at Qin Ming with an apologetic expression and helplessly say, "Please enlighten me, South Sea Merchant Group." Below, Chen Shimao and Qian Kai shook their heads helplessly. With Yishoujiang on stage, Qin Ming had lost all possibility of winning this match. Who was Yishoujiang? He was someone known as a one-man army on the battlefield. He had countless achievements, such as breaking the enemy and being the first to ascend. No matter how powerful the South Sea Merchant Group was, there was no way anyone could surpass Yishoujiang. Qin Ming fell silent. The eyes of all the officials were now focused on him, waiting for him to take action. As expected, this time Qin Ming would definitely arrange for Chang Baishan to fight. But even though Chang Baishan was strong, how could he be compared to Yishoujiang? The anger that had been building on concubine Zhao's face finally dissipated a bit at this moment. Emperor Qian also coldly watched Qin Ming, wanting to see what decision this son, who always had ideas, would make now. Chang Baishan quickly walked to Qin Ming's side and whispered, "Your Highness, Miss Guan can't possibly win. Let me go." Facing everyone's gaze, Qin Ming simply took a sip of the tea in front of him, turned to Guan Yu, and said, "I remember General Yi has a deep friendship with the Wu Wei camp." "Yes, what is wrong?" Guan Yu asked, puzzled. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't remembered incorrectly. "You go." "Okay." Without any hesitation, Guan Yu immediately stood up. Seeing this, the officials were in an uproar. Chang Baishan grabbed Qin Ming and Guan Yu. "Your Highness, are you confused? Trust me, nothing will happen." Qin Ming seemed to be confident and suddenly turned to Guan Yu and asked, "Are you afraid of losing?" The Guan family, regardless of gender, is not afraid of losing. We would rather die than back down. "Don't worry, I won't let you die." Qin Ming gently took Guan Yu's hand. "You still want to be my wife." "Rogue, there's so many people watching." Guan Yu quickly shook off Qin Ming's hand. Her little face flushed. Chen Shimao and Qian Kai exchanged glances, both with strange expressions. The King Qin is really too flirtatious. Hundreds of officials, plus representatives from dozens of merchant groups from Nanyang, are present. He actually got all sentimental holding the girl's hand. This is quite the play. "Your Highness, please send someone." Yishoujiang could no longer hold back and urged. Qin Ming nodded. Guan Yu quickly walked up. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Yishoujiang frowned and said, "Xiaoye, what are you doing up here, causing trouble?" "Wenleye, I want to win, please teach me." Guan Yu said firmly, her gaze resolute. Yishoujiang, however, ignored her and instead focused on Qin Ming. "Your Highness, do you really have to resort to these underhanded tricks?" Yishoujiang had a good relationship with Guan Jinshan. Both were generals guarding their respective territories and respected each other. Knowing the current situation of the Guan family, he didn't want to make things worse. But Qin Ming insisted on bringing Guan Yu up. How could Yishoujiang take action? "General Yi, aren't you curious why Guan Yu is here?" Facing Yishoujiang's question, Qin Ming showed no shame and instead asked him a question. Yishoujiang's heart sank. He thought of the 25,000 taels of silver. He recalled the recent news from the court that Qin Ming had taken over the Wu Wei camp but had to support himself. Coupled with Guan Yu standing here today, everything seemed clear. "Xiaoye, I ask you, what do you want with that money?" "Wu Wei camp." Guan Yu slowly uttered the three words. Yishoujiang movements froze. When he looked back at Qin Ming, the disdain in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by deep respect and shock. He caused such a commotion just to support the already dilapidated Wu Wei camp. This is a true hero. After years of fighting for the country, there are still people who remember Wu Wei camp. No wonder he is the prince who once single-handedly shouldered the fate of the Qian. Yishoujiang let out a slow sigh. "Go ahead." Guan Yu nodded, taking the spear she received from the guard. She stepped forward, ready to fight. Chang Baishan suddenly froze upon hearing this. Wait, is this Yi Shoujiang stubborn? The prince has already told him. This duel is to save the Wu Wei camp. Why is he still fighting? Chang Baishan's heart sank gradually. He had already prepared for a loss of 25,000 taels. This bastard. Qin Ming remained calm, watching Yi Shoujiang's every move, seemingly confident. He turned to Chang Baishan beside him and said, "Don't worry, Xiaoye will win this written test, but if he really dares to hurt Xiaoye, just go up and hammer him." "But your highness, this is a duel." Chang Baishan hesitantly looked at Qin Ming, not understanding why he was so certain. Qin Ming snorted coldly. "What kind of nonsense duel? If he dares to hurt my wife, I'll stab him to death." "All right." Chang Baishan placed his hand on the long knife at his waist, ready to rush forward if the other party made any dangerous moves. Guan Yu waved the spear on the field, each move incredibly fast. But in front of Yi Shoujiang, it was of no use. Yi Shoujiang blocked every attack, engaged in a fierce battle with her. But at this moment, Chang Baishan finally noticed something. "Your Highness, General Yi has a problem. He shouldn't have this level of strength. I have trained with him before, and his movements and spear techniques are rare in the world. But today, General Yi hasn't used any strength. It's strange. Is he sick?" Just as he was about to say something, he saw Guan Yu suddenly regain focus and thrust the spear back. It actually pierced Yi Shoujiang's shoulder firmly. Drip, drip. Blood flowed down the spear tip, dripping onto the ground halfway. Guan Yu was shocked and let go. "Unli." Yi Shoujiang pulled out the spear blade, smiling wryly. "Xiaoye is still more skilled. I lost." Chapter 17, I Will Accompany You in Death. On the viewing platform, the faces of Emperor Qian and concubine Xiao were extremely grim. Facing a little Guan Yu, Yi Shoujiang could not possibly lose. Unless he wanted to lose. Chang Baishan, like them, stared blankly at the scene before him, his heart filled with astonishment. At this moment, he thought of a lot. Yi Shoujiang could actually have chosen not to fight Guan Yu, but that would go against Emperor Qian. So he chose a way that satisfied both sides. He fought and also took care of his old friend's daughter and the military camp. Guan Yu had already rushed to Yi Shoujiang's side to check his injury. Yi Shoujiang had suffered many injuries on the battlefield. This minor injury had no effect on him. He casually tore open his clothing to bandage it and looked down at Guan Yu, who had tears in her eyes. "Your Highness is very good and one tea let you down. Uncle is getting old. There is not much I can help you with. But if you encounter difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to ask me." "Unli." Guan Yu's tears began to flow. Yi Shoujiang glanced at concubine Xiao, who was sitting high above with a face full of resentment. Pushing Guan Yu away, he stood up and turned to Emperor Qian. "Your Majesty, this general is not skilled enough, bringing shame to the Qian. I will go and accept punishment shortly." After his words, he quickly turned back to his seat. Emperor Qian only had a dark expression, not responding. Concubine Xiao saw that Qin Ming was about to take the martial arts championship again and immediately signaled to Emperor Qian. Emperor Qian scanned the crowd, wanting to pick another person to take action. But at this moment, Yi Shoujiang suddenly coughed. All the military generals present bowed their heads. They had all heard that Guan Yu was here today. For what purpose? This is the money the court owes to Wu Wei camp. It should have been given long ago. Therefore, no one stepped forward. Seeing that things had progressed to this point, Qin Ming stepped forward and cupped his hands to Sun Lianying. "Lord Sun, since no one is willing to fight, does that mean the Nanyang merchant team has won?" Sun Lianying's throat was dry. He hesitated for a long time, not daring to respond, while watching Emperor Qian's expression. Emperor Qian also remained silent. The atmosphere seemed to freeze here. Chun Shimao saw this and stepped forward. "Today is a joyous day. Why is everyone making the atmosphere so tense? This process has already ended. The Nanyang merchant team has won. Everyone, let us continue enjoying the feast." Chun Shimiao's abrupt transition was somewhat awkward, but given the current situation, it was the best way to ease tension. Emperor Qian certainly did not want to open his mouth to give Qin Ming 50,000 taels of silver. Concubine Xiao wouldn't either, so it was only Chun Shimao who could say it. With someone to wrap things up, all the officials of the court immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Kai winked at Qin Ming, signaling him to find him after the banquet to collect the 50,000 taels of silver. The Ministry of Revenue is the court's treasury. As long as the process is followed, Qin Ming can go anytime to collect the money from Qian Kai. Qin Ming smiled and slowly nodded at Qian Kai. After a banquet filled with various thoughts, it was finally deep into the night when Qin Ming took Guan Yu and left the palace. Before leaving, he called over the people from the Nanyang merchant team. Everyone, I also owe you a favor for giving me a spot this time. In the next 2 days when I leave, I will send a thank you gift of 10,000 taels to each of you. Qin Ming had no concept of money. Once this money reached his hands, it would be used to get things done. In the future, when Qin Ming goes to Lingnan, there will be many places where he needs to use the South Sea merchant fleet. Naturally, he must maintain a good relationship with them. One must give to receive. Your Highness, you are too polite. It's just giving you a quota, but you have given us a lot of face, which is a double blessing for us. How can we still ask you for money? All right, let us not decline anymore. I took the big share, and my brothers should also have some benefits. Qin Ming pushed him away and took Guan Yu onto the carriage. It was already late, and he planned to send someone to Qian Kai tomorrow to retrieve the items. Sitting in the carriage, Guan Yu was still feeling guilty for hurting Yi Shoujiang. Seeing her like this, Qin Ming quietly placed his hand on her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Guan Yu seemed to be lost in self-reproach and didn't react much. Qin Ming suddenly smiled and said, "You should be happy." "What should I be happy about?" Guan Yu looked up at Qin Ming in confusion. "You should be happy that after all this time, some old brothers still remember Uncle Guan. Did you know that I would win the duel this way after I went up?" Guan Yu was a clever girl. Her strength was not the strongest at the scene, and she didn't even rank in the top 10. She dared to come over purely because of the pride of the Guan family. But Qin Ming was not a member of the Guan family and had no pride. Even knowing that Guan Yu's strength was insufficient, he still brought her along. This only proves that he knew what might happen. Actually, when I saw General Yi attack you, my heart almost stopped. Guan Yu glared at him. "What would you do if I got killed?" "Fight him to the death and then die with you." "You're just bragging. A person like you would definitely find another beautiful girl. Who could be more beautiful than you?" While speaking, Guan Yu suddenly grabbed Qin Ming's wrist and bit down on it. Qin Ming winced in pain, but did not stop her. After a long while, Guan Yu finally looked up. "Next time, don't keep things from me." "Keep what from you?" "Keeping from me that you used the Guan family's connections." "I don't like that." Guan Yu was a very proud girl. If it weren't for the Wu Wei camp, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask Yi Shoujiang for help until now. Got it. While the two were bickering, the carriage had already arrived at the Guan residence. Chang Baishan poked his head in, took a glance, and, seeing nothing special, felt a bit disappointed, then said, "Your Highness, Miss Guan, we have arrived at the Guan residence. Should I escort you back?" Qin Ming held Guan Yu's hand and asked with a smile. Guan Yu hurriedly adjusted her clothes. "No." She lifted the carriage curtain, glanced at the sky, and with a bit of anxiety in her heart, quickly walked into the gate. It was her first time going out alone and returning so late. Just thinking about it made her heart race. "Let us go." Qin Ming didn't linger and spoke to Chang Baishan. "All right." The carriage slowly moved away. Guan Yu tiptoed and finally entered the interior of the Guan residence. Stepping into her small courtyard and confirming that no one had noticed, she quietly opened the door, lit a candle, and illuminated her small world. But the next second, she let out a sharp scream. "Mother, what are you doing here?" Chen Shi sat in the darkness, her expression calm and unreadable, waiting for an unknown amount of time. Watching Guan Yu return, she finally spoke slowly. "Did you go to see him?" Guan Yu lowered her head, feeling uneasy, not knowing how to respond. Chen Shi raised her voice slightly in frustration. "Why hasn't he proposed? Yet you keep clinging to him. Where do you want our Guan family's face to go?" Chapter 18. The court owes not a single coin less. Facing her mother's questioning, Guan Yu hesitated for a moment and silently took something out of her bosom. It was the military token from the Wu Wei camp. This was what he sent. Chen Shi recalled that when Qin Ming visited the Guan residence, he had given her a small box. She didn't expect it to be a military token. She stood up in surprise and asked, "How did the prince get this?" As a mere woman, she didn't know much about court matters and could only catch snippets of information. Since Qin Ming calmed the South Sea merchant fleet, only a few days had passed. Many news had not reached her ears yet. Guan Yu sat down and recounted Qin Ming's situation over the past few days to Chen Shi. After hearing about Qin Ming's actions, The expression on Qinshi's face was quite vivid. The original anger dissipated. What does His Highness mean now? You want me to go to Lingnan with him? And what do you mean? Guan Yu glanced at her mother without speaking. Qin recognized Qin Ming's abilities. But reality is not a fairy tale. One still has to be more grounded. Rebuilding the Wu Wei camp, 50,000 taels of silver. How could that be enough? He can do it. He definitely can. Under the candlelight, Guan Yu's eyes sparkled with a captivating light, her voice firm. Qinshi's heart sank, already understanding her meaning. Go to sleep. Qinshi pushed the door and left Guan Yu's room. Guan Yu's fingers intertwined under her robe, her face filled with entanglement. Her mother didn't nod. How could she leave home and go to Lingnan with him? The next morning, Qin Ming got up early as usual. After eating the heartfelt breakfast specially prepared by Xiao Chui, he went to the Ministry of Revenue. In the Ministry of Revenue, several officials on duty were already seated. Present today were Qian Kai, Deputy Minister Zhao Jinlin, Chao Zishu, and the head of affairs Fang Qingyuan. They were all capable individuals and had a deep friendship with Qin Ming. Everyone is still so busy, Qin Ming said with a smile as he approached, greeting them. Your Highness, Your Highness. When they saw Qin Ming coming, the few immediately stood up to greet him. No need to be so polite. I'm no longer a person of the court and will be leaving here soon. Everyone relax. That one do. Your Highness is still Your Highness. Qian Kai quickly shook his head. He also pulled Qin Ming to the main seat and recounted the recent problems and measures encountered by the Ministry of Revenue, wanting to hear Qin Ming's opinion. When Qin Ming was the crown prince, he also undertook the task of supervising the state and often discussed national policies with the officials of the 6 ministries. The Ministry of Revenue, being the second in rank among the 6 ministries, was the empire's treasury. Naturally, Qin Ming had to visit frequently. Over time, they also came to look up to Qin Ming. Not bad, not bad. Qin Ming smiled and praised after listening to Qian Kai's report. Zhao Jinlin, seeing that Qin Ming didn't respond at all, said with some melancholy, Your Highness, are you really going to Lingnan and no longer care about court affairs? Yes. I came today to request those 50,000 taels of silver from the Ministry of Revenue. How can this be? When will you return? Zhao Jinlin felt a lump in his throat and was about to shed tears. Qin Ming smiled and patted his shoulder without answering. Among the 4 key officials, Zhao Jinlin was the most sensitive at heart. It was also because of this trait that he wrote the most poignant poems. He even spent his own money to publish a collection of his works, but unfortunately, it didn't sell well. It was said he lost several years' salary. That year-end, he relied on Qin Ming's assistance to have a stable year. Seeing this, Qian Kai sighed slightly. Recently, there had been rumors in the court that Qin Ming's journey to Lingnan was merely a tactical retreat, and he actually wanted to stay in the court. But those who understood His Highness knew he would never engage in such bluster. I'll go get you the ticket. The court's expenditure of silver required the Ministry of Revenue to issue tickets to obtain it from the treasury. Although Qin Ming is a prince, he still has to follow their procedures. Soon, Qian Kai finished writing the documents, stamped them with the Ministry of Finance's seal, and handed them to Qin Ming. At this moment, Fang Qingyuan, who had been silent, suddenly grabbed him and said, Your Highness, please come with me. After speaking, he prepared to call Qin Ming outside with the account book. Next to them, Chao Zishu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Qian Kai's glare. As for Zhao Jinlin, ever since he learned that Qin Ming was really going to leave, he sat in his seat looking lost. He picked up his brush and wrote a poem filled with melancholy. Once outside, Qin Ming looked at Fang Qingyuan in confusion and asked, What is it? Fang Qingyuan glanced around to confirm no one was watching, then pointed to an entry in the account book. Your Highness, this is the Ministry of Finance's recent ledger. Look at this. The Ministry of Finance's account book is a state secret. Normally, it shouldn't be leaked outside except to relevant personnel. However, they had a deep friendship with Qin Ming. With some signs of unrest, even if it wasn't according to protocol, they wanted to inform Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked down, and his expression changed immediately. How could the Wu Wei camp's military pay be 3 months overdue? The ledger clearly stated the deficit of the Wu Wei camp. Qin Ming discovered that for a long time, the Wu Wei camp had only been provided grain, while the military pay had been delayed for various reasons. Fang Qingyuan gritted his teeth and said, It's been like this for a long time. When His Majesty promised you the Wu camp, I wanted to tell you, but I never had the chance. When I visited your residence, you didn't meet with anyone. Qin Ming recalled that ever since he returned to his residence to completely sever ties with the court, he had turned down many visits from officials who were on good terms with him. Over several days, he had refused quite a few people. If he hadn't come to the Ministry of Finance today, he wouldn't have known the Wu camp's hole was this deep. Fang Xingyuan looked around again and said to Qin Ming, "The military pay is a total of 75,000 taels of silver owed. You must not pay this." Of course. Qin Ming nodded. It took a lot of effort to gather 50,000 taels of silver, and now he had to use it all for military pay. What the court owed, let the court pay. I've learned about this matter. You should go back now. Don't let anyone find out you took the ledger out. It could lead to gossip. Your Highness, I'm not afraid of that. I'm just afraid something happens to you. Don't worry. I'll think of a comprehensive solution. Qin Ming reassured him. Fang Xingyuan had once secretly taken grain from the county's warehouse to provide disaster relief when he was a local official, but the court discovered it. After learning about this, Qin Ming personally contacted the Merchant Association to help cover it up. Since then, he had put aside past grievances and promoted him, eventually helping Fang Xingyuan become the head of the Ministry of Finance. This made Fang Xingyuan hold him in high esteem. Seeing Qin Ming preparing to seek funds from the court, Fang Xingyuan paused for a moment and suddenly said, "I actually have a way to help you get the overdue military pay." "What way?" Qin Ming looked at Fang Xingyuan curiously. As far as he knew, Fang Xingyuan was a very cautious person who rarely spoke. Especially in court struggles, he didn't participate at all, knowing his temperament and abilities. Qin Ming had intentionally kept him out of many court conflicts. He hadn't expected that today he would take the initiative to speak to him and even help him recover the overdue military pay. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xingyuan said softly, "This money isn't that the court won't pay. It's been embezzled." "What?" This news shocked Qin Ming. They dare to embezzle military pay? The officials of Qian are truly bold. Aren't they afraid of a military rebellion storming into the capital? Who embezzled it? Deputy Minister of War Zhao Jin, and also Xiao Pingshan from the Ministry of Rights. Fang Xingyuan's words made Qin Ming frown slightly. Zhao Jin was a recently promoted official who had been very low-key in the Ministry of War. As for Xiao Pingshan, Qin Ming was familiar with him. He was a younger brother of the concubine Xiao Shufei, whom Qin Ming had hit just yesterday. Fang Xingyuan continued, "They embezzled this silver to purchase war horses and weapons for the military camp in the capital. But the prices are much higher than usual." As the head of the Ministry of Finance, Fang Xingyuan could tell the price of anything with just a glance. With this clue, Qin Ming suddenly realized, it seems like another one of those who, like Zhao Shi, profit from the military camp's procurement by taking advantage of the price difference. "I understand now. You can go back. Your Highness, I can help you submit a memorial. We will definitely uncover the truth." Fang Xingyuan stood still at a distance from Qin Ming. "No need for you to do that. Just go back." Qin Ming turned around, waving his hand at him. Fang Xingyuan called out to him a few times, but seeing that Qin Ming ignored him, he finally sighed and returned to the Ministry of Finance. Qian Kai had been waiting at the door. When he saw Fang Xingyuan come back looking dejected, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you pass the message?" "I did, but the prince won't let me handle it." "If he lets you handle it, he wouldn't be the prince." Back at the Wang residence, Qin Ming calculated the time. His 3 guards had already gathered. The military rations and equipment had long been sent to Lingnan. In a few days, they would leave the capital. Before leaving, he still needed to take care of some matters. "Let's go, come with me." With that thought, he first found Chang Baishan and asked him to bring a group of guards to go out with him. Seeing this, Chang Baishan curiously asked, "Your Highness, are you going to propose to the Guan family?" He was very concerned about Qin Ming's romantic affairs. When Chang Baishan was Qin Ming's age, he was already a father of several children. "Not all. I'm going to the Wu camp. Should we call Miss Want to come with you? She can help speak on your behalf." After thinking about it, Chang Baishan also found this reasonable. Qin Ming had approved a note from the Ministry of Finance and taken a banknote from the National Treasury with money in hand. He naturally wanted to support the Wu camp. However, matters of the heart also needed to be properly advanced. Otherwise, when he gets older, he would have no offspring. And it would be a joke, right? When Qin Ming returned last night, he noticed that Chang Baishan lacked decorum and seemed a bit eager to see the excitement. He was in front of the carriage, peeking inside multiple times, hoping something would happen between Qin Ming and Guan Yu. Ignoring him, Qin Ming quickly arrived at the Wu camp. "Your Highness, you're here." Lu Chuang had received news yesterday that Qin Ming had secured 50,000 taels of silver from the court. He didn't expect that just after getting the money, he would come to the Wu camp today. This was clearly to resolve their urgent needs. So today, his attitude was very warm. "What about the other two generals? They prepared food and drinks and are just waiting for you to arrive." Compared to his last visit, Qin Ming was treated much better this time. Entering the tent, there were 7 or 8 dishes on the table, along with a basin of fine rice. This was specially prepared for Qin Ming by Chao Chuan and Wu Qingye. "Your Highness has arrived. Please try this. It's the signature dish from Xinyue restaurant, specially made for you." As soon as they saw Qin Ming, they quickly pulled him to sit down. Qin Ming was not polite and ate a lot of dishes and drank some wine. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Chuang finally spoke up. "Your Highness, I heard that you secured 50,000 taels of silver for the Wu camp from the court." "Yes, I did secure 50,000 taels." Qin Ming's words made the 3 of them brighten up, but then he immediately poured cold water on them. "But it's not for you." "What do you mean, Your Highness?" "The Wu camp is struggling to meet expenses right now. If you don't get this 50,000 taels, we might have to disperse in a few days." Lu Chuang and the others have put a lot of thought into today, even spending quite a bit of money on food and drinks, just try to ease relations with Qin Ming and take the opportunity to get the money. The court's money is no longer of concern to them. Not long ago, they begged and borrowed, spending quite a bit, yet found themselves with no recourse. No one paid them any attention, and the military pay has been delayed for a long time. Now that they finally have an opportunity, Qin Ming is unwilling to give them money. This makes the 3 extremely angry. "What are you here for if you won't give us money?" Could it be that after the last incident with Qin Ming, this guy came to take revenge on purpose? Seeing their anger, Qin Ming explained, "Gentlemen, this money is meant to support a group of craftsmen to supply the 3 guards and the Wu camp. I truly can't give it to you. Building an army requires more than just money and grain. Weapons and equipment are also needed. If I want weapons and equipment in Lingnan, I have to nurture a group of craftsmen myself. This 50,000 taels of silver is just the starting capital. Later, I can pawn some things from the Wang Fu to gather a bit more. If I use this money to fill the holes in the Wu camp, it would be a huge loss and would affect my establishment in Lingnan. What are we supposed to do then? If we really go to Lingnan, the brothers can't just eat the northwest wind. Just give us a little, so we can at least have an explanation for the brothers." Chao Chuan and Wu Qingye felt helpless. They knew that this 50,000 taels of silver was earned by Qin Ming through his own efforts. They had no legitimate reason to demand it from him. But since they had already followed Qin Ming, they had to take care of their brothers, at the very least. They couldn't let the Wu camp just fall apart like this. Qin Ming had long anticipated their reaction. Thus, he said, "Your military pay is still there. It's just been taken away by someone. I have a way to help you get it back." "Really?" Upon hearing this, hope immediately appeared on the faces of the 3. "Yes, but after I help you, I will have to keep 30%. Qin Ming smiled and stated his condition. Since he was nurturing an army, he needed to establish authority first, so they would listen to him. Otherwise, if they demanded whatever they wanted, they would raise a group of arrogant soldiers who would be of little use on the battlefield. 30%? You might as well rob it." Lu Chuang, having drunk a bit too much, lost his temper when he saw that Qin Ming was going to deduct that amount. Chapter 20. 3 strong men surround and beat up. Secretly take away. More than 70,000 taels of silver, even after deducting 30%, would still solve your urgent needs. So think about it. Facing Lu Chuang's angry glare, Qin Ming calmly advised, not minding the other's rudeness. Chao Chuan and Wu Qingye restrained Lu Chuang, pressing him back into his seat. Gao Juan, who was in charge of logistics, was more patient. He spoke up. "Your Highness, is there really a way to get that money back?" "Of course." Qin Ming nodded seriously. "All right, 30% it is." Unlike Lu Chuang and Wu Qingye, Chao Chuan managed logistics. He was well aware that the military camp was already on the verge of starvation. Qin Ming was their last chance. If he was willing to lend a hand, the camp would still have a glimmer of hope. "Okay, take your men and come with me." "Where to?" The 3 were taken aback. Qin Ming replied indifferently. "The capital military camp, to capture someone." Xiao Pingshan was the younger brother of Xiao Shufei, so his background was not to be mentioned. Zhao Jin had been promoted and surely had backing as well. It was unclear for whom he was working, but Qin Ming could confirm one thing. Zhao Jin could not possibly consume all that money by himself. Since they were involved with so many people behind the scenes, to avoid prolonged trouble, Qin Ming decided to take them both down first. Afterwards, they could conduct an investigation and deal with it swiftly. Wu Qingye hesitated a bit. He could charge to the front lines to kill enemies. But the forces in the court were intricately woven and involved many. Even they did not dare to act recklessly. Your Highness, with the Wu Wei camp in such a state, how can we dare to go to the capital military camp to capture someone? What if we offend the Ministry of War? Qin Ming interrupted him. Who are you serving now? Yours. Will I let you take the blame? No. Then what is there to discuss? Bring your men and come with me. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Yes. Soon, Lu Chuang, Wu Qingye, and Chao Chuan gathered hundreds of soldiers from the Wu Wei camp. Chang Baishan, waiting outside the camp, saw the scene and was somewhat curious. Your Highness, what are we going to do? We're going to handle some matters at the capital military camp. Come over. I have something to tell you. Chang Baishan leaned in to listen and immediately widened his eyes. Isn't this too much? This guy was beaten up so badly before that he couldn't even get out of bed. ISNT the Wu Wei camp in a tough spot? True. I'll go drag this son of a gun out. Chang Baishan nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and headed toward the capital. Under the cover of night, Qin Ming and his men split into two groups. Within half an hour, they approached the capital military camp. The place was brightly lit. Zhao Jin, who had just joined the Ministry of War, often stayed here to manage military affairs to show off. Your Highness. A few soldiers at the entrance of the military camp noticed Qin Ming arriving with a large group and immediately became alert, stepping forward to block his way. We're here to handle some matters. Let us through. Qin Ming smiled and approached, sounding very friendly. However, the aggressive generals behind him raised suspicion. Showing up at the military camp late at night definitely didn't look like a good thing. The soldiers quickly said, "What do you need to do? We'll go inside and report to confirm. There is no need for such trouble. I'm here in person, and you still don't trust me?" Qin Ming's words made them hesitate. This former prince's reputation in the court was well known. Lu Chuang, impatient and hot-tempered, stepped forward and pushed them aside. "Get out of the way. If you delay His Highness's important matters, you'll be the ones to answer for it." The soldiers awkwardly laughed and had no choice but to step aside. Qin Ming didn't want to fight them. If there was turmoil in the military camp, it could escalate tensions in the court. It was best to quietly bring Zhao Jin out. On the way, Qin Ming had also informed Lu Chuang and Chao Chuan about Zhao Jin's situation, which made Lu Chuang and the others furious. Once inside the military camp, they quickly found Zhao Jin's tent. "Zhao Jin, you bastard!" Lu Chuang was the first to rush in. Zhao Jin, awakening groggily from sleep, hadn't reacted yet when a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down. Bang! With one punch, blood spattered. Damn it! Zhao Jin sprang up like a carp, disregarding the blood on his face, ready to fight back. Still dare to resist? Chao Chuan and Wu Qingye had already heard the commotion inside. The two, eager for action, rushed in from outside to join the fray. Zhao Jin had no power to resist and was pinned down and beaten. The three finally vented their anger today. What is going on? The patrolling soldiers quickly noticed the dull thuds coming from Zhao Jin's tent. This was the sound of Zhao Jin being silenced and beaten. Qin Ming stood at the door and calmly said, "They're discussing military affairs inside. It's confidential. You all go about your business. If you hear anything you shouldn't, you'll be in trouble." Hearing this, the patrolling soldiers immediately shrank their necks, not daring to say anything further, and turned to leave. Soon, Lu Chuang and the others emerged carrying a sack. Seeing that the sack made no sound, Qin Ming frowned and scolded. "You three were too rough. He is not dead, is he? Rest assured, Your Highness, he just fainted. He is not dead yet." "That is good." Just like that, a group swaggered out of the capital military camp. When leaving, a few guards at the entrance greeted Qin Ming, not noticing any abnormalities. Back at the Wu Wei camp, Qin Ming ordered someone to take Zhao Jin down for questioning. At this moment, Chang Baishan also returned with Xiao Pingshan, who had been captured from a mansion in the capital. "Your Highness, it's quite a commotion. I estimate it can't be hidden tomorrow." Qin Ming noticed that Chang Baishan had bruises on his face upon returning, suggesting he had gone through a fierce battle. Time is tight. Go and interrogate together with Chao Chuan overnight. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming slowly turned his gaze toward the direction of the capital. Tomorrow, a huge storm is likely to erupt in the capital. Today, when Chang Baishan mentioned calling Guan Yu over, Qin Ming refused, which actually had another layer of meaning. He was concerned that what he had done might cause a stir in the capital. Qin Ming did not want to involve the Guan family or include Fang Qingyuan and the others. He planned to handle this matter himself with his subordinates. As long as the testimonies were complete by tomorrow and the people were handed over to the Ministry of Justice, there would be no danger. With this thought, Qin Ming closed his eyes in the tent to rest and ponder the strategies for tomorrow. However, at this time, he was unaware that the turmoil in the capital was coming faster than he imagined. After Xiao Pingshan was taken away, a group quickly arrived at Fengyi Palace and found Wang Bao, the personal eunuch of concubine Xiao. Lord Wang, it's bad. The king has captured Lord Xiao. Chapter 21. Concubine Xiao knocks on the door, but is not let in. Wang Bao, startled, jumped out of bed. When did this happen? Just now. Not good. You all go to the city defense camp and find Xiao Xingyang. Make sure he brings the person back. After thinking for a moment, Wang Bao felt it was still not safe. He added also, arrange for a few more people to get a note from Deputy Minister of War Huang Yozhong to hand over to Xiao Xingyang. After instructing them to leave, Wang Bao hurried toward Fengyi Palace. Your Majesty, something big has happened. Wang Bao quickly reported the situation. Concubine Xiao, not bothering to listen to the whole report, immediately had her maid help her get dressed. This madman, what does he want to do? I will personally go and demand the person back. Have Xiao Zhenyang bring people over. Yes. Wang Bao, who had followed concubine Xiao for many years, had already guessed she would act this way, which is why he had prepared in advance. Before leaving, concubine Xiao instructed Wang Bao in the palace. You go find son Lianying now and let him inform his majesty. Yes. At dawn, just as the fish belly white appeared in the sky, concubine Xiao arrived outside the Wuwei camp. This is the order from the Ministry of War. Everyone stand aside. Concubine Xiao shouted fiercely at the soldiers guarding the military camp. At this moment, Qin Ming, who had been waiting, slowly walked out of the camp. Concubine Xiao is quite eager today. It's not even fully bright yet, and she is here visiting my military camp? King, I don't want to discuss anything else. Release Xiao Pingshan. Concubine Xiao's tone was urgent. She knew Qin Ming would definitely seek revenge on her, but did not expect him to cling to Xiao Pingshan. Beating him was not enough. He actually wanted to capture him for interrogation. Xiao Pingshan and Zhao Jin owe over 70,000 taels of silver to the Wuwei camp. How can I release him without getting the money back? Qin Ming was not afraid of concubine Xiao. This woman had done many despicable things over the years. Today was her retribution. Do you have a search warrant? By what right do you arrest someone? Concubine Xiao reprimanded, holding the military order in her hand. Gao Zhenjiang, who was eager to show off, could no longer contain himself and shouted to the soldiers beside him, push them back. Let the lady in. Let us see who dares. Qin Ming shouted loudly, blocking the entrance to the camp. At this moment, Lu Chuang quickly walked out of the camp with a group of people. Your Highness, do you intend to defy the imperial order? Xiao Xingyang threatened in a low voice, his face filled with anger. It was evident that Qin Ming's refusal to give him this opportunity to make a contribution had angered Xiao Xingyang. Whose order was it from the court? You think you can just take someone from me with a military order from the Ministry of War? The Ministry of War is overstepping its bounds. Let us not forget that the over 70,000 taels of silver that went missing came from the hands of the Ministry of War. Qin Ming's words made both concubine Xiao and Xiao Xingyang's hearts sink. Not giving them a chance to speak, Qin Ming continued. I have reason to suspect that there are corrupt officials within the Ministry of War. Since they are already colluding together, that military order is naturally useless here. Lu Chuang listened to Qin Ming and secretly admired his cunning. He felt that with Qin Ming standing here, they would not escalate matters today. With this thought, Lu Chuang had a bit more respect for Qin Ming. After all, he was the crown prince. Compared to Lu Chuang, Xiao Zhenyang, who had followed concubine Xiao here, was extremely anxious. Your Highness, you are disregarding the law. If this matter reaches His Majesty, You will definitely be punished. If you stop now, there is still room for redemption." Hearing his foolish remarks, Qin Ming did not even lift his eyelids. At this point, he still naively expected him to surrender. Concubine Xiao, a mere woman, truly had no vision. The useless people around her revealed their true colors with just a few words. Is the king really going to escalate this to his majesty? Concubine Xiao looked coldly at Qin Ming. No matter what happened with Emperor Qian, she was confident of victory. "Let me correct you. I am not causing trouble. There are others who are truly causing trouble." Qin Ming looked meaningfully at Concubine Xiao. The color of her face changed between green and red, and she coldly snorted, "Don't let me find out you are using torture. Rest assured, they will confess with smiles," Qin Ming said lightly. At this moment, Chang Baishan had come out, holding a long feather, presumably from some kind of bird. This was the special interrogation method Qin Ming taught him, scratching the soles of the feet. In less than half an hour, they had already extracted all the information. "Your Highness, we have got the information. All the money has been converted into banknotes, and most of it has not yet been transferred at the Shangjing Bank in the capital. 3 months is actually not enough time for them to transfer such a large sum of silver." Qin Ming felt relieved in his heart. It seemed that this matter had already come to a conclusion. The only obstruction left was the muddled Emperor Qian. The sky had brightened significantly, and just as they were at a standstill, a figure suddenly rode in on a swift horse from afar. It was Sun Lianying. "Your Highness, His Majesty wants you to attend court." "Eunuch Sun, does His Majesty know about the situation here?" Concubine Xiao's face immediately showed a look of surprise when she saw Sun Lianying, and she hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Sun Lianying nodded. "His Majesty knew about what happened last night, which is why he asked you to attend court." "Good." Concubine Xiao turned her head, her tone filled with resentment. "Since Your Highness is so confident, why not come to court with me and bring Pingshan and Zhao Jin along? Are you afraid of me?" There was nothing more to say between Qin Ming and Concubine Xiao. "I will be waiting for you in the court. His Majesty will surely give a fair decision." Concubine Xiao emphasized the word fair. Qin Ming smiled and said nothing. Sun Lianying gave him a deep look and then rode away. Behind him, Lu Chuang asked with some concern, "Your Highness, will there be trouble when you attend court today?" He knew that Emperor Qian had long disliked Qin Ming. Today, after making such a big scene, it would definitely make Emperor Qian unhappy. "Trouble? It's not me or the Wu Wei camp that owes money. Who can touch me? At worst, I'll just argue with the old man again." Lu Chuang did not know what Lao Deng meant, but looking at Qin Ming's expression, he knew it was not good. "Let's go." Qin Ming flicked his embroidered robe and, along with Chang Baishan, boarded the carriage to the capital. Inside the imperial city, hundreds of officials stood in the hall, whispering and discussing. The capital was neither too big nor too small. Such heavy news could spread overnight. After one night, they already knew what Qin Ming had done last night. Every official felt a shock in their hearts. Without needing to think much, today was bound to be eventful. They estimated that the emperor was about to throw something. "The king of Qin is here," someone in the crowd whispered. The previously noisy hall suddenly fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Everyone turned to look outside. They saw Qin Ming walking into the Golden Lawn Hall, unafraid and with the wind at his feet. Chapter 22. Dare to shield. I'll spray even the emperor. Qin Ming's appearance made many people's hearts race, especially Fong Qingyuan, who had informed him of the news earlier, was now gripping his sleeves tightly, his face filled with worry. If he had known that the current prince was so reckless, he would have handled this matter himself. At least it wouldn't have escalated to this extent. "Greetings, Your Highness." Suddenly, an official from the back called out. Everyone shifted their gaze from Qin Ming. They immediately saw the haggard Xiao Shufei, wearing light makeup, enter the Golden Lawn Hall with Wang Bao. "Why is Concubine Xiao here?" Some officials began to discuss. Last night, it was Xiao Pingshan who was arrested. She must have informed the emperor, and today he summoned her to court. Xiao Shufei had a bad reputation in the court, and now she was brazenly attending court. Many officials felt dissatisfied, thinking it violated the rule that the imperial harem should not interfere in politics. But there was nothing they could do. Xiao Shufei's influence in the court was nearly overwhelming. Even if they were unhappy without Qin Ming leading, no one dared to speak up. The emperor has arrived. After Xiao Shufei took her place in the advisory position, Sun Lianying standing in the Golden Lawn Hall, spoke loudly as Emperor Qian strode in with a group of eunuchs. As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Ming standing at the front of the officials. His already unappealing expression collapsed further. Qin Ming, however, showed no reaction, quietly standing there, neither sad nor happy. Long live the emperor! As the court session began, Emperor Qian impatiently waved his hand for silence. Without any preamble, he directly shouted at Qin Ming, "Qin Ming, do you want to rebel?" "Father, I don't understand what you mean. Have I done something wrong again?" Qin Ming replied lightly, but with a sharp tone. When has a blatant money grabber become so arrogant? If Emperor Qian dared to speak for Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan today, Qin Ming wouldn't mind directly confronting him in the court. He was about to head to Lingnan. He feared no one. Emperor Qian sensed something was off about Qin Ming today. He didn't know why, but it seemed that ever since Qin Ming stepped down from the crown prince position, his personality had changed. On what grounds do you arrest people? Emperor Qian, worried about the court's influence, took a deep breath and forced down his anger to question Qin Ming. "Father, instead of asking me, why not ask them on what grounds they are greedy?" Qin Ming countered. Chun Shimao below was taken aback and quickly looked at Qian Kai. What evidence does the prince have today? How could he be so bold? Meeting Chun Shimao's gaze, Qian Kai was also shocked, his mouth twitching slightly, unable to understand the current situation. Seeing his reaction, Chun Shimao trembled, his vision darkening. Is the prince going all out? Enough. Are you questioning me? Or am I questioning you? Bang! Emperor Qian slammed the table in front of him angrily. He stared furiously at Qin Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Shufei added fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, Qin Ming has no search warrant and even lacks solid evidence, yet he forcibly arrests people and coerces confessions. This is simply undermining the court's laws and disregarding imperial edicts. He must be severely punished. Emperor Qian strongly agreed with Xiao Shufei's words. Just as he was about to say something, Chun Shimao stepped forward immediately. Your Majesty, this matter is about official corruption, although the prince's handling steps are problematic. Since the investigation is clear, I believe this should not be considered a fault. Liu Yunbo, the right minister of war, sneered and stood up, saying, what the prime minister said is indeed biased. Who says Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan are corrupt officials? Left Minister Huang Yozhong also stepped forward, saying, even if corruption has occurred, this case should be investigated by the Ministry of War in conjunction with the Criminal Ministry and the Dali Temple. What the prince is doing is indeed disregarding the law and employing extremely inappropriate methods. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, carefully evaluating them. The treacherous officials had revealed themselves. Huang Yozhong was one, and Liu Yunbo was another. Qin Ming's words caused a stir among the officials. Many began to point fingers at them. Your Highness, do not slander. Liu Yunbo and Huang Yozhong were startled. This kid is like a mad dog, biting whoever he catches. In fact, Qin Ming was right. Zhao Jin had no backing, and no one would believe it if he spoke out. The Ministry of War was already in cahoots with Xiao Shufei. Even the military pay that had been delayed for 3 months was secretly taken away by people from the Ministry of War. These two came out to slander Qin Ming, undoubtedly under Xiao Shufei's instructions. Unfortunately, these two were too eager. Their performance was too exaggerated, and Qin Ming directly exposed them. Enough. You keep saying they are corrupt officials. Do you have any evidence? Emperor Qian coldly spoke to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded. I obtained some testimonies during my interrogation last night, including the locations where they hid the banknotes. Ridiculous. Xiao Shufei immediately interrupted him. Is coerced confession considered evidence? Your Majesty, last night the King of Qin arranged for guards to directly break into Xiao Pingshan's residence and forcibly abduct him. With someone like him, once he is taken to the Wuwei camp, it is possible to use even harsher methods to coerce confessions. Xiao Shufei's words made Emperor Qian nod slowly. Compared to Qin Ming, he trusted his bedside partner more. Chao Zishu, the Minister of Revenue, felt displeased seeing Xiao Shufei and the Ministry of War attacking Qin Ming together. He snorted coldly and stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, the lady's arguments are untenable. The prince has already said that he can find the location of the stolen money. Whether it is coerced confession or not can be determined by investigation. Xiao Shufei had long been prepared. Seeing Chao Zishu take the initiative to mention the stolen money. She sneered. That was money that Xiao Pingshan obtained from the Xiao family, stored in an external money house. When did it become stolen money? Just this morning, when arguing with Qin Ming in front of the Wu camp. Xiao Shufei had arranged for Wang Bao to handle the stolen money. Although she had taken some risks, she had spent a lot of effort to launder the stolen money, with the Xiao family stepping in to take over. That sum of money from the Wu camp had now vanished. No matter how they investigated, they wouldn't be able to find anything on Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan. As for the follow-up, Xiao Shufei would continue to arrange it. After all, Qin Ming's clues had already been severed. What he said could not hold up. Emperor Qin coldly snorted, his face showing a look of disgust. Qin Ming, what else do you have to say? Can't you be more stable like the ninth prince and make things easier for me? Qin Ming sighed slightly. Xiao Shufei was pretty quick, but fortunately, he still had a trump card. Father, I have arranged for people from the Wu camp to investigate. If some corrupt officials have not handled the money properly, there will inevitably be traces left behind. We can wait and see. Before Qin Ming arrived, he had already arranged for Lu Chuang to go to the money shop. The Qian emperor sneered. Wasn't Xiao Shufei's explanation clear enough? At this point, you still want to delay time and look for some illusory evidence to argue your case. Why should I argue? Faced with the Qian emperor, who couldn't tell right from wrong, Qin Ming steeled himself, ready to curse. Chapter 23. They must die, I say so. But the Qian emperor was even harsher. Before Qin Ming could speak, he immediately ordered someone take the Prince of Qin down first. Send him to the Ministry of Justice for trial. Zhang Ming, who had long been waiting outside with the palace guards, rushed in eagerly. He had previously suffered losses at Qin Ming's hands. Now was the perfect time for revenge, especially since it was the Qian emperor who had spoken. Today, he must make this former crown prince suffer. Your Highness, come with me. He grinned, approaching Qin Ming. The officials frowned. The Qian emperor's decision was obviously driven by strong personal emotions. Qin Ming had actively confronted the Qian emperor several times before, and the gap between father and son was growing deeper. If Qin Ming were sent to the Ministry of Justice under Xiao Shufei's arrangement today, he might not even come out of there alive. Qin Ming watched their movements and laughed. Since the Qian emperor was so unreasonable, he would make a bigger scene. He knew the Ministry of Revenue's ledgers, which contained detailed records of income and expenditures. With these, even if the money shop couldn't find anything, he could still cause a ruckus in the Golden Lawn Hall. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Qingyan, who had been gripping his sleeve, suddenly stepped in front of Zhang Ming. Wait, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. The Qian emperor was displeased by this interruption. Fang Qingyuan, whatever it is, wait until we've dealt with the Prince of Qin. Your Majesty, this matter is related to the case being investigated with the Prince of Qin. Old Fang, you're being foolish. Qin Ming felt a heavy heart, but was also somewhat moved. He didn't expect Fang Qingyuan to stand up in the end. He had never intended to involve Fang Qingyuan. Even if they went to the Ministry of Revenue to check the accounts, no matter how unreasonable it was, Qin Ming would bear alone. But Fang Qingyuan had long known everything, and even after verifying the ledgers, he had concrete evidence. He chose to stand up to resolve this matter, just as he had told Qin Ming before. It was the quickest way. However, by doing so, the Qin Ming who left the court would no longer be able to protect him. Fang Qingyuan might very well be unable to survive in the court. Qin Ming silently remembered Fang Qingyuan's actions today and vowed to repay him later. Fang Qingyuan turned around, looked at Qin Ming, shook his head, and smiled apologetically. The Qian emperor was going crazy. How could it go on endlessly like this, one after another? What do you want to say? Your Majesty, the corruption case being investigated by His Highness does indeed exist. Here are the ledgers I reviewed. Many silver coins have disappeared into the hands of Zhao Shi and Xiao Pingshan. Also, the recent tax entries from that money shop show traces. The Ministry of War's recent accounts have also been vague in several places, all related to the Wu camp. Fang Qingyuan was very thorough in his work, recounting everything without missing a detail. In the distance, Xiao Shufei's eyes were almost spitting fire. She couldn't understand why Fang Qingyuan, who had always been lukewarm, suddenly acted like a madman today, standing up to accuse Xiao Pingshan and Zhao Jin. What does this have to do with Fang Qingyuan? That scoundrel. The Qian emperor's expression was even worse than hers. Just then, After Fong Qingyuan finished recounting, Qin Ming stepped forward. Father, your earlier decision to send me to the Ministry of Justice seems a bit biased, doesn't it? A sharp confrontation. Since Qin Ming had the upper hand, the Qian Emperor had to admit his mistake. No matter if he was the supreme ruler or held all the power, Qin Ming would not let him off the hook. The Qian Emperor stared at Qin Ming intently. This kid was truly insane. In front of so many people, he actually wanted to undermine his authority. Qin Ming didn't care about that and continued. Father, my urgent investigation was to prevent someone from sabotaging it. Now it seems I was right. If it weren't for Lord Fong's help today, I would not only have been slandered, but also coerced into confessing. Even so, do you still think I did something wrong? Qin Ming had died a frustrated death in his past life because people kept seizing his achievements. Coming to this dynasty, his contributions could not be erased by anyone, not even the emperor. If there was a mistake, it must be acknowledged. Father, the Wu camp has been owed military pay for 3 months. This matter occurred before you handed the military camp over to me. And now that the money has been found, can it be returned to me? Zhao Pingshan and Zhao Jin have committed massive corruption. Can they be held accountable? Can those who cover up this case be further investigated? Qin Ming's voice echoed in the Golden Lawn Hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard at the scene. This moment shocked everyone present. Chen Shimao clenched his fists, secretly cheering. If His Highness had acted like this earlier, would he have been forced to the south? Facing Qin Ming's questioning, the Qian Emperor remained silent, just sitting there in silence. Xiao Shufei was a mess of emotions, thinking of countless ways to deal with this. But they were all rejected one by one. The ministers' hearts were already stirred up in a storm. To force the Qian Emperor and Xiao Shufei to this extent, the Crown Prince truly deserves his title. Seeing them silent, Qin Ming bowed. Since this matter has reached a conclusion, I will no longer disrupt today's court session. After returning, I will handle Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan according to the laws of the Qian. I will also go to the money shop to retrieve the military pay belonging to the Wu camp. The last sentence was directed at Xiao Shufei. After enduring so much humiliation from her over the years, it was time for her to pay the price. Xiao Shufei was truly panicked, looking pale at the Qian Emperor, her face filled with a pleading expression. Xiao Pingshan was her only brother, the sole descendant of the Xiao family, and he had yet to leave any offspring. He couldn't die. Turning around, Qin Ming finished what he wanted to say and prepared to leave. The Qian Emperor's lips trembled and suddenly called out to him. Wait, what else is there? This case has not yet reached a complete conclusion. Do not act against them yet. When he said this, even the Qian Emperor lacked confidence. The minister's gazes were like sharp swords, piercing his heart, making him feel like a deflated balloon. This case, with the evidence provided by Fong Qingyuan and Qin Ming, was completely sufficient. At this point, he still refused to admit it. One could only say that the Qian Emperor indeed favored his consort. In the court, was there really no fairness? Chen Shimao felt frustrated, and the look in his eyes towards the Qian Emperor was full of unwillingness and disappointment. Fong Qingyuan stared blankly, disbelief written all over his face. He had prepared for a long time for today. Yet, the Qian Emperor had this kind of attitude. He was also very disappointed. The officials from the 6 ministries were equally disappointed. Seeing the Qian Emperor act like this, their sense of justice and fairness had begun to collapse. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the Golden Lawn Hall. Father, why is there no conclusion? They both must die. This is an explanation from me and the Wu camp. If you think this matter has no conclusion, or if you find any evidence that proves I wrongfully killed them, feel free to take my head at any time. After the words fell, Qin Ming turned and left. Xiao Shufei's face was pale, as she couldn't care about losing her composure, quickly shouting, Your Majesty, the Prince of Qin is defying your orders. Please issue a decree to punish him. I'm waiting, but please consider how you will punish me. Although Qin Ming had already walked out of the main hall, his voice traveled far, resonant and fearless. Chapter 24. The streets of heaven are paved with the bones of officials. 10 years of study cannot compare to a knife. After leaving the palace, Qin Ming said to Chang Baishan, who was waiting outside, Come with me to the military camp to fetch someone. Fetch someone? Where to? Chang Baishan was filled with confusion. Today, His Majesty surprisingly did not argue with the prince and released him so quickly. Something feels off. At this moment, he still did not know what had just happened in the court. However, all the officials in the court were aware that a storm was about to erupt in the capital. How dare someone kill the younger brother of concubine Xiao, along with a high-ranking official from the Ministry of War? Before leaving, Qin Ming was determined to stage a grand act of revenge. At Kaishikou, beheading has always been an old tradition in the Great Qian dynasty. The common people of this era had little in the way of entertainment, and with the national emphasis on martial prowess, they were quite interested in such executions. Many death row inmates from the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple would often be executed here for the public to see, which also served to enhance the people's respect for the laws of the Great Qian. Your Highness, is this really necessary? Upon hearing the name, Kaishikou, Chang Baishan was taken aback. He understood all too well what this place was for. In his free time, Chang Baishan often went to watch the executions. Necessary? Qin Ming smiled. Do you think these people shouldn't be killed? Of course they should be. Then let's go. Yes. Soon, Qin Ming brought his men to Wuwei camp. After Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan were brought out, they exchanged glances and suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Zhao Jin venomously said to Qin Ming, Your Highness, I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, if this matter reaches the court, it won't be easy to handle. Xiao Pingshan was even more arrogant. Qin Ming, if you have the ability, kill me. What sort of ability is it to bully me? Why don't you go to court and show your strength to His Majesty and my sister? The two had been detained since last night and were unaware of what was happening outside. Lu Chuang and Chao Chuan rushed over to inquire about the situation. Lu Chuang said, Your Highness, what is the court saying? You don't need to worry about court matters. Have you completed what I instructed? Qin Ming chose the hot-tempered Lu Chuang to go to the money house for verification. Lu Chuang scratched his head and said, There's no evidence. They insist this is the Xiao family's money. You need to go now and get the money back. Qin Ming shot him a glare, realizing Lu Chuang seemed a bit brawny but simple-minded. He could handle killing and arson, but when it came to reasoning with the money house people, he wouldn't stand chance. If it were Chao Chuan or Wu Qingye who went at the very least, they would have been able to control the money first. Oh, then I'll go again. Don't go. Let Chao Chuan go instead. Yes, Your Highness. Chao Chuan nodded and headed towards the capital with his men. Wu Qingye frowned and said, Your Highness, what did His Majesty say? The talks broke down. I said I would deal with the two of them. Wu Qingye and Lu Chuang stiffened. Damn it, let us just kill them first. Lu Chuang had just been reprimanded by Qin Ming. Feeling ashamed of his inefficiency, he was eager to prove himself. Let us kill them first. Wu Qingye gave Qin Ming a deep look, already guessing a lot. Your Highness, once you take this step, you won't be able to turn back with the court. Qin Ming grinned as if he had heard the funniest joke of the day. The court? Turn back? Once I left the regent position, I never thought about returning to the court again. Wu Qingye was left speechless. Lu Chuang, behind him, cracked his knuckles, saying, Let us go for it. The three of them conferred and decided to send Chang Baishan to arrange things at the execution site. Wu Qingye and Lu Chuang, along with soldiers, escorted Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan into the capital. Along the way, Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan shouted loudly. The closer they got to the capital, the more confident they became. Qin Ming, you're just a dog kicked out of the house. Qin Ming, I tell you, once I get to Lingnan, I could easily take you down with one hand. Are you brave enough to go to court with me? Zhao Jin, who'd been beaten yesterday, was injured and spoke softly, but Xiao Pingshan, filled with hatred for Qin Ming, kept shouting in the prisoner cart. Qin Ming quietly listened to his dying words, realizing they were the same few lines repeated. Growing impatient, he said, Let me tell you a secret. I just returned from the court, and today I'm here to kill you. Xiao Pingshan was taken aback. Zhao Jin, leaning against the prisoner cart, also felt a chill. Considering the timing and looking at Qin Ming's demeanor, it seemed he was serious. Qin Ming continued, Go to court with you? What's the point? I've already been there and come back. Call your sister here. Let her try me. I can give you half an hour. In just a few words. Qin Ming shattered Xiao Pingshan's psychological defenses. Qin Ming, you can't kill me. I can give you money, even double what you want. Don't kill me. The Xiao family has no heirs left. If you kill me, my sister will definitely seek revenge on you. Xiao Pingshan wailed all the way. Compared to him, Zhao Jin just looked pale, keeping his head down and lost in thought. Soon, Qin Ming entered the capital. The common people saw the prisoner cart heading to Kaishiko and followed closely. However, 3 streets away from the bustling market, Qin Ming's procession was stopped. The person who came was Gu Hongyang, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. He brought along the Dali Temple's director Lu Taisheng, Zheng Fengxiao, and a group of officials standing in the street. Your Highness, the Dali Temple is here to take over this case. Please stop. It was clear this was at the behest of Emperor Qian. Qin Ming glanced around and smirked. Lu Chuang, what if someone tries to obstruct the execution? Damn it. Lu Chuang jumped off his horse in one swift move. Grabbing a few Dali Temple officials, he tossed them into the crowd of onlookers. In just a few moments, a path was cleared. Qin Ming shook his head, thinking that civil officials were truly useless. Lu Chuang remounted his horse, ignoring the moaning officials on the ground, and continued leading Qin Ming forward. On the next street, a group of officials from the Censorate and the Ministry of Justice approached with grim expressions. Your Highness, Lu Chuang. Qin Ming did not waste any words with them. Yes. Soon, the streets were filled with officials lying on the ground in agony. The common people were buzzing with discussions, eager to know what was happening. Continuing forward on the last street leading to Kaishiko, Chen Shimao stood there with a smile. Your Highness, teacher, are you going to stop me too? Chen Shimao had taught Qin Ming for many years, so it was only natural for him to address him as such. Looking at the heavily armored troops ready for battle behind Qin Ming, Chen Shimao slowly said, His Majesty sent me to stop you. What do you mean? Do you remember the first lesson I taught you, Your Highness? Chen Shimao suddenly brought up an unrelated matter. Qin Ming recalled that it was over a decade ago when he first met Chen Shimao as a child. Qin Ming fell into memories. You said back then that the principles of justice in this world are not found in books, but in the hearts of scholars. Shaking his head, Qin Ming sighed. But teacher, I feel that 10 years of study is no match for a blade. Chapter 25. The Crown Prince's Change. What does it have to do with me? No matter how many books you read or how perfect the order you establish is, without the defense of hard power, it's all in vain. This was the alternative path Qin Ming chose after years of study. A path where he would no longer be bullied by anyone. Looking at the shining armor of the soldiers of Wu Wei camp behind him in the sunlight, Chen Shimao was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He had taught Qin Ming to use scholarship to protect justice, but Qin Ming taught him to use force to break all injustices in the world. Your Highness has grown up. Chen Shimao felt gratified. Please go ahead. Turning around to enter the crowd, Chen Shimao made way for Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded and, as he passed, whispered to Chen Shimao, Teacher, Fang Qingyuan is a good talent. Please help me look after him. Rest assured. The procession continued. Qin Ming entered Kaishiko. Chang Baishan, holding a long spear, was surrounded by Zhang Ming and a group of palace guards. On Chang Baishan's side, there were only about 100 people, but the palace guards numbered nearly 1,000. You can't get in today. Xiao Shufei angrily rushed out from the crowd behind. She had already made up her mind. As long as she was in the capital for a day, no one could judge her younger brother. Qin Ming shook his head. To be honest, he felt disappointed to see Xiao Shufei come. Where's father? Is he too afraid to stop me in front of all the people? At this moment, the Qian emperor felt guilty. He didn't even dare to appear and had only arranged so many officials to block him. When they reached the vegetable market, only Xiao Shufei was there with palace guards. Is this the emperor who rules the Qian? Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. How could you waste time coming here personally because of a madman like you? Xiao Shufei reprimanded loudly, trying to display a motherly authority, but in her current state, she resembled a shrew more than anything. A trace of contempt appeared at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth. From the moment the Qian emperor didn't dare to come. Today's trial was already unimpeded. Xiao Shufei was not qualified to stop him. Swish! Qin Ming drew the sword from his waist. Lu Chuang drew his long spear from behind, and Wu Qingye jumped off his warhorse to follow. They ignored Xiao Shufei and approached Zhang Ming. Guess if my top experts can kill you today? Your Highness, I was ordered to come. You can't attack me. Zhang Ming's voice trembled, and the arrogant posture he had when surrounding Chang Baishan had long since retracted. Everyone was just trying to make a living, but Qin Ming was different. He truly wanted Zhang Ming's life. Seeing him so blusterous yet weak, Qin Ming slowly said, "The ones who said they were ordered to come are lying on the 3 streets behind me. Lu Chuang, take him down." "Yes." Lu Chuang seized the executioner's knife and moved forward. Soldiers surged forward from all around. Qin Ming stepped forward and shouted, "Let me see who dares to move." Wu Qingye led the soldiers of the Wu camp to rush in, clearly blocking the soldiers. Lu Chuang was a general who had fought in over 100 battles, while Zhang Ming was a flower in a greenhouse, guarding the palace for years. The difference between them was evident. After a few exchanges, Lu Chuang was struck in the chest by the butt end of the spear. He spat out blood and knelt on the ground, face contorted in pain. "Get out of the way." The headless palace guards were forcefully pushed aside by Qin Ming, with Xiao Jin and Xiao Pingshan, whose mouths were gagged. Qin Ming entered the execution ground in the bustling market. Earlier, because Xiao Pingshan had no backbone and kept shouting and crying, Qin Ming had stuffed his mouth. At the moment of execution, he pulled out the rag. "Sister, save me." As soon as he had the chance, Xiao Pingshan yelled loudly. Xiao Shufei kept pushing the palace guards. "Hurry up, do it." But the palace guards were also human. Their leader, Zhang Ming, had almost been stabbed to death in front of them. Everyone understood that Qin Ming was truly capable of murder. With the general from the Wu camp and the prince's personal guards led by Chang Baishan stationed, no one dared to move. Xiao Shufei, furious, rushed forward, trying to block Qin Ming, but Chang Baishan sidestepped to block her. "Your Highness, please do not delay the execution." Xiao Shufei was not disheartened and angrily threatened Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, if you dare to kill, I will make you have a bad death." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression turned strange. They were indeed siblings. Even their threats sounded similar. Unfortunately, he was not easily intimidated. Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan, as high-ranking officials, embezzled funds, pocketed money, and misappropriated military salaries. "Today, I will eliminate harm for the people and give the citizens an explanation." "Execute." "Yes." Lu Chuang snatched the executioner's knife and stepped forward, swiftly causing 2 heads to roll. The common people did not know the specifics, but guessed that this was the fall of a great corrupt official. Seeing someone die, they immediately applauded. Xiao Shufei stared in disbelief, her teeth bleeding from biting them, and rushed into the crowd with bloodshot eyes. "Qin Ming, I will kill you." "Kill me? Keep talking, and I'll chop you down too." Qin Ming coldly stared at Xiao Shufei. Their enmity had long been sown, and over the years, it had accumulated significantly. He didn't mind adding some new grudges before leaving. In the distance, a person accompanied by palace guards entered the execution ground. It was Sun Lianying, the chief eunuch under the Qian emperor. He seemed to have been hiding in the shadows, acting as the Qian emperor's eyes and ears, watching everything unfold. Seeing that Qin Ming had indeed killed 2 people, he finally stepped forward. "Your Highness, you shouldn't do this. The people are already dead. Any punishment or retaliation can come directly now." Qin Ming replied with a cold smile, his usual kindness gone from his face. Sun Lianying shook his head. "The emperor has no punishment for you. However, I have some news that I can share with you." Qin Ming frowned slightly. This old eunuch didn't know what he was up to, but what he said should represent the Qian emperor's attitude. It was like passing a message from his cheap father. Qin Ming shrugged. By this point, he was no longer afraid. "You may speak." Sun Lianying looked deeply at Qin Ming. "The emperor has decided to establish Jin Wang Qinyu as the crown prince. You can rest assured and go to Lingnan." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chang Baishan, Lu Chuang, and Wu Qingye all exclaimed in shock. The Qin emperor was truly ruthless. Anyone who heard this would feel a chill in their hearts. Establishing a new crown prince meant that Qin Ming would no longer have any connection with the court. Coupled with his conflict with Xiao Shufei, it seemed that he was handing Xiao Shufei a knife for her to personally kill Qin Ming in the future. Sun Lianying looked at Qin Ming with pity and said softly, "Actually, we didn't need to come to this point. The emperor is really angry now, and there is no turning back for anyone." Sun Lianying hoped that Qin Ming would realize his mistakes. But after he finished speaking, Qin Ming, with a strange expression, responded, "Eunuch son, you came to find me just for this?" "Yes." Sun Lianying was taken aback for a moment and nodded in response. He expected Qin Ming to express regret. But that did not happen. Instead, Qin Ming burst into laughter. Who the crown prince is has nothing to do with me. I said long ago that I don't want the position of crown prince. Why do people keep thinking I must have it? Qin Ming felt helpless. There were too many self-important people. Did the Qian emperor really think that passing the crown prince position to Jin Wang would break his mentality? How should one put it? It was somewhat humorous. Let us go. Turning around, Qin Ming left without any lingering feelings. Sun Lianying stood in the distance, dazed, with a complex expression. After a long time, he turned and sighed, waving his hand to have the frenzied, cursing Xiao Shufei taken back to the palace. Soon, news of the crown prince's change spread throughout the capital. Qin Yu was only 7 or 8 years old, but had become the crown prince. The officials debated endlessly, speculating that this was the Qian emperor's revenge on Qin Ming. With the unresolved crown prince position changed, it was clear that Qin Ming had been completely abandoned. Xiao Shufei also became the final winner in the struggle for the crown. Of course, this was from a results perspective. For a process perspective, Xiao Shufei was the one who lost the most. Her younger brother was killed. The pawn in the Ministry of War was also killed. All funds were confiscated. Several senior officials in the Ministry of War began to face scrutiny and cut off their arms to survive. It was foreseeable that this turmoil would last a long time. In the palace, Sun Lianying entered the imperial study and reported the situation in full. The Emperor Qin listened coldly to everything. He had no reaction. Prince Qin said he did not want the position of crown prince. Whoever he wanted to give it to, he could give it to. Upon hearing this, the emperor, who had initially wanted to vent his anger, suddenly froze. A sense of melancholy surged within him. It felt like a fist that had been gathered with force, but only struck against cotton. Why? Why did he not even care about the crown prince position? The emperor finally understood that all along, it had been him who was being overly sentimental, fantasizing that Qin Ming still wanted to return to the position of crown prince. What about that money? The prince took it, along with interest. Sun Lianying was the most valued eunuch by the emperor, having followed him for many years. He was reliable in handling affairs. Before meeting the emperor, he had already investigated everything. His hands were truly dark. This ungrateful son. The emperor gritted his teeth, his face still showing lingering anger. Sun Lianying sighed and suddenly said, Prince Qin is a very capable person. The emperor frowned slightly, giving Sun Lianying an annoyed glare. What do you mean? I was just expressing my feelings, Sun Lianying replied, bending his body, not daring to respond further. But having said this, the emperor could not fail to understand. In the court, the only one capable and bold enough to take such actions was Qin Ming. Anyone who knew the whole process would privately give him a thumbs up, praising Prince Qin for his wisdom, withstanding great pressure and punishing corruption. But the emperor would not praise him. It had been nearly 10 years. He had never praised Qin Ming. Dismissed. The emperor impatiently picked up a brush that had solidified with ink beside him and pressed it hard onto the paper. The ink slowly imprinted out, staining the memorial in front of him. Sun Lianying acknowledged and quickly left the imperial study with his head lowered. While chaos reigned in the capital, Qin Ming had already sent Lu Chuang and Wu Qingye back to the Wuwei camp and returned to his residence to rest first. He had been busy all night capturing Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a charming figure standing in the sunlight, smiling at him with shallow dimples. What are you doing here? Upon seeing a beauty like Guan Yu, Qin Ming immediately felt all his fatigue from the previous night dissipate. There's a saying that beauty can be a feast for the eyes. Qin Ming had not believed it before. Now it seemed that looking at beautiful women could indeed replenish one's energy. Does the prince not welcome my visit? Guan Yu tilted her chin, looking like a proud little swan. Who visits empty-handed? Who only sends this for engagement? Guan Yu pouted and extended her hand. On her ring finger was a ring made from the military flag of the Wuwei camp that Qin Ming had crafted. Accompany me for a meal. Qin Ming pointed to the lunch prepared by Xiao Chui. Regardless of whether Guan Yu had eaten, he pulled her hand and sat down at the dining table. Guan Yu did not refuse, but after sitting at the table, she rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching him. It seemed she had already eaten. The money from the Wuwei camp is coming back. I know. Guan Yu's lips curled up, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. She had just learned the news that morning. You go to the Wuwei camp and watch them distribute the military pay. Why do I need to watch them distribute the military pay? Guan Yu asked in confusion. Qin Ming smiled and said, I want to see how much they will distribute. Since Qin Ming took control of the Wu Wei camp, he had interacted with them, but had not yet established a solid emotional foundation. It was inconvenient to command them. This time, he arranged for Chao Chuan to pick up the money and return directly to the military camp after getting it. Qin Ming deliberately did not return. He wanted to see if they would listen to his orders. The Wu Wei camp had owed military pay for 3 months and was in urgent need. However, Qin Ming still set aside 30 of the silver to reserve for resolving issues within the military. If they recognized Qin Ming's leadership, even when they returned to the camp, they would leave out 30 of the silver, adhering to the agreement with Qin Ming. But if they were careless, they might hastily distribute all the money. Capable generals would seek out wise leaders. Correspondingly, capable wise leaders would also test the loyalty of their subordinate generals. It was a two-way selection. Then I'll go take a look later. Guan Yu nodded gently. She couldn't think of so many things. Qin Ming arranged for her to go because he valued her advantage of not attracting attention. Continuing to eat, Qin Ming noticed Guan Yu still resting her chin and smiling at him. Aren't you going to the military camp? I want to accompany you for a meal before going, Guan Yu said with a pout. This demeanor resembled the little couples in love that Qin Ming often saw in the campus cafeteria in his previous life. However, in this feudal era, Guan Yu's actions seemed somewhat rebellious. She was a brave girl, whether in work or in love. All right, Qin Ming shrugged. After finishing the meal, he saw Guan Yu out of the gate. Before leaving, Guan Yu was unusually shy, as if she had something to say. This posture naturally could not escape Qin Ming's notice. What's wrong? When are you going to meet my mother? Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, immediately recalling the image of that dignified and virtuous elder who could be somewhat intimidating. Before going to Lingnan, I'll take the initiative to visit our mother in the next couple of days. You're taking advantage of me. That's my mother, not yours. Guan Yu's face turned red, and she scolded him, but the joy in her tone was still undeniable. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Ming found it easy to deal with young girls. After a few comforting words, Guan Yu happily left the king's residence with her hands behind her back, humming a tune. Watching her leave, Qin Ming turned to Chang Baishan, who had been secretly observing his interaction with Guan Yu, and said, Stop hiding. You should also go to the Wu Wei camp. Oh, okay. Chang Baishan took a few steps but suddenly turned back. Your Highness, what if they don't listen to you and distribute all the money? Chapter 27. Our prince is too deep in thought. Qin Ming's expression darkened. He had been more than benevolent towards the Wu Wei camp. If he still could not control the Wu Wei camp and win their hearts, there would be no need to exert further effort. Qin Ming smiled and suddenly posed a question. It's like when you go to a brothel looking for a girl, and you find you spent 3 taels of silver. But the girl who accompanies you to drink is ugly and disobedient. What would you do? Chang Baishan scratched his head and said seriously, Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. I've never been to such places. I'm a gentleman, but I would probably replace her. After all, I spent 2 taels of silver, so I need to find someone pleasant. Good, I'll take you there next time. Really? In the Wu Wei camp, Chao Chuan rode in, pulling 3 large carts of cash into the military camp. Unloading and dividing the cash was quite troublesome. Normally, when distributing military pay, they would exchange it for silver notes. But as a leader, Chao Chuan understood the sentiments of the soldiers best. After working hard to bring back the military pay, the spectacle needed to be grander, so they could see the real thing. This would also let the brothers know that the military pay had arrived. Sure enough, as soon as the soldiers saw the carts enter the camp, they all rushed to the sides of the carts. General, is this our military pay? Great, we're finally getting paid. The joy on Chao Chuan's face was hard to conceal, but he still dispersed the crowd, saying, All right, don't rush. Since the military pay has arrived at the camp, it will definitely be distributed to you. Let me first go back and verify each of your pay. You all go line up. Yes. All the soldiers were extremely excited and quickly went to the training ground to line up. Lu Chuang and Wu Qingye received the news and came to the storeroom to find Chao Chuan. Old Chao, how much did you bring back? With principal and interest. 76,000 taels of silver. Chao Chuan whispered the figure to the two. Lu Chuang rubbed his hands, impatiently saying, Then what are we waiting for? Distribute the money. Not so fast. What did the prince say? Chao Chuan, in charge of logistics, although he could distribute the money to the soldiers now. Before Qin Ming helped them, he had mentioned that he would take 30 of the cut. They would at least have to give 23,000 taels of silver. Lu Chuang and Wu Qingye exchanged glances, both of them becoming more alert. I think if we're not in a hurry, it's better to distribute the money to the soldiers first. Wu Qingye pondered for a moment and expressed his opinion. In the court, everyone has their own motives. Even if they break the rules, next time they can just let Qin Ming give them a little less military pay. Once the army's money is brought back, how can they justify withholding a portion to distribute later? Lu Chuang nodded and said, Old Wu is right. Anyway, the money is with us, and the prince hasn't come yet. Everyone is starving, so let us distribute it first. Chao Chuan frowned and looked at them. It was true that the army was anxious, but 2 months of pay was enough to keep them from causing trouble. You all know the prince's temper. He definitely needs his money. Lu Chuang said a bit impatiently. This money isn't even the prince's. It belongs to our Wu Wei camp. Why are there so many issues? I think distributing it first is fine. His temper was a bit hasty. However, after hearing this, Wu Qingye pondered and said, The prince has indeed helped us quite a bit, but I can't see through his thoughts. If he truly wants to help, it's fine to keep this money for him. But I fear he might take advantage of us in Wu Wei camp and won't care about us once he goes to Lingnan. If we end up being ignored, wouldn't that be embarrassing for us? Chao Chuan and Lu Chuang fell silent. What they feared was exactly this. The prince's reputation is well known. Having been in charge for many years, he has seen too many storms. It's only natural for him not to fully trust Wu Wei camp. Old Chao, I'm just expressing my concerns. You decide. I support whatever you choose, Wu Qingye said, noticing that after he spoke, Lu Chuang and Chao Chuan were silent. He sighed awkwardly and turned his gaze to Chao Chuan. Lu Chuang also understood they had many considerations. He himself was a reckless person. Saying too much would instead affect Chao Chuan. So he simply added, Old Chao, you are the most thoughtful among us three. You make the decision. The brothers will listen. Chao Chuan had been silent all along. Whether to withhold several tens of thousands of taels of military pay was a huge pressure on him. What are you three doing? At that moment, a voice came from outside. Guan Yu lifted the tent flap and entered. She frequently came to Wu Wei camp since she was young and knew the place very well. It felt almost like coming home. Xiaoyu, you're here. The serious atmosphere among the three lightened with Guan Yu's arrival. I heard the money from the camp has been returned. Guan Yu was unaware of the transaction between Qin Ming and Wu Wei camp. She just asked joyfully, Yes, did the prince say anything to you? No. I just heard about this good news and came to take a look. Seeing Guan Yu's puzzled expression, Wu Qingye felt a surge of happiness. He exchanged a glance with Lu Chuang, and the three understood each other. If they distributed all the money, it would definitely anger Qin Ming. But if they let Guan Yu distribute the money, Qin Ming wouldn't be able to say much. After all, Guan Yu was his fiancée. Lu Chuang and Wu Qingye looked at Chao Chuan with anticipation. However, Chao Chuan suddenly thought of something and smiled bitterly. Xiaoyu, the prince previously said to leave 23,000 taels of silver behind. When you go back, just let the prince know that we kept it. Guan Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Although she felt a bit confused, she obediently nodded, Oh, got it. Watching Guan Yu walk out, Lu Chuang asked Chao Chuan in confusion. Did you decide to give the prince money? Yeah, our prince is very thoughtful. I dare not distribute it first, Chao Chuan said softly. Watching Guan Yu leave with a sigh, Wu Qingye instantly understood his meaning. The prince didn't come himself, but sent Xiaoyu, revealing that she was unaware of the 30 military pay issue. This was a test, enticing them to distribute all the military pay. Chao Chuan nodded, yes. Once he goes to Lingnan, he probably won't give up on Wu Wei camp. With Guan Yu around, their worries didn't hold. At this stage, Guan Yu was the bridge between Qin Ming and Wu Wei camp. As long as she was there, Qin Ming wouldn't just come to Wu Wei camp to take advantage and then ignore them. We've been discussing this for so long. It's quite ridiculous. Chao Chuan thought of how Qin Ming had already seen through their thoughts and suddenly felt a chill down his back. Fortunately, Guan Yu's arrival gave him a chance to remedy the situation. What do you mean? Among the three, only Lu Chuang didn't understand much and felt confused. Becoming a bit annoyed, he pulled Wu Qingye to ask. Wu Qingye glared at him and said, All right, just focus on your work. Just know the Prince 1T treat us unfairly. Really? It should be true. Soon, Wu Wei camp started distributing money. After Chang Baishan arrived here, he saw that Chao Chuan had honestly left over 20,000 taels of silver for Qin Ming and let out a sigh of relief. Everyone, you did very well. He was the second layer of preparation made by Qin Ming. If Wu Wei camp had really taken the money for themselves, it wouldn't have been so harmonious today. After recording the silver on Wu Wei camp's books, he took Guan Yu back to the royal residence. Your Highness, the money is here. Qin Ming nodded lightly, seemingly indifferent to this. Since Wu Wei camp had followed him, it was only natural for them to obey orders. His mind was now entirely focused on the invitation in front of him. Chapter 28. Is it wrong to like beautiful women? Get ready. We will go to participate in this event the day after tomorrow. Chang Baishan and Guan Yu approached in confusion, peering at the item in front of them, then froze in place. The emperor asked you to attend the Prince Jin's ceremony of conferring the title of Crown Prince? This is too much. Yes. Qin Ming nodded slowly. To Qin Ming, it didn't matter who the title of Crown Prince fell to. What mattered to him were soldiers and money. If the emperor still didn't understand his intentions, it only showed how foolish this father was. If you go this time, Consort Xiao will definitely take the opportunity to retaliate against you. Chang Baishan looked worried, as if he could already imagine the scene if Qin Ming went. Yes, I guess she insisted on inviting me this time as well. Qin Ming had a bad temper and didn't like being schemed against. Consort Xiao wanted to use the Crown Prince's ceremony to attack him. He wanted to see what tricks this woman, who thought she was clever but was actually quite foolish, would play. At worst, they could confront each other face to face. Qin Ming wasn't afraid of someone with shoes when he was barefoot. Rising from his seat, Qin Ming tidied his clothes and instructed Chang Baishan. In 3 days, we will set off for Lingnan. Before we depart, let us handle their matters. All right, I'll go prepare. Chang Baishan responded and left. Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming, who remained calm and unaffected by the news, and asked curiously, Are we leaving in 3 days? Then I'll go tell my mother. Qin Ming knew that he and Guan Yu's marriage was something they would eventually have to face. Really? Hearing Qin Ming not refuse and even bring it up himself, Guan Yu's eyes sparkled with happiness, and her small face was filled with joy. Leaning her soft body against Qin Ming, Guan Yu took his arm and was about to go out. If you go out like this, people on the street will say you're not behaving properly. Qin Ming smelled a fragrance unique to young girls and teased her with a smile. I'm not one of those pretentious young ladies. Let them say what they want. After a pause, Guan Yu, sitting in the carriage, continued, Besides, you were so close to Xiao Cui back then. I didn't say anything about you being improper. Qin Ming's face turned red. This world supports polygamy, right? I'm just playing around with Xiao Cui. Haven't done anything yet. Thinking of this, Qin Ming casually said, Xiao Cui has been suffering from back pain due to overwork, and I have some medical knowledge, so of course I would help her. Oomph. Then I have back pain too. Let me see your medical skills. You need a different kind of treatment for that. Qin Ming reached out and held Guan Yu in his arms, gently stroking her smooth, fair little legs. Pervert. Guan Yu gently stretched out her hand to push Qin Ming away. Qin Ming quickly recalled his limited medical knowledge, pointed at her calf confidently, and said, This place is called Zhongdu. This is called Zusanli. You should take off your shoes, right? This is called Yongquan. While talking, Qin Ming took off Guan Yu's boots and socks. Guan Yu was a clean girl. Her little feet were fragrant and soft, feeling very nice to touch. Seeing that Qin Ming was quite serious, he actually guessed a few places correctly. Guan Yu pouted in disbelief. Don't say. This shameless guy is quite comfortable with his pressure. Just then, the coachman shouted from the front, Your Highness, we have arrived at the Guan residence. Guan Yu quickly regained her composure, breaking free from the lingering Qin Ming and putting on her shoes and socks. Qin Ming sincerely said, I have many more techniques. We can discuss them more in the future. Guan Yu seemed to have a sixth sense exclusive to women, rolled her eyes at him, and suddenly asked angrily, How many girls have you said this to? Just you. Qin Ming replied firmly without hesitation. Really? Absolutely true. Let us go. Although she pretended to be aloof, she felt a little happy inside, knowing she was the first person Qin Ming had said this to. The prince had not been rumored to be close to women all these years, so what he said should be true. In fact, she didn't know that just a couple of days ago, Qin Ming had said the same thing to Xiao Zui. It was only after living his second life that he had accumulated such thick skin to coax girls like this. Walking into the Guan residence, the return of Qin Ming and Guan Yu made the atmosphere in the area considerably tense. Chen Shi sat in the courtyard and, upon seeing the two come over, did not seem surprised. "Your Highness has come. Please sit." "Mother." Guan Yu stepped forward and linked her arm with Chen Shi. Qin Ming smiled and had the coachman place the gifts he brought aside. He then took a seat in front of Chen Shi. "Your Highness, is there something you wish to discuss today?" "To be honest, I want to take Xiaoya to Lingnan. There are so many talents in the Wu-Wei camp. Why do you specifically want to take Xiaoya there?" Qin Ming thought to himself that he wanted to marry the super beauty Guan Yu, but saying this would definitely not get past Chen Shi. So he replied seriously, "To continue the Guan family and the Wu-Wei camp. You've said some nice words, but the Guan family has lost several male descendants in battle, leaving only Xiaoya as the sole heir, and you still want to take her to the battlefield." Chen Shi's tone was unkind. No mother would want to see her child die in battle. Don't talk about the glory and reputation of the Wu-Wei camp. Those are all illusions meant for the living. Living is the most important thing. Once a person dies, everything is gone. Just like that dead ghost in our family. Qin Ming fell silent. Chen Shi was right. Tears welled up in Guan Yu's eyes. If her mother did not agree, then everything would be over. Even if she and Qin Ming were in love, it would be impossible for her to go to Lingnan. After a long silence, Qin Ming forced a smile and said, "Actually, I don't want Xiaoya to go to war. I can handle it myself." "Then why do you insist on bringing her?" Chen Shi's expression remained cold as ice. Qin Ming's nonsense might work on a little girl like Guan Yu, but it was impossible to fool Chen Shi. In her eyes, Qin Ming must have ulterior motives for seeking out Guan Yu. Perhaps he valued the Guan family's prestige and connections in the military. Or maybe he wanted to take away their last bit of family assets. The prince, who had been mingling in the court for years, couldn't he possibly be that simple-minded? Just as she was about to press Qin Ming for his true intentions and let Guan Yu hear it clearly, Qin Ming suddenly said, "At this point, I want to hide it from you. The reason I want to take Xiaoya away is that I am attracted to her. I think she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and I must take her to Lingnan." Attracted to her? Chen Shi was taken aback. She truly did not expect Qin Ming to give her such an outrageous reason, but he looked sincere. Through their previous exchanges, Qin Ming also realized that when communicating with an elder like Chen Shi, she had managed the Guan residence for many years and had seen all kinds of people. Especially when it comes to marriage, she was very clear-sighted. For someone like him, who only had superficial charm, she should be able to understand better. Words were all empty. "Then I want to pretend to be a big shot. I'll lay my cards on the table." Qin Ming, just like beautiful women. Guan Yu stared at Qin Ming with wide eyes, unable to believe it, her face filled with anxiety. Has he gone mad, daring to speak to her mother like that? Her mother would definitely not agree to her going to Lingnan. But at that moment, Chen Shi suddenly burst out laughing. "Your Highness has seen many beauties?" Qin Ming was taken aback. His future mother-in-law was relentless. Why was she asking such a death question again? Chapter 29. Money is like water in a sponge. Saying too much is inappropriate, and saying I haven't seen any is just pretentious. No one would believe it. Qin Ming simply nodded. "Yes, many. But none are as beautiful as Xiaoya." Qin Ming's brain raced, and he even managed to add, "If looks could kill, Guan Yu would have killed Qin Ming countless times by now." Chen Shi looked at Qin Ming deeply, suddenly pulling out a few pieces of paper from her pocket. It looked like silver notes. "This is 100,000 taels in silver notes, which is the Guan family's savings over the years. I will give them to Xiaoya first. If you go to Lingnan and bully her or make her unhappy, you get to use this money." In front of him, Chen Shi stuffed the silver notes into Guan Yu's hands. "Mother." Guan Yu's tears streamed down her face as she quickly thought of many things. No wonder her mother had been secretly busy these past few days. Guan Yu thought her mother was angry with her and didn't want to talk to her. She never expected that Chen Shi was gathering money to send her and Qin Ming to Lingnan. Ever since she mentioned that Qin Ming's money was not enough for the Wu-Wei camp's expenses, she had been preparing for this. Only now, after Qin Ming came to their home and after her repeated tests, had she finally taken out the money. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Why are people from feudal times always so convoluted? But this was somewhat like the dowry of a rich girl. Qin Ming remembered that in his past life, he saw many wealthy families giving high dowries when marrying off their daughters. This way, when sent to the husband's family, it would seem like they were taking advantage of the bride price. The bride would also feel more confident. Qinsher should also have this mindset. But this was 100,000 taels of silver. The Guan family's savings were probably running low. Don't worry, Xiaoye will go to Lingnan with me. I won't let her suffer. Thinking of this, Qin Ming patted his chest and made a promise. Qinsher glanced at him and said softly to Guan Yu, "Once in Lingnan, make sure to protect yourself to prevent anyone from taking advantage of you. Bad people have bad reputations." She also has a sixth sense that belongs to women and is very perceptive. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Am I the kind of person who would take advantage of girls? No way. Definitely not. Got it, mother. Guan Yu hugged Qinsher, her eyes full of tears as she spoke. Seeing their deep mother-daughter bond, Qin Ming thought for a moment that standing there felt quite awkward. So he decided to prepare to leave. Before leaving, he instructed Guan Yu to pack her things so that it would be convenient for her to leave with him later. But Guan Yu and her mother were talking, and it was unclear whether they heard Qin Ming's words. The heart of parents is pitiful. Unfortunately, I have no father. Stepping out of the Guan residence, Qin Ming sighed. He then saw officials from the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice scattered on the street, hurrying in and out of various shops. They were probably still investigating the corruption case. This time, the deaths of Xiao Pingshan and Zhao Jin likely implicated many people. But this had nothing to do with Qin Ming, who had already distanced himself from the court. Getting into a carriage, Qin Ming brought people to a blacksmith shop in the capital. How much would it cost to buy all of you craftsmen? He was about to go to Lingnan and currently had less than 100,000 taels of silver. He had received 50,000 taels of silver from attending a banquet last time and managed to scrape together over 20,000 taels from the Wuwei camp. Altogether, he had just over 70,000 taels of silver. The purchasing power of silver in the Great Qian dynasty was very strong. One tael equaled 1,000 copper coins. Usually, eating a bowl of porridge or a bun on the street would cost at most 2 copper coins, even in the capital. 30 taels of silver was enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably for a year. In poorer areas, 30 taels could sustain a good life for several years. So when Qin Ming posed this question, the master of the blacksmith shop thought for a moment and pointed at the few apprentices behind him who were trying to make a living. This young master, we don't sell ourselves, but if you're looking for casting helpers, these apprentices could do. They're all refugees and orphans. It doesn't matter where they go. Hearing this, Qin Ming frowned slightly. He needed workers for immediate work in Lingnan and wasn't sure if these apprentices could meet his requirements. I want all of you. Name your price and come work elsewhere. The people at the blacksmith shop were in a difficult position. The few masters here had worked for many years and had received numerous favors from the owner. In this era, making a living depended on the goodwill accumulated over many years. But it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It seems you're still holding on to your pride. Qin Ming shook his head and sighed, but did not leave. The master gets 10 taels a month, the apprentices 3 taels a month, and they work with me. The few masters hesitated to speak. In fact, some of them were already tempted. They earned only 3 to 5 taels a month working here. Qin Ming was offering them more than 3 times that, which was very attractive. Despite their temptation, no one agreed due to pride. Not enough. People can't be greedy. Masters get 12 taels, apprentices 4 taels. This is the last chance. If no one agrees, I will leave. Qin Ming said coldly. This was his highest acceptable limit. He needed at least 200 to 300 craftsmen. The monthly expenses for these people would be several thousand taels of silver, and any higher would be unbearable. He also needed to buy materials for forging weapons and to establish a foundry, which would require money. At this stage, he urgently needed craftsmen, so he naturally had to offer more to recruit them. Later, when he got to Lingnan and trained them himself, along with local recruitment, the cost would decrease. I'll give it a try. As Qin Ming turned to leave, one master couldn't hold back any longer. I'll go too. Add me. The money Qin Ming offered was more than enough for them to move their families. Soon, using the same method, Qin Ming recruited masters from other blacksmith and woodworking shops in the capital. He had them take their families and report to the Wuwei camp. After finishing all this, Qin Ming returned to the Wang residence, dragging his exhausted body. Sitting in the study, He calculated the expenses. His expression changed, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The money was still not enough. "Lao Chong, come here." Stepping out, Qin Ming shouted to the front yard from the porch. Chong Baishan quickly came to Qin Ming's side. "What is wrong, Your Highness?" "My land deeds and contracts. Go find them in the storeroom and bring them all here." "What are you doing?" "Gathering some money." "Damn it, I'm too poor." Qin Ming clicked his tongue, dissatisfied. It wasn't that he didn't want to marry Guan Yu, but he was currently broke. Getting married was bound to require a banquet, and for many years, his previous life was empty-handed and charitable, which resulted in him not having any money after coming to the Great Qian. Chong Baishan sighed deeply. "Finally, this day has come, Your Highness." Last time when Qin Ming said he wanted to sell his house and land, Chong Baishan had tried to dissuade him, but he also understood that once Qin Ming made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. Sure enough, a few days later, he was back to his old ways. Preparing to sell, Qin Ming patted his shoulder and said firmly, "I've made up my mind. I will sell tomorrow." A master once said that money is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there will always be some. Chapter 30. This prince wants to sit in the front row, while Chong Baishan arranged for people to sell things. Qin Ming also went to the imperial city the next morning to attend the crown prince's enthronement ceremony. Today was a joyous occasion as Prince Qin Yu took the crown prince position. The favored concubine Xiao arranged for Wang Bao to ensure that every ceremonial detail was arranged to the highest standard. When Qin Ming arrived at the palace gate, he was greeted by a scene of flowers lining the path. With hundreds of palace maids and eunuchs standing on either side of the road, they were willing to go all out. The court's extraction of the people's wealth was all wasted on this vixen. What a sin upon sin. Qin Ming stood at the palace gate, not in a hurry to enter, like an old man at the village entrance, wanting to comment on everything he saw. Only he dared to say such things. Some passing officials only heard half a sentence and turned pale with fright, hurriedly leaving, fearing that these rebellious words might implicate them. Qin Ming, however, found it amusing, calling out to them one after another. "Master Zhang, don't you think this is wasteful? Am I wrong to call this vixen a vixen? Master Sun, don't run away. At your age, running so fast, aren't you afraid of straining your back?" Soon, the officials attending the enthronement ceremony heard the news. Each person entering the palace quickly distanced themselves from Qin Ming. They couldn't afford to provoke him, nor could they avoid him. It might also be that Qin Ming's casual remarks were too sharp. Wang Bao quickly arrived at the palace gate. Seeing Qin Ming leisurely loitering in front of the palace gate like a street hooligan, he hurriedly approached, looking pained. "Prince Qin, why aren't you going in? The enthronement ceremony is about to start. Come with me." "What is the rush?" "It's a big deal for Prince Qin to be enthroned as crown prince. As his brother, I naturally have to help him manage the details." Only then did Qin Ming slowly enter the palace. He had long anticipated this would be a banquet of intrigue, since concubine Xiao had deliberately tried to make things difficult by sending an invitation to the Qin Wangfu. Aiming to annoy him, he had to return the favor before leaving. As he walked, Qin Ming constantly pressured Wang Bao, making Wang Bao, the confidant of concubine Xiao, almost unable to hold back his retorts several times. But Qin Ming's words were very skillful. Although Wang Bao's displeasure grew, he still found it hard to tear his face. "Are you eunuchs all this easygoing?" Finally, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile and ask him. Wang Bao gritted his teeth, forcing a grim smile. "Your Highness, we've arrived." Turning around, Qin Ming then noticed they had reached the square in front of the Qinqing Palace. The weather was nice today. The ceremony for the crown prince's enthronement would also take place here. The palace eunuchs and maids had already set up small tables early, with cushions behind them. Every official either sat cross-legged or kneeled to observe the ceremony. Because the distance was close, everyone was whispering to each other. "Did you notice when you came over today? It seems that Prince Qin has also arrived. Wasn't he supposed to stay out of the palace? Isn't it a bit awkward to invite His Highness the Prince to this kind of enfeoffment ceremony? Xiao Pingshan just died a couple of days ago, and concubine Xiao is still holding back her anger. If she gets the chance, she will definitely take action. Sure, lower your voice." A few sharp-eyed officials have already noticed Qin Ming's figure appearing in the distance. "Where should I sit, Master Wang?" Qin Ming glanced around and found that at least 3 rows in front of him were already occupied by officials of various ranks. He suddenly realized Xiao Shufei's first tactic. Wang Bao smiled and pointed to the back rows, saying, "You are a member of the royal family and are qualified to attend the ceremony, which is why you were invited. Since you are royal, it wouldn't be appropriate to sit with the officials. Just pick a seat in the back." Qin Ming shook his head slightly. Xiao Shufei was too naive. This approach of theirs was no different from what he had imagined. "Master Wang, I must criticize you. The etiquette is not complete. Qin Ming ba det wan bao shi xiao de. Criticize me? Wan bao shi mao te dui." Qin Ming was specifically invited today, so there wasn't really a question of whether it conformed to etiquette. Throughout history, there has never been a case where a crown prince resigned from his position and was replaced by a new crown prince. Therefore, no matter how Qin Ming was seated, it all made sense. "I want to sit in the front and have a table brought over for me." Qin Ming pointed to a spot in front of Chun Shimao and the officials from the 6 departments. "This won't do." Wang Bao was immediately taken aback. What kind of joke is this? If Qin Ming goes over, that would disrupt the square seating arrangement for the officials, regardless of whether it conforms to the rules. The emperor and the empress will be furious to see Qin Ming taking the lead. "I am a member of the royal family and a former crown prince. I should be seated ahead of the officials to congratulate the Jin Wang. What does it mean to sit in the back? How can I send my blessings?" Qin Ming spoke earnestly, leaving Wang Bao stunned. While he was pondering how to respond, Qin Ming had already called over a few young eunuchs. "Hey, come here. Put this table in front of the chancellor, right in front of that raised position." The young eunuch, aware of Qin Ming's status, nodded stiffly and set up the position according to Qin Ming's instructions. "All right. You can go back to your duties now," Qin Ming said to Wang Bao and sat down in front of Chun Shimao, politely turning to ask, "Master, will my sitting here block your view of the ceremony?" "Not all." Chun Shimao smiled and responded gently. "Your Highness, your courage is really growing. Today is quite a dangerous situation. I thought you wouldn't come," Qian Kai said, smacking his lips as he spoke to Qin Ming. "What danger? They can't kill me directly. Of course, I have to come to the banquet and have some fun." Behind Qian Kai, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Chao Zisha, leaned over from a row away and said, "Your Highness, aren't you afraid of making a big scene like a few days ago? That depends on how much trouble a certain vixen wants to cause. But no matter how much trouble, it won't matter. I'm going to Lingnan, regardless of how severe the flooding is." Qin Ming replied with a smile. The group chuckled quietly. The previously oppressive atmosphere of watching the new crown prince's enfeoffment eased a bit. At this moment, Sun Lianing arrived. "The emperor has arrived." With his loud announcement, Emperor Qian and concubine Xiao, accompanied by the young Jin Wang Qinyu, arrived at the scene. Standing on the long steps, they looked down at the officials seated below. Suddenly, they noticed a strange figure. Amid the neatly arranged square seats, one person stood out, sitting at the very front, forming his own row. Without a doubt, that person was Qin Ming. Even the heavy makeup couldn't hide concubine Zhao's pale face. Qin Ming was simply too arrogant. Without her having to take action, he had already placed himself at the forefront, displaying an unfriendly attitude. Clenching her fists, concubine Xiao turned to Emperor Qian and said, "Your Majesty, look at him." Chapter 31. What I don't want, you treat as treasure. In this situation, concubine Xiao didn't dare to confront Qin Ming directly. Qin Ming was about to go to Lingnan, so he had nothing to fear. If she were to embarrass herself, today's enfeoffment ceremony would leave a stain. The young Qinyu beside her would definitely also lose face. Emperor Qian understood and coldly said to Qin Ming, "Qin Ming, what are you doing sitting there?" "Father, there is no seat reserved for me to observe the ceremony, and since I am the former crown prince, I can only sit here." "No seat reserved?" Emperor Qian was taken aback. He then looked at concubine Xiao. This enfeoffment ceremony was insisted upon by concubine Xiao to invite Qin Ming. Considering that she had just lost her brother, she must have wanted to vent her anger on Qin Ming. Emperor Qian agreed to her request and let concubine Xiao and Wang Bao work with the Ministry of Rites to arrange this enfeoffment ceremony. Who would have thought that upon arriving, this would happen? "Your Majesty, there was a seat reserved." But His Highness wouldn't sit there and instead arranged his own seat at the front. Wang Bao quickly stepped forward to explain, conveniently placing all the blame on Qin Ming. I am of noble status. How could I sit in the back? This was Qin Ming's first time putting on airs since coming to this world. However, he felt quite good about it. As Prince Qin, even if Emperor Qian didn't want to admit it, Qin Ming's status was indeed high. But Emperor Qian was biased. At this moment, he frowned and said, "What's wrong with sitting in the back?" "Not good, I won't go." Qin Ming had an attitude of, "What are you going to do about it?" Emperor Qian was furious. "Is this court something you can do whatever you want in? It's not like some people can arrange things however they please." Seeing things escalating, Qin Ming felt no fear. Instead, he was a bit excited. As a prince, Emperor Qian couldn't directly harm Qin Ming. It was even less likely that he could impose any punishment. Since Qin Ming was going to Lingnan, what punishment could Emperor Qian impose? It would only mean the court would withhold money and grain. For Qin Ming, who had received tens of thousands of taels of silver from the court, that was hardly a concern. "You ungrateful son, do you want to throw people into the court?" Emperor Qian pointed at Qin Ming, his finger trembling as he shouted angrily. "Father, I'm not the one bringing shame. It is the one who did not arrange a proper seat and does not abide by the etiquette and our royal status that is truly bringing you shame." Qin Ming spoke indifferently. Emperor Qian was clearly anxious. The surrounding officials, like Qin Ming, were not worried, all looking on as if watching a show. In their eyes, today's enfeoffment ceremony was rather laughable. The enfeoffment of the Jin Wang held little significance. It was merely a way to put the Jin Wang's name up without any real meaning for the governance of the court. This young child couldn't do anything in terms of governance. This operation merely increased concubine Zhao's power. That was all. Of course, the couple might also have some thoughts of revenge against Qin Ming. But today, Qin Ming came with no sign of anger. He was just there to stir the pot and fan the flames. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying the chaos even more. After several rounds of interaction, Qin Ming could even sense Emperor Qian's threshold for losing control. This was the accumulation of experience. Just as Qin Ming was arguing his case and letting his thoughts flow, concubine Zhao had already stood beside Emperor Qian to advise him. "Your Majesty, please calm down. The enfeoffment ceremony is more important." Concubine Zhao, who had originally designed to annoy Qin Ming, found that once he arrived, the atmosphere had fallen into his rhythm. If this continued to delay, the timing of the enfeoffment ceremony would be missed. "Just sit there and watch properly." Emperor Qian noticed that the timing indeed was being delayed. With a cold grunt, I no longer wasted time on Qin Ming. The young Prince Jin, Qin Yu, had already noticed Qin Ming. He whispered to concubine Zhao, "Mother, what is my elder brother doing?" Concubine Zhao replied softly, "Your elder brother is a bad person. If there's a chance in the future, you must kill him." At Qin Yu's age, he hadn't truly matured yet. Being taught this way, he looked at Qin Ming with a hint of hostility. "I understand, mother." The Emperor Qian did not hear the conversation between the mother and son. He nodded slightly to son Lianying in the distance. Upon receiving the signal, son Lianying immediately stepped forward with the imperial edict. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees." After reciting a series of complex procedures, including the granting of clothing and the bowing to heaven and earth, concubine Zhao looked at Qin Ming with a face full of resentment, occasionally showing a hint of smugness, as if she were the one who had taken Qin Ming's position as crown prince. Qin Ming watched all of this with boredom when suddenly Chang Baishan crouched down and ran up to him. "Your Highness, it's sold." "How much?" "Since it's cash, we had to lower the price a bit. The house sold for 150,000 taels of silver, the farmland for 71,000 taels, and the calligraphy and paintings for 54,300 taels. In total, it adds up to 280,000 taels." This number made Qin Ming's face darken. He was the crown prince of a nation, diligently working for so many years. Yet after emptying his family fortune, he ended up with less than 300,000 taels of silver. It was definitely the emperor's favoritism that had kept him from reaping any rewards all these years. Thinking of this, Qin Ming raised his head and glared at the Emperor Qian. The emperor, who was also occasionally glancing at Qin Ming, suddenly noticed that Qin Ming was glaring at him. He was taken aback and realized that this young man had truly grown some capability. But then came the confusion. Why did Qin Ming suddenly harbor such hatred towards him? Just then, Qin Yu descended from the high platform ahead. wearing a victorious expression, and concubine Xiao stepped forward, saying to everyone, "Your heir can be conferred as crown prince. And we must thank His Highness King Qin for taking the initiative to go to Lingnan. For this reason, both I and Yuer wish to express our gratitude to His Highness King Qin." The officials below, hearing such nauseating words, began to murmur among themselves. Concubine Zhao's feigned gratitude was insincere. The real intention was to declare victory. "Your Highness, you will have a hard time guarding the border in the future, and probably won't have much time to return to court. If you miss His Majesty and the royal family, you can write a letter back." Concubine Xiao wore a smile, but her tone was filled with malice, believing she had struck at Qin Ming's sore spot. After all, with Qin Yu obtaining the position of crown prince, he would no longer descend like Qin Ming. This hypocritical demeanor was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing her flaunting in front of him, Qin Ming finally looked up from counting money. "Concubine Xiao, you really are amusing. I don't want the position of crown prince, yet you treat it like a treasure. You don't need to thank me. I have no attachment to the capital, nor do I covet the position of crown prince like some people." He waved a thick stack of banknotes in his hand and smiled as he asked, "Do you know where this just changed banknote came from?" Concubine Xiao was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Where did it come from?" Chapter 32. If you can't kill me, will you feel embarrassed? Of course, it's from selling land and houses. To say it frankly, I have been in service to my father for so many years, and I truly have been empty-handed, only exchanging my family's wealth for 280,000 taels of silver. When you think about it, it's not even enough to build a palace. I remember that, oh right, the Yangxin Palace, when it was built a couple of years ago, cost over 700,000 taels of silver in one go, didn't it? Qin Ming spoke to himself. But his target was not concubine Xiao. She wasn't worthy. The person Qin Ming was indirectly scolding was Emperor Qian. This old man had exploited him for many years, giving him no benefits, and was scheming to hand over the position of crown prince to Prince Qin. Now that he had finally succeeded, although Qin Ming looked down on this position, he still wanted to take this opportunity to vent. The officials in court all knew that the Yangxin Palace was built for concubine Xiao, with funds specifically allocated by Emperor Qian. Many officials had advised him at the time that this expenditure was too great. Yet Emperor Qian remained obstinate, building the palace just to make the beauty smile. Qin Ming's sarcastic remarks brought up old matters and pushed Emperor Qian back into the spotlight. "Impudent! Who taught you to speak like that? Don't think that just because you went to Lingnan, you can act recklessly." Emperor Qian slammed the table in anger. From a moment, the conferral ceremony started. Qin Ming had been subtly targeting him. Emperor Qian had been used to commanding Qin Ming for years and couldn't bear this kind of behavior. Seeing him flustered, Qin Ming continued to smile and said, "Father, if I were truly reckless, I wouldn't have ended up with only these 280,000 taels after depleting my family's wealth. But rest assured, my words aren't meant to ask you for money. I won't ask you for anything after going to Lingnan." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian laughed disdainfully. "Ridiculous. I hope that when you go to Lingnan, you still have this kind of spirit. Whether raising troops or developing fiefs, a lot of money was required from the court." Yet Qin Ming didn't take the court seriously at all, frequently pushing his relationship with Emperor Qian towards the abyss. This made many officials anxious, especially Chun Shimao and others. They worried that if Qin Ming remained so arrogant and went to Lingnan without the court support, he would truly sink into oblivion. The key was that if he sank into oblivion, it wouldn't matter. Concubine Xiao had a deadly vendetta against him. If Qin Ming truly faded away in Lingnan, it wouldn't be long before Qin Yu grew up and found an opportunity to eliminate him. However, contrary to their thoughts, Qin Ming was very confident. Shrugging, he smiled and said, "As you wish." Emperor Qian snorted coldly and fell silent. Concubine Xiao stood awkwardly in place, unsure whether to continue provoking Qin Ming. She thought that by taking the crown prince position from him and flaunting it now, she would surely provoke Qin Ming. At the very least, it would embarrass him. But for some reason, after flaunting for a while, many officials looked at concubine Xiao with strange expressions. Those who understood Qin Ming's temperament knew that when he said he wanted to leave, he was definitely not joking. He really no longer wanted the position of crown prince. Taking what Qin Ming had thrown away and coming over to act like a self-righteous victor was quite strange and somewhat awkward. Concubine Zhao's approach was not at all sophisticated. Sigh. In the distance, son Lianying's gaze already contained a hint of pity. He forgot to tell concubine Xiao one thing. The attitude Qin Ming had displayed earlier had long since made him indifferent to whether he was the crown prince or not. This was something only son Lianying and Emperor Qin knew. However, concubine Xiao was naive and thought she could provoke Qin Ming with such tactics. The still young Qin, he was also very confused at this moment. They say that once you become the crown prince, you can be revered by the people, but why? After becoming the crown prince, did nothing change? Instead, he felt as if he was constantly being laughed at. All right, there's still one thing. Concubine Xiao suddenly thought of something and announced to everyone. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has been conferred, he naturally must participate in state affairs. His Majesty has now ordered the governor of Huguang, Xiao Qinian, to assist the Crown Prince in handling affairs in the Tuguang provinces and to learn state governance strategies. The Tuguang provinces? Chen Shimao frowned slightly. This arrangement was very strange. The Tuguang provinces overlapped too much with Lingnan and were too far from the capital. Sending him there was purely targeting Qin Ming. This was concubine Zhao's last trump card. Even if Qin Ming went to Lingnan, the highest official there, Xiao Qinian, would certainly obstruct him in every possible way. Xiao Qinian was assigned to the crown prince, which essentially meant joining the faction of consort Xiao. In this light, Qin Ming's days in Lingnan wouldn't be too good. Thinking of this, Chen Shimao stood up directly. Your Majesty, I believe this move is unwise. Not to mention the distance between the two Guangs and the capital. The Crown Prince has many options for learning state governance strategies. The court can deliberate further and choose a nearby region for the Crown Prince to participate in governance, which would surely yield better results than the two Guangs. Before Emperor Qian could respond, Consort Xiao immediately interjected. The two Guangs are located in the Lingnan region, which is currently a barren land, sparsely populated. Even if the Crown Prince participates in management, if issues arise, they can still be remedied. Chancellor Chun, the states and counties near the capital are extremely wealthy. If the Crown Prince takes over recklessly and makes a mistake, wouldn't it have a significant impact on the court? Qin Ming had long understood Consort Zhao's intentions. However, such matters shouldn't be brought up by her. Thus, he spoke up, Consort Xiao, I must remind you that the harem should not interfere in politics, even if your son is the Crown Prince. You, Consort Xiao, pointed at Qin Ming in exasperation. But she didn't dare to refute this established rule of the ancestors in front of so many people. Enough. Emperor Qian slammed the table, interrupting their conversation. The two Guangs are indeed a good place for the Crown Prince to gain experience. Let it be here. Seeing the old emperor so biased towards Consort Xiao and her son, Qin Ming smiled at her and said, If you want to learn from me, just say so. I will teach you. Emperor Qian didn't hear this, but behind Qin Ming, the heads of the 6 ministries did. Qian Kai was the first to laugh. Consort Zhao's expression became somewhat awkward. Lowering her voice, she threatened Qin Ming, If you go to Lingnan, you will die a miserable death. Then I must go immediately, waiting for you to kill me. Qin Ming couldn't stand being threatened by anyone. Just a consort, so arrogant. My army will move tomorrow and reach Lingnan in half a month. The governor of the two Guangs, right? You should inform him as soon as possible. So I don't arrive, and he has no response. By then, I might think you're afraid of me. By the way, what if you can't kill me? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Qin Ming's attitude was even more arrogant than hers, and he even dared to pour oil on the flames. Consort Zhao's voice came out like it was squeezed through her teeth, full of resentment. All right, just wait. I won't let you down. Chapter 33. The Ministry of Works kidnapping plan. After the Crown Prince's conferment ceremony ended, Qin Ming swayed as he left the square. Before leaving, he approached Du Sheng, the head of the Ministry of Works. Old Du, how have you been recently? Du Sheng was taken aback, seeming surprised that Qin Ming sought him out alone. Looking around, he awkwardly said in a low voice, Your Highness, there are too many people here. This isn't a good place to talk. I know. Let's meet at Ingshun Tower at noon. I've invited a few people, Qin Ming replied. As the head of the Ministry of Works, Du Sheng had developed a good relationship with Qin Ming over the years. The Ministry of Works was a practical department, dealing with projects like repairing canals, reclaiming land, and making weapons and equipment, all of which involved money. As the head, Du Sheng bore the heaviest responsibilities and often had to humble himself to the Ministry of Revenue for funds. Initially, it wasn't too bad, but he had to go there almost every few days to withdraw money, which naturally annoyed the people in the Ministry of Revenue. However, he had no choice. The Ministry of Works had to get things done. Over the years, he had developed a thicker skin from the frequent rejections. Although he could eventually obtain the funds through sheer persistence, he still felt regret at night when he thought about the disdain of the Ministry of Revenue officials. Du Sheng, after all these years of hard work, why are you stuck in such a position? Fortunately, this situation had improved a lot since Qin Ming became the crown prince. Understanding their difficulties, Qin Ming often directly approved many of the Ministry of Works expenditure requests without making it difficult for them. Du Sheng felt respected in front of Qin Ming, which was one of the few times he could stand tall. I'll wait for you, Qin Ming said, patting his shoulder gently. Du Sheng nodded seriously. Okay. I'll definitely be there. Knowing that Qin Ming was leaving made him feel heartbroken, but the Ministry of Works was full of factions, and he didn't dare to show it. He could only toss and turn at night, wanting to help the crown prince, but feeling powerless. When Qin Ming approached him today, Du Sheng suddenly felt a sense of mission. This was the best opportunity for him to repay the crown prince. At noon, at Yingchun Tower, Qin Ming didn't invite too many people. The crime of forming cliques for personal gain was taken very seriously in the Qian dynasty, and officials were very cautious. However, Qin Ming didn't care much today. He simply stated that this was his farewell banquet. Since he had no money, he only invited a few people. He even reported this to the Supervisory Court and the Supreme Court. Of course, facing a former crown prince who was about to go to Lingnan. The Supervisory Court and the Supreme Court didn't give him much face, and they didn't even respond. Sigh, I've really lost power. Qin Ming sighed as he sat in the carriage, listening to Chang Baishan's report. This sense of loss didn't make him sad. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. Chang Baishan hurriedly comforted him. Your Highness, the Supreme Court and the Supervisory Court are just relying on their authority and looking down on others. Don't take it to heart. It's fine. I won't see them again anyway. After passing through several streets of the capital, they finally arrived at Yingchun Tower. The bustling sounds around him didn't stop. Upon entering the room, Qin Ming saw Chen Shimao and Qian Kai already seated there, along with Du Sheng and Fang Qingyuan. Why are there so few people? Qian Kai wondered, but soon imagined Qin Ming's isolated situation. Without thinking, he started to curse. Aren't they coming? Those bastards, so snobbish. No, I only called the few of you, Qin Ming replied. Since he was going to Lingnan, he didn't need many connections for help. The most important thing was to recruit a group of craftsmen to help build in Lingnan. Therefore, he hadn't invited many people. In fact, it was just Chen Shimao, Qian Kai, and Du Sheng. He didn't expect Fang Qingyuan to show up as well. Oh, I see. Qian Kai paused for a moment, then smiled to mask his embarrassment and stopped cursing. Qin Ming asked Chen Shimao, Teacher, why did you bring old Fang along? It was a time of turmoil, and Fang Qingyuan was already being targeted by consort Xiao, making it easy for trouble to arise. Qin Ming was worried that Fang Qingyuan would get implicated because of him. Chen Shimao and Qian Kai didn't mind. Everyone knew their relationship with Qin Ming. Moreover, they held important positions, so who would dare to touch them? Chen Shimao took a sip of tea and said slowly, Qingyuan can't stay in the capital anymore. You should take him with you. In the past few days, during court sessions, dozens of memorials impeaching Fang Qingyuan have appeared before Emperor Qian like mushrooms after rain. Fortunately, Chen Shimao argued on his behalf, helping Qin Ming protect Fang Qingyuan. But there's an old saying, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who keeps an eye on you, from what Chen Shimao understands. Consort Xiao has already begun to use her connections to dig up old cases against him. Qin Ming knew about Fang Qingyuan's act of opening the granaries to provide relief to the disaster victims back then. Hearing this, he could only sigh. Old Fang, I'm sorry for the trouble. You have to come with me. The dull-witted Fang Qingyuan suddenly stood up. Your Highness, I feel safest going with you. There's really nothing to stay for in the court. All right then, you can report to my military camp later. In a couple of days. I'll find something for you to do. Understood. Watching them chat for a long time, Du Sheng sat awkwardly in place, having already drunk 3 cups of tea. He didn't have a deep relationship with Chun Shirmao, Minister of Revenue Qian Kai, due to Du Shang's persistent money requests over the years, was even more reluctant to pay him any mind. Your Highness, what about me? Du Shang couldn't help but ask Qin Ming. How about you help me steal some people? Steal what people? Craftsmen, I need 1,000. What? Du Shang's scalp went numb upon hearing the news. Your Highness truly is astonishing when you speak. Minister Chun will help you, Qin Ming patiently explained. After searching around the capital, Qin Ming ultimately set his sights on the Ministry of Works for the craftsmen. There was no way around it. The craftsmen available in the market were of varying quality and insufficient. The people from the Ministry of Works were well known to Qin Ming and easier to work with. Qian Kai coldly snorted from his side, saying, "If you help His Highness with this matter, I can approve all the expenses of your ministry within 3 years that I am able to. If you don't help and the crown prince is lost, let's see how you old fellow can still get money." Dushengis mut tweethed slightly. He felt a bit intimidated with Qian Kai present. Since the other party had said it this way, was there even a need for further discussion? He seemed to have no choice in the matter. Forget it. This was the crown prince who had helped him for so many years. One must have a conscience. Taking a deep breath, Du Sheng whispered, "Your Highness, how will you arrange things on your end?" "Very simple. Minister Chun will visit the Ministry of Works for inspection soon. Find some issues to criticize you, and you can conveniently push the blame onto the craftsmen and get rid of these people. I'll send someone to recruit afterward." At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside. A burly man pushed the door open and entered. Qin Ming introduced to Du Sheng. "This is General Chao Chuan from the Wuwei camp. After I leave, he will stay in the capital to help you discreetly transport people." Chapter 34, establishing the Lingnan Construction Corps. A few days ago, in the Wuwei camp, Chao Chuan's performance had already given Qin Ming great confidence. He adhered to the principle of trusting those he employed. After this trial, Qin Ming no longer guarded against him and entrusted him with some important tasks. However, all of Qin Ming's arrangements would have to wait until after his departure to be secretly advanced. He intended to make a fortune quietly to avoid drawing too much attention. Minister Du Chao Chuan politely greeted the other party. Du Sheng nodded and smiled back at him. "I will leave tomorrow." Seeing that everything was arranged, Qin Ming took his leave and bid farewell to them. Qian Kai set down his chopsticks, quickly walked to Qin Ming's side, and grasped his hand, saying, "Your Highness, will you come back? In the future, when you retire, you can come see me." Qin Ming smiled and pushed him away, turning to leave. Just then, he suddenly heard an elderly voice behind him say, "Child, if you have any matters, write to me." Listening carefully, there was a hint of tremor in that voice. "Got it, teacher." Qin Ming did not look back, waving his hand as he left the tavern. Downstairs, Chang Baishan had been waiting. As soon as Qin Ming sat in the carriage, he leaned in and said, "When you met with these people today, there were 6 waves of spies. Normal. Right now, this prince is quite the figure. Many are afraid I might settle old scores with them before I leave." Qin Ming was aware of many court secrets. Just a few years ago, for the sake of stability in the court, he didn't want to make them public. If he had that intention, he could produce a book on the conduct of officials within a few days. "Where next? Let's go buy some seeds. We need to be self-sufficient from now on." Qin Ming was headed to Lingnan, and food would be a significant issue. Apart from having craftsmen start construction, the main theme would be to return to the era of small-scale farming. However, there are also some nuances to farming. After being busy for a while and having things moved into the Wuwei camp, Lu Chuang and Wu Qingye suddenly arrived at Qin Ming's residence. "Your Highness, what brings you both here? We wanted to come and see you." Lu Chuang maintained a stern face, but couldn't hide his embarrassment. He had always been on the battlefield, and now, following Wu Qingye to run errands, he felt constrained. To say it directly, Qin Ming noticed they had something on their minds, so he waved his hand for them to speak. Feeling a bit restless, Wu Qingye finally organized his thoughts and said, "A few days ago, we debated the issue of military pay. You must have heard about it?" "Yes. We came today to admit our mistake. Since we are following you, we should not doubt your intentions." The two of them were not as reliable as Chao Chuan. Initially, while distributing military pay, they had some ulterior motives, but they were ultimately suppressed by Chao Chuan. Qin Ming had been promoting Chao Chuan in recent days precisely because he was a trustworthy individual. However, seeing that they had no tasks assigned to them, Wu Qingye and Lu Chuang began to feel uneasy. Upon seeing Qin Ming genuinely preparing supplies and craftsmen to be sent to the military camp, they regretted underestimating him. He was clearly thinking of the Wu camp, while they were worried he would take the money and abandon them. After much internal struggle, they decided to visit Qin Ming today. For you two to come and proactively discuss this matter today shows some conscience. Qin Ming slowly shook his head, his tone easing a bit. At that moment, Lu Chuang suddenly knelt in front of Qin Ming with a thud. "Your Highness, I was wrong." This rough fellow, even while apologizing, maintained a somewhat arrogant attitude. Wu Qingye also knelt down in unison. "Your Highness, you have helped the Wu camp greatly. We should not have doubted you." "All right, get up." Qin Ming waved his hand. "Since you know your mistakes, that is good. This prince also hopes you two will follow the arrangements in the future." "All right, whatever arrangements you have, just say." "Really?" Qin Ming smiled as he scrutinized the two. "Really? Good. I'm planning to reform the Wu camp into a construction corps." Qin Ming assigned tasks to the two. As they looked confused and at a loss, he had Chang Baishan escort them out of the residence. The sky had darkened. This was the last day in the capital. Qin Ming had a meal with several maidservants before stepping out of the residence and began wandering around the capital. As he walked, he passed through several streets and arrived at the Guan residence. The Guan residence still bore a dilapidated appearance. Qin Ming remembered that the last time he came, there were 4 guards at the entrance. Today, only 2 were left, dozing off under the doorway. "Hey, wake up." Qin Ming patted one of the guards on the shoulder. The guard jolted awake and sat up straight. "Oh, Your Highness. Do you want to go in?" "Yes. Please help me notify them." "Oh, no need. There isn't much left in the residence, and most of the people have left. Who should I notify?" The guard quickly waved his hand, given Qin Ming's status. It wasn't necessary to notify anyone. Qin Ming nodded slightly and then entered the Guan residence. Chen was a good person. Before leaving, he gave away his entire fortune for his daughter. This resulted in the Guan residence having little of value left. The vast Guan residence was eerily quiet. Relying on his memory, Qin Ming passed through the corridor and stepped into the backyard. In Guan Yu's courtyard, a candle flickered by the window, casting the shadow of a graceful figure, captivating one's heart. The door was not closed. Qin Ming bent down and quietly walked into Guan Yu's room. He found that in the dim room, a pair of bright eyes were fixed on him. "You martial artists are really uninteresting. You can find me even from so far away. If I weren't a martial artist, what would you want to do?" Guan Yu shot him a glance and continued looking at the map in front of her. Qin Ming smiled and said, "Depending on my mood, I might sneak a kiss." Rogue. Thinking of that image, Guan Yu's little face turned red. However, in the dim candlelight, it was hard to notice. Seeing Guan Yu studying the map, Qin Ming stepped forward curiously to take a look. "Is this a map of Lingnan? Why is it so detailed?" Qin Ming remembered that the map of the Great Qian dynasty was an extremely confidential item. Besides the emperor, relevant officials, and some generals involved in battles, ordinary people were not allowed to have it. He didn't expect that Guan Yu would have one. What Guan Yu had meant that Qin Ming also had it. With the map of Lingnan in hand, he could conveniently accomplish many things during this trip. Guan Yu did not hide it and whispered, "Uncle Yi sent it. He said it might be useful for me, but you must not tell anyone." So it was him. Qin Ming recalled the burly figure that was pierced in the shoulder by Guan Yu at the banquet, and he couldn't help but smile. "Can you make me a copy?" "Of course. Just take it with you," Guan Yu replied. She was unaware of Qin Ming's plans. However, no matter what, being a vassal king over there, the map would definitely be very important. "You truly are my capable assistant," Qin Ming thought happily, holding Guan Yu's hand and smiling. "Who is your capable assistant? You haven't even come to marry me yet." "That's not urgent. Once I stabilize Lingnan and make some money, I will definitely marry you." Qin Ming, whose hands weren't very clean, secretly wrapped his arm around Guan Yu's shoulder. Guan Yu struggled a few times, but then fell silent. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "I heard that governor of Liangguang, Xiao Qinian, is a distant cousin of concubine Xiao. Is that even a guess? Once that vixen gains power, she would want to arrange even a dog from the Xiao family into the court to eat a share of the imperial rations." When Qin Ming heard that the other party also had the surname Xiao, he wasn't surprised at all. "Aren't you afraid?" "Yes, that's why you need to protect me." As he spoke, Qin Ming pretended to be delicate, leaning his head toward Guan Yu's hair. You. Seeing him getting handsy, Guan Yu quickly stood up. Her face flushed and kicked Qin Ming's butt. But I'm the king of Qin. How can you treat me like this? Qin Ming was stunned for a moment, looking at Guan Yu with indignation. The king of Qin can't harass common girls. Just wait, you will pay for that kick. As he spoke, Qin Ming reached out and picked up Guan Yu, taking off her shoes and socks. After playing around for a while, they cuddled and chatted. However, as they talked, they suddenly fell silent. Sometimes communication between people is like this. One moment they are chatting normally, and the next moment they fall silent. We leave tomorrow. Finally, it was Qin Ming who took the initiative to break the silence. He had come to call Guan Yu to leave. Got it. Mentioning leaving the capital made Guan Yu a bit downcast. Is mother asleep? I don't know. She's going to bed very late these days. Okay, I'll go say a few words to her. Qin Ming stood up and walked outside. Guan Yu was puzzled, not knowing what he wanted to say. However, Qin Ming quickly arrived at the Chun family's courtyard, according to his memory. This was where Guan Jinshan and the Chun family used to live together. Mother, I'm here to see you. Qin Ming shamelessly leaned his head in and called out. The candlelight in the room flickered gently, but Qin Ming didn't see any figures. However, that was fine. He took out 2 bags of pastries from his pocket and walked into the pavilion in the courtyard. He opened one bag for himself and placed the other one aside. I recently reorganized the Wu camp and recruited quite a few craftsmen. The military rations are ready, and I also brought many seeds over. I will do it myself and have plenty to eat. Being a vassal king is great. It is said that the house is several times larger than the precious capital. The room remained silent. Qin Ming didn't mind and boasted for a while before finally standing up. I will leave tomorrow. If you miss Xiaoya, write to us, and I will bring her back to see you. The candlelight in the room flickered again, but there were still no signs of anyone. It seemed that the other party truly didn't want to see him. Qin Ming murmured a few words and eventually left. He was definitely going to report good news, not bad news, to the Chun family. There's a saying that it is better not to complain to your mother. She can't help and won't be able to sleep. Qin Ming felt that Guan Yu's mother would definitely become his mother in the future. It was better to say something nice to cheer up the elder. After Qin Ming left, the door to the room creaked open. Chun Shi looked longingly at Guan Yu's courtyard next door, sighed, and walked into the pavilion, where she saw the 2 bags of pastries. One bag was open, and the other was still sealed. From the open bag, it was evident that these were all pastries she liked to eat. Qin Ming had secretly noted down her favorite flavors during his previous visits and specifically brought them today. You little rascal, you do have a heart. Chun Shi mumbled as she cleaned the crumbs off the table. The next morning, Qin Ming got up very early. Today was the day the bank would come to collect the properties. Starting today, all his land and houses in the capital would be handed over. Chang Baishan had already brought over 100 guards waiting at the door for Qin Ming. The next steps were straightforward. Go to the military camp to lead the troops from the Sanwei and Wu camps to Lingnan. Today was not a court day, but no one came to see Qin Ming off. This was because the Emperor of Qian had issued an order that no farewell was necessary. Riding on horseback down the street bathed in the morning sunlight, Qin Ming yawned and personally arrived at the Guan residence. In front of the Guan residence, only Guan Yu was there, carrying a big bag and a small bag, waiting. When she saw Qin Ming, she smiled sweetly and waved at him. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. The dignified young lady of the Guan family is traveling without much of a display. Qin Ming had Chang Baishan help Guan Yu load her luggage onto the carriage, smiling and teasing her. You are still His Highness the King of Qin. You're going out with only 100 or so guards. What I have to be embarrassed about? Guan Yu smiled as she held his hand and retorted. It's fine. It will be better in the future. Qin Ming was very confident about his future. Once he had enough capital and left the capital, he would be free to soar like a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. I think so too, Guan Yu nodded and said seriously. The group crossed through the bustling streets and headed outside. The capital was like this. No matter how early it was, there were always many people on the streets. At this moment, Chang Baishan suddenly raised his hand and slowed down. Your Highness, something seems a bit strange. Qin Ming, who had already sat in the carriage, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that concubine Xiao had gone mad and wanted to find someone to kill him on the road because he was leaving? What's wrong? Qin Ming leaned out his head and asked warily. Chang Baishan gave a wry smile and pointed to the stalls on the side of the street. Look, these were all places selling breakfast, tea, and performances. Originally, there were not many people at other stalls in the early morning except for some breakfast vendors. However, today they were all occupied. Qin Ming glanced around. Just a moment ago, he was lamenting that he had no display for his departure, but now he was suddenly stunned. Today was not a court day, but he saw many officials from various departments waiting here, though he didn't know when they had arrived. Because the Emperor of Qian had not nodded to say goodbye according to the formalities, they were just casually dressed and randomly found a stall to sit at. Some had a bowl of already cold porridge and a half-eaten bun in front of them. Others were holding a cup of tea in front of tea house. Some were sitting on small stools at the street corner, with performers who had just rushed over to sing beside them. When they saw Qin Ming's convoy approaching, they all put down what they were holding in unison. "Your Highness, good morning. What a coincidence. It's truly fate that we can meet you over a cup of morning tea. Just to clarify, we're not here to see you off. We just happened to run into you." Qin Ming felt a warmth in his heart. It seems that apart from that cheap old man, after so many years of hard work in the court, there are still people who recognize it. "Thank you all." He was not humble and directly got off the carriage, clasping his fists to all the officials present. Today was a private farewell, and those who were rivals of Qin Ming, as well as officials from the faction of Consort Xiao, did not come. Nevertheless, the streets were still crowded with people. Some were not even officials, just minor clerks who had eaten their fill and came out for a stroll. Among the crowd, Chun Shimao stood up with a smile. The farewell that the court could not provide, he could. The officials behind him set down their teacups and chopsticks, spontaneously following the procession. Watching the lively scene, Qin Ming suddenly remembered a saying: "Why worry that there are no friends on the road ahead? Who in the world does not recognize you?" Guan Yu held Qin Ming's hand, smiling even more happily than he was. "My prince, you didn't tell me before you came that there would be such a grand farewell." The crowd slowly walked towards the city outskirts. In a place where they could not see, Wang Bao stood among the crowd, puzzled by all of this. This kid has already gone to the border. He won't even be able to return to the capital in the future. Why are these people, who have no value, here to send him off? Don't they fear the emperor's punishment? It was no wonder he couldn't understand. These eunuchs lived in a world of intrigue and were entangled in interests all day long. But some true scholars were different. For them, interests were not the top priority. In life, there are always things more important than immediate gains. Wang Bao found it hard to comprehend these things. All he knew was that the ministers were defying the court's decision. Turning around, he quickly rushed towards Consort Xiao's palace. Qin Ming's procession was not slow. After leaving the southern gate of the capital, he arrived beside the carriage. Turning around, he spoke to the crowd behind him. "Thank you all for seeing me off. I bid you farewell. Your Highness." As the officials exited the capital, there were fewer people paying attention to them, and they became bolder. One by one, they stepped forward to bid farewell to Qin Ming. Qin Ming found such occasions unbearable, always feeling they were too pretentious. He said a few simple words and turned to leave. Watching the procession slowly depart, the crowd gradually dispersed. But after they left, the turmoil in the capital was just beginning. Wang Bao had already arrived in front of Consort Xiao, reporting the situation of the day in full. Especially when mentioning that Prime Minister Chen Shimao had brought many officials to see Qin Ming off, he noted down several officials' names and read them out loud to Consort Xiao. How outrageous! Upon hearing that those pillars of the court had gone to see Qin Ming off, jealousy, anger, resentment, and fear immediately surrounded Consort Xiao. How could a disgraced prince like him deserve this? Were these people crazy? They didn't even show such enthusiasm when was conferred the title of Crown Prince. People fear comparisons. Consort Xiao was very angry and stood up to go out. She intended to report this to Emperor Qian to punish these unruly bureaucrats. Wang Bao quickly stopped her. "Your Highness, calm down. If we take action to punish them at this time, we will be standing in opposition to many high officials. Then what should we do?" Consort Xiao frowned. Wang Bao was her loyal sycophant, and since he said this, he must have a plan. He took out a letter from his bosom. "Look at this. It is intelligence sent by Lord Xiao." The governor of Huguang, Xiao Qinian, was a distant cousin of Consort Xiao. Consort Xiao took the letter and glanced at it, feeling even more puzzled. There's a plague in the Huguang region under his governance? What does this have to do with me? Let the court allocate funds to suppress it. "No, Your Highness. This plague can spread." Wang Bao spoke with a grim tone. Are you saying to spread the plague into Qin Ming's fief? Consort Xiao quickly understood. Xiao Qinian had specifically sent the message to gauge Consort Zhao's intentions. After all, doing so would exacerbate the spread of the plague and could potentially lead to countless deaths. This was a sinister scheme, and if something went wrong, Xiao Qinian wouldn't dare take the blame. Wang Bao, with a sinister suggestion, advised, Your Highness, sending a few infected people over isn't a big deal. I heard that Qin Ming only has a few 100,000 taels of silver. If he encounters a few thousand patients, he will definitely spend all that money, and the court won't help him. As Wang Bao continued to persuade her, Consort Xiao directly interrupted him. No need to say so much. Let Xiao Qinian do it. Just block the main roads in the Huguang region and say it's to prevent the spread of the plague. Don't let anyone from Qin Ming's side escape. And don't give him any support. Consort Xiao was even more ruthless than Wang Bao. This strategy didn't require his persuasion at all. After hearing this, Consort Xiao made her decision immediately. Wang Bao not that? I understand. Because it was the feudal era, transportation was not well developed in various places. Many official roads were dirt paths that became muddy and difficult to traverse when it rained. Qin Ming took more than 2 months to bring his army to the Lingnan region. It was already the end of the year. Fortunately, this was the southern region, and even in cold weather, the temperature was not too low. Although the temperature was relatively pleasant, Qin Ming discovered that this place was not only backward, but could almost be called an uncivilized wilderness. Qin Ming's palace was located in Linjiang City in the Lingnan region. Whether it was due to the instructions of Consort Xiao and Xiao Qinian or not, there were no welcoming officials along the way. It was fine that there were no receptions. Qin Ming was happy to be at ease. It saved him from having too much contact with local officials, lest they develop any ulterior motives later on. However, since he had arrived at Linjiang City and was preparing to settle into the palace, it would be unreasonable if no officials came out to welcome him. Qin Ming looked up and saw a desolate scene outside Linjiang City. There were only a few scattered constables following a thinly clothed, emaciated middle-aged man with a sorrowful expression standing there. Greetings, Your Highness. You have traveled a long way. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The governor of Linjiang City was named Song Dingsheng. Although he had a good name, after passing the imperial examination and becoming a jinshi, he did not rise high in his career. After being promoted from a county seat to the position of governor, he had been stuck here for decades. Even so, among the countless officials in the Great Qian, he was considered one of the better ones. Lord Song doesn't look well. Have you been ill recently? Qin Ming got off the carriage and looked at Song Dingsheng, whose complexion was like that of a vegetable, feeling puzzled. This guy was strange. Clearly, he was a governor, and his position was not small. He was in charge of 3 or 4 counties, but he looked completely devoid of any signs of wealth. Instead, he looked like someone who had overworked himself. When Song Dingsheng brought this up, he was filled with sorrow. Your Highness, we had a bit of an incident on your way here. Chapter 37. Whoever does not submit can come find me. What incident? An outbreak of plague. Over 30 villages have been affected, and even Linjiang City and several subordinate counties have reported infections. According to our investigation, the number of people infected with the plague around Linjiang City has already exceeded 1,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's heart sank. The army hadn't even settled outside the city yet, and the plague had already appeared, and in such a large area too. This was too coincidental. Coincidentally, it was in Qin Ming's fief. If the situation wasn't contained, he would be in deep trouble upon arriving in Lingnan. What is happening to those people now? All the villages with plague outbreaks have been sealed off, preventing anyone from stepping out. Song Dingsheng still used the old methods of the feudal era. When a plague broke out, the first step was to control it. If it spread further, they could only kill all the sources of the plague and burn the bodies with fire. Although it is cruel, it is the simplest and most cost-effective method. After all, in this era, the lives of the common people are the least valuable. If this continues, the only solution will be to kill. Song Dingsheng clenched his fists, his face full of pain. This is his hometown. Some of the elderly in the villages even watched him grow up, and he can still call them by name now that he has returned. It is precisely because of this connection that Song Dingsheng feels unable to take action. Nor can he. Qin Ming turned around and instructed Chang Baishan a few things. He asked him to lead the troops, to find an open area to settle down, and to prohibit any outsiders from approaching. Only then did he come to Song Dingxing's side and said solemnly, "When did the plague appear?" "It was in the middle of last month." "What kind of plague is this?" "Smallpox." Upon hearing these two words, Qin Ming's heart suddenly relaxed. As a top student, he knew quite a few methods to prevent smallpox. But then a trace of confusion arose in his heart. "Don't you have any means to prevent smallpox?" Song Dingxing shook his head and said, "No, generally. We just wait for people to get through it. Then we detain them for a few months and let them out once they're fine. Otherwise, we wait for people to die, gather the corpses, and burn them." This is indeed a method used by the Qian court. It's simple and efficient, but it doesn't regard the lives of the common people as lives. "I will handle this matter, but I need 3,000 acres of arable land." After thinking for a moment, Qin Ming made a request. They have military fields, but that is not enough. Qin Ming wants to raise an invincible army, and food is fundamental. Since it is to fill the holes for these local officials, everyone is not familiar, and helping them naturally requires some benefits in return. 3,000 acres? I can't report that to the higher-ups. 300 acres is about right. A look of difficulty appeared on Song Dingxing's face. He knew that Qin Ming had just arrived, and it was definitely the new king's first fire. But to ask for so much land right off the bat is truly a bit difficult. Qin Ming grew somewhat impatient. "I'm not asking for much from you. Just look at the Lingnan region. It's full of uncultivated land. What's so hard about 3,000 acres? Song Dingxing hesitated and scratched his head. There's indeed a lot of empty land here, and it can be cultivated after being opened up. But this belongs to the Qian dynasty, not their private land." Seeing his hesitation, Qin Ming continued to ask, "Besides here, are there any other places with the plague?" "There are quite a few in Hunan and Guangxi, especially in Xiaxia City, where it seems there are already over 1,000 patients, but everything has been tightly controlled, and there have been no issues, only us here." "Who is in charge over there?" "Lord Xiao." "Xiao Qinian?" "Yes." Upon hearing this name, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. That vixen, Xiao Shufei, has really gone mad, daring to use such a desperate measure. It's likely that this plague also came from the area under Xiao Qinian's jurisdiction. Thinking of this, Qin Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. They all want to make a fool of Qin Ming, but this instead gives him a tremendous opportunity. "Leave this matter to me, and you report to the court according to my words." "What words?" "Just say that 3,000 acres of land will be designated as a quarantine area under martial law, and let them come to me directly if there are any issues." This, Song Dingxing's eyes widened in disbelief. There's such a rogue method? Today he has truly opened his eyes. If the words are put this way, then even if Qin Ming circles the land, the court wouldn't dare to come and verify it. After all, no one wants to contract smallpox. "Do you understand?" "Your Highness, I understand." Song Dingxing steeled himself, treating a dead horse as a live horse. But he still had one last out. "Your Highness, can you really solve smallpox?" "Of course. Smallpox is not a highly lethal plague. Generally speaking, the wider the spread of the plague, the weaker its pathogenicity. Many patients in this era frequently die due to poor medical and sanitary conditions. But if there are people who have been vaccinated and they're taken care of properly, most can survive." As for the production of the vaccine, Qin Ming remembered that he had seen records in ancient texts before. There are 4 methods to prevent smallpox: variolation, inoculation, dry method, and wet method. The first 2 are relatively primitive, so he naturally discarded them. The latter 2 are quite good. They involve grinding smallpox scabs in a powder and blowing them into the nostrils, or mixing them with clean water and dropping them into the nostrils. After a few days, if the body heats up and they survive, that counts as the vaccination being completed. The toxicity of the vaccine used in the early stages is relatively high, making it easy to cause problems. But if scabs that have been used for multiple vaccinations are used, the toxicity will gradually decrease. That is a relatively safe vaccine. What about those patients? They have all been quarantined, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Song Dingxing pointed to the seals posted on various houses along the distant street. Actually, without him saying, just by seeing the seals, it was clear that no one had come to the street. "Lu Chuang," Qin Ming called out behind him. "At your service." Lu Chuang ran over to Qin Ming. "Are you in good health?" Qin Ming smiled at him. Lu Chuang thought for a moment and said stupidly, "Of course I'm fine. I haven't been sick since I was a child. My mother used to call me Iron Bull. Then it's you. Go back to the barracks and call a few people over. We're going to bring out the smallpox patients and find a place to gather them together." Huh? Lu Chuang was startled. The other soldiers also took a few steps back in fright. "Are you scared?" "Scared of what?" Lu Chuang still remembers the promise he made with Qin Ming earlier. Although he was indeed very afraid, he kept bragging. Song Dingsheng stared blankly at all this. "Your Highness, are you going in person?" "No, that's too reckless. What if you contract smallpox and die in their Linjiang city?" He actually didn't know that if Qin Ming really died here, Xiao Shufei would probably give Song Dingsheng a great credit. At that time, his promotion would also be just around the corner. "If I don't go, will you go?" Qin Ming glanced at him and shouted at Lu Chuang, "Go and call more people, including the accompanying military doctor." "All right, I just need to go back and write something." "Write what?" "Write a letter to my mother, explaining my last wishes. If I really die here, you have to account for it as a national sacrifice." Lu Chuang lowered his head, his face full of sorrow. Chapter 38 Ancient Vaccine Research. Testing the poison on oneself. Look at your demeanor. At least you've won the first assault honor. Qin Ming gave him a knowing glance. Lu Chuang is a brave man. He has won the first assault honor several times. The biggest contributions on the battlefield are first assault, breaking the formation, beheading generals, and capturing flags. The first assault honor means charging to the front in battle. Only those who climb the city walls and survive can earn the first assault honor. This is the fastest way for a soldier without identity or background to rise. But it is also the most dangerous. Those who lead the assault, after climbing the city wall, are greeted by countless thrusts from chaotic spears, which is still the lightest. Some are directly doused with scalding hot water or molten metal, or struck down with boards filled with iron nails. So very few people survive. But as long as they survive, the merit is immense. Lu Chuang has earned it several times to be promoted as one of the generals of the Wuwei camp. In this regard, his courage is naturally much greater than that of ordinary people. "I'm not afraid. This is filial piety." Lu Chuang continued to defend himself. Qin Ming was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, waved his hand, and told him to find people. "Are there any local doctors willing to help? Find some who understand medicine." Turning around, Qin Ming instructed Song Dingsheng. Song Dingsheng nodded blankly. "Your Highness, I can gather about a dozen here, but I doubt I can find more. With such a big incident happening, there are no doctors available?" Qin Ming was somewhat angry. At first glance, Song Dingsheng still seemed like a caring official for the common people. After really getting in touch, he found that this guy seemed to be timid in his actions, which was quite frustrating. However, this time it couldn't be blamed on Song Dingsheng. He sighed slowly and said, "Your Highness, all the key routes have been blocked by Lord Xiao, under the pretext of preventing the spread of the plague. Since you entered Lingnan, no one has come to support us." As he spoke, he couldn't help but shed tears. He was a scholar with a sharp mind. How could he not see that this plague was deliberately spread against Qin Ming? But there was nothing he could do. Song Dingsheng, a man of little influence, was like a hair on the thigh of the governor Xiao Qinian. He couldn't help Qin Ming much. So many fellow villagers had died. Did he want revenge? Seeing him covering his face and crying, Qin Ming's attitude softened a bit. Song Dingsheng still had some spirit. Upon hearing this, he immediately raised his head. "How do we take revenge?" Qin Ming smiled slightly and said, "It's simple. I will promote my vaccine, and those who have been vaccinated will be identified to form a special medical team for smallpox patients. With this team, we can care for the smallpox patients and help them recover. Once the local situation is resolved, we will take down Xiao Qinian." Qin Ming was very clear about the current situation. He had the vaccine and the detailed production method, but Xiao Qinian did not. If he stirred up the citizens who were isolated, the region under Xiao Qinian's control would truly fall into chaos. By then, Qin Ming would appear as a savior hero. Xiao Qinian wouldn't be able to handle these patients and would have to bow his head to him. Good. After many years in office, this was the first time Song Dingsheng had been bullied to this extent due to court struggles. Naturally, he was very angry. Even a mud person has some fire in them. Relying on Qin Ming, Song Dingsheng was ready to fight back. Soon, Qin Ming's accompanying military doctors arrived. Song Dingsheng also called in a group of healers to join the team. Along with Lu Chuang and his soldiers, The number had reached about 300. After explaining the vaccine production plan, Qin Ming waved his hand. Let us go. I'll go too. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came from the carriage. It was Guan Yu, who had been listening to Qin Ming giving orders. Watching Qin Ming calmly coordinating local resources to quell the plague, her eyes sparkled like stars. No wonder she chose him. He looked really handsome. No way. Without a second thought, Qin Ming refused. Anyone could contract smallpox first, but Guan Yu could not. Why? Guan Yu pouted. She was a proud girl and didn't like to be a burden to others. While everyone was enthusiastically setting up camp and calming the plague, if she sat aside, doing nothing, she would feel unworthy to stand beside Qin Ming. No way is no way. Qin Ming said impatiently and gave Lu Chuang a look. Lu Chuang scratched his head and stepped forward to advise Guan Yu. However, Guan Yu stubbornly said, if they can, I can too. How about this? Wait until the third batch of vaccines is available for vaccination. Then you can come over. Qin Ming thought for a moment and proposed a compromise. The toxicity of the third round of vaccines would definitely be greatly reduced. By then, it would be safer for Guan Yu to come over. Oh, Guan Yu seemed to be angry, but she understood Qin Ming and didn't make a fuss. She quietly sat in the carriage as they left for their camp. Qin Ming entered the city, preparing to first concentrate on the patients inside Lingjiang City. Doctors, I entrust the vaccine to you. For the first batch of vaccinations, let me and the troops handle it. Your Highness, you are also going to participate? Is there a problem? No. Although Lu Chuang was reckless, he wasn't stupid. By now, he understood what Qin Ming meant by the vaccine. But hearing that Qin Ming was also going to get vaccinated in the first batch still shocked him. If his respect for Qin Ming before was merely based on their difference in status, then now it was genuine respect from the heart. Lu Chuang had scoffed at the officials who spontaneously sent off the King Qin when he left the capital. Now, thinking back, following someone like him indeed felt reassuring. Can I join too? Song Dingsheng emerged from behind the crowd, covering himself tightly. His tone was even somewhat hesitant and fearful, as if he would retract his earlier words at any moment. Are you sure? Qin Ming frowned slightly. Song Dingsheng was used to being cautious. He didn't expect him to suddenly stand up at this moment. I am the prefect of Lingjiang City, and since your Highness has personally tested the poison, I can't hide behind. As he spoke, Song Dingsheng's tone became more resolute. With the appearances of Qin Ming and Song Dingsheng, many soldiers on the scene were eager to try. According to his Highness's description, who is the first to try it? At this moment, a doctor suddenly shouted from a distance. The crowd that had just been clamoring suddenly quieted down. I'll do it. Qin Ming smiled and walked forward, taking the vaccine made with the dry needle method and inhaling it directly into his nose. With his lead, the crowd began to change. Lu Chuang, Song Dingsheng, one by one stepped forward to get vaccinated. 2 days later, Qin Ming had a high fever that wouldn't go down, and symptoms of smallpox appeared all over his body. Aside from him, most of the temporary medical team's members began to show reactions as well. In a daze, Qin Ming felt a delicate hand gently stroking his face with a damp cloth. Chapter 39, Remember My Name and My Fist. When he opened his eyes the next day and saw a beautiful figure before him, he couldn't help but smile wryly. You still came. Of course. If I want to come, I will come. Guan Yu said arrogantly, hands on her hips. However, despite her strong words, she closely watched Qin Ming's face, seemingly afraid he would get angry. Seeing that Qin Ming said nothing, Guan Yu then sat beside him and gently said, Look, since you were vaccinated, even if it transmits to me, the toxicity of this plague is reduced, so I'll be fine. You understand quite well. Qin Ming struggled to sit up and smiled. Guan Yu clearly understood the method of diluting the toxicity that Qin Ming had mentioned. Although she hadn't waited for the third round, the second batch was already bearable for her. Am I smart? Guan Yu puffed up her chest proudly. As for you, just obediently rest well these days and listen to me. As long as smallpox patients are taken care of, they can recover quickly. Moreover, Qin Ming and Lu Chuang are all young and in good health. Qin Ming affectionately rubbed Guan Yu's nose and said, Listen to you? In a few days, you'll be lying here for me to handle. A few days later, Qin Ming got up from bed, feeling refreshed, and ate several bowls of rice. Guan Yu, on the other hand, was already bedridden with a fever. Fortunately, with Qin Ming's care, she quickly finished her fever and gradually recovered. Half a month passed. and Qin Ming had reduced the toxicity of the smallpox vaccine several rounds. First, he vaccinated the people in the army. After they got through it, they entered Lingnan city and various villages to care for the patients. Those who had already died couldn't be helped. They could only save those who still had a chance to survive. Fortunately, all of this was not too late. When the vaccination of the army was finished, and it was time to distribute the vaccine to the common people, Qin Ming had already delegated the affairs to Wu Qingye and had some free time. One day, he called Song Dingsheng over. "Lord Song, how are the measures for controlling the plague?" "Good, very good, Your Highness." After experiencing this crisis, Song Dingsheng was now completely convinced of Qin Ming. But this was not the end. Qin Ming only solved the immediate problem at hand, but did not address the troublemaker from the court. "This is the 3,000 acres of land I chose. Take a look." Qin Ming wrote down the area he selected and informed Song Dingsheng. Upon seeing the area chosen by Qin Ming, Song Dingsheng was immediately stunned. Qiantang City, Linjiang City, Wangyue City. He swallowed hard, speechless. "Your Highness, you really know how to choose. These are all important areas. Do you dare to claim land here?" He didn't know that Qin Ming actually had a map of the entire Lingnan region. He already knew where was good and where was not. Why wouldn't he dare? I've said before, this is a quarantine zone. If anyone in the court dares to disobey, let them come and try. This time, Qin Ming gained a lot from the plague. For instance, he kept a batch of the most potent vaccines for himself. If anyone in the court dares to come and investigate, they'll get infected directly. By then, no one here will dare to care for them. A few from the court will die. Well, anyway, you're the one guarding Lingnan. After following Qin Ming for half a month, Song Dingsheng had grown bolder. It's true that good leaders can help people grow. Write a letter to Xiao Qinian, saying I have suppressed the plague and now wish to pay a visit. Qin Ming said with a smile. Besides wanting the land, he also wanted revenge. Xiao Qinian, that dog of concubine Xiao, dared to use such a poisonous scheme. Qin Ming had to play him a trick. With that thought, Qin Ming picked up a few small vials and set off. This was the most potent vaccine he made using the water seed method. Due to storage difficulties, he needed to rush over to catch Xiao Qinian off guard. Chang Baishan and Lu Chuang had already prepared soldiers. After Song Dingsheng sent the letter, they hitched up the carriage and rushed day and night towards Xiaxia City in Huguang. Stop. When they reached the border between the two provinces, as expected, Qin Ming was stopped by the station army. "You dare to stop the carriage of the King Qin?" Chang Baishan jumped down from the carriage and shouted at them. He then took out the pass document. This was a necessary procedure for traveling during the feudal period. The rulers in the feudal dynasty did not like commoners running around, as it would breed many refugees and cause chaos. This led to many commoners living their entire lives in their place of origin. To go to other areas, one needed an official pass. Of course, these things were very simple for Qin Ming. Upon seeing the imperial seal, the soldiers present hesitated. "What are you waiting for? Let them go." Chang Baishan snorted coldly and shouted at them. Hearing this, everyone present hesitated. "General, a plague has appeared around Linjiang City. Now passage between the two provinces is prohibited. If you really want to go, you need to wait for us to report and seek approval from above." Chang Baishan's face gradually darkened. They clearly wanted to delay time, even if it couldn't be resolved in the end at most. A few high-ranking officials would come to persuade Qin Ming to leave. This was also a characteristic of the court. Unfortunately, today they brought a hothead with them. Go to hell. As soon as the soldiers finished speaking, a sturdy figure charged in from a distance. With one punch, he knocked the soldier in front of him to the ground. The one who acted was, of course, the hot-headed Lu Chuang. What kind of mess has the plague in Xiaxia City become? You still dare to stop our prince? Going is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful, blocking this road. Do you really think you can help quell the plague? Get lost, all of you. Lu Chuang was indeed surprisingly fierce. He charged into the crowd, taking down one person with each punch. Anyone who was hit by his fist fell to the ground, holding their face in pain, struggling for a long time before they could get up. "My name is Fong Wenyang. Remember who it was that beat you today?" As he left, Lu Chuang didn't forget to spit at them, stirring up some hatred. Who is Fong Wenyang? After getting on his horse, Chang Baishan asked Lu Chuang with confusion. "I don't know. It was taught to me by His Highness." Lu Chuang scratched his head, quite satisfied with his performance of beating people and stirring up hatred today. Qin Ming, sitting in the carriage, said leisurely, Fong Wenliang is another dog of concubine Xiao, the commander of Qiantang City. A few days ago, when I went to collect land, this bastard actually dared not to give it to me. Qin Ming was not someone to be trifled with. Today he was looking for an opportunity to help Fong Wenliang make a name for himself. After he left, the soldiers at the checkpoint were already extremely furious. Fong Wenliang assaulted someone. Quickly find the military supervisor. Fong Wenliang has gone mad. How dare he lay hands on his own people? In the court, the crime of hitting one's own people can vary from serious to minor. This guy was extremely arrogant. He beat soldiers from another army and even dared to leave his name. After reporting to the military supervisor, their army would definitely seek an explanation from Fong Wenliang. Sure enough, that night, a column of troops rushed toward Qiantang City. Chapter 40. What are you here for? Of course, to smash you. After several days of travel, Qin Ming finally arrived at the gate of Xiaxia City. Along the way, he saw many sealed-off villages. It seemed that Xiao Qinian, the governor of Huang, also had a tough job. He had a mountain of debts himself and still dared to deliberately spread the plague into Qin Ming's fief. Was he not afraid of being unable to clean up the mess in the end? That bastard Xiao Qinian has abandoned his post. Where are the soldiers guarding the city? Chang Baishan, who was originally the captain of the palace guards and later followed Qin Ming, was very familiar with the defense standards of various regions. However, upon arriving at Xiaxia City and seeing the desolation inside, with half of the guards at the gate reduced, he was suddenly filled with rage. Compared to his Highness's efforts to prevent and treat the plague, Xiao Qinian directly adopted a policy of non-resistance. When plague patients appeared, he simply had them captured and thrown into the mountains to fend for themselves. As for himself, he had long been hiding in his residence, not daring to come out. He valued his life greatly. Unless the plague passed, it was estimated that he would not be seen for months. It seemed he was quite afraid. Qin Ming was not angry. The more this was the case, the more advantageous the situation was for him. Your Highness, what should we do? Chang Baishan ran ahead to take a look. He found that many people were being stopped outside and were not even allowed to enter the city. So he quickly ran back to Qin Ming and asked in a low voice, just go in directly. All right. Chang Baishan and Lu Chuang supported the carriage and took out the high-level pass document from the court. Upon seeing this, the soldiers guarding the city immediately waved their hands to refuse. Your Highness, the Lord has ordered that until the plague is quelled, you outsiders cannot meet with us, nor can you enter the city. Several days had passed since Song Dingsheng sent the letter. Xiao Qinian must have already known about Qin Ming's arrival and had informed the city guards in advance to block Qin Ming. I came here to quell the plague. The plague in Linjiang City has already been cleared, and next is your Lord Xiao's area. Qin Ming slowly spoke, explaining his situation. Many commoners around, upon hearing that Qin Ming could resolve the plague, suddenly sparkled with hope in their eyes. The plague in Linjiang City has been resolved? As soon as this was said, the guards of Xiaxia City were also stunned. The plague here was the first to break out, and it later spread to Linjiang City. But Linjiang City was too fierce. It had only been a short time since Prince Qin went over, and they had already controlled the plague earlier than them. This made Xiao Qinian look incompetent. Of course, our prince is not like Lord Xiao, who only knows how to hide in his residence and dare not come out. Chang Baishan was very angry and was about to start cursing. Seeing that these people were still blocking him, Qin Ming took the initiative to get off the carriage and said, let me ask you, since the outbreak of the plague, who has seen our esteemed Lord Xiao appear even once? The plague is not terrifying. What is terrifying is that some people occupy their positions without doing anything, letting you fend for yourselves, while others blindly follow them without using their brains. Step aside. I, the King of the South, have taken over Xiaxia City. Qin Ming's words left everyone present speechless. Xiao Qinian is indeed nothing. Until now, he has been commanding remotely from the mansion, afraid to come out. The money he asked from the court is increasing. No matter what kind of plague it is, I will personally investigate. Everyone can rest assured. Hearing Qin Ming's boldness, the crowd immediately cheered. After thinking for a moment, Qin Ming spoke again. By the way, remember my name. I am Qin Ming, the King of Lingnan. This is not Qin Ming being stingy. The main reason is that in both this life and the last, his achievements have always been stolen by others. Since that's the case, let us make it clear in advance. Don't let people thank someone they can't find later. Watching Qin Ming call for friends here, it felt as if he was about to push down their city walls. A few guards were terrified. Lu Chuang had already dismounted and approached them, glaring with his fist the size of a sandbag, and said fiercely, "I find you guys truly thick-headed. Listen to Xiao Qinian, and you might as well wait to die. Get lost," Lu Chuang said as he was about to rush in. The common people supported him. There were indeed guards who wanted to stop them. But as soon as they approached, they were knocked down by a single punch, unable to get up for a long time. Just like that, Qin Ming led a group of people into Xiaxia City. Inside Xiaxia City, the plague was about to get out of control. Seeing the scene, Chang Baishan felt a little guilty. "Your Highness, letting those outside come in will surely spread a lot of plague in a short time. What if many people die, and we end up being countered by Xiao Qinian? Not many people will die. Don't we have a medical team?" Qin Ming pointed to the doctors who had been prepared behind him. Chang Baishan stared blankly at the crowd behind him and suddenly asked, "Your Highness, are you going to take over Xiaxia City?" He had long sensed something was off, because when Qin Ming came this time, he brought too many doctors who had previously made vaccines. He also brought many soldiers with experience in caring for patients. Yes, what if Xiao Qinian makes a big deal out of this? "Don't worry, I have my ways." Qin Ming didn't shy away. It's better if Hunan and Guangxi are in chaos. After all, this king can quell all disturbances and even arrange vaccines for all the affected common people. Can Xiao Qinian do that? This good-for-nothing is still hiding in the mansion like a turtle. Xiao Qinian's position is also easy to find. The largest and most luxurious residence in Xiaxia City is his home, arriving at the Vermilion Gate adorned with a pair of stone lions. Qin Ming nodded to Lu Chuang and Chang Baishan. The two directly charged in front of the guards and punched them in the stomach. "You're vomiting." The guard hadn't reacted yet and were already writhing in pain on the ground. Qin Ming nodded approvingly from behind. Lu Chuang is really impressive. He deserves to be promoted. Soon, the main gate was smashed open. Qin Ming led a line of soldiers, rushing into Xiao Qinian's home. The courtyard quickly became crowded. "Your Highness, you've gone mad." Xiao Qinian had already received the news and rushed over from the back courtyard in a panic. Seeing Qin Ming daring to bring people through the door, his anger surged, and he shouted furiously. Of course, he was still standing several dozen feet away, maintaining a safe distance from Qin Ming. "Xiao Qinian, didn't he expect this king would come, did you? Didn't he expect that this king's response to the plague would be much faster than yours?" Thinking of how his plans in Lingnan had not yet begun and he was delivered a grand gift, his anger was hard to quell. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the soldiers to push the smashed door closed slowly. "What do you want?" Xiao Qinian, with a fierce facade, unconsciously took a few steps back. Qin Ming grinned and said coldly, "What do I want? Coming all this way, of course. I'm here to kill you." Chapter 41. A disease as a barrier. No one can pass. Now many of the soldiers in the city have been infected with the plague and have all been sent to the mountains to fend for themselves. However, as the governor of Hunan and Guangxi, Xiao Qinian still has some soldiers under his command. Sure enough, just after Qin Ming closed the door, a group of soldiers arrived outside. "We are the army of Xiaxia City. Stop." They were clad in armor, their weapons glinting ominously. There were many of them, even filling up 2 or 3 streets. Just a glance showed that they outnumbered Qin Ming's men by several times. Lu Chuang squatted at the door, guarding a horse-drawn cart alone. Seeing them approach, he grinned. "What is the use of having so many people?" His Highness said, "If only one person comes, you will all run away in fear." As he spoke, he pulled back the curtain of the cart. A weak patient lay inside. "Is it my turn?" Seeing Lu Chuang gesture, he immediately struggled to sit up straight from the cart. The soldiers who were just about to step forward to quell the chaos were instantly frightened and began to retreat. Shameless, bringing a smallpox patient into the city. Lu Chuang ignored them, helped the patient down from the cart, and pointed to the steps behind the 2 stone lions. "Let us sit here for a while." "Good." The 2 sat down on the steps. The few soldiers supporting the door looked at each other and quietly asked Lu Chuang, "General, should we continue closing the door?" "Close yours. Make some room for His Highness to move around." "All right." The broken door was slowly closed again. In the courtyard, Qin Ming walked slowly towards Xiao Qinian from the corridor. Chang Baishan and Lu Chuang were stationed outside and inside, respectively. He was responsible for controlling the hundreds of people in the mansion and sending them to the back courtyard. Lord Xiao, there's no one else here now, right? Qin Ming's voice approached slowly, and Xiao Qinian kept retreating, his face filled with fear. But several soldiers crept up from behind the flower bed and quickly pinned Xiao Qinian down. Come, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people beat him. All right. Chang Baishan led the men to hoist Xiao Qinian up. They even thoughtfully stuffed a rag into his mouth. Xiao Qinian was making muffled sounds, but it was of no use. After beating him for half an hour, Qin Ming tore the blood-stained rag from Xiao Qinian's mouth and took out a confession document. Right? What to write? Xiao Qinian looked at Qin Ming with confusion. What to write? Write how you spread the plague hundreds of miles into my territory. I didn't tea. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Xiao Qinian wasn't stupid. It was fine to get beaten today. If he exposed concubine Xiao, it would be a big deal. Although those involved in the plague incident could see that this was Xiao Qinian trying to trip Qin Ming up without solid evidence. No one dared to report it to the court. But just because they didn't dare, doesn't mean Qin Ming didn't dare. Qin Ming didn't waste words with him. After giving Xiao Qinian a punch that knocked out 2 of his teeth, he continued to instruct his subordinates. Beat him to death. This beast doesn't know how many innocent common people he has harmed. Seeing that Qin Ming was truly going to kill him, Xiao Qinian began to scream again, with tears welling up in his eyes. After he fainted 3 times, Qin Ming splashed a basin of cold water on him. Right or not? Your Highness. Xiao Qinian raised his head, tears still flowing from his swollen eyes. Just as he was about to defend himself, Qin Ming stuffed his mouth again. Continue. Yes. If you don't write, I'll keep beating you. I'll step out for a bit. Qin Ming waved his hand, preparing to take over the plague situation in Xiaxia City. Chang Baishan asked from behind, Your Highness, what if you beat him to death? Death is deserved. Within my territory, he occupies a position without contributing anything, leading to the spread of the plague. If he doesn't die, who will? Qin Ming had already thought of an explanation. Even if the court investigates, he doesn't need to defend himself. The smallpox ravages, and unfortunate Lord Xiao has been infected, cremated after death, with no evidence. Who dares to convict him? All right, woo-woo. Just then, Xiao Qinian, who was being beaten, hurriedly shouted. He was genuinely a bit scared. He originally thought Qin Ming was just trying to scare him, but seeing his stance, it looked like he really intended to take a life. Chang Baishan tore off a cloth strip and impatiently said, What are you doing? Stop hitting. All right. Agree quickly. There are still so many issues. By the way, Chang Baishan suddenly remembered something at this moment. He took out a small green porcelain bottle. After opening the seal, he shoved it into Xiao Qinian's nose and shook it. You've already contracted smallpox. If you want to live, listen to our prince. Otherwise, I estimate no one will dare to save you. Chang Baishan's words made Xiao Qinian's vision darken. You. He fainted directly. What a coward. Chang Baishan curled his lips. You guys, wake him up. While he hasn't had a fever yet, let him confess everything and also write down his corruption issues over the years, such as forcibly taking women, committing rape, and plundering. Write them all down. We'll keep them as evidence. If Qin Ming were here, he would probably praise Chang Baishan for drawing inferences from one instance. Yes. In front of the luxurious vermilion gate, Qin Ming walked out. He saw Lu Chuang and the patients he brought sitting on the stone steps. In front of them were the troops from Xiaxia City, who had been in a standoff with them for half a day. What are you doing standing here? Come with me. I'll take you to manage the plague and resolve your issues within a month. Qin Ming walked up to the city guard commander and spoke lightly. The city guard commander, namely Yozhong, was very scared right now, because just now, Qin Ming had come into contact with the patients beside Lu Chuang. Stepping back a few paces, Li Yozhong glanced towards Xiao Qinian's residence. Where is Lord Xiao? He is confessing. I have taken over Xiaxia City. Qin Ming's tone was one of course. Li Yozhong hurriedly waved his hand. No, we only listen to the court. Can Lord Xiao represent the court as the governor of Huguang? That is natural. Li Yozhong nodded, looking at Qin Ming with suspicion. All right, then wait a moment. Qin Ming didn't argue with him. He returned to the mansion and waited a while. He then took out a handwritten letter from Qin. Is this acceptable? It states that Qin is suffering from smallpox and cannot manage affairs. Therefore, the troops of Xia City are to be handed over to Qin Ming for oversight and to suppress the plague. Liu Zhong's face showed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? He didn't want to admit it, but he could recognize that this was indeed Qin's handwriting. Is there any problem? Qin Ming waved to the soldiers behind Liu Zhong. Everyone, come with me. Vaccinate them, and then you could take care of those patients. With someone to care for them, plus continuous vaccinations, within a month, Qin Ming could quell the plague surrounding Xia City. As for Qin, a smile crept onto Qin Ming's lips. In these few days, he could take down Qin. The other party was now terrified. Just his own confession could fill 2 or 3 pages of paper. Chapter 42. Public funds not fully spent do not count as embezzlement. I have written it. Is there any way to save me? Hurry, save me. In the luxurious mansion, Qin looked fearfully at Chang Baishan and the others. He didn't know what kind of substance Chang Baishan had forced into him, but he clearly heard him say he would contract smallpox. Qin was most afraid of dying. As long as there is life, there is hope. No matter what, he must not die. Chang Baishan thought for a moment and said, that depends on the prince's wishes. As he spoke, he had already taken the pages of evidence with fingerprints and walked out. Qin's complexion turned gray as he sat dejectedly on the bluestone slab. At this moment, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if smallpox was breaking out. In reality, this was just a psychological effect. Even the most potent vaccine wouldn't take effect so quickly. Your Highness, the task is complete. Chang Baishan walked out, bringing the confession letter to Qin Ming. Qin Ming had just arranged the troops here, instructing them to take his people to bring all the patients from the mountains to a single place for unified care. Next, Qin Ming would use his patented technology to produce the vaccine to help them control the plague, while also caring for the sick until they recover. In less than half a month, the situation here could be contained. Leave a copy and then start taking care of the patients. Should we tell them how to make the vaccine? At this moment, Lu Chuang ran over curiously from a distance. They had just brought out a batch of vaccines for the local people to use. These were prepared by Qin Ming, with the toxicity reduced to a minimum, making them very safe. While preparing the vaccine, Lu Chuang found it quite troublesome. Originally, Qin Ming had directly handed this technology to the army and local doctors in Linjiang City. After coming here, however, he had been using the vaccines they brought with them without teaching Liu Zhong. This meant that their doctors later would have to exert great effort to continue producing them. Why teach them? It wouldn't benefit him. Qin Ming didn't consider himself a saint. This group of people were clearly Xiao Shufei's lackeys. Giving them so many benefits was just nurturing enemies for himself. He only needed to manage the relevant troops and the nearby citizens of Xia City. All right then. Lu Chuang nodded and immediately rushed back. When Chang Baishan returned to the mansion with the confession letter copy, Qin Ming heard a wailing sound like a pig being slaughtered. Frowning, he walked into the smashed door. Qin Ming saw Qin lying on the ground in the courtyard, kicking his legs wildly, continuously howling. Didn't the vaccine get into him? Why does he still have so much energy? Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Chang Baishan, who had just come out. Chang Baishan scratched his head and said, the medicine's effect hasn't kicked in yet. This bastard doesn't even know what he is making a fuss about. I'll go take a look. Quiet down. Approaching Qin, Chang Baishan kicked him twice. But Qin, with a face full of indignation, shouted, I'm going to die. You're going to kill me. Smallpox isn't necessarily a fatal disease. Why are you screaming? Chang Baishan was getting a bit impatient. Qin now understood the situation, and he shouted, I've already written the confession letter. Even if you save me, it's useless. In the end, if this gets reported to the court, I will still die. You're all a bunch of damn bandits. Even if I go to hell, I want to let you go. Glancing at the rag on the stone table in the distance, Chang Baishan walked over, wanted to pick it up to stuff it into Qin's mouth. But he was stopped by Qin Ming, who walked up behind him. Who said I'm going to report your little issues to the court? Qin Ming held the confession letter and slowly crouched down. You want to expose me? At least not now. Then can I survive smallpox? Yes. Qin Ming replied seriously. Chang Baishan beside him looked puzzled. Your Highness, what do you mean? You went to such great lengths to come to Xia City. If it wasn't he to deal with Xiao Qinian, what was the point of coming here? Is that so? Xiao Qinian stiffened. Although he didn't understand the situation, knowing he wouldn't have to die made him happy. He wiped his tears and got up from the ground. Qin Ming's trip here clearly wasn't just to expend effort to take down Xiao Qinian. That would be too wasteful. I ask you, how much is the court's disaster relief fund? 100,000 taels, I suppose. Xiao Qinian's swollen eyes quickly glanced at Qin Ming's expression, seeming a bit guilty. 100,000 taels, right? You are the governor of Huwang. Don't you know how much the court has allocated in total? I'll tell you, smallpox can save lives, but it also needs someone to take care of it. Look at this residence now. Besides my people, who else dares to take care of you? Qin Ming's words suddenly instilled a sense of fear in Xiao Qinian's heart. Aren't you afraid of being infected by my smallpox? I have ways to avoid infection, but I won't tell you how right now, Qin Ming replied. He would only put in extra effort to treat the affected commoners and wouldn't share the vaccine. If it doesn't get out, then the court won't be able to produce it. If they can't produce it, no one will dare to take on the risk of catching smallpox to pursue the matter of privately occupying 3,000 acres of land. How much are we talking about? Xiao Qinian lowered his head, remaining silent like a stuffed gourd for a long time. He just wouldn't mention the specific number. Qin Ming's lips twitched, as if he thought of a possibility, and suddenly roared, "You damn it! You didn't just misappropriate what just came into your hands, did you?" Xiao Qinian buried his head even lower, but still weakly defended himself. I haven't spent it all. It doesn't count as misappropriation. He wanted to tell Qin Ming the specific number, but if the money he produced didn't match, both sides would be very awkward. So he kept silent. The question was still 100,000 taels. No more. I'll kill you. Qin Ming was furious and kicked Xiao Qinian in the stomach. The other party stumbled and fell, rolling several times on the ground. Your Highness, please don't be impulsive. Chang Baishan was startled and quickly stopped Qin Ming. He understood that the prince was not just trying to intimidate Xiao Qinian this time. He also wanted to take the disaster relief money from him. How much in total? How much have you spent? After calming down, Qin Ming coldly asked Xiao Qinian, seeing that Qin Ming truly wanted to kill him. Xiao Qinian felt a bit scared and said softly, a total of 300,000 taels. Some of it was really spent on resettling the sick, and the rest still a bit. He stammered and didn't want to speak further. Your Highness, look at that. At this moment, Chang Baishan pointed to the long corridor in the distance. Qin Ming turned his head and saw that there were still remnants of red paper that hadn't been fully torn off in the long corridor. In the Great Qian territory, this thing is only posted at home during weddings. You married another woman? Uh-huh. Xiao Qinian responded in a small voice. Looking at Qin Ming's expression, he took a half step back in fear, maintaining a certain safe distance. Beast, I'll slaughter you. Qin Ming could no longer hold back. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thumping sounds immediately echoed throughout the courtyard, interspersed with Xiao Qinian's screams. Chang Baishan also found it absurd, so he just stood by, waiting for Qin Ming to unleash his wrath. Chapter 43. After the matter is settled, I leave quietly, hiding my merits and fame. Xiao Qinian's vitality was indeed very tenacious. After enduring a whole afternoon and an entire night of beatings, he could still get up from the ground with swollen eyes like a light bulb. Your Highness, I can compensate you, but you need to hurry and find someone to take care of me. Though he was bad, he wasn't foolish. Even though this trip to execute the command of concubine Xiao had angered Qin Ming, once Qin Ming arrived, he didn't directly kill him. Instead, he provided an opportunity, keeping his evidence of guilt from being handed over to the court. That meant he was still somewhat useful. Confiscate his house. Qin Ming ignored Xiao Qinian again and instructed Chang Baishan. Xiao Qinian was startled. Your Highness, this is all my hard work. Can I just pay you back? You should be grateful I didn't take your life. Chang Baishan bound him up and waved his hand outside. A line of soldiers entered and began to inventory Xiao Qinian's assets. What about the people who were supposed to take care of me? I feel like I'm about to get sick. Shut up and get out of here. Chang Baishan had followed Qin Ming for many years and naturally understood his implicit meaning. So he stuffed something in Xiao Qinian's mouth, tossed him into the guardhouse, and left him to fend for himself. This kind of person, who uses desperate measures, deserves to die. Qin Ming left behind his evidence of guilt only as a precaution against concubine Xiao using Xiao Qinian to influence him. He had no intention of controlling him. Qin Ming looked down on someone like Xiao Qinian. Outside the city, Qin Ming saw Li Yozhong standing in the crowd, organizing the disaster victims coming out of the mountains. Why aren't you leaving? The ones Qin Ming left here were all soldiers who had been vaccinated. Li Yozhong and his people hadn't been vaccinated. Even if they had, it would take at least a few days for antibodies to develop. Yet despite this, he still came to the crowd to coordinate their entry into the camp. Li Yozhong didn't like Qin Ming, and upon seeing him approach, he snorted coldly. Your Highness can come, so why can't I? Is it just you and your people who aren't afraid of death? Seeing his stubborn temper, Qin Ming smiled and said to Lu Chuang in the distance, take this group down for vaccination. Yes. Lu Chuang had never vaccinated Li Yozhong's people mainly because Qin Ming hadn't spoken up. Now that Qin Ming had spoken, he hurriedly started vaccinating Li Yozhong and the others. What is this? Li Yozhong was instantly on guard when he saw Lu Chuang approach with a bag of powder and a wooden stick. It's a miracle drug. Once you take it, you won't catch smallpox. Don't worry, I'll just touch it. I won't put it in. Although he said this, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chuang jabbed the powder vaccine made from the dry seed method directly into Li Yozhong's nose with a small stick. Achoo! Li Yozhong only felt an itch in his nose and didn't have the heart to care about Lu Chuang's threatening words. He looked at Qin Ming in confusion, but heard Qin Ming suddenly say, you're still a person with a conscience. I'll vaccinate 300 of you. After that, these 300 who aren't afraid of smallpox can take care of the sick. What about you? Li Yozhong was momentarily taken aback. Why did it sound like Qin Ming was making arrangements for his aftermath? Was he going to leave? Naturally, I'll leave you another batch of vaccines and 20 doctors. I'll be leaving shortly. Why so soon? Li Yozhong hesitated a bit, though he was reluctant to admit it compared to Xiao Qinian. Qin Ming's arrival in Shasha City had made their troops feel more secure. They finally knew how to approach controlling the epidemic. I still have matters to attend to. This batch of 20 doctors will be enough for you. Qin Ming wouldn't tell Li Yozhong that he had just confiscated Xiao Qinian's house and taken the remaining 100,000 taels in disaster relief fund from the court. Of course, this money was indeed meant for Qin Ming. He was the one who truly controlled the spread of the epidemic. If he couldn't take it, there would be no one in the court who could. Rubbing his chin, Qin Ming was already looking forward to the money he would get. Your Highness, is it getting serious? Lu Chuang ran to Qin Ming's side and asked in a low voice. He was quite clever, realizing that Qin Ming was about to leave and guessing the general situation. Yes, get everyone settled into the camp and leave before dawn. Understood, I'll go inform them. Lu Chuang had been in the military for many years and understood the military reserves in various places. It had been half a day since Qin Ming captured Xiao Qinian. Calculating the time, the troops surrounding Shasha City might have already come to support. Transferring the sick was to make them cautious. Leaving early was to prevent the money Qin Ming had taken from Xiao Qinian's house from being seized by those troops. Xiao Qinian said they were bandits, and Qin Ming actually agreed with that. I've come to this damned place in Lingnan. What else could I do but be a bandit? In the distance, Changbai Mountain peeked out from behind an old tree, waving at Qin Ming. How much? 13,000 taels of silver. Besides the land and property deeds that can't be handled, there are some cultural artifacts and paintings that need to wait before they can be sold. I brought all his cultural artifacts and paintings out. Is that all right? That's enough. Qin Ming nodded. Taking advantage of the night, they left Xiasha City with their large and small bundles like the wind. Standing on the carriage, Qin Ming felt a sudden sense of exhilaration in the night breeze. What is this called? This is called leaving matters behind and hiding one's accomplishments and fame. Previously, he had spent several thousand taels of silver to manage the plague in Linjiang City. These large and small bundles of goods can be considered compensation for himself. On the other side, in Pingyao County under the jurisdiction of Qiantang City, in the wilderness outside the county town, Wu Qingye was with his team, crouching in a dense thicket, waiting in boredom. The military camp in Linjiang City was left under the watch of Guan Yu and Song Dingsheng. He had set off right after Qin Ming left. This was within the newly designated area of 3,000 acres of land. It was initially agreed that after taking this land, it would be handed over to the prince for construction. However, it seemed that there were a few stubborn individuals in Qiantang City, especially a general named Fong Wenliang, with just a few hundred soldiers. He had been causing trouble from the sidelines. So Qin Ming thought of a way to deal with him. Just as Wu Qingye was resting in the thicket, a soldier stationed at a distance suddenly ran up to him. "General, it seems a team of soldiers is coming." "Oh." Wu Qingye raised an eyebrow. After waiting so long, they finally arrived. "Go intercept them." "All right." Soon, the team sent from the military camp in Huang to investigate the incident was stopped by Wu Qingye. "I am a defending army of Pingyao County. Where are you from?" Wu Qingye asked knowingly, his tone full of expectation. This group of soldiers was not numerous. Only about 100. The leading general was dressed in armor, with a robust build. His square face seemed to naturally carry a look of sorrow. "I am Sun Cheng, the defending general from the border area of Huang. A few days ago, the king of Qin led people to break through the defenses, reportedly with your Qiantang city's defending General Fong Wenliang, and attack my troops. I have come specifically to investigate." Sun Cheng was not a border general, but rather situated within the imperial territory, so he naturally did not have any pressing matters. After all, he was also a general. Hearing that someone was disrespecting him, he specifically came all the way here. He wanted to reason with the governor of Qiantang City, Wang Shoyan, behind Fong Wenliang, and seek justice. "Oh." General Sunday Wu Qingye did not even raise his eyelids. After listening to him, he respectfully said, "I have long admired your name. A few days ago, Lord Wang received the news and specifically asked me to wait here for you." "You are?" Sun Cheng glanced at Wu Qingye's attire. He seemed to also be a local general. Wu Qingye did not answer him, but changed the subject. "General Sun, Lord Wang has been busy with affairs lately and doesn't have time to meet you. Please come back in a few days when General Fong, who is accompanying the prince to Xiaxia City, returns." Unlike his good brother Lu Chuang, Wu Qingye was a cultured person. He could speak pointedly, but also managed to avoid leaving any faults for others to pick at. Sun Cheng was already cursing inwardly, but he still had to maintain his demeanor, so he suppressed his anger and asked, "This general, do I need to inform you in advance about my identity when I go to see Lord Wang?" According to the ranks of military and civil officials in the Qian dynasty, his position was not low. He should not have to visit a governor and wait for him to have time. Wu Qingye waved his hand. "Hey, General Sun, that's not how it is. We are not trying to bully you. It's mainly because Fong Wenliang is a cousin of Lord Wang. Your matter is not easy to handle." Before coming, Wu Qingye had specifically investigated the relationship between Fong Wenliang and Wang Shoyan. Now it came in handy. Although it was a suggestion, it sounded as if Wang Shoyan was biased and intentionally sidelining Sun Cheng. "This is too much." Sun Cheng's eyebrows shot up, and he angrily shouted, "You don't even have the intention to apologize?" Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Wu Qingye continued to stoke the flames. "It's not that there isn't. Someone on your side was injured, and Lord Wang will certainly give something symbolically. Listen to how this is said. Symbolically give a little." This condescending attitude was no longer concealed at all. But Wu Qingye had not finished speaking. "However, to negotiate, we must wait for General Fong to return. Right now, no one's word can be taken seriously." Seeing that he had encountered a stubborn opponent, Sun Cheng was furious and shouted, "My men were injured. Over a dozen of them. Is this just one side's word? Wang Shoyan is really cunning. He arranged for people to block me early on. Isn't he feeling guilty? Damn it, get out of my way. If I can't see him, I'll chop you all first." Sun Cheng drew out his spear in a flash, swinging the blade fiercely in his hand as if piercing the air, producing a sharp sound. In the night, Wu Qingye merely looked at him calmly, without any intention to engage. "General Sun, I must remind you that Pingyao County is not only within the range of Qiantang City, but also within the territory of the King of Qin. I don't mind dying, but if Lord Wang finds out, or if His Highness the King of Qin learns that you crossed hundreds of miles to kill someone, then things will get serious. Of course, you can also make a move. After all, we may indeed be in the wrong." May indeed? At this point, did they still not want to admit it? Sun Cheng was furious, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head, and he felt stifled, uncomfortable all over. "General, calm down. They're trying to provoke you." Several of his trusted subordinates hurriedly approached, whispering their advice. Sun Sheng naturally understood this was a typical provocation. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger. He spoke slowly. Wang Shoyan, that old bastard, and Fong Wenliang, that beast. Do they really think no one can control you? Just wait. The next time I come, let us see who dares to stop me. Sun Sheng was indeed a defending general from the Huang region, but he was only a Qianzhou. His position was not enough to casually exert authority over Wang Shoyan. But just because he couldn't didn't he mean no one could reign in these two colluding rascals? Wei Guangxuan, the commander of the Hushi Dusi, was his brother and was 2 ranks higher than Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng was going back to seek reinforcements. The next time he came, Wang Shoyan would have to kneel at his feet and cry. Wu Qingye saw through his thoughts and reminded him again of Wang Shoyan's official position. Lord Wang is a governor, a court official. Do not act impulsively. Get lost. Sun Sheng spat angrily, turned around, and rode away. Although he was scolded, Wu Qingye felt quite pleased. Today feels good. Turning around, he said to his subordinates, go find Fong Wenliang and tell him that His Highness wants him to apologize to Sun Sheng. Fong Wenliang must not have gone to Xiaxia City. He had not moved at all in Qiantang City. As for waiting for him to return from Xiaxia City, that was nonsense. The wait would also be for His Highness the King of Qin to return from the Hushi region in a few days. Soon, a few soldiers arrived at Fong Wenliang's camp. General Fong, the King of Qin's men, have come again. Why are they here again? Fong Wenliang, a relatively young general in his 30s, was just about to sleep when he heard them reporting outside. Confusion and impatience filled his heart. Half a month ago, Qin Ming had already sent people to discuss land acquisition with the people of Qiantang City. However, both Fong Wenliang and Wang Shoyan had disagreed. So Qin Ming had repeatedly sent people to harass them. It had not ceased to this day. Tell them I am busy. Whatever it is can be discussed tomorrow. But, General, they say there is an urgent matter to discuss, and if we delay, it will hinder important affairs. Fong Wenliang scoffed. What would they possibly have that is of great importance? In the end, they just want to fight for land and resources for King Qin. They claim it's an issue in Hushi. What? Only then did Fong Wenliang become slightly alert. Chapter 45. The burden of the black pot in the Hushi region. There is the plague-ridden city of Xiaxia. Could it be that they brought the plague over? In fact, there were rumors long ago that Shao Qinian had spread the plague to Linjiang City. However, at that time, many people turn a blind eye. Officials in the court are like that. As long as the fire doesn't burn them, they merely watch from the sidelines, unconcerned. But once the trouble reaches their side, it will surely be met with severe resistance. Soon, a few people were brought in. General Fong, His Highness heard that you have offended the border guard Sun Sheng of Huguang and asked you to apologize. Apologize? To whom? This question contained too much information. Fong Wenliang hadn't reacted to what exactly had happened. After a long while, he finally remembered who Sun Sheng was. Are you all crazy? I haven't had anything to do with Sun Sheng for years. We're hundreds of miles apart and have hardly met a few times. Why would I provoke him? Then we don't know. A few soldiers shrugged and threw down this sentence before running off. Crazy. Fong Wenliang cursed a few times, but then felt something was off. Just then, a few soldiers suddenly ran back from outside. General, the soldiers stationed on the official road who were inspecting passing merchants were attacked. A dozen of them are seriously injured. What? How dare they attack people on the court's territory? This is simply audacious. Fong Wenliang was extremely confused inside. Why were bizarre events happening one after another? Go check, first control the attackers, and throw them into the prison. General, the attacker is Sun Sheng from the Huguang border. We couldn't stop him, and in the end, we had to let him go. Sun Sheng. Again with this name. Fong Wenliang felt as if he had stepped in dog poop today. Damn it, has Sun Sheng gone mad? We just found out that Sun Sheng did come over, but he turned back after reaching Pingyao County. Who would have thought he would attack someone? Any passing army would show their pass documents. Fong Wenliang's soldiers also had records of their passes. This further proves that Sun Sheng had been here. Why did he attack? What was he here for? I don't know. It seems he just made a circle. Nonsense. Nonsense. Fong Wenliang recalled what Qin Ming had said about an apology. Apologize my foot. A mere 1,000-man commander dares to come to Qiantang City and defecate on their heads? Inform Lord Wang. Have him write a letter to Sun Sheng. We must seek justice. Yes. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Wu Qingye was humbly fleeing. Although he performed well today, he was still a bit anxious during the wrap-up. When he attacked that group of soldiers, he almost exposed himself. Fortunately, he left behind Sun Cheng's name. This can be considered a satisfactory completion of Qin Ming's instructions. A day later, Qin Ming returned to Linjiang City. Chao Chuan, who was stealing craftsmen in the capital, and Fang Qingyuan, who was assisting him, had not yet arrived. Although they had Chun Shimao helping them, the matter of stealing people from the Ministry of Works was not easy to handle. They must have delayed a bit. But Qin Ming trusted Chun Shimao. What he promised would definitely be done well. As for the current stage, Qin Ming only had a few hundred craftsmen, and their quality was uneven. They could only carry out some basic construction on the land Qin Ming had enclosed. With the help of Guan Yu and Song Dingsheng, the craftsmen bought a lot of wood and iron ore. They had built 2 carpentry workshops and 3 blacksmith workshops. Basic woodworking and forging could already be done, but the output was still not very high. So, my Prince Qin, are you satisfied? Guan Yu stood in front of several workshops, hands on her hips, her little face full of pride. It was just short of writing a big character saying praise me quickly. Not bad. They say behind every successful man stands a woman who strategizes. It seems I have found one. Qin Ming patted Guan Yu's head, saying indulgently, "What is this? I can lead troops too. How about letting me try?" Guan Yu buried her head in Qin Ming's arms, acting cute. She really wanted to lead troops. But when Qin Ming had the 3 guards take over local defense, he seemed not to have considered her. This naturally left Guan Yu feeling somewhat dissatisfied. When there is a chance in the future, I will definitely let you lead troops. Qin Ming was reluctant to let Guan Yu go to the army. Before coming, he had promised the Chun family that he wouldn't let Guan Yu encounter danger. Liar. The girl's emotions were always unpredictable. Just a moment ago, she was cuddled up to Qin Ming, but upon hearing his words, Guan Yu directly bit him and angrily stomped away in her little boots. After inspecting the situation in his workshops, Qin Ming waved to the distant Song Dingsheng. "What is wrong, Your Highness?" Song Dingsheng ran up to Qin Ming. Having survived the plague together, he was now considered half a part of Qin Ming's team. Qin Ming asked him, "How has the money been spent lately?" "Your Highness, we spent some during the plague. For the construction of these workshops, I sourced from familiar merchants and acquired a batch of materials at cost price, spending only 8,000 taels. There are still 330,000 taels of silver on the books." Although Song Dingsheng was timid, this was not a bad thing. When doing things, his character allowed him to be neither greedy nor take advantage, which Qin Ming was very pleased with. "Not bad. You are a valuable asset." Qin Ming's praise was merely a simple compliment in Song Dingsheng's ears. He had heard many such praises. Unfortunately, no matter how many he heard, after all these years, he was still just a prefect. He initially thought that Qin Ming's remark would end there. Who knew that when Qin Ming said he was a valuable asset, it was not an empty word. "I've decided to give you an opportunity to make money." The scale of the workshops Qin Ming had anticipated had not yet been reached, although there was a lot of money here. When Chao Chuan and Fang Qingyuan brought the craftsmen over to start large-scale construction, it would truly become a case of money flowing like water. Adding in military expenditures and the forging of weapons and equipment, even the 300,000 taels of silver in Qin Ming's hands, along with the 100,000 or 200,000 taels robbed from Xiaxia City, would still not be enough. "How to earn? Give me some paper and pen." "Okay." Song Dingsheng brought Qin Ming the paper and pen, and Qin Ming neatly began to draw the design. As a master's degree holder in physics, Qin Ming's drawing skills were also quite good. Soon, he had drawn a blueprint of a mechanism. "In a moment, gather all my carpenters and have them make this thing." "What is this for?" "A spinning machine, something that can improve weaving efficiency." "I see. How much can it improve?" "At least much faster than now." Song Dingsheng was delighted in his heart. This meant they could make quite a bit of money. But then he thought of a problem. "Your Highness, should we keep this blueprint confidential?" "Of course it should be kept confidential. If not, should we give it to the court and have them make money together? Then I'll find a few reliable local craftsmen who are discreet." "Okay, you decide." Qin Ming waved his hand. His gaze had already shifted to a line of troops that had just entered the military camp in the distance. The returning person was Wu Qingye. "Is it done?" Qin Ming waved to him and asked in a low voice. Wu Qingye leaned close to Qin Ming's ear and whispered, "Almost done. Now we just wait for them to get started. Calculate the time. When will Sun Cheng's men arrive?" probably in 2 or 3 days. Sun Chung was several hundred miles away from Qiantang City. Making a round trip would take at least 2 or 3 days. Qin Ming nodded slowly. Let us go. This time I'll personally meet Wang Shouyan. Your Highness, is it time to go now? Of course, by the time we get there, we will be able to watch the show. If Qin Ming set up a trap for them, it would not be good if he didn't personally go and oversee it. If something goes wrong and they join forces against him, that would be troublesome. Chapter 46. Do you have the strength to compete with me? The next afternoon, Qin Ming entered the residence of Wang Shouyan in Qiantang City. Wang Shouyan was around 50 years old, and his body was visibly plump under his official robe. Unlike before when he sent someone to negotiate, this time, Qin Ming actually came in person. This forced Wang Shouyan to quickly come out to respond. He had heard of the former crown prince's reputation. Although Wang Shouyan was an official of the same faction as concubine Xiao, he, being of low status, did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Qin Ming. Lord Wang. Qin Ming walked into the residence and greeted him with a smile. Wang Shouyan, feeling helpless, said, Your Highness, are you here today to discuss the land acquisition? Yes. Qin Ming did not shy away. After casually sitting down in the inner hall and sipping a cup of tea, he gently squeezed the delicate hand of the young girl who poured tea for him, then said lightly, This matter is not a negotiation, but a notification. I hope Lord Wang can comply a bit. Otherwise, we may not get along well in the future. Wang Shouyan's eyebrows jumped. Is there anyone who comes to discuss matters like this? This is too overbearing. Does he even consider the court? Your Highness, this land does not belong to me. I don't know how you persuaded Song Dingsheng during the land acquisition, but in Qiantang City, we only listen to the orders of the court. After finishing his sentence, Wang Shouyan subtly glanced at Qin Ming's expression, but found his gaze was deep, looking outside the courtyard. This made him even more suspicious, thinking Qin Ming was angry. So he added, Please forgive me, Your Highness. Qin Ming still did not speak. At that moment, to outsiders, he seemed to be gazing deeply into the distance. But only he knew that he was actually locking his gaze on a few maidens in the distance, watching their fair ankles and swaying figures. Qin Ming smacked his lips, feeling disdain in his heart. Wang Shouyan was not a decent person either. At his age, what was he doing with so many beautiful maidens? Did he want to experience a springtime for the sick tree, with a pear tree overshadowing the begonia? I haven't enjoyed that yet. Does he even deserve it? Thinking of this, Qin Ming's gaze towards Wang Shouyan suddenly turned fierce. What did you say? Say it again. Huh? Wang Shouyan didn't know if Qin Ming truly didn't hear him or if this was a threat. Your Highness, if you insist on this, I can only report it to the court. Feel free to report it. Based on my understanding of the court, I know there is a plague here. For the past year and a half, no one has dared to come. You. Wang Shouyan felt helpless. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly walked in from outside. He coldly questioned Qin Ming. Your Highness, Lord Wang has already said he cannot provide it. Are you trying to forcefully seize it? Qin Ming squinted at the young general in front of him. Based on Wu Qingye's description, this should be the stubborn Fang Wenliang. Fang Wenliang was stubborn, but Qin Ming was even more formidable. Grinning, Qin Ming boldly said, I am indeed forcefully seizing it. What will you do about it? Then I can only resist with the army. Fang Wenliang had long been dissatisfied with Qin Ming. A disgraced prince dared to challenge him on his own turf. Hadn't he heard that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake? Seeing Fang Wenliang so brazen, Qin Ming sneered. He wouldn't coddle even the old general. So he certainly wouldn't coddle him. Do you have the strength to fight with me? My 3 guards are stationed at the border and can be called back at any time. The Wuwei camp is stationed in Linjiang City. Just picking out a soldier from there is much stronger than the soft-shell shrimp in your army. Try making a move. As the two were about to argue, Wang Shouyan quickly stood up and said, Let's stick to the matter at hand and not quarrel. Acting on impulse is not good. Despite saying this, his attitude remained firm. He was unwilling to give Qin Ming the land. Lord Wang, you can't turn your back on your word. Qin Ming took another sip of tea and shifted the topic to Wang Shouyan. Wang Shouyan was taken aback. What do you mean? I have managed the plague. It hasn't spread to your area. Shouldn't you thank me? Wang Shouyan smiled lightly and shook his head, saying, You are talking nonsense. The plague in Linjiang City hasn't spread at all. Even if you hadn't come, there was still Song Dingsheng. He has been an official in the court for many years. With just a few words, he dismissed Qin Ming's displayed merit. Forget it. If I can't reason with you, I will use some real skills. Qin Ming waved his hand, not getting angry. Wang Shoyan and Feng Wenliang both felt a sense of unease. Feng Wenliang angrily said, "Your Highness, do you dare to flatten my Qiantang city? That would be too violent. I came here to negotiate amicably and help you solve a problem." Qin Ming's words had hidden meanings that neither of them understood. Problem? Feng Wenliang wondered where this was coming from. This was his first time seeing Qin Ming, and it was Wang Shoyan's first time too. What problem could there be? You will know soon. Turning the teapot in his hand, Qin Ming spoke calmly. Under the suspicious gazes of the two, he directly stood up and left. What does he want to do? Feng Wenliang was alert, feeling that things were not that simple. When soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will bury it. I will write a letter to the princess first. Being a part of concubine Zhao's faction, Wang Shoyan felt quite anxious meeting Qin Ming in person. After leaving, Wu Qingye, who was waiting outside, immediately approached. Your Highness, did they disagree? Of course, these two are not easy to negotiate with. What should we do? Let's go outside the city and wait. All right. Soon, their troop left Qiantang City. The guards at the city gate quickly reported this news to Feng Wenliang. Feng Wenliang thought Qin Ming was just a paper tiger trying to act tough, believing he had no real power and wouldn't dare to touch Qiantang City. So he ignored it and directly returned to the barracks. At this moment, Sun Cheng had already brought his good brother, his superior Wei Guangxuan, on the way. They happened to run into a courier delivering letters at the post station. The courier, who delivered letters all over, naturally recognized these two lords. So he directly handed the letter to them. Gentlemen, Lord Wang Shoyan from Qiantang City sent a letter. Take a look. Wei Guangxuan pointed at Sun Cheng. Sun Cheng seemed to still be a bit angry with Wang Shoyan. He snorted coldly and opened the letter. Bang! This dog official. This is truly too much. Just after reading a few lines, he directly cursed, slamming the table until it broke. What does it say? Wei Guangxuan quickly calmed Sun Cheng down, asking with confusion. Sun Cheng spread out the letter and said, "Clearly, he attacked our people, and now he blames me for attacking the guards of Qiantang City when I came. How could I do such an undignified thing? This is simply shameless." Wei Guangxuan's expression changed. They were indeed shameless. Initially, he thought there might be a misunderstanding and that his brother might have been a bit biased. But after seeing Wang Shoyan's behavior for himself, Wei Guangxuan finally believed Sun Cheng's words. "Brother, don't worry. This time, I will make that dog official bow down and apologize to you." Chapter 47. Brother, stop touching. Let's drink. Just after Qin Ming found a guest house in Qiantang City and settled down. Furious, Sun Cheng led a troop of soldiers towards Qiantang City. This time, driven by anger and concern about a potential counterattack from Feng Wenliang, the number of soldiers Sun Cheng brought was somewhat excessive, over 1,000 men. This was the maximum he could muster within his authority. Of course, this was also thanks to Wei Guangxuan turning a blind eye. Open the gates. After charging in with his troops, Sun Cheng approached the city guards and growled in a low voice. The guards were puzzled but dared not stop him, especially since Wei Guangxuan, following closely behind Sun Cheng, was dressed in the official attire of a district commander. Even if their eyes were not sharp, they could notice the fury on their faces. "See, could you please state your name?" "I will inform Lord Wang," one of the guards stammered. Sun Cheng took a quick step forward, ready to slap the slow-witted guard. Wei Guangxuan stopped him and said to the guards, "Open the city gates. We are here for inspection." A district commander had thousands of soldiers at his command. Given Wei Guangxuan's status, conducting inspections in military camps was a normal reason. In such a small city, the highest authority would only be the provincial governor. There couldn't be anyone of higher rank. Even if it wasn't an inspection, he was confident he could walk around freely here. All right, the city guards stepped back nervously. They dared not obstruct them. If they angered him, they could be casually executed without any recourse. Everyone entered the military camp just to get a meal. It wasn't worth risking their lives. Thus, Sun Cheng and his companion entered the city and headed towards Wang Shoyan's residence. Meanwhile, inside Wang Shoyan's residence, he was currently troubled over the situation with Qin Ming. He sat in a pavilion in the yard, sipping tea with Feng Wenliang, both staring blankly into space. Sigh. I thought Qin Ming would leave after failing to negotiate. But who knew he strolled around outside the city and came back? He even booked a room at an inn in Qiantang City, seemingly preparing for a protracted battle with me. All this information had been reported by Feng Wenliang. Both Feng Wenliang and Wang Shoyan were puzzled. But Feng Wenliang's confusion was mixed with a bit of anger. The king of Qin wants to play tricks. We must not give him the opportunity. Seeing Wang Shoyan not making any moves, Feng Wenliang took the initiative to break the silence. In the past 2 days, I placed hundreds of spies around his inn. Not just this inn, but all the movements in 3 streets and 65 alleys nearby are within my sight. Feng Wenliang was confident. Qin Ming was arrogant. But why should he act tough in his own territory? However, Wang Shoyan was not as optimistic as Feng Wenliang. He felt uneasy. If Qin Ming showed even a hint of emotion or strategy, Wang Shoyan wouldn't be so afraid. But Qin Ming seemed to be casually wandering around Qiantang City, doing nothing, which was quite alarming. There's a saying, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who has their eye on you. Taking a sip of tea, Wang Shoyan chewed his lips and timidly said, when the king of Qin was the crown prince, he could make all officials afraid to act recklessly. Even if they had differing political views, few dared to play tricks against him. Do you know why? Why? Feng Wenliang, as a mere border city guard, was unaware of such things. Hearing this, he simply looked up at Wang Shoyan in confusion. Wang Shoyan sighed. Because many who dared to play tricks against His Highness eventually found they couldn't outsmart him in secret. In the end, everyone had to fight openly. Feng Wenliang found this a bit absurd. He scoffed. How could it be so sinister? It's like he's been turned into a deity. Everyone has 2 eyes and a nose. Who is better than whom? Wang Shoyan fell silent, his worry deepening. At that moment, he just hoped for a swift response from concubine Xiao. However, what Wang Shoyan didn't know was that even if concubine Xiao was aware of his predicament, she might not help. After all, the issues concerning Xiao Qinian were more significant. As a family, concubine Xiao would certainly prioritize helping Xiao Qinian. Of course, that was a matter for later. Letters from Lingnan would take at least 10 days to reach the capital under the transportation conditions of that era. By the time Qin Ming attempted to act, matters would have already been settled. In a certain inn in Qiantang City, Qin Ming sat on the first floor, having Chang Baishan call a few beautiful girls from the restaurant across the street to join him for drinks. Your hands are so small. Let's compare. Grabbing the hand of a pretty girl, Qin Ming smiled and spoke. Wow, how come you're so much fairer than me? Your wrists are so delicate. Let's drink. This wine won't get you drunk. You're so cute. Even if you get drunk, you can rest here with me tonight. The girls blushed at Qin Ming's straightforward chatting skills. Wu Qingye sat across from him, resembling a statue of Buddha, but his mind was racing. He couldn't understand where His Highness learned such simple yet effective conversation techniques. They were very direct, but indeed quite effective. He made a note to remember them. When he returned home, he could use them on his wife and perhaps be as charming as His Highness. Wu Qingye thought to himself while his hand remained on the thigh of a nearby girl. Occasionally, when he thought of something more impressive than Qin Ming's flirtations, he would excitedly squeeze her thigh. Qin Ming was an open person. He called over 5 girls and even shared one with Wu Qingye. Stealing a glance at the beauty beside him, Wu Qingye noticed she didn't seem to react much, her expression normal. It just appeared she wasn't as happy as the girls following His Highness. Could it be that he was an uninteresting man? Surely not. Wu Qingye doubted that. But seeing her lack of reaction, he mustered up his courage and squeezed again. So soft. Feeling elated, he opened his mouth, ready to say a few flirtatious lines like His Highness to tease her. But at that moment, the beautiful girl suddenly turned her head to look at Wu Qingye, her face showing a hint of hesitation. Wu Qingye's heart raced. He thought, I haven't even spoken yet. Could it be that my aura as a seasoned warrior from years of battle has conquered her? His spirits soared. Wu Qingye eagerly awaited her to speak, unconsciously squeezing the girl's thigh again. But he saw her stiffly holding a wine cup, pouring a full glass into it. She timidly offered it to Wu Qingye, saying, Big brother, please stop touching. Let's drink. Chapter 48. Feng Wenliang's frustration. Oh, okay. Wu Qingye's face turned red. He lifted the wine cup and drank it all in one go. The teasing lines he had thought of earlier were now stuck in his throat, unable to come out. When people feel awkward, they tend to pretend to be busy. Wu Qingye was just like that. He started fiddling around on the table, eating a piece of meat, then a peanut. Eventually, he noticed one of his subordinates who had gone out for reconnaissance returning. He stood up, hands behind his back, and hurried outside. Cough! What's happening in the city? General Sun Sheng is here, and he brought a district commander. A district commander? Oh, it's Wei Guangxuan, right? Do you know him? I've heard of him. With something to do, Wu Qingye cast aside the earlier embarrassment. He quickly walked over to Qin Ming's side and whispered, Your Highness, they have arrived. One is the 1,000-man commander Sun Sheng, and the other is the district commander Wei Guangxuan. Qin Ming, who had been drinking with the beauty, slowly released his hold on her waist and nodded. Let's go. Young master, you haven't settled the bill yet. As Qin Ming was about to leave, several girls quickly grabbed him. Don't worry. How could I possibly renege on my promise? I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage. Lao, go bring them over here. Qin Ming pointed to a few people lurking on the street in the distance. He remembered they were trusted subordinates of Fong Wenliang, whom he had seen before at Wang Shoyan's residence. These people really had no sense of subtlety. Not only were they tailing him, but they were also squatting by the street, openly watching Qin Ming as if afraid he wouldn't notice them. However, it made sense. The local guards rarely participated in border wars and were used to throwing their weight around. When it came time to actually do their job, they appeared very amateurish. Today, Qin Ming was ready to give them a proper lesson. Come over here. Wu Qingye, the leader of the Wu Wei camp, was strong and quickly captured them as easily as picking up chicks, bringing them before Qin Ming. Your Highness, what are you doing? What am I doing? Aren't you spying on me? Qin Ming snorted coldly, directly exposing their actions. The group quickly pulled out their pre-rehearsed lines, saying no, we are here to ensure your safety. Unfortunately, they thought they were on the second level. Qin Ming was already in the atmosphere. Oh, who sent you to protect me? General Fong. They had no reason to hide this. Qin Ming nodded slowly. It's not easy for me to come here. General Fong has a good intention. Not at all. They awkwardly chuckled, not daring to say much. Qin Ming continued, Since you care so much about me and want to extend your hospitality, I am deeply moved. Suddenly, this kind of flattery left them momentarily stunned. They still cupped their fists and said, This is what we should do, it's nothing. You don't have to be so polite. Qin Ming smiled slightly, pointing to the girls beside him and the food and drink in front of him. Since you were so sincere, I will give you another opportunity. I came out in a hurry today and didn't bring much silver. Please help me settle the bills for these girls and the inn. What? The group could hardly believe their ears. Was this a member of the royal family who lived in luxury? This was too uncouth. He must be from a demon cult. Your Highness, we are not well off either. You ordered too much meat. It's too expensive. In this era, productivity was low and resources were scarce, just like how modern people have meat at every meal. Many ordinary families in this dynasty might only eat meat once a year. Even the trusted subordinates of Fong Wenliang were satisfied with just tasting meat once a month. Wu Qingye raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, You still say you're not spying on His Highness? You don't even want to pay. No, we are here to protect His Highness. The group hurriedly waved their hands, retreating a few steps in fear. Nonsense. You say it nicely, but His Highness is in trouble now. If you can't afford to pay, you'll be detained, and you still want to give it? Is this how Fong Wenliang wants you to protect him? After patting Wu Qingye on the shoulder, Qin Ming stepped in as the nice guy. Lao, don't be anxious. These brothers probably don't have enough money on them and are planning to have their family send some. Arrange for a few brothers to guard them and help them gather the money to settle the bill. We'll go busy ourselves first. Understood. Soon, Wu Qingye had tied up the leaders who were tailing Qin Ming. After assigning a few people to watch over them, he followed Qin Ming out of the inn. In truth, Qin Ming didn't really want them to pay. He just wanted to teach them a lesson and get rid of those spying on him. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Ming stepped out of the inn, a line of soldiers rushed in to untie their leader but were stopped by Wu Qingye's men. The few subdued leaders anxiously shouted, Are you all fools? Don't worry about us. Go see what the king wants to do. But you guys didn't bring a team. What should we do? A few soldiers, who were basically useless, were also afraid of Qin Ming and hesitated. Get the hell out of here. Hurry up. If you delay General Fong's business, it would be justified to kill you. All right. Meanwhile, Sun Sheng and Wei Guangxuan had arrived at Wang Shoyan's residence and began banging on the door. Here again? Is this never-ending? Hearing the noise, Fong Wenliang slammed his tea cup down on the table, turning around angrily to look at the heavily knocked door. Go out and take a look. Wang Shuoyan stood up, wanted to see what Qin Ming was up to. With the help of a few servants, the heavy door creaked open. Both Wang Shuoyan and Fong Wenliang had pent-up anger, but upon seeing the people in front of them, they suddenly froze. Who are you? Wang Shuoyan stepped forward, curiously sizing them up. His eyes immediately fell on Wei Guangxuan's official uniform. This is a Dusi. He has a rank higher than me. This official pays respects to the Dusi. Wang Shuoyan cupped his fists and bowed. Wei Guangxuan, with a cold face, waved his hand, showing a look of rejection. All right, I brought Sun Cheng here today to discuss something. What matter? Land enclosure? Wang Shuoyan's first thought was about Qin Ming's land enclosure issue. But Sun Cheng had already rushed forward, pointing at his nose and scolding, Wang Shuoyan, you really have a thick face and shameless means. That Fong Wenliang is your relative, right? Is this how you protect him? Fong Wenliang thought they were negotiating with Wang Shuoyan. He remembered that a couple of days ago, Sun Cheng had come and even hit his men. He was planning to ask about the situation after they finished their discussion. Who knew Sun Cheng would start scolding him right away? To make matters worse, he even brought up his relationship with Wang Shuoyan. For heaven's sake, I, Fong Wenliang, have never asked Wang Shuoyan for help on my military promotions. I've earned everything myself. He hated those who said he climbed the ranks through connections. Today, Sun Cheng was just disgusting him to the core. Sun Cheng, I warn you, clean up your mouth. Don't act like a mad dog, biting at everyone. Fong Wenliang, you still dare to call on me? Sun Cheng was already filled with pent-up anger. Clearly, Fong Wenliang was in the wrong first, yet he still dared to shout at him. This was intolerable. He was pure trash. What do you mean I dare to call on you? Sun Cheng, who do you think you are? Pointing fingers here and there, I'll kill you. Fong Wenliang, being young and hot-blooded, was about to make a move. Wang Shuoyan and Wei Guangxuan each grabbed one to prevent them from fighting. You hit someone first and still dare to be arrogant with me? If I don't kill you today, I won't share the same surname as you. Sun Cheng shouted loudly, ready to bring up the past. Qin Ming, who was hiding around the corner, felt a stir in his heart. This cannot be allowed to continue. If they put their heads together and figure things out, it would be bad. Forget it. I'll play the fool myself. You stay hidden here. Don't let them see you. I'll go in person. Before leaving, Qin Ming instructed Wu Qingye. Wu Qingye had seen Sun Cheng before, and if he came out, he would definitely be exposed. Hearing this, he immediately nodded. All right. In front of Wang Shuoyan's residence, both he and Fong Wenliang were puzzled. Clearly, it was Sun Cheng who hit someone, yet now he was slandering the commander of Qiantang City. What did this mean? Just as Fong Wenliang was about to refute, Qin Ming walked over from the corner, interrupting their conversation. What's going on? What are you doing? Your Highness. Wang Shuoyan's heart raced. The scene was already chaotic, and now a rogue had come to stir things up. How unfortunate. At the same time, he also turned his gaze to Fong Wenliang. Was it said that they were keeping a close eye on Qin Ming? Now, that Qin Ming was right in front of them. Not even a messenger had come. What kind of surveillance is this? At this moment, Fong Wenliang also felt overwhelmed. He didn't even have time to care about why Qin Ming suddenly came. He just wanted to quickly deal with the arrogant Sun Cheng. Your Highness, Prince Qin. Wei Guangxuan was quick to react. Hearing Qin Ming's name, he who was originally holding his head high, acting like he was the top dog, immediately approached Qin Ming respectfully and bowed. He even tugged at Sun Cheng's sleeve. Sun Cheng reluctantly bowed to Qin Ming, which led him to voice his doubts. Your Highness, Fong Wenliang attacked my soldiers at the Huang border. Aren't you going to give an explanation? He thought Fong Wenliang and Qin Ming were in cahoots because originally, Qin Ming was the one who fought alongside Fong Wenliang against his soldiers. Now, even as he just arrived, Qin Ming quickly followed. It was obvious he wanted to protect Fong Wenliang. Qin Ming smiled slightly and ambiguously said, the issue of hitting people is indeed a problem. So you came for this reason. It's good that you know. Sun Cheng snorted coldly, crossing his arms, displeased. What hitting people? Wang Shuoyan and Fong Wenliang were both confused. It was Fong Wenliang who reacted more quickly, pointing at Sun Cheng and cursing, Oh, you guys are colluding to cause trouble for us in Qiantang City? Your Highness, what a good strategy. You actually joined forces with Wei Guangxuan to frame me. Sun Cheng felt that Qin Ming was Fong Wenliang's backer, while Fong Wenliang thought Qin Ming was Sun Cheng's backer. At this moment, Qin Ming continued to play along and said, "Hey, don't talk nonsense. Who framed you? Wasn't it just a quarrel we had before? Didn't need to escalate like this?" Qin Ming immediately withdrew, leaving the question to Sun Cheng and Wei Guangxuan beside him, and casually mentioned the previous quarrel. Wei Guangxuan's face turned cold, and he had already imagined a lot of stories. It seemed they initially wanted to find fault with him, but later, due to disputes over interests, the negotiations broke down, leading to a falling out, making it impossible to find fault with him anymore. He arrived just in time, just right to take advantage of the rift between the two and help his good brother Sun Cheng take revenge by taking down Fong Wenliang. Isn't this framing? Isn't it all your fault? Fong Wenliang was just a low-ranking martial general. Naturally, he didn't understand so many twists and turns, nor did he know what it meant to speak too much and lose. At this moment, he still felt like a victim. "Sigh, there's really no way to talk to you. You're too stubborn." Qin Ming made a helpless expression. He turned to Wei Guangxuan. "I can prove this matter. It was indeed his doing. Lord Wei can handle it as he sees fit." Fearing he wouldn't handle it and would leave, Qin Ming even took a step back and said, "If there's really no authority, this king can call the local official to preside over justice for everyone. Is it necessary? He's just a small guard." Wei Guangxuan still wanted to save face. He snorted coldly and said, "Lord Wang, with witnesses and physical evidence, this is a done deal. Just remove him and wait for punishment." A hint of hesitation appeared on Wang Shuyan's face. "Lord Wei, shouldn't we investigate this matter further?" Although the parties involved may be confused after many years in court, he's not a fool and can clearly feel something is off. But Wei Guangxuan wanted to seize this opportunity to quickly deal with Fong Wenliang. Sun Cheng coldly snorted, "What else is there to investigate? Or do you want to leave enough time to cover up the evidence?" Fong Wenliang, also a hot-headed youth, widened his eyes and angrily shouted, "Okay, Lord Wei, are you biased?" Daring to confront a royal prince like Qin Ming, he naturally also dared to vent his anger at Wei Guangxuan. "What did you say?" Wei Guangxuan's voice turned cold as he glared at him. "Enough, enough, say less." Wang Shuyan hadn't even realized what was going on, and the situation had already turned into this. His heart raced with fear, and he quickly grabbed Fong Wenliang. Seeing Fong Wenliang being held back, Qin Ming thought the situation wasn't big enough. So he said, "General Fong, you should listen to Lord Wang more. Sometimes, not listening to the advice of elders can lead to immediate losses. Lord Wang has been in the court for so many years. He can still help you a bit." Earlier, when standing at the street corner listening to Sun Cheng and Fong Wenliang curse at each other, Qin Ming noticed that Fong Wenliang seemed to be a young general with a strong sense of pride. He hated it most when others said he had connections. Since he found his weak point, Qin Ming was going to dance all over it. As expected, Fong Wenliang suddenly looked up, staring intently at Qin Ming. "Your Highness, what do you mean? Please clarify. Who has helped me? This position of guard is entirely earned by myself. If anyone helped, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." He was touched on a sore spot, almost shouting at Qin Ming to correct him. Qin Ming chuckled, taking a step back to advance. He said something even more irritating. "Oh, I understand. Just joking. It's all your hard work, isn't it?" The implication was still disbelief. "But considering Lord Wang in your face, I am still willing to appease you." This was a very annoying way of speaking that Qin Ming learned from someone in his past life. He didn't expect to use it to annoy Fong Wenliang in this life. It seems that learning more was indeed not wrong. You. Faced with someone as shameless as Qin Ming, Fong Wenliang was so furious he nearly lost his mind. Pointing at Qin Ming, his finger trembled in the air for a long time. Thoof! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. His body swayed, and Fong Wenliang fell straight to the ground. Chapter 50. Enforcing the law impartially, don't give me face. Wenliang. Wang Shuyan rushed up to support Fong Wenliang. Several soldiers around also came over, trying to help him and bring him back to consciousness. But Fong Wenliang was too agitated, his anger overwhelming him, and he didn't wake up for a long time. Sigh, had I known this would happen, why bother in the first place? Qin Ming looked at his miserable state, feeling a sense of melancholy, as if he were very familiar with him. Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng thought Qin Ming was talking about the matter of attacking their soldiers. But what Qin Ming referred to as Fong Wenliang coming out to show off and obstructing his land acquisition. Still daring to be tough with me? If you don't let me know why the flowers are so red, I will make you regret it. Qin Ming thought to himself. Yet on his face, he feigned a sorrowful expression, lamenting to Wei Guangxuan. Wenliang is a good person, but his temper is too explosive. Just when Wei Guangxuan thought Qin Ming would plead for him, Qin Ming suddenly shifted the topic. However, this is also his own problem. You should not let his punishment fall short. He should be removed from his position and investigated. This king is not someone who can help people plead for mercy just because of connections. I hope Lord Wei can also enforce the law impartially, keeping his word. Watching Qin Ming ramble on, Wei Guangxuan's mouth twitched slightly. Why did it feel like he had no sense of revenge at all? Sun Sheng felt the same way as Wei Guangxuan. Just as they were standing there, at a loss, Qin Ming suddenly lightly exclaimed, "By the way, why did you bring so many troops over? Isn't this over the limit? Did you report to me while traversing within my fief?" Oh no! Wei Guangxuan felt a chill in his heart. He thought that slightly violating military regulations would be fine. After all, in all of Qiantang City, no one could suppress him. Moreover, no one dared to mention this matter. But no one expected that His Highness, the Prince Qin, would come personally, and unfortunately, he noticed the number of their troops. Wei Guangxuan began to urgently fabricate lies. Qin Ming did not give him a chance to refute and directly interrupted his words. "Lord Wei, if you continue like this, it will be very difficult for me. This matter is neither big nor small." "Your Highness," Qin Ming sighed while covering his face, "alas. I have said that I am a person who is upright and impartial, who enforces the law fairly and keeps my word. How can I casually give you leniency?" Wei Guangxuan quickly smiled apologetically. "This naturally cannot be done. This time, in order to seek revenge for my brother, he indeed violated the rules." Sun Sheng, seeing his good brother had been caught by the king of Qin because of him, felt anxious and hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with Lord Wei. It was I who led the troops out without permission. Among these people, the extra ones are witnesses who were beaten by Fong Wenliang. I brought them to testify against him." Sun Sheng was quick-witted. Wei Guangxuan looked at Sun Sheng with gratitude. "Good brother, you are very righteous at this critical moment." Seeing his reaction, Qin Ming only found it amusing. If there really were witnesses, Fong Wenliang would have cleared his name long ago. That was Lu Chuang personally taking action, delivering a punch that left the person dazed. He would probably be bedridden for half a month. How could he follow you here? This guy is quite adept at lying. However, Qin Ming is hard to deal with. "So, Wei Guangxuan, do you know that you allowed him to bring more soldiers than the standard, along with the so-called witnesses?" Qin Ming asked indifferently. Sun Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Ming's questioning method was truly that of a cultured person. If he responded that Wei Guangxuan knew, it would certainly implicate him, and Sun Sheng himself would not escape either. Lord Wei doesn't know. With his thought, Sun Sheng immediately shook his head, once again distancing Wei Guangxuan from the matter. Hearing this answer, Wang Shuyan beside them had already closed his eyes helplessly. Once entangled with Qin Ming, could there be any good outcome? No matter how Sun Sheng responded, Qin Ming would not let them leave easily. As expected, Qin Ming coldly turned his head and continued questioning Wei Guangxuan. "You didn't know, yet you agreed to let him bring so many people? Is it that you truly didn't know, or did you deliberately collude with him, pretending not to know?" "Sun Sheng, I tell you, regardless of whether you brought the so-called witnesses or not, coming from another place with this number of people, you, none of you can escape." Qin Ming's words left Wei Guangxuan with a bitter expression. He had thought that capturing Fong Wenliang would restore the army's reputation, and the matter would end there. Unexpectedly, he was the one who suffered the most. Wang Shuyan stood quietly beside him, slowly shaking his head. Fong Wenliang was a person who was more of a liability than an asset. Initially, they had listened to his words, thinking that the king of Qin was new and lacked foundation. Therefore, they were unwilling to intervene and even less willing to give ground. Now it seemed that the decision made back then was utterly wrong. Such a person should not be involved. If they had known, they would have quickly ceded the land to the king of Qin. There wouldn't be this mess. After threatening Wei Guangxuan and Sun Sheng, Qin Ming thought for a moment and made arrangements. "Bring your people and come back to the military camp with me for investigation. Also, Lord Wang, don't let Fong Wenliang do anything for the next few days. Yes. Both groups of people responded weakly. Wang Xiuyan first arranged for someone to take the unconscious Fong Wenliang to the medical clinic. Qin Ming then instructed Wei Guangxuan's men to wait outside the city for him. Once most people had left, Qin Ming smiled and walked up to Wang Xiuyan. Lord Wang, have you had dinner? If I say I have, would you believe me? Wang Xiuyan replied helplessly, his face showing a resigned expression. Nonsense, it's just getting dark. What did you have eaten? Come, follow me to the inn. Let us drink and chat about life. Qin Ming kindly pulled Wang Xiuyan and rested his hand on his shoulder. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would think the two were very familiar, even like old friends. Wang Xiuyan really did not want to attend this banquet, but the situation was stronger than the individual. The guard of Qiantang City had been eliminated. Alone and unsupported, Wang Xiuyan did not have the courage to refuse Qin Ming. Let us go. After stammering for a long time, Wang Xiuyan finally sighed and prepared to leave with Qin Ming. But Qin Ming suddenly seemed to remember something. He stopped, looked seriously at Wang Xiuyan, and said, Lord Wang, you should call your steward to bring some silver. I still have a meal and accommodation for over 10 people that haven't been settled. You just arrived in Lingnan. With a bright future ahead and ample resources, can't you cover this meal? Wang Xiuyan felt defeated. He thought he was being honest, but wasn't he this too much? Unexpectedly, Qin Ming nodded seriously. Indeed, I have a bright future ahead. However, I am tight on resources, tight on money, tight on clothes, tight on time. You have to help me loosen up. Chapter 51. You volunteered to donate. I didn't ask for it. When they arrived at the inn, Qin Ming did not mention today's events. He just called over several young girls from the opposite tavern. There were 7 girls in total, and after establishing some rapport earlier, Qin Ming also learned some of their stories. These 7 beautiful girls were the top entertainers from the opposite tavern, known as the 7 fairies of Qiantang. While eating, Qin Ming chatted with the 7 fairies about the things in Qiantang City. The girls were quite knowledgeable about men and could chat well, sharing a lot of information about Qiantang City with Qin Ming. For example, which streets were more prosperous or which places had good business recently, where the owners came to the tavern to drink and said they made a lot of money. Although Qin Ming was enjoying the conversation, Wang Xiuyan did not participate. His doubts grew stronger. He did not know what Qin Ming was up to. Fortunately, Qin Ming was a warm-hearted person. Since they were at the same table, he generously shared one of the beauties with Wang Xiuyan. Lord Wang, have a drink with the beauty. Don't be polite with me. I have no appetite. Wang Xiuyan's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What is going on? Is this your home ground now? Don't be polite with me? He thought Qin Ming had called him over for a meal, and paying for the meal and lodging would be enough. But judging by Qin Ming's attitude, it seemed that the cost of this meal and the appearance fee for the 7 fairies would also fall on Wang Xiuyan. How could Wang Xiuyan drink under such circumstances? Seeing him look as stubborn as a stone in a latrine, Qin Ming stopped persuading him and turned to boast with the 7 fairies. I'll let you in on a secret. I'm actually a prince. Then are we lucky enough to drink with you? Wouldn't that make us princesses too? You're my princess. Qin Ming smiled as he held the hands of the 2 girls beside him, causing them to giggle and pull away. However, when he referred to princesses, it had another meaning. Many girls fantasize about being princesses when they are young. Some eventually became princesses, but unfortunately, they ended up accompanying not a prince, but a wealthy businessman. Cough, cough. Seeing Qin Ming flirting without a care, Wang Xiuyan couldn't help but cough a few times, covering his mouth to remind Qin Ming to talk about serious matters. But Qin Ming did not respond and continued chatting. As the cups clinked and laughter filled the air, the girls' laughter sounded like silver bells. Cough, 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 cough. Wang Xiuyan coughed for a long time, his throat starting to hurt. Still, no one paid him any attention. Even the girl Qin Ming had just shared with him had moved a stool to join Qin Ming's little chat group. He suddenly felt isolated. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Wang Xiuyan finally took the initiative to bring up today's matter regarding Fong Wenliang. Your Highness, Wenliang meant no harm. He was just a bit too straightforward. Qin Ming remained silent, wanting to maintain the initiative in the negotiation. Only when the other party made demands could he prescribe the right remedy. Reluctantly releasing his hold on the girl's thigh, he awaited Wang Xiuyan's next words. Qin Ming smiled and asked him, Does Lord Wang mean that since I have no grudges or enmity with him, and we don't know each other, I should specifically tolerate Fong Wenliang because of his straightforward character after meeting him? How about you build a temple for me instead? I, being such a benevolent person, could sit inside as a Buddha statue and bring in quite a bit of revenue for this city every year. Your Highness, please don't joke. I didn't mean that. Wang Shuoyan quickly shook his head with a smiling face. However, Qin Ming waved his hand. Now that he has fallen into Wei Guangxuan's hands, just handle it as it should be. What use is it for Lord Wang to plead for me? Would I ask Wei Guangxuan to release him just because of the 3 prosperous shops you sent me along with the land you've allocated? Qin Ming's words stunned Wang Shuoyan. He raised his head and stared with bewildered eyes. What 3 prosperous shops? Did my little princess not just mention that there seems to be a street here doing good business? Forget it. I'm not that kind of person. Qin Ming waved his hand and drank his cup of wine in one go. Wang Shuoyan, having lived for so many years, was encountering such a rogue for the first time. From the sound of it, it seemed he wanted 3 prosperous shops and some land allocated to him before he would release the person. I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Each of those prosperous shops is worth over 10,000 taels of silver, and they contribute a considerable amount in taxes to Qiantang City every year. If I give them to you, Qiantang City. Before he could finish his words, Qin Ming interrupted him by waving his hand. Stop. What are you talking about? I said I'm a just and upright person, law-abiding. Wu Qingye. Yes, Wu Qingye, who was in a bad mood because he couldn't join the table to eat and couldn't enjoy the company of the beautiful ladies due to Wang Shuoyan's arrival, immediately stepped forward and glared fiercely at Wang Shuoyan. Wang Shuoyan was startled by his gaze, but then he heard Qin Ming order, "You go tell Wei Guangxuan that Fong Wenliang's crime should be reported directly to the Deputy General. Such scoundrels deserve to be punished by all. Our Dacian army must adopt an attitude of better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one go and impose severe punishments on these unruly generals. Only then can we cleanse the atmosphere and make the Dacian ship sail further." By the end, Qin Ming was moved by his own righteous words. It turned out that he was the pillar of this dynasty. One could hardly imagine what would happen to the Dacian dynasty without someone like him, who was upright, enforced the law impartially, and diligently fulfilled his duties. Yes, Your Highness. I will go find Wei Guangxuan right now. Qin Ming held his leverage over him. Now that he went to find him, Wei Guangxuan would definitely help Qin Ming out of self-preservation. Wang Shuoyan was terrified. He quickly grabbed Wu Qingye and turned to Qin Ming. Your Highness, Your Highness. Let's talk this over properly. Qin Ming sighed and said, Lord Wang, I really don't want your 4 prosperous shops or 30 craftsmen along with some allocated land. Even if you offer them to me, they would be of no use. What? For prosperous shops and 30 craftsmen? Wang Shuoyan could hardly believe his ears. How could the price he just proposed suddenly increase now? Is he still human? Qin Ming's ability to ask for this price was actually derived from inquiries with the 7 fairies. Although Lingnan was a poor area, the major cities under its jurisdiction had quite a bit of savings. Asking for a few shops wasn't really that significant. However, Wang Shuoyan was like a greedy beast, unwilling to part with a single coin. So Qin Ming decided to raise the price and see how long the old fellow would argue with him. I never said I wanted them. It's all because Lord Wang sees that I came to Lingnan with difficulty and voluntarily donated to the army. Qin Ming shook his head, reaffirming his persona of a white lotus. Of course, if Lord Wang insists on giving them, I won't take them for free. What do you mean? Wang Shuoyan's heart stirred. He was indeed a bit looking forward to Qin Ming's return gift. But Qin Ming then said, I will send you a banner in the name of the army, and give you 3 taels of silver as a commendation to praise your outstanding contributions. How about that? Chapter 52, Connected at Heart. Yet you play tricks. Wang Shuoyan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. In fact, Qin Ming guessed correctly. He did have money, but as a veteran in the officialdom, he was also a true slippery character. As long as there was no knife held to his neck forcing him to part with money, he certainly wouldn't give any. He initially wanted to put on a difficult expression and haggle with Qin Ming bit by bit. But he was wrong, because he was dealing with the renowned former crown prince, the current King Qin. Qin Ming had encountered too many officials like him and naturally knew how to resolve matters step by step. Your Highness, I voluntarily donate. Seeing that Qin Ming had pushed him to such a point, Wang Shuyan had no choice but to compromise to save Fang Wenliang. However, this incident had also tied him to Qin Ming. Once he returned, he would definitely report everything about Qiantang City to Xiao Shufei. He might not be able to defeat Qin Ming, but Xiao Shufei and the current crown prince joining forces would definitely be able to suppress him. Good. I like talents like you who are loyal to your country. Qin Ming patted his shoulder in satisfaction. He knew what Wang Shuyan was thinking, but it didn't matter. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. A forced melon is not sweet, but it can still quench thirst. Old Wu, see our guest out. Now that the matter was settled, it was indeed a bit awkward to leave an old man here drinking with the 7 fairies. Qin Ming instructed Wu Qingye. Wu Qingye nodded. He was already eager to go. After being rejected by one of the 7 fairies, he had been thinking all afternoon about how to regain his manly dignity. If it weren't for Wang Shuyan's rambling, he would have joined the table long ago. Wang Shuyan was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Ming's dismissal to come so quickly. Before leaving, he asked Qin Ming, "By the way, Your Highness, when do you think Wenliang can return to the army, having paid such a high price?" He hoped Qin Ming could persuade Wei Guangxuan to suppress the matter. This way, both parties could coexist peacefully in the future. It would be better for everyone. But when Qin Ming heard this, he looked at him with confusion. What return to the army? Doesn't Fang Wenliang have land? He can go back to farming. What do you mean by that? Wang Shuyan glared angrily at Qin Ming. How could one take money and not do the work? Qin Ming put down his bowl and said leisurely, as for Fang Wenliang's crime, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot escape. Since he has committed such a serious crime, being able to return to farming is already the greatest leniency. What are you thinking? Hurry and leave. And remember to settle the account before you go. Wang Shuyan gritted his teeth. Even though he had studied for many years and had a deep cultivation, he was about to explode with anger at this moment. Your Highness calculates well. I admire you. Gritting his teeth, Wang Shuyan threw down this sentence, settled the bill, and left in a huff. There was no time to mourn for him. Next to appear was Wu Qingye. Finding an empty spot, Wu Qingye quickly sat down, rubbing his hands and looking expectantly at Qin Ming. Your Highness, that. At this point, his old face turned red. His eyes, however, kept sizing up the girl beside Qin Ming. The 7 fairies looked at this bear-like man with disdain and turned their heads away, hugging Qin Ming tighter. Wu Qingye was very hurt. He was once known as the battlefield's clever strategist, making numerous achievements in surprise attacks and basking in glory. Now, he was actually being looked down upon by a few young girls. Oh heavens, how could you be so cruel to me? In the end, Qin Ming understood the mindset of his subordinate and said to the 2 girls sitting at the side, "This is General Wu. He is quite wealthy. Go have a couple drinks with him, and I will give you both 10 taels of silver later." Finally, the 2 girls sat beside Wu Qingye. Wu Qingye looked at Qin Ming with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He hurriedly tried to mimic Qin Ming's action of embracing them on both sides. But as soon as he reached out, the girls slipped away like slippery fish, breaking free and urging him to drink more. The 2 kept pouring wine into Wu Qingye's cup, and the bitter liquor burned his throat, causing his heart to ache. Now, Wu Qingye could only take advantage of the moments between drinks to touch the girl's small hands. Qin Ming watched this unfold and couldn't help but feel emotional. Thankfully, he hadn't practiced martial arts. Otherwise, he would have ended up with a bulky physique that wouldn't attract any young girls. But it wasn't entirely Wu Qingye's fault. In this era, strong and formidable generals often had such stout figures. People with this build not only had an imposing presence when wielding weapons, but also had great strength and combat ability. After finishing this round of drinks, Qin Ming sent the 2 girls away. He needed to have a few words alone with Wu Qingye. So soon, Wu Qingye felt a bit reluctant. But Qin Ming shot him a glare, and he stopped. You stay here for a few days, mark out the land, and take over those prosperous shops. Wei Guangxuan's army was still outside Qiantang City. At this time, Wu Qingye definitely couldn't meet with Sun Cheng. They had met before, and now that the business was done, even if Qin Ming wouldn't be affected by the exposure, it would still be a bit awkward. So, it was better to keep Wu Qingye here for now. Your Highness, what's the point of taking over the prosperous shops in our military camp? Wu Qingye asked curiously. Not much use, just to balance the assets I have. Qin Ming replied casually, knowing he wouldn't understand anyway. To Qin Ming's surprise, Wu Qingye pretended to understand. Oh, so it's about assets. That's good. Many people encounter things they don't understand, but don't want to admit it, so they use such phrases. Even if they don't fully grasp it, they can pretend to know. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Wu Qingye was quite humorous. All right, I'll head back first. Okay, Your Highness. I'll help you balance the properties in the next couple of days before I head back too. Wu Qingye scratched his head and stepped forward, persistently trying to appear knowledgeable, but he even got the words wrong. Today, he didn't get to touch the girls, and old Wu was already heartbroken. As the saying goes, life is hard enough. Qin Ming couldn't be bothered to expose him and waved his hand dismissively. He turned his back and let a group of people out of Qiantang City. Every city would close its gates at night, prohibiting passage. However, with Qin Ming's status, he simply informed the guards and walked out of Qiantang City. Outside the city was a vast wilderness, the moon shining brightly with sparse stars, and a gentle breeze swept through. This was the unique atmosphere of the unconstructed Lingnan region. Other than Qiantang City, nearly all the wilderness looked like this. Your Highness, you're out. Wei Guangxuan had been waiting outside the city. Qin Ming turned to look and noticed that the soldiers he had left to rest seemed to be missing some. Originally clustered together, they were now scattered, some standing and others lying outside the city. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Ming smirked. Old Wei, you're not being honest with me. You don't trust me. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Wei Guangxuan clearly had something on his mind and chuckled awkwardly, pretending to be clueless. In fact, he had already arranged for someone to seek connections with his superiors. As long as the military camp didn't take action against Wei Guangxuan, the matter wouldn't escalate too much. At most, he would just have to apologize to Qin Ming. Of course, he had also secretly sent some people back to reduce Sun Cheng's troop numbers. Qin Ming didn't respond, only letting out a long sigh. Sigh, I'm connected to you heart to heart, yet you're secretly playing tricks on me. Your Highness, I truly didn't Wei Guangxuan quickly shook his head. He didn't want to admit that he had secretly arranged for people to go back, as Qin Ming would definitely hold on to that. In fact, what Wei Guangxuan didn't know was that Qin Ming had deliberately let him come out instead of staying by his side. The first reason was that he didn't want him and Sun Cheng to see Wu Qingye. The second reason was to give him a chance to gather support. Let us head back to the military camp first. We need to discuss the punishment for your unauthorized crossing of borders. To Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng's surprise, Qin Ming didn't ask further. Instead, he directly instructed them to go to the military camp. He didn't even mention the issue of overcapacity, just referred to the border crossing. All right, Wei Guangxuan felt puzzled. After traveling with Qin Ming for 2 days, they finally returned to Wuwei camp outside Linjiang City. Wuwei camp was bustling with activity. Qin Ming's 3 guards were directly stationed at the frontier and wouldn't be following him around all the time. Wuwei camp was different. This was an army Qin Ming had raised with the emperor's permission. Although many in the court, including the emperor, didn't wish him well, Qin Ming was like a blade of grass growing beneath the concrete. He would eventually emerge. Your Highness, who are these two? During the previous plague management, Song Dingsheng had already become familiar with Qin Ming, and upon seeing him return, he came over to greet him. Let them rest in the military camp. I'll explain later. Have Fang Qingyuan and Chao Chuan returned? Those two? Yes, they have. Get someone to take me there. Qin Ming casually left Sun Cheng and Wei Guangxuan behind, and the two, looking confused, followed Song Dingsheng away. They had thought Qin Ming would directly punish them, but now everything seemed calm. However, beneath this calm, there was a hint of something concerning. Just as they felt slightly anxious, a middle-aged man in casual clothes approached. Your Highness, everything is fine, but sometimes you act impulsively and may have offended you. I hope you can forgive me. The newcomer was naturally Chang Baishan. He was rather gossipy and loved to inquire about everything. Upon seeing 2 unfamiliar generals and learning that Qin Ming was arranging for them to rest, he wandered over. Having been quite free these days, he started chatting with them, trying to inquire about their identities. However, despite his curiosity, he was quite discreet. He always kept tight-lipped about Qin Ming's matters and never revealed anything. This was also why Qin Ming had never replaced him but kept him around. Is it difficult to follow a person like him? Sun Cheng and Wei Guangxuan assessed Chang Baishan. He seemed like just a soldier here to take them to rest and seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Ming. But we can't say that. Anyway, the prince is very clever, so let us not talk behind his back. Where are you two from? After establishing a rapport, Chang Baishan stopped discussing Qin Ming and cleverly shifted the topic to their identities. This matter is a bit complicated, and we want to disclose our identities. Sun Sheng was somewhat cautious. After all, they were from Qin Ming's military camp, and they didn't want to say too much. Seeing this, Chang Baishan took a few steps closer. It's fine. I'm very discreet. Let me tell you, actually, our Wu Wei camp isn't entirely united with the prince. He just took over, and there's not much of foundation. He continued walking and chatting, trying to extract information while even categorizing himself among the Wu Wei camp soldiers. Hearing that they were all from the military, Sun Sheng and Wei Guangxuan's sense of vigilance eased a bit. In the distance, Qin Ming watched Chang Baishan animatedly chatting with Sun Sheng and Wei Guangxuan, his mouth twitching slightly. Chang Baishan was a good person overall, but his curiosity was too strong. What's wrong, Your Highness? Chao Chuan came from behind, looking at Qin Ming with confusion. Nothing. Let us go check her workshop. After Chao Chuan brought the craftsman over, he handed everything over to Fong Qingyuan. Now, that Fong Qingyuan is the head of the Ministry of Revenue. He can finally set aside the court's unpredictable politics and focus on showcasing his talents here. Within a few days, he had planned the construction of the workshop and arranged the craftsmen very thoughtfully. When Qin Ming arrived, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Old Fong is truly talented. They both share the surname Fong. But how is that Fong Wenliang such a useless person? Your Highness, Fong Qingyuan received the news in the afternoon and waited here early to greet him. When will the construction of the craftsmen and the workshop be settled? In about half a month, Fong Qingyuan thought for a moment. The construction here actually isn't difficult. Since Qin Ming transformed the Wu Wei camp into the Lingnan construction corps, they have plenty of manpower and the pace of construction is quite fast. After the workshop is completed, will they start producing weapons and equipment for the army? The materials might be somewhat expensive. Fong Qingyuan is someone who plans ahead. Even before the workshop is completely built, he has already thought about the future situation. None of this is difficult for him. What he really wanted to say was about money. Once he said that, Chao Chuan fell silent. Chao Chuan and he manage different accounts. One oversees the army's finances while the other manages the workshop. When comparing the accounts, it becomes clear that the money in Qin Ming's hands is not much. Maintaining an army is a huge expense, and tens of thousands of taels of silver are definitely needed each month. Not to mention the investment in materials once the workshop starts operating. If there are 300,000 to 400,000 taels of silver, it won't work if there are only outputs and no inputs. They wouldn't last a year. Qin Ming did not respond to this issue, but instead brought up another matter. Old Fong, what do you think of the weaving machine? Chao Chuan's heart stirred. Yes, the Highness also has weaving machines. If they rely on such new tools, they might be able to make a profit. However, Fong Qingyuan frowned and said something that made Chao Chuan's heart sink. The efficiency of the weaving machine is indeed high, but we don't have the materials and manpower needed for weaving silk, cotton, and linen. Even if I take charge, it will take at least 3 months to get this done. Moreover, Your Highness, do you really think the profits from the weaving machine can cover the needs of the army and the workshop? What he said was similar to what Qin Ming was thinking. It is impossible to support such a large army with a single industry. However, at this moment, Qin Ming smiled slightly and said, what if I do all the weaving, dyeing, and clothing production? Chapter 54. The Social Butterfly of Wu Wei Camp, huh? Fong Qingyuan's eyes lit up. As expected of His Highness, his vision is even a level higher than mine. If that's the case, it can really work. At this point, Fong Qingyuan was taken aback. He suddenly looked up at Qin Ming in disbelief. Your Highness, did you get a shop in Linjiang City? Fong Qingyuan knows Qin Ming well. He tends to speak after he has acted. But this prince is different. He often only speaks after things are done. This is not just a level higher. This prince is standing on cloud 9. As for Linjiang City, Xiao Qinyan's antiques and paintings haven't been sold out yet. Once the money is exchanged, he can buy them from Song Dingsheng. So where did you get the shop? In Xiantang City, I got a few prosperous shops. I estimate that in a few days, Wu Qingye will bring back the land deeds. Qin Ming told Wu Qingye that he was acquiring shops to balance his assets, but in reality, he was just stringing him along. What he really wanted to do was maximize the effectiveness of the weaving machines. Only then could the profits be substantial. Your Highness, did you also secure the land in Qiantang City? Cao Chuan knew that Qin Ming went to Qiantang City to negotiate for land, but did not know when he also managed to obtain a few shops. Yes, he didn't mention it, and Qin Ming even forgot about the 3,000 mu of land, because he felt he truly deserved this land. Impressive. Cao Chuan gave a thumbs up. Compared to the storm Qin Ming stirred up in Lingnan, what he and Fang Qingyuan did to recruit people in the court was not worth mentioning at all. All right, that's good to say. Unlike Cao Chuan, who was initially skeptical, Fang Qingyuan, who already understood the prince's capabilities, simply nodded lightly and quickly accepted the situation. Qin Ming and Cao Chuan looked at him, and Qin Ming curiously asked, "What do you mean?" "Young Master Fang is very reliable," he said seriously. "You don't need to worry. I will handle it." "Good, I knew I didn't misjudge you." Qin Ming patted Fang Qingyuan's shoulder with satisfaction. Although this person is somewhat naive, he truly steps up when needed. On the way back, Cao Chuan had some concerns. He asked Qin Ming, "Can Master Fang really manage it? Isn't he already dealing with thousands of craftsmen, which must be quite troublesome?" Cao Chuan found it absurd. Such matters generally require several people to participate together. However, Qin Ming waved his hand and said reassuringly, "Don't underestimate the strength of the former head of the Ministry of Revenue. The teacher specifically arranged him for me. He can't be that incompetent." Fang Qingyuan has issues with his personality, but was still promoted. One reason is Qin Ming's protection, and the second is that he indeed has capability. All right, Cao Chuan scratched his head. As they walked along the small path heading west, the two saw an astonishing scene. Chang Baishan, Sun Cheng, and Wei Guangxuan had already become familiar with each other. They were even sitting together by the bonfire with their arms around each other, drinking. What the heck? Qin Ming looked at Chang Baishan in disbelief. Fortunately, he is a man. If he were a beauty, the capital would have gained a social butterfly years ago. What is he doing? Cao Chuan was equally surprised. At that moment, Song Dingsheng ran over to report to Qin Ming, "Your Highness. Just now Chang Baishan came over and asked me for 2 taels of silver, saying he wanted to do something for you." I thought he was really going to do something, but who knew he was drinking with those 2 guys you caught? Aren't they the ones you captured? I don't know. Qin Ming rubbed his forehead, frowning in helplessness. Based on his understanding of Chang Baishan, this guy must have gone to gossip and possibly got closer to them while chatting, which is why they ended up drinking together. This is simply a disgrace to the army. How shameless. Cao Chuan was angry to hear that Chang Baishan even dared to ask the army for money. Qin Ming casually pulled out a banknote and said, "Just use this to cover it. I know this guy's character. He wouldn't go that far unless there was something he thought he must know. Otherwise, he wouldn't specifically invite them to drink." What could it be? While the two were talking, Chang Baishan had also noticed the situation here. He said to his 2 good brothers, "I'll go relieve myself. I'll be back in a bit." All right. The two didn't think much of it and waved him off to continue drinking. Chang Baishan patted the dust off his pants, got up from the ground, and hid in a corner of a nearby tent. He waved to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, Cao Chuan, and Song Dingsheng walked over to Chang Baishan. Just as Cao Chuan was about to angrily scold him, he heard Chang Baishan say with a smug face, "Your Highness, I've gathered quite a bit of information. You really have good methods. You've subdued these 2 guys. But you need to be careful. They went to inform the Deputy General Han Ming Rui, and I estimate that someone will come tomorrow. Also, Xiao Qinian has reported the news to the court, but after the court responded, he didn't take any action and even said it was all a misunderstanding, as if he is afraid of you. By the way, recently, concubine Xiao will arrange for a group of people to come inspect. Huguang is controlled by concubine Zhao's faction. As people from there, Sun Sheng and Wei Guangxuan know a lot. Plus, Wei Guangxuan is an officer of the provincial level, so he definitely has deeper insights. Chang Baishan had learned about their ranks early on and took the initiative to treat them to a big meal. When everyone was feeling a bit dazed, they finally managed to get the conversation going. "You really are a talent." Qin Ming's judgment was correct. Chang Baishan was indeed the social butterfly of the military camp. Although a bit gossipy, it was certainly not wrong. Qin Ming's assessment was very accurate, and this was also what Cao Chuan and Song Dingsheng wanted to express. Just a moment ago, Cao Chuan wanted to scold him, but now he had calmed down. The court is sending someone to inspect. How do we explain the matter of us enclosing 3,000 acres of land? Song Dingsheng was the most afraid of this. This matter started with him. If it were to be investigated and it fell on him, it would be a dead end. Qin Ming noticed his hesitation and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. What are they investigating? Find a group of people who haven't been vaccinated and let them get vaccinated on the land we've marked out. Let's see who dares to come. Qin Ming's rogue tactic was simple but effective. Song Dingsheng instantly relaxed. The night breeze blew, and Chang Baishan realized that he had delayed his departure. He quickly waved his hand. I'm going to find those two brothers to drink. Go ahead. Qin Ming waved his hand. The court's matters are easy to handle. But I'm not familiar with that Han Mingrue fellow. So he turned to Chao Chuan and asked, Do you know anything about Han Mingrue? Not really. He probably isn't from our area. Chao Chuan had a background in the Northern Army, rising through battle after battle, with deep roots. But Han Mingrue was different. Chao Chuan had only heard his name, but didn't know his background. Fortunately, Song Dingsheng was a local and understood the surrounding situation well. He spoke up. Actually, it's nothing much. Han Mingrue used to work under a certain general, and you both know who that general is. Who? Qin Ming and the others asked in unison. Also a bit surprised that there were still familiar faces in the court after coming to Lingnan. Qin Ming remembered that he didn't have many acquaintances in the Ministry of War, and there weren't many interactions in the military camp either. This was mainly because he had been monitoring the country in the court and managing court affairs. To reduce Emperor Qian's suspicions of him as the crown prince, his previous self had avoided anything related to military power. Song Dingsheng looked at them with a strange expression, then revealed the truth. General Zhengde, Yi Shoujiang. Chapter 55. Old Yi is a good man. Qin Ming and Chao Chuan exchanged glances. This name surprised him a bit. Chao Chuan recalled the relationship between Guan Yu's father and Yi Shoujiang. So he spoke up. If he's General Yi's subordinate, we should call Xiao Yu along. She has a lot of influence. I was thinking the same thing. Qin Ming had been dealing with military affairs since returning and had been missing his little beauty. Then should we leave it to you? Song Dingsheng and Chao Chuan certainly couldn't persuade Guan Yu. Sure. Qin Ming had no real punishment for Wei Guangxuan and the others. The reason for placing them in his military camp was to make Wang Shouyan from Qiantang City hesitant. With Wei Guangxuan in Qin Ming's hands, he could easily escalate Fang Wenliang's charges. Wang Shouyan surely knew this. To avoid that possibility, he would obediently hand over those bustling shops to Qin Ming. Guan Yu's residence was arranged by Song Dingsheng in a small courtyard in Linjiang City. 3 rooms plus a yard was considered very luxurious here. This was also prepared by Song Dingsheng to show his attitude and to build a closer relationship after learning about Guan Yu and Qin Ming's connection. Guan Yu wanted to stay in the military camp to help handle specific affairs, but it was ultimately inconvenient to live there, so she was arranged here. Upon entering Linjiang City, Qin Ming found that it was indeed quite different from the capital. Even at night, the capital was brightly lit and bustling day and night. But the people in Linjiang City all rested at sunset. Before it was even midnight, the streets were quiet, with only the flickering candlelight of the night watchmen swaying in the evening breeze. The sound of the watchman's call lingered in the night, gradually fading away. Are you asleep? Qin Ming took the key from Song Dingsheng's hand, tiptoed to open the door, and gently asked while squatting by the bed. The room was quiet. Guan Yu didn't say anything. Qin Ming smiled, mustered his courage, and reached into the quilt to pinch her. The girl's crisp scream immediately rang out. Guan Yu sat up from the bed, her face flushed. Qin Ming lit a candle at the head of the bed and shamelessly sat beside Guan Yu. The girl pouted and asked proudly, Who are you to come to my boudoir in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Qin Ming could see through her thoughts at a glance. Guan Yu probably felt that Qin Ming had been too busy lately and had neglected her. Thinking of this, he chuckled and said, I don't touch acquaintances. It's better when we aren't familiar. It makes it more exciting. Qin Ming pulled Guan Yu into his arms, and they started to play around. After a while, Guan Yu bit Qin Ming and then broke free, saying, You just know how to run off. The 3 guards have been at the border. Aren't you worried? This is the court's army. It doesn't belong to me alone. So it's fine to have them stationed at the border. Qin Ming had never interfered with the defenses of the 3 guards. They seemed to understand Qin Ming's thoughts and took good care of themselves. Even after arriving in Lingnan, they still quietly went to the border to garrison. But they're still your troops. Guan Yu was puzzled. Logically, Qin Ming should now value military power. It was impossible for him not to react to the station troops at the border. Well, let's wait and see. Qin Ming had seen too many princes and emperors who had their fiefs stripped away. The reason he didn't move the border troops and even distance himself from them was precisely this. If he spent a lot of effort arming this group of troops to the teeth, and then the court issued an edict to strip his fief, well, there would be nowhere to cry. Are you worried about Prince Jean or His Majesty? Guan Yu guessed Qin Ming's thoughts, leaning playfully on his chest, and curiously asked, I'm worried about both. There aren't many good birds in the court. Are you a good bird? Well, if the opportunity arises in the future, I can let you try. Qin Ming's face turned red as he mumbled. Guan Yu was a pure girl and naturally didn't understand such innuendos. What do you mean? The literal meaning. Oh. After chatting for a while, Qin Ming informed Guan Yu about Han Mingrue's arrival in the past few days. Guan Yu seemed to know Han Mingrue very well. Her face was full of disdain when he was mentioned. Han Mingrue. He's a notorious gambler. Don't follow his example. Notorious gambler? Guan Yu nodded and continued to explain. Yes. He used to follow Uncle Yi in battles everywhere. And with his salary plus rewards from battles, he got thousands of acres of good land, several large houses, and married 6 wives, so he was living well. Later, he developed a gambling addiction, spent all his family's belongings, and even lost his wife, borrowing a lot of money in the military camp that he eventually couldn't pay back. Uncle Yi couldn't stand it anymore and helped him pay off his debts before expelling him from the army and sending him here. Knowing about Han Mingrue's disgraceful past, Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. Old Yi is a principled person. He even helped him pay off his gambling debts. Guan Yu quickly shook her head to correct him. No, at that time, Uncle Yi had to go to war, and the commanders under him were making a fuss. Without money, they couldn't even take the troops out, so Uncle Yi had no choice but to help him pay off the debts. This matter almost escalated at that time. Fortunately, Yi Shoujiang intervened, provided money, and calmed things down, preventing it from spreading outside the military camp. Qin Ming didn't expect that in the end. It was still Yi Shoujiang who silently bore everything. Just thinking about the scene of Yi Shoujiang with a dark face helping Han Mingrue pay off the debts made Qin Ming unable to help but laugh. Guan Yu looked at his gloating expression, got up and twisted him a bit, hands on her hips, and said, No laughing. Uncle Yi is a good person. I know. But if Han Mingrue is this much of a character, I'll know how to deal with him when he comes tomorrow. Qin Ming originally thought that since Han Mingrue had been following Yi Shoujiang for many years, he should be a person of integrity. It would be best if everyone could just talk things out and keep their distance. But now it seemed that this guy had obvious weaknesses. Since the other party wasn't a person who cared about etiquette, Qin Ming decided to make good use of that. The next morning, Qin Ming swaggered to the outside of Song Dingsheng's residence. Song Dingsheng was having breakfast with his wife and children. Seeing Qin Ming coming, he quickly stood up and said, Your Highness, what brings you here? I came to ask if there are any casinos in Linjiang City. A casino? Song Dingsheng stiffened. Your Highness, you're into that? He hesitated. If it were about some brothel or tavern, he could take Qin Ming to see. But casino was not a good place. The key was that Qin Ming seemed very interested. Your Highness, you haven't picked up any bad habits, have you? Of course not. I'm here to set up a game. Qin Ming spoke lightly, already planning the first step to deal with Han Mingrue. Chapter 56. Professionals in the casino set up a game? Yes, you eat first. After you finish, come out and we'll take care of some business. All right. Song Dingsheng quickly finished his millet porridge, put on his official robe, and stepped out of the door. Qin Ming, who was waiting at the corner, quietly informed him about Han Mingrue's background. After hearing it, Song Dingsheng was shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The court was indeed filled with dirty business. Rubbing his hands, he curiously asked, Your Highness, I have a question. What question? Has Han Mingrue paid back General Ye's money? Nonsense, of course he hasn't. That old bachelor can't even support himself. How could he pay back money? Qin Ming gave him a knowing look. The world is vast. Not everyone has quality and morals. Even though it's a principle to pay debts, there is also a saying that too many lice don't fear itching. So that's the case. If we continue to mess with him, wouldn't that be quite immoral? Old song. Did you work too hard with your wife yesterday and get confused? Qin Ming patted Song Dingsheng's shoulder, his tone a bit disappointed. He didn't expect old Song to have been following him for a month and still not make any progress. This thick-headed guy hadn't been promoted in years for a reason. Han Mingrue not repaying his debts already showed he had no moral bottom line. If we talk about quality with someone like him, wouldn't we just suffer? When encountering such people, especially when there are disputes over interests, it's better to strike early before they disgust us, so we won't suffer losses. Qin Ming's words opened a new world for Song Dingshan. He felt what Qin Ming said made a lot of sense. So he nodded and pointed to another street. Come on, Your Highness, I'll take you there. Linjiang City has 2 casinos. They're all run by local ruffians. Inside, there's a mix of fish and dragons. Going in basically means small wins and big losses. Many people enter with dreams of getting rich and end up lingering there all day. Even though every day people lose their homes inside, it doesn't stop the gambler's enthusiasm. Some people gamble to the point where winning or losing no longer matters. They just pursue that thrilling feeling like riding a roller coaster. That's the addiction to gambling. My lord, what wind blew you here? The noisy, chaotic casino was one of the few places in Linjiang City that operated day and night. As soon as Qin Ming entered, he saw several burly managers come up to greet Song Dingshan, bowing and scraping. As the governor, Song Dingshan had been managing the entire Linjiang City for many years. Many businesses needed his approval to operate. This casino was one of them, and every year it contributed a considerable amount of money to Linjiang City. Find a few skilled ones and follow me. Song Dingshan didn't hesitate and directly gave the order. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. There are always some skilled gamblers hanging around in places like casinos. Soon, they found 6 or 7 people. Some played pai gow, others played dice. Qin Ming even saw one guy missing a pinky finger. This brother is tough. He lost a finger and still wants to play, he thought to himself. He then waved his hand and started assigning tasks. Let them win a little at first, then let them lose. Just as Qin Ming was preparing to share his slightly understood psychological tricks with them, several people looked up at him with puzzled expressions. My lord, you mean let him lose more, but still be reluctant to leave, right? Yes, that's the idea. Haha, that's easy. The group waved their hands, as if it were a trivial matter. Song Dingshan walked over to Qin Ming and said, Your Highness, you don't need to teach them. They're all seasoned veterans. If they're setting up a game, they can handle it themselves. They might perform even better than your guidance. I see. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He had intended to remind them how to play, but it seemed that would be unnecessary. Then let us go, later, give them some benefits, and make sure they keep their mouths shut. All right, back at Wuwei camp. Qin Ming had them put on military uniforms and sit in a conspicuous position, waiting for the prey to take the bait. At the same time, he called Lu Chuang. Old Lu, take some people and patrol the barracks. Lu Chuang was serious when it came to action. Sometimes, he could even kill someone if he wasn't careful. Having this fierce general join in was an added layer of insurance for Qin Ming. Lu Chuang understood Qin Ming well. Seeing his mysterious demeanor, he muttered to himself, Your Highness, you must have something up your sleeve. I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Really? Lu Chuang's eyes brightened. But then he immediately became shy. After stammering for a long while, he finally pretended to be casual and said, By the way, Your Highness, I heard you asked old Wu to find us 7 fairies or something. Who the hell told you that? Qin Ming was stunned. Wu Qingye hadn't returned yet, and their romantic escapades had already spread to the barracks. One you must not find out. Lu Chuang scratched his head. Your Highness, you can't deny it. I've heard several soldiers mention it. Cough. Go tell them to keep their mouths shut. If I hear about it, I'll have them castrated. Then you. Lu Chuang was persistent, still rubbing his hands and standing still. Qin Ming pulled out a 10-tael silver note from his pocket and said sternly, You go yourself. I never go to that place. Wow, the sun must be rising in the west today. Thank you, Your Highness. Don't worry, Your Highness, from now on. If you point east, I absolutely want to go west. I'll go through fire and water for you. Lu Chuang spat out several high-level words from his not-so-educated self. For someone like him with no culture, this was already the highest praise he could give. If things get messy today, I'll be counting on you. Don't worry. Lu Chuang marched off to gather soldiers. By noon, a weary Han Mingrue finally arrived. Chao Chuan received the news and brought him before Qin Ming. Seeing that Guan Yu was not beside Qin Ming, he was momentarily stunned. Your Highness, Where's that girl? Shall you? She said Han Mingrue is too disgusting and doesn't T want to see him. Huh? Why throw a tantrum at a time like this? Chao Chuan was very worried. Han Mingrue was a military leader at the level of a deputy general. If such a person took the opportunity to cause trouble in Wu Wei camp and escalated it to the court, they would also suffer. Qin Ming patted his arm, signaling him not to worry. A smile appeared on his face as he approached Han Mingrue and greeted him. General Han, what brings you a deputy general? To my small Wu Wei camp? Han Mingrue was an older man in his 40s with a thin build. Although not old, his hair had already turned gray, and the deep wrinkles on his face gave him an air of age. Your Highness, I have 2 generals detained by you. I have investigated the situation and came here to take them away. Han Mingrue scanned the military camp with his gaze, briefly pausing on a few people playing cards in the distance before looking back at Qin Ming with indifference. Qin Ming silently scoffed, thinking, what a show-off. I'll make you cry soon. Chapter 57. The second visit to the thatched cottage. Minister Han is anxious. Han Mingrue was of poor character, and anyone who knew of his deeds would not reuse him. It was only due to the military achievements he accumulated over many years of service that he could manage to be a deputy general in Lingnan. But within the military camp, he was treated like a dog, ignored by everyone. Over time, he grew increasingly thick-skinned and chose to slack off. Since no one paid him any attention, he acted however he pleased, showing a sour face to anyone he disliked. Just like now, he didn't put Qin Ming in his eyes at all. This was reminiscent of those old cadres and bureaucracies who had been stuck in their positions for years, fully aware that they had no future prospects. They simply stopped pretending and let things be as they were. Chao Chuan noticed Qin Ming's displeasure and took the initiative to step forward and chat with Han Mingrue instead. General Han, it's not easy for you to come here. Why not sit down and have a chat? Chat about what? Your Highness, this matter was already handled improperly by you. Han Mingrue scoffed, visibly impatient. Even if they made mistakes, they were handed over to me to deal with. Besides, don't your people have issues as well? Wei Guangxuan knew Han Mingrue's temperament. Before visiting him, he had sent a few hundred taels as gambling funds. Only then did Han Mingrue speak on his behalf, and his attitude was quite firm. At that moment, Wei Guangxuan and Sun Sheng were hiding in a corner, observing from afar. When they spotted Han Mingrue approaching, they exchanged glances, both faces filled with joy. However, Sun Sheng held a lower position and didn't often see Han Mingrue. Seeing him being stopped, Sun Sheng hesitated and asked, "What's up with General Han? I see he's being stopped. It's nothing serious. It's just a negotiation. In the end, they still have to let us go." Wei Guangxuan waved his hand, confident in the connections he had made. If a deputy general couldn't stop Qin Ming, that would indeed be strange. At the entrance of the military camp, after Chao Chuan's invitation was directly rejected, he felt embarrassed as his warm approach met with cold indifference. Han Mingrue seemed to be in a hurry. Besides occasionally glancing at the soldiers playing Pai Jiu in the distance, he showed no interest in the surroundings. Seeing this, Qin Ming shrugged and decided to start directly. Huh? Chao Chuan was taken aback and looked at Qin Ming with confusion. If today's matter could be resolved so easily, he wouldn't have had to hustle to bring people back and report to Qin Ming in advance. It seemed that His Highness was unprepared. Follow me. Let's take your people away. Umph. Han Mingrue snorted coldly from his nostrils and followed Qin Ming into the military camp. Chao Chuan felt puzzled. Wu Qingye hadn't returned yet, and Qin Ming still needed to use Wei Guangxuan to threaten Wang Shouyan of Qiantang City. At this time, if they handed people over and Wang Shouyan turned against them, what would happen to those profitable shops? Your Highness. He wanted to say something, but was pulled by Song Dingsheng, who whispered, "Don't say anything, just follow." Chao Chuan was a smart man, and upon hearing this, his heart suddenly stirred. Turning his head, he saw Song Dingsheng giving him a meaningful look. "What you two up to?" "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough," Song Dingsheng replied mysteriously. Ever since he followed His Highness, he felt his life had become colorful, even managing to pull off some tricks. Like today, he was looking forward to seeing Han Mingrue get dealt with by His Highness. Surely he would cry at that point. Thinking of this, a look of eager anticipation spread across Song Dingsheng's face. However, this smile appeared a bit lewd in the eyes of others. Thus, The group passed through several makeshift tents, with Qin Ming deliberately leading the pretentious Han Mingrue past their gambling personnel. They were dressed in military uniforms, disguised as soldiers resting while playing Pai Geo. Upon seeing Qin Ming approach, several seasoned gamblers sitting cross-legged on the ground showed him respect. "Hey, bid all. 128 times. Pay up." Han Mingrue, indeed, stopped in his tracks, his gaze unable to resist glancing at the game below. Qin Ming didn't quite understand the rules of this game. He only knew that the Pai Geo of the Great Qian resembled the shape of mahjong, but was flatter and longer, typically made of wooden pieces. Just as he worried they might overdo their performance and blow their cover, Han Mingrue quickly spotted the scattered Pai Geo on the ground. Nodding, he muttered, 128 times, betting this big. By the looks of it, he must be itching to play. Qin Ming and Song Dingsheng exchanged glances, both sensing Han Mingrue's change. But fishing required patience. Qin Ming did not pause his steps, even turning back to glance at Han Mingrue, who, realizing he had lost composure, reluctantly looked at the game below before hastening to catch up with the group. "Hey!" Qin Ming led him to the end of the military camp, suddenly feigning surprise. Turning to Song Dingsheng, he asked, "Where are those two?" Song Dingsheng quickly replied, "Your Highness, they might not be arranged here. We probably went to the wrong place. It's all my fault for not clarifying yesterday." "TSK, old Song, that's not right. You're the prefect, and you're so careless. Pay attention next time." Qin Ming sternly reprimanded Song Dingsheng. Song Dingsheng quickly smiled and expressed his apologies. After asking a soldier for the right location, they turned back in the completely opposite direction. Chao Chuan was utterly confused. Were these two performing a skit? Wobbling back and forth. Weren't they tired? Before long, they turned back and walked past several seasoned gamblers again. "Damn it, 256 times. I want it back, ha! I'm treating tonight. The drinks are on me. Get lost. You won and ran away, you scoundrel. Let's play until tonight. But I need to go to the city later. Can't you five keep playing for now?" One of them showed a hesitant expression. Seeing this, everyone began to shout and curse. Han Mingrue's fingers twitched, and an unnatural flush appeared on his face, especially when he heard 256 times. His breathing even becoming heavier. For a gambler, such high multiples could easily bring excitement. As a seasoned gambler, Han Mingrue felt his heart racing at the sight of them lacking players, already feeling restless. "Generalan?" Qin Ming coughed a couple of times. Noticing that Han Mingrue was unresponsive, he directly walked over to the soldiers and gave each of them a light kick on their behinds. "Damn it! Who told you to gamble when you're idle? Can't you find something proper to do? Your Highness, the military camp has no regulations against it." A few of them rubbed their behinds and said aggrievedly, "Which military camp allows it? Do you know the regulations here in Lingnan? Or do I?" Qin Ming glared at them. In fact, there were no strict prohibitions within the army, as everyone had to go to battle from time to time, and who knew when they might lose their lives. Therefore, the court did not impose many restrictions on them. Qin Ming naturally knew all this. He said these words just to give Han Mingrue a topic to talk about. Cough, cough. Sure enough, after hearing this, Han Mingrue cleared his throat and said, "Your Highness, gambling in the military camp is not a big deal. Everyone is under a lot of pressure, so it can be understood." Chapter 58. The Two Imaginative Ones. The Qin King's power is too great. Han Mingrue is one of the local deputy generals. What he said certainly represented the official attitude. Qin Ming did not argue with him, smiled, and said, "So that's how it is. It seems this king is not well informed. It's nothing, your intention is good. But the soldiers in the army also need to balance work and rest." Han Mingrue, eager to gamble, now had a better attitude when speaking to Qin Ming. "Just like me, I also like to play a couple of rounds occasionally. A little gambling is enjoyable." Han Mingrue was not very famous. Not many people knew about the incident that had happened before. Just like Chao Chuan and the others, they didn't know much either. Fortunately, the Guan Yue family and Yi Shoujiang were old friends. Usually, when these generals had free time to chat, they would reveal some news. Therefore, Han Mingrue still felt that not many people here should know about his matters. In front of Qin Ming and the others, he could still pretend to be righteous. "How about this? Let's stay here for a meal. We can discuss things openly. And by the way, General Han can also guide my soldiers." Seeing him gradually revealing his true thoughts, Qin Ming began to gently guide him. This might not be appropriate. Han Mingrue rubbed his hands, but his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Damn it, still pretending in front of your father? Qin Ming thought to himself, while also making up his mind to teach him a lesson later. Oh, that's good. Qin Ming held on to Han Mingrue. This old guy hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Before leaving, Qin Ming told a few people, clear that spot. No one is allowed to fill it. You guys play first, and I will bring Brother Han over to guide you later. Oh, understood. Several actors pretended to resist, as if they didn't want to play with Han Mingrue. However, Han Mingrue didn't care about that. He thought that a few small soldiers, who had been gambling for years, were nothing compared to his experience. Once he sat down, he would definitely be able to sweep them clean, winning 256 times effortlessly. With this thought, he felt quite pleased and thought Qin Ming looked much more handsome. At the same time, he even felt a bit guilty. Your Highness is a good person. Why did I act so rude when I first entered the military camp? This was not good, not good. Finally, returning, Qin Ming brought Han Mingrue to meet Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng. As soon as Wei Guangxuan saw them, he rushed over, wanting to pour out his grievances and ask Han Mingrue for revenge. General, Your Highness, a few days ago. Unfortunately, Wei Guangxuan didn't finish his sentence before being quickly interrupted by Han Mingrue. Han Mingrue waved his hand and sternly admonished him. Enough. Today is a day to put past grievances aside. Don't speak carelessly. His Highness the Qin King is a magnanimous and kind person. The small matters you had before should just be left in the past. We are all loyal and devoted individuals serving the court. What issues among good men cannot be resolved? Wei Guangxuan fell silent, feeling as if his head had been filled with lead, unable to think. What could have happened that made the usually bad-tempered Han Mingrue suddenly so kind to the Qin King? Sun Cheng, the clever one, had already sensed that something was off. In a flash, he thought of a possibility. As everyone laughed and prepared to eat, Sun Cheng quickly pulled Wei Guangxuan aside and whispered, Old Wei, General Han must know His Highness. We made a mistake. What? Wei Guangxuan thought about it and realized there was indeed this possibility. Han Mingrue had originally been demoted from court. It wasn't surprising that he knew the Qin King. So that's how it is. Sun Cheng continued to speculate. Do you remember the last time the Qin King found out we were calling for reinforcements? He wasn't worried at all, right? It turns out they already knew each other. Wei Guangxuan's heart sank. It turned out that only the two of them were being played with. Let us not mention this matter again. From now on, we will pretend we haven't suffered any losses in front of the Qin King. Wei Guangxuan quickly reacted. Sun Cheng nodded in agreement. Their previous dissatisfaction with Qin Ming was soon well hidden. After imagining a lot of stories, the two of them obediently followed along quickly, no longer causing trouble. As the instigator of this incident, Qin Ming did not know what Sun Cheng and Wei Guangxuan had discussed. He only saw the two of them come over, all smiling like flowers looking at him, with no trace of resentment on their faces. He thought these two had turned over a new leaf. But that wasn't important. Under Chao Chuan's arrangement, they had a simple meal. After drinking a few cups of wine, the conflicts were smoothed over. However, Han Mingrue's gambling addiction kicked in, and after eating only a few bites, he stood up. Your Highness, I have fully appreciated your kindness. But my appetite hasn't been good lately. I think I'll go sit outside. After saying that, he deliberately pretended to look very full, swaying as he casually sat down beside a few people playing Pai Gao outside. General, are you really going to play? A few people showed vigilance, looking as if they didn't want to play cards with a stranger. But when it came to gambling, Han Mingrue's face was as thick as a city wall. He grinned and said, I could be considered half your supervising general. Playing with the soldiers and building camaraderie is also beneficial for the development of the camp. But General, we're playing for big stakes. The few people retreated while advancing, trying to drag Han Mingrue into their trap. Who would have thought that when Han Mingrue heard they were playing for big stakes, his interest peaked even more. A little gambling is enjoyable. A little gambling is enjoyable. Though he spoke lightly, his increasingly heavy breathing had already betrayed his identity as a seasoned gambler. The few seasoned players had no choice but to feign a helpless expression. So fine then. Soon, outside, the sounds of scolding and card playing began. This Han Mingrue was not only a hopeless gambler, but also had terrible card skills. When he got good cards, He wanted everyone to lose to him 256 times immediately. When he got bad cards, he would curse the heavens and the earth, cursing his parents, almost ready to flip the table. Qin Ming sat at the dining table, listening to the sounds outside and frowning. He peeked outside and found that the people playing card with him also looked disgusted. Serving such a master, it was a wonder that these actors had such high quality. If it were anyone else, they might have stopped playing with him long ago. Song Dingxing moved his stool closer to Qin Ming and whispered, "Your Highness, look at Han Mingrue's ridiculous appearance. He is too hard to serve. Shouldn't we give them a little extra pay? Yes, they're not having an easy time. If it were me playing cards with him, I'd probably have torn him apart by now." Looking at Han Mingrue, who was laughing heartily because of his winnings and mocking everyone at the card table, Qin Ming thought from their perspective. Without any hesitation, he decided to give these skilled actors a little extra pay. Of course, the cost of this extra pay would have to come from this low-quality deputy general. Chapter 59. The most carefree guy in Wuwei camp. What are they doing? Just as Qin Ming was eating here, a figure peeked in from outside. The person was Lu Chuang. Chao Chuan frowned when he saw him coming. "Old Lu, His Highness is entertaining guests. Why did you come in without greeting?" "I just came to take a look. Besides, when is there a gathering with a bunch of people playing Pai Gao on the side?" Lu Chuang pouted, and everyone turned to look at the few people outside who were loudly cursing. Lord Han came over and said that a little gambling is enjoyable, so he played a couple of rounds with them. Qin Ming smiled and waved his hand, signaling Chao Chuan not to be angry. "Oh, I see." Facing Qin Ming's explanation, Lu Chuang didn't think much of it. It was just the right time for the soldiers to eat in the barracks, and many were quite idle. Quite a few were wandering around or sleeping like Lu Chuang. They were playing Pai Geo and betting quite heavily. Before long, more than 10 taels of silver had been lost. Han Mingrue quickly attracted quite a few onlookers. What a terrible game. Lu Chuang, with his straightforward personality, watched as Han Mingrue won and lost, with the money he put in increasing. Unable to hold back, he muttered a few words. Han Mingrue wasn't angry. He slammed the wooden Pai Geo tiles on the table, making a crisp sound. He loved this kind of big wins and losses. Inside the tent, Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng sat awkwardly, restless. "You said you were coming to save people, yet here you are playing." Compared to their eagerness to return, Qin Ming and Song Dingxing were not in a hurry. They quietly watched the old players go back and forth with Han Mingrue in the card game. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. The dim yellow sunset cast a warm glow on the card table, reflecting on everyone's tired faces. Han Mingrue, as before, reached into his pocket, wanted to gather some betting money to continue playing. At this moment, he suddenly frowned, snapping back to reality. Then he realized, "Damn it, I've lost all my money." The few people at the gambling table looked at him speechlessly. Losing all his money at this point was already quite generous to Han Mingrue. Everyone had come over excitedly, thinking they had found an easy target. Who would have thought that once Han Mingrue sat down, after a few rounds, they realized he was quite lacking in skill. If they had played at a normal level, they could have made him lose his pants in no time. In the end, it was only because Qin Ming and Song Dingxing were sitting far away drinking tea, appearing completely unhurried, that they gave him some face and returned some money, allowing Han Mingrue to last until now. "Master, are we still playing? It's getting late. We should rest for the day. Tomorrow we have training." "Yes, let us go back and get some sleep." Seeing Han Mingrue suddenly lose interest, they pretended to leave. They were all talents trained in the gambling house, best at understanding a gambler's psychology. The moment they lose all their money is when they most want to continue. This afternoon, Han Mingrue had lost several hundred taels of silver. This was the protection fee that Wei Guangxuan had previously supplied him, asking him to help rescue people. Watching them all pack up to leave, bang, Han Mingrue slammed the table and angrily shouted at the few in front of him, "Don't you dare leave." "Generalan, what is going on?" Qin Ming leaned out to take a look outside, and this glance was alarming. He saw Han Mingrue with his head down, his eyes red and full of bloodshot veins, filled with reluctance. His fingers gripping the Pai Geo tiles trembled slightly. Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng were also startled and hurriedly came out to check. Seeing the two, Han Mingrue dropped any pretenses. He directly pulled them aside. "Do you two still have money?" Give me some for emergency use. None, General. Wei Guangxu knew what kind of person Han Mingrue was. He had already given him money for his own benefit, and now he wanted to borrow money again. That was absolutely impossible. Many leaders in the barracks had lent him money, but none had ever managed to get it back. Sun Qing knew his brother was very loyal. Even he didn't want to lend money to Han Mingrue, which surely had its reasons. So he also shrugged and said, "We came out to do a job. And after being caught for some time, we don't have any spare change." Han Mingrue didn't say anything. He was discouraged that he couldn't borrow from them. Instead, he turned to look around. The soldiers who had been gambling with him immediately clutched their money bags tightly. It was hard to play such high stakes and win so much money. They certainly wouldn't give it up. "Let's go drink." Just then, a hearty voice came from the side. It was Lu Chuang, already changed into casual clothes, happily walking by. Today, Qin Ming had given him some silver to treat him to flower wine. Old Lu was also a person of taste. To ensure his experience was perfect, he even took out some of his own private money to add to it, planning to hire one of the top beauties in Linjiang City to serve him. Hearing the jingling sound from Lu Chuang's waist, Han Mingrue immediately put on a smiling face and walked over to stop him. "Brother, where are you going?" Lu Chuang had been sitting next to Han Mingrue, watching him play cards for a long time. They were somewhat familiar now. Seeing Han Mingrue approach, Lu Chuang frowned in disdain. "What is it to you?" "Oh, I was just asking." Han Mingrue knew that borrowing money was easy, but thankfully he had a thick skin. Right now, his desire to win back the money was very high. He didn't even care about losing face. He grabbed Lu Chuang and wanted to discuss borrowing money. Fortunately, Lu Chuang was in a good mood. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have bothered with him today. "Let us go drink flower wine." "Brother, you're so carefree. A person as charming and handsome as you, going to the tavern must surely attract the courtesans to compete for your attention." Han Mingrue gave him a thumbs up and praised him repeatedly. This series of compliments made Qin Ming, who had been sitting nearby waiting, unable to help but admire. Gamblers are really something. Old Lu was very straightforward and had never heard anyone so unabashedly praise him. He scratched his head and laughed heartily. "You have an eye for talent. You really have an eye for talent. The first handsome man from my Wuwei camp has been discovered by you just like that. I've always said I'm handsome. They didn't believe me because they have no vision." Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, Han Mingrue tentatively expressed his request. "Brother, I feel we really hit it off, but it's no fun to go like this. Why don't I give you some extra money, and let us have a good time tonight? You've lost all your money. How can you give me more?" Lu Chuang rolled his eyes, clearly not believing him. Pointing at the card table, Han Mingrue whispered, "You give me 30 taels of silver. I'll play a couple of big hands. If I win, I'll give you half. If I lose, consider a loan from you. I won't let you lose anything. Okay?" Chapter 60. I've lost my pants. Lu Chuang thought it over and realized that Han Mingrue did make some sense. No matter what, he wouldn't be at a loss. At most, he would just lend him some money and get it back later. "Wait," he suddenly reacted. "Are you really going to pay me back?" "Of course. Besides, can't we still win? If we win, you'll make a fortune." Han Mingrue honestly advised. "A general as suave and handsome as you, spending just over 10 taels of silver to find some courtesans is really not fitting for your status and demeanor. I can't just stand by and watch." Lu Chuang, flattered and coaxed, quickly couldn't hold back. He took out 30 taels of silver from his pocket and said with great care, "You have to play carefully and make sure to win." "Definitely." Sigh. In the distance, it was unclear whether it was Wei Guangxuan or Sun Cheng who let out a sigh. Qin Ming and Song Dingsheng exchanged glances, both nearly unable to hold back their laughter. If they had known, they would have saved the money to buy a few strings of candied hawthorn for Xiaoye. Qin Ming thought to himself, but did not stop it. He had originally planned to lend him some money himself. Who knew that Lu Chuang, this fool, would come stumbling out? Today is not just about teaching Han Mingrue a lesson, but also about giving old Lu, who blindly trusts others, a lesson as well. Ahem. Qin Ming gestured to a few people in the distance, indicating they could take action. At this moment, several soldiers returned to the card table, laughing. "Generalan, 30 taels of silver is not a small amount. How many rounds do you want to play? Let's triple the stakes directly. I'm also in a hurry." Han Mingrue sat at the card table with a dark face, already imagining countless ways to win. "All right." The others nodded and immediately took their seats. Lu Chuang squatted nearby, clenching his fists with a serious expression, seemingly influenced by the atmosphere. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Han Mingrui must win, because those 30 taels of silver were what he had saved for quite a while. If he lost, Lu Chuang would probably feel heartbroken for a long time. The Pai Jiu cards started to be shuffled on the table. Han Mingrui's gaze was intense, tightly focused on his cards. After playing out 2, someone suddenly laughed and said, "I'm out, doubling the stakes." More cards were revealed. "I'm going out at 8 times. Han Mingrui's heart sank. It was down to just him and the last player. Lu Chuang was so angry he was stomping his feet. "Are you a pig? How can you play like this?" Han Mingrui had no time to pay attention to him, his eyes fixed on the last player. The final player smiled slightly, took out his Pai Jiu, and placed it in front of Han Mingrui. "Generalan, mine is bigger than yours. You lose this round. By the way, I'm going out at 16 times. Who would have thought it would end in one hand?" The opponent stood up, but the others did not leave. The reason they stayed was simple. Han Mingrui hadn't paid yet. I lost. Han Mingrui murmured, showing a bitter expression. Lu Chuang plopped down on the ground. 2 times, 8 times, 16 times, and you guys are still playing at 3 times the stakes, right? It should be 768 times now, the nearby player reminded dutifully. You owe us about 3,000 taels of silver. Let's just say 3,000. Remember to pay it back. The prince is still watching. Qin Ming nodded slowly. It was finally his turn to step in. He walked up to Han Mingrui and said, "General Han, let us write an IOU first." Song Dingsheng waved to the soldiers in the distance. Soon, soldiers who had been prepared arrived with ink, paper, and brushes in front of Han Mingrui. Han Mingrui gritted his teeth, finally returning from the state of excitement. Now his heart was filled with endless disappointment. 3,000 taels for an afternoon. If it were before, he would have already started to default on the debt. But the people present were too complicated. The governor of Linjiang City, Song Dingsheng, General Lu Chuang of the Wuwei camp, Chao Chuan, and his own subordinates Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng, and the most heavyweight presence, Prince Qin Ming, stationed in Lingnan. With so many people watching, he couldn't run away. "Your Highness, are these your men?" The excitement faded, and Han Mingrui's smart side took over. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He raised his head and glared at Qin Ming with bloodshot eyes. Qin Ming shrugged and said something ambiguous. "They are naturally my soldiers, so they are my people." Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng shrank their heads. At this moment, they finally felt the terror of Qin Ming. Fortunately, they had quickly admitted defeat at that time and obediently returned with Qin Ming. Otherwise, if things escalated, they would probably suffer a big loss too. "Generalan, leave the IOU." Qin Ming no longer explained, pointing at the paper and brush in front of him along with the red ink. "All right, I'll write it." Seeing the situation was hopeless, Han Mingrui had no choice but to tremble as he wrote down the debt and interest. Interest in this era was quite high. Increasing 5 to 6 times a year was common. However, Qin Ming was lenient and only calculated it at 40%. After pressing his handprint with red ink, Qin Ming accepted the IOU. "Take your men and leave, General Han. Remember to gather the money and pay off the debt." At this point, Han Mingrui no longer pretended. He lowered his head and pleaded, "Could you give me a little time? I currently have no money." "Time?" Qin Ming's expression turned cold. "General Han isn't trying to default on the debt, is he?" "No, you misunderstood, but I really don't have much money right now." Han Mingrui's voice trembled. His heart twisted in pain. The thrill and pleasure of gambling had completely shattered. All that was left was endless regret. Qin Ming's voice turned icy. "This is something I cannot manage. Debts must be repaid. It's only right. I will only protect the soldiers in the camp, not let them be bullied." In the distance, Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng felt a wave of emotion upon hearing this. This wasn't about his men being bullied at all. It was obvious that General Han was the one being controlled. "Of course, you still have a chance." Qin Ming suddenly changed the subject, bringing up another matter. "What chance?" Han Mingrui's heart stirred, and he asked with an expectant look. "Recently, I might go to the Hunan and Hubei regions for trade, selling some goods. Since you were a deputy general in the military camp at the Hunan-Guangdong border, helping out a little should be fine, right?" The textile industry in Fangqingyuan had already begun construction. Making money in Lingnan was still too laborious, as this place was inherently poor. Thus, Qin Ming thought of using Han Mingrue to help transport goods to sell elsewhere. What do you mean? Han Mingrue scratched his head. He wasn't very familiar with business matters. Very simple. Help me transport goods and handle the customs clearance documents and gradually offset the debt. How about that? His proposal made Han Mingrue realize. All right, but can I pay a little less? This guy was starting to push his luck again. But at this moment, Lu Chuang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up. Bastard! Bastard! Give me my money back. As soon as he finished speaking, the angry Lu Chuang landed a punch on Han Mingrue's chin. Bang! Han Mingrue was sent flying. Chapter 61. Just sleeping, not doing anything. Han Mingrue was at least a high-ranking officer in the army. He had fought many battles on the battlefield and was strong himself. But suddenly being punched in the chin by Lu Chuang, no matter how strong he was, he could not withstand it. Everything went black, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Don't do that. Chao Chuan rushed up to block Lu Chuang, who was about to continue his violence. Having been colleagues for many years, he knew how fierce this brute's punches could be. Song Dingxing and Wei Guangxuan were startled and quickly approached to check on Han Mingrue's injuries. Seeing that he had only fainted and wasn't dead, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They began to help him up. Unlike the commotion around them, Qin Ming watched everything with a smile. When Lu Chuang was finally held back by Chao Chuan and a few soldiers, he slowly walked forward. Old Lu, can you tell the brothers how you were inexplicably tricked into lending money just now? Lu Chuang's eyes were red. The pain of losing money echoed in his heart, and a sense of grievance surfaced. However, he wasn't a fool and quickly realized the situation. He hurriedly said to Qin Ming, Your Highness, they are all your men. Can you give me my money back? Old Lu, you fool, don't say such things. Chao Chuan quickly covered his mouth. Although everyone knew this was the case, how could they admit it in front of so many people? Lu Chuang was experiencing a roller coaster of emotions, and in his panic, he spoke without thinking. Take him away. Qin Ming smiled and said, and Chao Chuan immediately pulled Lu Chuang to leave. But the heavy sum of 30 taels of silver made Lu Chuang stand firm in place. Your Highness, that is the money I've saved for a long time. Qin Ming glanced at him and said meaningfully, Don't you want to go drink with the courtesans? Just in time, I will reward a few brothers from the military camps who have performed well recently to drink. You can accompany them. What does a general like me have to drink with them? Lu Chuang said defiantly, still wanting money. Chao Chuan had already caught on to what was meant. He grabbed Lu Chuang and started to leave. What are you doing? Let go of me. All right, let's go. If Lu Chuang didn't leave, when Han Mingrue woke up, the scene would definitely become more chaotic. Although His Highness the Qin King wouldn't repay Lu Chuang openly, he would call Lu Chuang to drink when rewarding those from the casinos. That would be worth much more than Lu Chuang spending 30 taels of silver to drink himself. And the courtesans would be beautiful as well. This could be considered another form of compensation from Qin Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Chuang's muscles had already reached his brain, making him quite stubborn. He simply couldn't understand the meaning. Alas, a rotten wood cannot be carved. Qin Ming gestured to Chao Chuan and continued, Dare to harm Lord Han? Then tie this fool up and take him away to be punished in Linjiang City. Yes, Chao Chuan had been following Qin Ming for a while, so he naturally understood his meaning. Punishment was impossible, meaning it was just for Wei Guangxuan and the others to hear. As for Lu Chuang, he was quickly tied up and taken away. You too. Just wait here for Lord Han to wake up and then leave. Turning around, Qin Ming naturally brushed over the matter of Han Mingrue being beaten. All right. Wei Guangxuan had witnessed Qin Ming's methods and didn't dare to voice any objections. He nodded brightly like a blooming flower, then lowered his head to stand in the corner, acting as a transparent person. Lord Song, you go arrange for them. Keep your lips sealed. Qin Ming was referring to those from the casinos. They were aware of Qin Ming's plan. Although Han Mingrue's IOU had already been written, revealing it wouldn't matter much. However, his upright and grand image still needed to be maintained. Understood. Song Dingxing quickly left. Qin Ming returned to Linjiang City. Recently, he was contemplating how to get closer to Guanyu. Although they had come to Lingnan together, they had not married yet and could not share a room. Even now, when they rested at night, they were separated into 2 rooms. This troubled Qin Ming greatly. Under the bright moon, standing in the courtyard, Qin Ming looked up. It was another night of beautiful flowers and a full moon, and his shadow was stretching out from his feet, splitting into two. Alas, am I the only one this lonely? Qin Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his mischievous heart still alive. He quietly pushed open Guan Yu's door. The room was silent. Recently, Guan Yu had been helping in the military camp, as the Wu Wei camp wanted to integrate into the Lingnan territory, and there were many preparations to be made. For example, preparing military rations, supplying materials for weaponry, and distributing military salaries within the camp. Fortunately, Guan Yu had grown up in the military, so she was adept at handling these matters. She even had a level of detail that those reckless men lacked. Back already? Although Qin Ming pushed the door open quietly, the faint creaking sound quickly caught Guan Yu's attention. Looking up, Qin Ming saw a pair of starry eyes quietly gazing at him in the dark. There was a hint of complexity and a great deal of tenderness in them. Huh, not asleep yet? Qin Ming smiled awkwardly and gently sat at Guan Yu's bedside. How's Han Mingrue? Guan Yu playfully stretched her little foot to warm it against Qin Ming's belly. It was only late autumn, but her little foot was already somewhat cold. Qin Ming toyed with the beautiful girl's jade-like foot and informed her of what had happened today. Guan Yu listened as if it were a story, and after everything, she commented, "You're so bad." However, she didn't continue on that topic, but instead shifted the conversation. Tomorrow I will write a letter to Uncle Yi to inform him of this matter. Han Mingrue shouldn't cause any trouble. That's great. Qin Ming was worried that once Han Mingrue returned, he would go back on his word. According to his plan, he would arrange for Lu Chuang or Wu Qingye to go over and block the door to personally demand payment. After all, under Qin Ming's leadership, the Wu Wei camp was more rogue than rogues, and wasn't he afraid of Han Mingrue reneging? But if he showed Jiang could speak up for them, it would definitely have a greater impact on Han Mingrue. In the short term, this guy should be able to help transport their handicraft products steadily. Thus, Qin Ming and Guan Yu chatted back and forth, both growing more and more interested. Taking advantage of her not paying attention, Qin Ming secretly moved closer to the beauty in front of him. Seeing that Guan Yu was in a good mood today, Qin Ming felt the time was right and suddenly took off his outer clothes and lay straight on the bed. "What are you doing?" In the dark, Guan Yu caught a whiff of the unique scent of a man, and her little face instantly turned red as she struggled to push Qin Ming away. "I want to rest with you." Qin Ming stubbornly lay across the bed, with a face as thick as a city wall, saying, "Let us just chat and talk together. Don't worry, I definitely won't do anything to you." Chapter 62. The court's letter. The lackey arrives. It seems that every man, when trying to coax a young girl into a room, will more or less say something like this. The next step would probably be to say they would only cuddle and not go further. But we haven't married yet. Guan Yu's pretty face was filled with helplessness. Her willow leaf eyebrows trembled slightly, seemingly frightened. "Just resting together. I really want to sleep with you." Qin Ming swore to the heavens that at least that latter half of the sentence was indeed true. "Then you're not allowed to touch me." Guan Yu hesitated, looking at Qin Ming's sincere face. In the end, she still compromised. Qin Ming lay on the bed, carefully thinking about what to do next. However, at that moment, there was suddenly a loud knocking sound from outside the door. "Your Highness, I'm back." It was Wu Qingye's voice. "Damn it." Guan Yu jumped and kicked Qin Ming off the bed. Qin Ming rolled up his sleeves, ready to go out and deal with that scoundrel Wu Qingye. As soon as he opened the door, he found Fang Qingyuan and Wu Qingye standing outside. It was clear that something important had happened. Ahem. Qin Ming cleared his throat and adjusted his emotions. "What is going on?" "Your Highness, Wang Shoyan has handed over several prosperous shops to us. Lord Fang wants to open a dyeing house and a cloth store there. Over the past few days, bringing Wei Guangshuan back had a great deterrent effect on Wang Shoyan." He quickly handed over the shops. Wu Qingye waved the land deed in his hand, full of excitement. "Do we need manpower?" Qin Ming looked at Fang Qingyuan, who also couldn't hide his joy. They had people to work, transportation routes, and now they had shops. Making money would come quickly. "I plan to personally take people there tomorrow morning. I came today to let you know." "That works." Qin Ming thought for a moment. It was indeed better to get started on making money sooner rather than later. There's one more thing. Chancellor Qin sent a letter. Fang Qingyuan took out a letter from his bosom, the wax seal on it showing no signs of having been opened. With the status, He could actually take a look at the letter sent by Chun Shimao. However, Fang Qingyuan was a very stubborn person. If it wasn't his, he resolutely wouldn't look. Let me see. Qin Ming opened the letter and read through it. Chun Shimao informed Qin Ming about the recent happenings in the court. Since Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince gained the upper hand, the entire court had descended into chaos. Many were seeking to surrender to her, while even more were being purged and persecuted. Promotions and demotions had occurred countless times. Emperor Qian still maintained his aloof demeanor, blaming the incompetence of his subordinates when things went wrong, and claiming his governance was sound when things went right. Seeing the court in such disarray, Qin Ming felt little. Everything has nothing to do with me anymore. The more chaotic the court becomes, the more I can take this opportunity to develop. At the end of the letter, Chun Shimao also mentioned to Qin Ming the recent actions of concubine Xiao against him. After concubine Xiao learned that Xiao Qinian had been beaten, she concealed Qin Ming's efforts in managing the epidemic and requested Emperor Qian to impose punishment. However, with Chun Shimao's strong arguments, Qin Ming's contributions were recognized, and Xiao Qinian, due to his negligence regarding the epidemic, is now unable to clear his name. Yet despite Chun Shimao's assistance, concubine Xiao still found a loophole. She approached the right censor Huang Zhang, asking him to bring officials to inspect the 3,000 acres of land Qin Ming had enclosed. Calculating the time, they should arrive in the next few days. It's nothing serious. After reading, Qin Ming handed the documents to Fang Qingyuan. Fang Qingyuan glanced at them and, upon seeing Huang Zhang's name, frowned slightly. Your Highness, this Huang Zhang is notorious for being ruthless and unyielding. Although Fang Qingyuan had not interacted much with people during his years in the court, he had heard about several officials. Qin Ming had been in the court longer than Fang Qingyuan, so he naturally knew what kind of person Huang Zhang was. Huang Zhang is not an official from concubine Zhao's faction. He is neutral and shows no mercy to anyone. It is precisely because of this impartiality that concubine Xiao valued Huang Zhang and brought him in to trouble Qin Ming. After all, Qin Ming's land enclosure did not comply with the court's regulations. If it fell into Huang Zhang's hands, it would definitely stir up a storm. Since he is the one coming, it will be even simpler. With a faint smile, Qin Ming appeared relaxed. Do you have a plan? Fang Qingyuan asked curiously. Looking at Qin Ming, I'm all right, I'm leaving. Without lingering, Fang Qingyuan quickly took Wu Qingye and left. He completely trusted Qin Ming. As long as Qin Ming said there was a way, he would not think further. Watching the two leave, Qin Ming sat in the courtyard, pondering for a while. He then placed his hand on the door of Guan Yu's room. However, this time, the door was locked from the inside. It seemed that due to the earlier delay, her rationality had regained control. Sigh. Qin Ming sighed deeply and turned to leave. The night passed without incident, and the next day, Qin Ming returned to the military camp. Fang Qingyuan had already gone to Qiantang City, and the materials he had gathered, such as silk, cotton, and hemp, had long been delivered. He found an open space and set up a temporary shed. Inside were rows of weaving machines. He called the idle women from the surrounding villages of Liangjiang City to come here to weave cloth. The workshop would uniformly distribute wages. There were many of these people. To increase production, Fang Qingyuan organized their shifts into day and night work. In just a few days, they produced over 100 bolts of cloth. According to market prices, a regular bolt of cotton cloth could sell for 3 taels of silver. Silk was a rare commodity, with one bolt weighing 4 ounces. However, it was difficult to procure raw silk, and their silk production was not high. They had a lot of cotton and linen fabric woven, but with a selling price of 3 taels, they could only profit 2 taels at most. If they wanted to make money on a large scale, they would definitely have to rely on volume, and it had to be a massive volume. This business is truly hard to do. Qin Ming looked at the items in front of him and sighed. Song Dingsheng, who was following behind, added, Your Highness, don't worry. Once we establish a cloth shop and dyeing workshop later, we will be able to earn more. I hope so. After Qin Ming made a simple inspection, he began to devise new money-making strategies, wondering if they could assist each other with the textile industry for mutual profit. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. Clear the way. The censorate is here to investigate on the emperor's orders. Qin Ming looked toward the distance and saw a group of people walking towards the military camp. Their fierce demeanor frightened the women who were weaving, causing them to stop their work. This group was really inconsiderate. They came and disrupted normal production. Qin Ming was already struggling to make money, and seeing them like this made his anger flare up. He strode forward and angrily shouted, "What are you shouting about? What is wrong with the court's arrival? Do you have more heads or more arms than others? If you keep making noise, I'll have you executed." Chapter 63. Internal strife in the imperial envoy group. Huang Zhang's helplessness, everyone was from the court. This was how the censorate operated. It seemed that no matter who they faced, they always had a condescending attitude. Even when they were not handling cases, they still looked down on everyone. However, today they were here to investigate Qin Ming, who was even more formidable than they were. The few people who were stopped were momentarily caught off guard. At this moment, a figure pushed through the crowd and slowly approached Qin Ming. "It's been a while. Your Highness's temper has become quite explosive." This person was dressed in a black robe, tall and thin, with a serious expression and a very stiff tone, clearly not someone to mess with. Seeing this, Song Dingsheng shrank his head and hid behind Qin Ming. He was just a minor official and felt somewhat intimidated by the people from the court. In contrast, Qin Ming was much more arrogant. He pointed at Huang Zhang's nose and scolded, "Huang Zhang, who allowed you to enter the military camp? Do you think you can just walk in? If you delay our defense here, I wouldn't be wrong to kill you." Qin Ming knew Huang Zhang very well. He was a tough guy who only responded to force. Sure enough, Huang Zhang was not angry. He just nodded calmly and said, "Your Highness, I heard you have enclosed 3,000 acres of land in Lingnan, so I came to investigate. Whenever you have time, I will wait for you, and we can sit down and talk." Qin Ming impatiently waved his hand. "You can investigate on your own. When I have time, I will talk to you." "All right." Huang Zhang remained composed. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he continued, "Recently, there may be many things that offend you, so please bear with it." After finishing his words, he took his people away. Song Dingsheng observed Huang Zhang's fearless demeanor and quickly asked Qin Ming, "Your Highness, this person does not come with good intentions. Should I arrange for someone to follow him? What if he finds out something?" Although he held a low position, Song Dingsheng felt that he was at least an official of the court. He had been cautious for many years, and if he were implicated and lost his official hat because of this, it would be a huge loss. So he chose to firmly support Qin Ming, no matter what. Supporting your Highness was never wrong. You go receive them and conveniently find some of the strongest vaccines to secretly inoculate them. Qin Ming calmly assigned the task to Song Dingsheng. But not long after he left, he hurried back, looking anxious. "Your Highness, this Huang Zhang is dangerous." He went directly to see the patients. "Oh." Qin Ming was taken aback, then smiled. He had long known that Huang Zhang was a tough character. If anyone in the court was not afraid of the epidemic, it would definitely be him. He initially thought of scaring him with the vaccine, but unexpectedly, this guy dived straight into the patients. "No need to rush. Let us wait a few days. Since things have come to this, we need to replan." Meanwhile, Song Dingsheng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. "What should we do? If he finds out something, won't we be done for?" "Don't worry. Everything will be fine when the time comes." Qin Ming patted his shoulder. On the other side, Huang Zhang was standing in a village at this moment. This was the perimeter of the 3,000 acres of land Qin Ming had enclosed. It was also the quarantine zone set up by Qin Ming. The several officials accompanying him all had expressions of resistance on their faces. "Lord Huang, there's really no need to go in. Smallpox is untreatable. What if we die here? Once we contract smallpox, it will definitely affect the investigation progress, and His Highness won't care about us." They were all advising him in a clamorous manner, just as Qin Ming had anticipated. After arriving here, Huang Zhang's biggest pressure did not come from Qin Ming, but from his colleagues who arrived with him. This is why Qin Ming specifically gave Huang Zhang some free time, allowing fear to ferment within his team. "Enough." Huang Zhang looked at the officials accompanying him and shouted angrily. He wouldn't be angry if Qin Ming scolded him, but having colleagues who were such a drag made Huang Zhang very furious. Among them, the second in command of the envoy team, Du Mingxian, was the most resolute. "Old Huang, as long as the Green Hills remain, you don't have to worry about firewood. If you go in now and catch smallpox, what will happen? It's not that we don't want to go in. I suggest we first go to Linjiang City to inquire about the situation. After all, The matter of His Highness privately enclosing land cannot be hidden. Du Mingxian was from the Dali Temple, and though his official rank was low, he was part of the faction of concubine Xiao. The reason for sending him over was another layer of insurance for concubine Xiao. If Huang Zhang couldn't bring down Qin Ming, then Du Mingxian would step in. However, what concubine Xiao didn't expect was that these two men's personalities were incompatible, and during the investigation, they frequently had differing opinions. Huang Song glared angrily at Du Mingxian. Du Mingxian, aren't you just afraid of catching smallpox? I can go by myself. Just leave one person here to contact me and send out the investigation results. Huang Zhang knew who was behind Du Mingxian. He was already making concessions, but Du Mingxian was very cautious about his life. He wanted to eliminate any possibility of infection with smallpox. So he turned around and pretended to address everyone. Lord Huang sacrifices himself for the country. It's truly admirable. Is there anyone willing to stay here and help Lord Huang send messages after the investigation is over? The crowd fell into a long silence. After Du Mingxian scanned around a few times, he shrugged and looked at Huang Zhang. Lord Huang, it's not that I'm deliberately tripping you up. The problem is that no one is willing to do this. You should come back with us to Linjiang City first. Everyone is tired from the journey and needs a chance to rest. Huang Zhang's face turned ugly. Due to his personality, he had only been able to serve in the censorate for many years and had indeed offended many people. Faced with the crowd's exclusion, he usually didn't care much. But particularly during this investigation, they were constantly causing conflicts under Du Mingxuan's leadership. This made Huang Zhang feel like he was powerless. Taking a deep breath, Huang Zhang knew it was meaningless to entangle with him here. So he frowned and said, "Then let's go back and investigate according to Du Darren's method." A smirk of triumph appeared on Du Mingxuan's face. However, at that moment, he said something even more disgusting. "Why would you say that, Lord Huang? This time the envoy is you, so of course, we should listen to you. Let's discuss this when we go back." Du Mingxian was very skilled at creating chaos, but was utterly incompetent at handling matters. After messing things up when asked for a solution, he would act innocent and shift all the responsibility onto his colleagues. After all, this investigation was not led by him. All right, let's go back and discuss. Huang Zhang felt as if he had been holding his breath, unable to exhale. He even thought that he might as well catch smallpox and infect all these bastards, putting an end to it, and he was unaware that this thought of his would soon come to fruition. Chapter 64. Observations and Conclusions of Changbaishan. A group of pampered court officials quickly arrived in Linjiang City. As soon as they arrived, Du Mingxian pinched his nose. Looking disgusted, this county town looks like a rundown place. It doesn't even resemble a county town. Behind him, his sycophant, Su Ruohai, an official from the Ministry of Justice, quickly chimed in, "That's right. Compared to our capital, it's far behind. It really wasn't easy for us to come here. Lord Du and Lord Huang, you two have really worked hard for the court." Su Ruohai was part of concubine Zhao's faction. After so many years in the court, he was very clear about the hierarchy of flattery. Even when complimenting, he always placed Du Mingxian first. On the surface, the top figure who came down this time was Huang Zhang, followed by Du Mingxian. But in reality, with concubine Zhao's connections, everyone looked up to Du Mingxian. Song Dingsheng had already received the news and rushed over to welcome them. Facing Du Mingxuan's grandstanding and arrogant demeanor, he had already made up his mind. When hosting them tonight, he would secretly give his bastard Du Mingxian the strongest vaccine. Were those white cloth strips hanging up? As they walked, Huang Zhang noticed that there were white cloth strips fluttering in the wind in front of the doors of households on both sides of the streets in Linjiang City. At first, he thought someone was in mourning, but as he saw more and more, he noticed there was no pattern to it. Sometimes several families hung them together, while other times one family would have two or three. "Ah, those," Song Dingsheng glanced over and said flatly, "indicate that there are smallpox patients in a household. The more white cloth strips, the more patients there are. The plague here hasn't completely dissipated yet. However, many people are no longer afraid after being vaccinated. They can also take care of their families this way. It's just a matter of waiting. In a few months, the plague will completely fade away." "I see." Huang Zhang nodded lightly, maintaining an indifferent expression. It seemed that the plague in Linjiang City indeed hadn't been resolved yet, although the designated patient gathering area was quite large. Dealing with a plague requires a more rigorous approach to ensure that no issues arise. However, while the two of them spoke well of the situation, their words fell into Du Mingxuan's ears as a different scene. He was so scared that he trembled and almost sat down on the ground. There's a plague here. And you still brought us? Smallpox? Just hold on, and it will pass. Song Dingsheng glanced at him, his tone flat. He wouldn't mind if these court officials died in Linjiang City. After all, their deaths had nothing to do with him. What the hell? My life is worth much more than these lowly commoners. Can you bear the responsibility if I die? Du Mingxian dared not take another step forward. He stood in the street, pointing at Song Dingxing's nose, and began to curse. Song Dingxing's temples throbbed with anger. But as Du Mingxian held a higher official position, he didn't dare to retort. He could only lower his head and stand at a distance, showing a reluctant demeanor. His Highness isn't afraid and has personally dealt with the plague here. It's not an outbreak period. Everything has been controlled. What is Lord Du afraid of? At this moment, Chang Baishan, who had come with the city guards, had already arrived. He was familiar with many people in the capital and dared to speak. It's not that I'm afraid, but if we get sick, won't it affect our investigation? Du Mingxian es fasluqued sumyagli. The Su Ruahai and others behind him were naturally also cautious about their lives, whispering among themselves. A few even suggested setting up camp outside to isolate themselves from the plague. Huang Zhang listened to their words and frowned, finally unable to hold back, and shouted angrily, "Enough! There's plague everywhere. So what if you catch it? If you're afraid of dying, just go back now." Du Mingxian felt embarrassed being scolded by his own people. He quickly resorted to the court's factional fighting tactics and retorted, "If Lord Huang says it like that, I really want to go back. But you need to explain this to His Majesty yourself. Don't let us return and be unable to account for it, or we'll face a round of scolding." After just a few exchanges, Du Mingxian was already trying to form alliances. Huang Zhang was most annoyed by this kind of situation, so he immediately spoke up, "Feel free to go back. I will help you explain." The nearby Changbai mountain was amused, squatting aside, waiting for them to fight among themselves. He took the opportunity to silently note down the situations of these individuals, so he could report to Qin Ming after analyzing their internal conflicts. The group argued for a long time, and no one gained an advantage. In the end, it was Huang Zhang who left them behind and went to have a meal with Song Dingsheng alone. When Song Dingsheng was leaving, he clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder His Highness said to wait for a while and let them stew in their own juices. It turned out he had already seen that the people in the court were all acting independently. There's a saying that fits them well. Together they are a pile of dung. In the evening, Changbai Mountain strolled around the city and returned to the barracks to report this situation to Qin Ming. "Your Highness, their internal conflict is already sticky enough. Should we add some fuel to the fire?" Sitting by the campfire, Changbai Mountain absent-mindedly poked the fire with a twig. Sparks were blown away by the cold wind, drifting into the sky and quickly extinguishing. He raised his head and quietly suggested to Qin Ming. Qin Ming also had this idea. After a faint nod, he asked, "Who do you want to target first?" "You guess, I guarantee you won't guess it right. The person I choose is definitely not a problem," Changbai Mountain said with a smug smile. Qin Ming looked at the flickering fire and suddenly smiled too. "It won't be Huang Zhang, nor will it be Du Mingxian. It should be a minor official of poor character whose hands aren't clean." Damn. Changbai Mountain had originally prepared to show Qin Ming a few of his tricks, but he suddenly felt displeased and smashed the twig into the fire. Since Qin Ming had already guessed, he simply revealed everything. "I'm planning to send them gifts. Once they accept, we can take the opportunity to report to Huang Zhang and let him clean up his own house first." Qin Ming shot him a glance and said, "Everyone knows you're my person. After you send the gifts as bribes, if they turn around and tell Huang Zhang, we would be adding another charge against ourselves." Changbai Mountain was immediately at a loss for words. He had heard that Qin Ming had tricked Han Ming Ruwei and thought it was quite impressive. He wanted to try it himself. However, his limited education and short time in the court meant that the strategies he came up with were full of holes. Nonetheless, his suggestion inspired Qin Ming. Drawing out a 500 taels silver note from his sleeve, Qin Ming handed it to Changbai Mountain. "This is 500 taels. Let Song Dingsheng go. He is more suitable." Changbai Mountain was taken aback, feeling something was off. "He's trying to distance himself from us." Qin Ming reminded him when he saw he hadn't understood. Song Dingsheng is indeed in a dangerous position now. Spending some money to save himself and aligning with Xiao Shufei is definitely a good choice. What use is that? It seems worse than my earlier plan. What if we add some information about us? You want him to assist in the investigation? Changbai Mountain was taken aback, then immediately gave a thumbs up. As expected of your highness, so cunning. 500 taels of silver plus some real, but useless information could infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Quite worth it. By the way, when he reveals the investigation, keep it from Huangzhong. Qin Ming thought for a moment and continued. Huangzhong is the most likely to start an investigation. But his struggle with Du Mingxian won't stop. If the lazy Du Mingxian gets ahead of Huang Zhang's investigation and digs up useful information, I don't know how Huang Zhang would feel. At least Du Mingxian would parade around proudly, and Huang Zhang wouldn't get any face from it. This would inevitably escalate their conflict. Once they start arguing, breaking up is a possibility. Awesome. Changbai Mountain clenched his fists in excitement. Whatever party strife or internal court conflicts, it all pales compared to his highness. I'm going to get this done now. I must support Du Mingxian fiercely in the next few days. Changbai Mountain was eager to see this pair of special envoys fight against each other. It would be more interesting than cricket fighting. He immediately stood up, ready to leave. Just as he was about to go, he suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Ming, "Your Highness, are you not doing anything these days? Shouldn't you also step in and stir things up?" Qin Ming smiled mysteriously and said meaningfully, "Of course I will take action, but not right now, because I am supporting Huangzhong." Huh? Changbai Mountain was puzzled. At the moment Qin Ming said this, he thought of many things but felt he couldn't grasp the main thread. Just as he was about to ask more, he was pushed by Qin Ming. "Hurry up and go. I want to see results by tomorrow." All right. With no time to think further, Changbai Mountain took the 500 taels of silver note and went to find Song Dingsheng. Late at night, the inn where Huangzhong and others were staying was quiet. Exhausted from their journey, they could barely keep their eyes open. After eating a bit, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Among them, Su Ruohai's room was arranged on the second floor. The other rooms, especially those of Huangzhong and Du Mingxian, were on the third floor because the rooms on the third floor were nicer and more comfortable. This made Su Ruohai somewhat uncomfortable. How is it so coincidental that everyone is staying in the upper rooms, and I just happen to be on the second floor? I'm from the Ministry of Justice, and my official rank isn't low, right? That damned Song Dingsheng, that son of a bitch who looks down on others. I hope I don't fall in my hands in the future. Lying in bed, although everyone else had already rested, Su Ruohai, who was treated differently, tossed and turned, angered and unable to sleep. Officials in the court are the ones who pay the most attention to prestige. When walking together, who stands in front? When riding in a carriage, what rank can arrange how many horses? When dressing, some wear coarse clothes, while others wear silk. These all have their rules. But Song Dingsheng acted like a brainless fool. He had unknowingly offended Su Ruohai thoroughly today. The key was that today, Su Ruohai saw himself staying below and had hinted to Du Mingxian a couple of times, wanting him to say a few words to get him moved to the upper room. Who knew Du Mingxian didn't even pay him any attention, not treating him like a person at all? All the flattery he had given along the way was wasted. Su Ruohai could even clearly remember the mocking expressions on the faces of the accompanying officials when they saw him staying in the lower room. Damn it! Su Ruohai grew angrier as he thought. He stood up and paced around the room for a while, then lay down but still couldn't sleep. Soon, the time reached the third watch. Hearing the sound of the bell ringer outside, dragging out the sound in the dark, Su Ruohai still stared at the ceiling with bloodshot eyes, feeling wronged. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. Su Ruohai stiffly turned his head. The other party seemed to think Su Ruohai was asleep and knocked a few more times. Who is coming at this hour? Trying to play dead? Su Ruohai climbed out of bed impatiently, muttering. The other party did not speak, only continued to knock. Putting on his shoes, Su Ruohai walked to the door and opened it. Upon opening the door, he saw the culprit who had kept him tossing and turning all night. Song Dingsheng, are you sick? Why are you coming here in the middle of the night? Su Ruohai, already filled with anger, saw the other party daring to knock on his door at this hour and immediately snorted coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Ha ha, Su Dazen. Could you let me in to say a few words? No, I want to sleep. Whatever it is, let us talk tomorrow. Su Ruohai snapped and was about to close the door. But Song Ding-sheng reacted faster. He hurriedly supported the wooden door and then smiled, revealing a slightly yellowed, white piece of paper from his sleeve. Su Ruohai recognized this color. It was the color of silver notes. When silver notes first came out of the money shop, they were white paper. However, after prolonged use, the paper would turn yellow. Do you have something to discuss? Huh. Of course. Among these officials, I only chose you. Song Ding-sheng wore a mysterious expression, displaying an extremely sincere demeanor. At this moment, Su Ruohai finally understood everything. Did you specifically arrange for me to stay on the second floor? Yes, I have important matters to discuss with you. I see. Hearing this, the gloom in Su Ruohai's heart was lifted. Qin. With a creak, the wooden door closed. The two engaged in a long and intimate conversation in the room. After receiving the money, Su Ruohai was naturally elated. Understanding Song Dingsheng's intention to defect, he patted the other man's shoulder with satisfaction. Old Song, you have good judgment. I'll accept this 500 taels first. Your matters are on me, so rest assured, with me here, no one in the court will trouble you. Thank you very much. By the way, Lord Su, I hope you won't mention this matter to others. Song Dingsheng's eyes flickered as he spoke very seriously. Of course. Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. Su Ruohai quickly promised, warmly sending Song Dingsheng away. However, after waiting for a while, taking advantage of the night, he turned and headed to the third floor to Du Mingxuan's room. Rubbing his hands, he suppressed his slightly excited voice. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Du, are you there? Chapter 66. Promotion and Wealth. A bright path disturbed in the middle of the night. Du Mingxian rubbed his sore and swollen eyes and walked out the door with a somewhat impatient expression. Su Ruohai, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Are you trying to die? My lord, I have important matters to report. Su Ruohai knew Du Mingxian would be angry for being disturbed in the middle of the night. But he had no choice. He didn't have time to talk to Du Mingxian during the day. If Huang Zhang discovered he had taken money and was preparing to help Song Dingsheng sever ties with Qin Ming, the upright Lord Huang would be dealing with him before investigating the plague matters. Come in and talk. Du Mingxian glanced at Su Ruohai. Years of experience in the court made him sense something unusual. However, the outside was not a place for conversation, and even when discussing matters, one had to be cautious of eavesdroppers. So he pulled Su Ruohai into the room. Su Ruohai took out 300 taels in silver notes with a fawning expression and said, "This is what Song Dingsheng just sent over. He said he doesn't want to get too deeply involved with his Highness and want me to say a few good words for him. But I thought, who am I compared to you? So I came to find you." Du Mingxian had seen many storms. Upon seeing the 300 taels, he disdainfully curled his lip. Country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. Only 300 taels. Usually, I could casually exchange a painting for over 1,000 taels in the capital. However, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and while Du Mingxian complained, he nonetheless accepted it into his sleeve, implicitly agreeing to the matter. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. This matter is actually easy to handle, but can also be a bit tricky, especially with Huang Zhang blocking the way. The person in charge of this investigation is Huang Zhang. Even if Du Mingxian wanted to sideline Song Dingsheng, without Huang Zhang's approval, they would still be helpless. Su Ruohai quickly nodded and smiled. You have a keen eye, my lord. You saw the crux at a glance. In fact, this time, Song Dingsheng came not just for the money. He also said he wants to help us testify and find evidence of His Highness violating the court's orders and forcibly seizing land. Upon hearing this good news, Du Mingxian's breath became heavy. This was the last straw to crush Huang Zhang. If he could get Song Dingsheng's help, Du Mingxian believed he could definitely achieve great merit this time and gain favor in front of Consort Xiao. Is this true? Of course, my lord. He also said that if necessary, he could even come forward as a witness for us, but doing so would be quite risky, unless it's absolutely necessary. Understood. We will start grouping for the investigation tomorrow. You go find Song Dingsheng, and tomorrow, follow me to investigate according to his lead. As for Huang Zhang, let it bring a few people. Du Mingxian began actively arranging for tomorrow's investigation. A bright path to promotion and wealth seemed to be unfolding before him. On the other side, taking advantage of the night, Song Dingsheng secretly arrived at Qin Ming's royal residence. Lingnan was very poor. Qin Ming's royal residence, although called a royal residence, was actually just a small courtyard where he and Guan Yue lived. Your Highness, the matter has been taken care of. If Su Ruohai comes to find me tomorrow, what should I say? Qin Ming did not rest at night, but sat here waiting for Song Dingsheng. After thinking for a moment, Qin Ming smiled and said, "No need to rush. Tomorrow their smallpox may break out. Let them stew for a few days. If Su Ruohai really wants to ask something, just reveal some harmless news to him. Is it that simple?" Song Dingsheng looked at Qin Ming in confusion, not quite understanding. But Qin Ming calmly replied, "During their illness, there won't be many opportunities for investigation. The case-loving Lord Huang will probably be anxious to death. Then let Du Mingxian find something during the illness, and when the two sides have a disparity, he can show off, which will surely infuriate Huangzhong. What do you think he will do?" "This." Song Dingsheng gulped, swallowing hard. "Your Highness is really ruthless. Do we have to push them to the edge?" "I understand. There's one more thing. Don't come over in the next few days. Our next meeting will be when you become the witness." Before Song Dingsheng left, Qin Ming called him back to give this instruction. What is a witness? This term was somewhat unfamiliar, and Song Dingsheng did not quite understand. Qin Ming looked at him and said, "It's someone who comes forward to help clarify matters." "All right, I understand." Song Dingsheng adjusted his official robe, pushed open the door, and glanced around. Then he sneaked away from there. The next morning, more than half of the imperial envoy group had high fevers. This included Huangzhong and Su Ruohai and Du Mingxian, who had stayed up most of the night. Song Dingsheng thoughtfully found some people to take care of them. Even though there were helpers, Du Mingxian was still very scared. "Get away. Is there a statue of the god of smallpox here? I want to pray to the god of smallpox." The god of smallpox is a deity in folk legends. Due to the outbreak of smallpox, many people died. Thus, the god of smallpox emerged, and some people, in their desperation, began to worship this deity, hoping for protection. This is a kind of placebo effect. It's not that it has no use at all, but it's better than nothing. Where am I supposed to find that for you? Song Dingsheng said helplessly. Just as he was at a loss, a person's arrival broke the status quo. The person was Su Ruohai. He dragged his sick body, panting, and climbed to the third floor. "Since both of you are here, how about we discuss that evidence? I heard Lord Huang is also ill. This is a good opportunity." Su Ruohai, although not of good character, sycophantic and bullying, had a strong ambition and was the best at scheming. "We still have a few people who haven't contracted smallpox. They can go." Su Ruohai, holding on to his breath, barely spoke his thoughts. Upon hearing this, although Du Mingxian was already weak from fever, he reacted at this moment. "All right, I'll call a few trustworthy people to follow Song Dingsheng's plan to investigate. I want to go." Song Dingsheng showed a difficult expression, seemingly afraid that Qin Ming would find out. Deeply immersed in the act, neither Du Mingxian nor Su Ruohai noticed anything unusual. "That works." The two did not say much more. Following his instructions, arrangements were quickly made for a few other officials who had not fallen ill to investigate. In the evening, the group returned, all with excited expressions. They informed Du Mingxian about several villages on the outskirts that were free from the plague. There was no plague there at all. King Qin was simply using the opportunity to seize land. The so-called quarantine zones were nothing but a fabrication. They spoke with certainty and seriousness. Du Mingxian had been ill for a day, but now his high fever had subsided, and his complexion looked better. "Not bad, not bad." Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he stood up and commanded, "Bring me my official robes. Let us go for a walk." Chapter 67. Holding evidence, confronting His Highness. Go for a walk. The officials were taken aback. Du Mingxian was still recovering for smallpox. Although they didn't know why he contracted it, his recovery was faster than that of ordinary people. Still, they didn't dare let him wander around. After all, he was a court official, and if something happened during his outing, what would they do? "My lord, you mustn't be reckless." "Yes, my lord, your health is more important. If anything happens, enough. If the lord says to go for a walk, then we should listen to him." In the end, it was Su Ruohai, who had been accompanying him, that interrupted their concerns. He knew best what Du Mingxian intended to do. Given his current state, he clearly wanted to show off to Huangzhong. Sure enough, as soon as they stepped outside, They saw him push open Huang Zhang's door. "Lord Huang, how is your health?" Although Du Mingxian was ill, he still maintained a calm demeanor. It was as if a victor was visiting a defeated foe as he inquired about Huang Zhang's well-being. Huang Zhang sat up in bed, casting a puzzled glance at the crowd. What game was Du Mingxian playing? It was one thing for him to come alone, but he brought so many people with him. It didn't seem like a visit. It felt more like a demonstration of power. But now that everyone was sick, what was there for him to gloat about? "Lord Du, you are too polite." With 1,000 thoughts racing in his mind, Huang Zhang did not express them on his face, responding only with a calm tone that carried an air of distance. "Haha, what is there to be polite about? By the way, Lord Huang, I see you've been ill and unable to investigate cases. It's really a pity." Du Mingxian laughed heartily and continued, "So, I took the liberty of arranging for people to investigate according to my instructions. Guess what? Oh, it was such a coincidence. They actually found evidence of His Highness violating the court's orders regarding land seizures based on minor clues. There's an old saying, 'Many hands make light work.'" His words were clearly mocking Huang Zhang's self-righteousness. Now that he was sick, no one came to visit him. Even his subordinates were all following Du Mingxian. They followed him and achieved results. Meanwhile, Huang Zhang, who had always considered himself exceptional and wanted to investigate, ended up finding nothing. This was the difference between people. "Hey, who do we complain to about this? You went to investigate?" Huang Zhang's beard trembled as he forced himself to stand up. It was clear he was a bit anxious, or perhaps he felt embarrassed. "Show me the evidence." It seemed that forcing himself up made him a bit dizzy. Huang Zhang took a deep breath and made his request. As expected, Du Mingxian directly refused. "See the evidence?" "That one do. We are still investigating. But rest assured, Lord Huang, you focus on your recovery. We'll take care of this matter. Your health is the most important." After showing off, Du Mingxian suddenly stepped forward and brazenly patted Huang Zhang's shoulder. Huang Zhang's expression instantly darkened. This was clearly the attitude one would expect from a superior to a subordinate. Du Mingxian had merely uncovered some information, but was acting as if he had achieved something monumental. All right, Lord Du has some skills, but I will continue my investigation." Gritting his teeth, Huang Zhang spoke with great reluctance. "Of course, you can continue your investigation." Du Mingxian already carried the air of a victor. Today's lead made him feel triumphant. Turning his back, he strode out of the room. Back in his quarters, although Du Mingxian still had a low fever, he excitedly patted Su Ruohai's shoulder. His address had changed to Old Su. "Old Su, you are truly the greatest contributor to this case. When we are rewarded by the court, I will definitely speak highly of you in front of concubine Xiao." "Thank you, Lord Du. Thank you, Lord Du." Su Ruohai was instantly thrilled. All his efforts were for advancement. Receiving Du Mingxuan's promise made him feel that everything was worth it. In the next few days, continue to have them investigate according to Song Dingxing's instructions. Yes, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, the officials who came to investigate gradually contracted smallpox. Qin Ming continued his routine of going to Wuwei camp every day to handle military affairs with Guan Yu, as if nothing had happened. As for Du Mingxian and his group, they grew increasingly excited while uncovering the truth. Among the officials staying in Linjiang City, only Huang Zhang was uncomfortable. He was older, and since contracting smallpox, his health had been poor. The key was that Du Mingxian came every day with news of progress, which made Huang Zhang feel a sense of crisis, keeping him awake all night. With so much on his mind, his recovery was slow. After dragging on for half a month, he finally managed to get out of bed and move around. He was not idle. Since he could get out of bed, he began running around everywhere. Du Mingxian watched calmly. Ever since he had Song Dingxing's assistance, he had no more worries. What could Huang Zhang, a headless fly, uncover? Calculating the time, it was about time to confront His Highness, right? That morning, standing by the window, Du Mingxian spoke lightly to Su Ruohai behind him. His gaze was fixed on Huang Zhang, who had just stepped out. Huang Zhang's routine had not changed. Every morning he rode his horse alone, bustling around the outskirts of Linjiang City. This lone ranger look even made Du Mingxian feel a bit sorry for him. "Tomorrow, I suppose. It seems His Highness hasn't made any preparations recently." Su Ruohai thought that everything arranged by Song Dingsheng should have evaded Qin Ming's scrutiny. That's why Qin Ming had not discovered too much during this time. All right, when we return tonight, let us tell Huang Zhang to cut off his investigation early. The credit must belong to us. Yes. In the evening, after a day of running around, Huang Zhang returned to the inn. But before he could even take a sip of water, he saw Du Mingxian and the others waiting for him with calm expressions. Lord Du, is there something? Huang Zhang frowned, looking at them warily. Du Mingxian raised an eyebrow and said casually, "It's nothing serious. I just wanted to inform you that tomorrow we plan to go to His Highness to discuss the investigation results. Lord Huang, please take care of your health and don't exhaust yourself with the investigation." He thought that saying this would make Huang Zhang more anxious. However, being a shrewd man in his 50s, Huang Zhang did not show any impatience at this moment. Instead, he frowned and said, "Can I go with you?" "Of course. It's time for you to see our investigation results," Du Mingxian replied confidently. "I also want to see what Lord Du has discovered." Huang Zhang coldly glanced at them before going upstairs. Chapter 68. Inconsistent Investigations. Lord Du is mad the next morning. Everyone agreed to leave the city and took a winding carriage to Qin Ming's military camp. Recently, the Wuwei camp has begun farming. 3,000 acres of land have been cleared, and the subsequent farming will be enough for them to work for a while. Qin Ming naturally started to cultivate mulberry trees, plant grains, and fenced off areas for preparations. While preparing for self-sufficiency, he also planned to build some real textile factories and granaries. This was all part of his preparations for raising troops in the future. Seeing Huang Zhang and others arrive, Qin Ming smiled and waved to greet them. "Everyone, what brings you to my place today?" Before Huang Zhang could speak, the impatient Du Mingxian stepped forward with a serious expression and said, "Your Highness, you should return the land. According to our investigation, you have no basis for the land you have claimed. Those areas do not have any smallpox patients and do not need to be designated as quarantine zones." While speaking, he presented their investigation records. Every visit to a village and the situation there was fully documented. The villages they investigated had no plague at all. Not a single one. Du Mingxian crossed his arms, his face full of satisfaction. The evidence was overwhelming. He had already won. Not only had he won against the Qin king, but he had also outdone Huang Zhang. "Do you want to take a look?" Qin Ming noticed that Huang Zhang was also peering at the investigation records, so he handed it to him first. Huang Zhang did not refuse, and after reading the documents, his brow furrowed deeply. After a long silence, Huang Zhang suddenly spoke. "Du Mingxian, are you fabricating the investigation documents?" "What?" Du Mingxian was taken aback. "Huang Zhang, I know you didn't find anything and are embarrassed, but there is no need to slander our efforts and hard work, right?" Behind Du Mingxian, Su Ruohai and others were also quite angry. The other party's refusal to acknowledge the truth was simply too annoying. However, Huang Zhang also produced an investigation document. "According to my investigation, there are several villages in here that do not match what you said. Those areas do have plagues and also need to be quarantined." "Impossible." Du Mingxian coldly shook his head. He did not believe Huang Zhang's investigation. After all, he had Song Dingsheng helping him. If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself. Huang Zhang was not intimidated at all, and Qin Ming applauded in approval. "All right, let's go take a look together." Accompanied by this large group, Qin Ming quickly arrived at the outermost edge of the 3,000 acres of land, known as Zhengjia Village. As soon as they arrived, Du Mingxian immediately walked in to take a look. But soon, he noticed that a few families at the village entrance had white cloth strips tied up. He had seen this kind of white cloth strip before in Linjiang City. It was only hung when there were sick patients in the household. Upon realizing this, disbelief washed over his face. "Impossible. How could smallpox spread here?" Under the deliberate guidance of Song Dingsheng and Qin Ming, they were unaware of the vaccine situation. They also did not know that Qin Ming could administer vaccinations at any time, which could induce fever in just a day or two. However, this strain of smallpox was very low in toxicity, and younger individuals would recover in 2 or 3 days. "I'm correct, am I not?" Huang Zhang snorted coldly, finally regaining some ground. "Huang Zhang, are you trying to play tricks on me?" Du Mingxian still did not believe it, and rushed into the thatched huts with white cloth strips. He thought Huang Zhang had learned about his investigation results from someone and had specifically arranged for smallpox patients to come and disrupt his investigation. But with a loud bang, he pushed open the door and was stunned. He saw a small child lying on the bed, their face flushed with fever, being cared for. "What are you doing?" The child was next to a peasant woman dressed in coarse clothing. Seeing the aggressive group of people, she instinctively protected the child in her arms. And no, it's nothing. Even Du Mingxian, in his confusion, would not make things difficult for a peasant woman. Turning around, he closed the door and kept muttering to himself. "This can't be happening. How could this be? Huang Zhang, did you specifically bring smallpox patients to spread the plague?" Suddenly raising his head, Du Mingxian stared at Huang Zhang intently. Huang Zhang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to process that the other party would say such a nonsensical thing. Qin Ming, watching from his side, found it amusing and reminded Du Mingxian, "Lord Du, do you think the villagers would agree? Your Highness is right. Even if I wanted to do it, the people of Zhengjia village wouldn't agree," Huang Zhang coldly stated. Du Mingxian still could not believe it. So he took his group to visit the villages they had investigated earlier. Spending a day visiting all the areas, without exception, they all had white cloth strips hanging. Now it could be confirmed that his investigation documents were useless. "Lord Huang, how is your investigation?" After bringing them back to the Wuwei camp, Qin Ming asked Huang Zhang. As soon as he spoke, Du Mingxian and Su Ruohai immediately focused their attention on Huang Zhang. "Didn't you investigate as well? Why are you silent now?" Du Mingxian suddenly found it strange. After mocking Huang Zhang for so long, why was this guy, who clearly had stronger evidence than himself, still unwilling to speak? Huang Zhang's lips moved, his expression fluctuating. After a long silence, he said to Qin Ming, "Your Highness, may I investigate for a few more days?" "Sure, but Lord Huang, that would be a waste of time." After thinking for a moment, Qin Ming felt that his hint was not clear enough. So he pointed at Du Mingxian and the others, continuing, "When I say waste of time, I mean like them." Huang Zhang forced a smile, his eyes now filled with a bit of helplessness. Qin Ming stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "At least you have gained something, right?" After these words, Huang Zhang finally seemed to deflate like a punctured ball, lowering his head. In fact, over the past few days, Qin Ming had been controlling their investigation. Whether it was the loophole in the land acquisition that Song Dingsheng informed them about, or the plague that Huang Zhang discovered later, all were orchestrated by Qin Ming. Qin Ming's irregular land claims are self-evident, and these plagues were the result of Qin Ming having Chong Baishan vaccinate people in advance using local methods, which manifested in the current situation. This led to inconsistencies in Huang Zhang and Du Mingxian's investigations. Du Mingxian lost face, and Huang Zhang was able to save face, which was Qin Ming helping him regain his dignity. However, during this period, Chong Baishan had been running around tirelessly. Because Huang Zhang woke up early, Chong Baishan often had to plan routes and prepare in various villages 1 or 2 days in advance. Sometimes he even had to run out at midnight to make adjustments, fearing that Huang Zhang would uncover the situation like Du Mingxian. Sighing softly, Huang Zhang finally understood that he could not uncover anything on the Qin king's territory. "Speak up." Du Mingxian was a bit angry. He always felt that something was off. Chapter 69. The Qin king's tactics, Huang Zhang's defeat in Lingnan. "What do you mean?" Huang Zhang was confused. Things had gotten to this point. Did Du Mingxian really not see that the entire process was manipulated by the Qin king? He did not know that Du Mingxian and his group had a completely different experience from his own. Du Mingxian and Su Ruohai had internal support. So up to this point, they did not believe that the land claimed by Qin Ming was without problems. "Tell us your investigation results." "Let them know," Qin Ming prompted. Only then did Huang Zhang solemnly pull out an investigation document from his pocket. It even had red fingerprints from witnesses pressed on it. "Your Highness, there is no problem with the division of these lands. Those areas do indeed have plagues and need to be quarantined." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Du Mingxuan's mouth twitched, suddenly understanding everything. "Good, you and King Qin are in cahoots. I knew it. There's no way the previous investigation results could be completely overturned. You must have colluded long ago to set me up." Huang Zhang is a very honest and upright person. Over the years, He has never engaged in any favoritism or misconduct while handling cases. Hearing his slander, anger surged in Du Mingxuan's heart. Du Mingxian warned him, "I advise you, if you have no evidence, don't spit out false accusations, or I will tear your mouth apart. Let's take this to His Majesty. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Huang Zhang retorted, "You truly betray His Majesty's trust in you by resorting to such tactics." Du Mingxian was still pointing at Huang Zhang's nose, cursing him. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Du Mingxian, the one who should be ashamed before the Great Qian, is someone else. Turning around, everyone saw Chang Baishan walking over with a terrified Song Dingsheng trailing behind him. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Qin Ming pretended to be surprised and asked Chang Baishan, "Old Chang, what did you bring Song Darren here for?" "Your Highness, 2 days ago, Song Darren was caught giving money to Su Ruohai from the Imperial Envoy Group, and I discovered it." Chang Baishan feigned anger. Song Dingsheng's acting was even more exaggerated. He fell to his knees and crawled to Qin Ming, hugging his thigh while crying. "Your Highness, please spare me. I just wanted more friends and more opportunities." Qin Ming, frustrated with his lack of ambition, pushed Song Dingsheng away. He then turned to Huang Zhang and clasped his fists, saying, "Huang Darren, this incident occurred in my fief, so I will handle the punishment of the officials. As for Su Ruohai, who took the money and the possibly corrupt individuals on their side, I will leave that to you." Qin Ming glanced at Huang Zhang, only to find that he wasn't even angry, but was instead staring deeply at him. This old man is too perceptive. He clearly sensed something was off. After all, Qin Ming's actions were indeed too clever. Just after being slandered, Chang Baishan arrived with strong evidence. But just as Qin Ming said, at least he wasn't empty-handed now. Qin Ming had even helped him vent his anger. Turning around, Huang Zhang looked at Su Ruohai and Du Mingxian. "Recently, the investigation was indeed aided by you, right? Take out the money." "I don't have enough on me," Su Ruohai said with a long face and hesitation. He had given most of the money to Du Mingxian. Now, he only had over 200 taels in silver notes left. How could he pay? Nonsense. Before Huang Zhang could speak, Du Mingxian kicked Su Ruohai over and began to beat him while straddling him. "You beast! How dare you still take people's money?" Su Ruohai was dazed from a beating. But in his daze, he felt a hand sneak into his sleeve, forcibly stuffing silver notes into his hands. In an instant, Su Ruohai understood everything. "Damn it, Du Mingxian, you are the real beast. You actually made me bear the burden myself. We agreed to face the snow together, but you made me do it alone. Lol du." Su Ruohai struggled to get up, but Du Mingxian quickly pinned him down and said with a double meaning, "All right, stop talking. Quickly hand the money over to Lord Huang." Su Ruohai stood up, stammering as he began to take silver notes from his sleeve. Just now, Du Mingxian was afraid that the matter would involve him, so he resorted to such a desperate tactic. Su Ruohai looked at the thick stack of silver notes he was holding and suddenly froze, because the amount Du Mingxian had just given him was not 500 taels. In his haste, fearing it wouldn't be enough, he had stuffed all the silver notes into his hands. Now he was truly left with empty sleeves. So much. Looking at the thickness of the silver notes, it should have exceeded 10,000. At this moment, even Huang Zhang was somewhat surprised. Chang Baishan, quick-witted, took the items. When he noticed everyone was looking at him, he mumbled, "This money must have an illegitimate source. Since it was handed over by Song Darren, let's just confiscate it." As for the situation in our Wu Wei camp, everyone knows it's quite difficult. Facing such shameless individuals, Huang Zhang had no choice but to hope for Qin Ming's intervention. "What is your Highness's intention?" "My intention is to first seize the illicit funds, and then wait until the investigation into Song Darren is concluded before making further plans." Qin Ming had been thinking about how to seize such a large stack of silver notes. He didn't expect Chang Baishan to help out so considerately. Truly my good general. Naturally, Qin Ming wouldn't return what he had obtained. "All right, after returning to the court, I will also submit the investigation documents to the court." After such a ruckus, Du Mingxian no longer dared to say more, fearing that Huang Zhang would hold him accountable. As for Qin Ming's land grabbing, it had also reached a conclusion. At least for the short term, no one in the court would dare to investigate. The military camp is still quite busy. Lord Huang, you may leave on your own. I want to see you off. Looking at the sky, Qin Ming waved his hand and said to Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang was taken aback. Just now he was pointing at me to do things, and how did it turn into an order to leave? In fact, he didn't know that although Qin Ming hadn't shown up these past few days, he had been putting a lot of thought into their group, finally resolving the matter. Huang Zhang could return to report and had also witnessed Qin Ming's methods. Continuing to stay here would only be annoying and serve no other purpose. Well then, I will take my leave. Huang Zhang thought for a moment and decided to take Du Mingxian back to Linjiang City, preparing to leave. Watching their departing figures, Qin Ming snatched the silver notes that Chang Baishan had obtained and praised him and Song Dingsheng. You two have worked hard. Each of you will receive 1,000 taels. Thank you, Your Highness. Song Dingsheng got up excitedly, clapping his hands as he received the silver notes, his face beaming with joy. His annual salary was only a few dozen taels of silver. Now he had directly earned 1,000 taels. Following the prince really pays off. Song Dingsheng felt as if a bright future was waving at him. Chapter 70. The Textile Store Shishir. Lingnan Merchants Association, after waiting a few more days and receiving news from Hanming Rui, the Huang Zhang had completely left Lingnan. Qin Ming called Chao Chuan to him. How is the store in Linjiang City prepared? Since Fang Qingyuan went to Qiantang City with Wu Qingye, all matters here had started to be handled by Chao Chuan. However, with so many people in the military camp, Chao Chuan not only had to manage the military, but also the construction of 3,000 acres of land, as well as the textile and dyeing shops in Linjiang City. He was stretched thin and a bit overwhelmed. Even when Qin Ming asked him, Chao Chuan was momentarily stunned. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I've entrusted that matter to Xiaoye. All right, I will go take a look. Recently, Qin Ming had indeed noticed that Guan Yu had been frequently going outside to work. However, he was too busy dealing with Huang Zhang to ask more. Now it seemed that Guan Yu had also been working hard behind the scenes. Arriving in Linjiang City, after crossing several streets, Qin Ming saw the shop that Song Dingsheng had found for him. Song Dingsheng was a discerning person. The shops he selected for Qin Ming had all been carefully screened. Surrounding them were shops selling cosmetics, rice, flour, and oil. The reason for choosing this location also had its rationale. According to Song Dingsheng's description, this area has a high foot traffic. Most of the men come for their livelihoods, while most of the women come for beauty. Opening the textile store here would surely be a good business. As for the dyeing workshop, since it required regularly bringing in madder, gardenia, and indigo from outside to create the classic 3 primary colors for matching and forming different colors for dyeing fabric. He opened a shop right in front of the West City gate of Linjiang City. This not only made it convenient to transport materials, but also placed it near a post station and a security agency, making it easier for them to sell goods over long distances. Old Song is getting smarter by the day. Seeing his arrangement, Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it's quite normal when you think about it. Just look at who he's following. He's aligning himself with the future king of Qin, who will command Lingnan and instill fear far and wide. As Qin Ming walked, he quickly approached the fabric store. At the entrance of the store, many passers-by would glance inside, not for any other reason, but just to catch a glimpse of the recently famous beauty of the fabric store, known as the Shishir of Linjiang City. She's so beautiful. If she were to be my wife, I would willingly shorten my life by 10 years. Come on. That beauty seems to be connected to the military. It said she's linked to some high-ranking officer. You better watch your words. The wind might catch your tongue. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to speak? Just because a woman shows her face, I can't say a few words? Soon after, a slap landed directly on the head of the speaker. Get lost, or I'll tear your mouth apart if I see you gossiping here again. A few idle men passing by noticed Qin Ming dressed in splendid attire, clearly not someone to mess with. They muttered a couple of words and quickly left in a hurry. Inside the fabric store, Guan Yu was busy arranging 2 bundles of cotton cloth. Her dark hair swayed slightly with her movements, and she gently tucked it back. Her fair profile, resembling a flower, revealed a delicate sheen of sweat, making her look even more charming under the sunlight. She was balancing the 2 bundles of cotton cloth on her toes, trying to place them on a nearby 3-tier shelf. But her movements were too big, and she nearly dropped what she was holding. In the next moment, Qin Ming approached from behind. However, he didn't support the cloth, but instead steadied Guan Yu. What are you doing here? Guan Yu's little face flushed, This was a scene many young girls had fantasized about. She just didn't expect Qin Ming to fulfill it in such an unintentional moment. The fabric store is opening for business. I wanted to check on things. Is that so? This fabric is dirty. Let me dust it off. Guan Yu nodded and picked up a feather duster to sweep away the dust. After that, she handed the account book to Qin Ming. There are still quite a few people coming to buy fabric, ensuring daily profits, generally amounting to several dozen taels. Of course, this was primarily thanks to Song Dingxing's efforts. Initially, there was only one fabric store in the city at Song Dingxing's behest. However, later on, the store owner, having made money, established connections, and wanted to leave for a wealthier place. In this era, many ordinary people would rather die than leave their homeland. But as the saying goes, merchants prioritize profit over separation. So, Song Dingxing assisted and directly sent the person away, giving Guan Yu an opportunity to independently manage the fabric business in the city. Not bad. Not bad. Qin Ming nodded happily upon seeing the profits. Their textile industry had essentially been streamlined from upstream to downstream. As the store's reputation spread, they could also take orders from other cities. In the future, earning hundreds or even thousands of taels daily wouldn't be impossible. This monthly profit could at least cover expenses. Guan Yu was a meticulous girl. Over the past couple of days, she had managed the fabric store quite well. Those girls are all my recruits. She pointed to a few young girls in the back courtyard who were cutting clothes, introducing them to Qin Ming. Since she needed help with tailoring, she had also recruited some skilled local women. This way, they could earn some extra income from their craft. In this era, many people would cut and make clothes themselves after buying fabric, while those wanting to save effort would make them directly here, which was convenient and quick. You have quite the business acumen. Qin Ming was a bit surprised. He originally intended to come and arrange these specific matters himself. Guan Yu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Once you start doing these things, you naturally know what to do next." "That's good. Once things stabilize, I'll start procuring ores to equip the Wu camp." So soon? Guan Yu was a bit excited. The 3 guards stationed at the border to prevent attack from southern tribes weren't overly concerned. However, the Wu camp was Qin Ming's own army, and he definitely wanted to equip it with the best supplies. It's already not too fast. Qin Ming looked at the sky. It was now winter. Although they were in the south, it wouldn't get completely cold, but they could take advantage of the year-end period to strengthen the military. The customs of Great Qian were such that everything would come to a halt during the new year, and everyone would return home for family reunions. However, since Qin Ming had come here and even brought those soldiers and their families to Lingnan, he wouldn't stop. Although the Wu camp was a remnant force, it could still bloom on the ruins. By the way, since you're doing business here, have you had any contact with the local merchant association? Qin Ming suddenly thought of something important and asked Guan Yu. Guan Yu blinked her bright eyes and shook her head. "I've seen them, but their attitude towards me doesn't seem very friendly. Should I bring you out?" Ever since Qin Ming started doing business locally, there had been rumors and speculations, but he had never revealed his identity, nor had he taken advantage of his status when doing business with ordinary people. This led to Guan Yu being seen as just a regular business competitor in others' eyes. Since Guan Yu had no special aura around her, the businessmen from the Merchant Association naturally viewed this newcomer with hostility. Chapter 71. Deep resentment. Irritable Lord Fong. Just seeing them is enough. Later, we'll discuss the purchase of ores. Qin Ming wanted to open several mines, as this could bring in money quickly. It could also supply the workshop to produce weapons and equipment. However, the disputes over land had already been ongoing for a long time and were not yet resolved. Given the Qian Emperor's attitude towards him, which was akin to that of a stepfather, Qin Ming felt it was basically impossible to take a mine from the court for himself. So he planned to buy first. After gaining strength, he would see where there were mines on the outskirts of the border. If that didn't work, he would just take them by force. When this thought crossed his mind, Qin Ming was surprised at himself. The world is so beautiful, yet I am so violent. This is not good. Not good. It must be that reckless Lu Chuang's influence. While Qin Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a pair of hands slip into his sleeve. The touch was warm and slightly cold. "All right, I've already told them about the store's matters." Guan Yu pulled Qin Ming and headed towards the local merchant association's branch. Linjiang City, Qiantang City, Guanhai City, and other major cities in Lingnan were all dominated by the same merchant association, known as the Lingnan Merchant Association. They held considerable power here, calling themselves the Lingnan Gang. It is said they initially prospered through smuggling, but later finally formed scale. As for why they engaged in smuggling, the reason is simple. The policies of prioritizing agriculture over commerce in this era caused them to pay high taxes. Sometimes doing business would even require paying half of the profits in taxes. This is also why many people dare not engage in business. But for those who do, it is because they have deep resources. Without the strength to engage in such lucrative businesses, one could lose everything after just a few trades. This is the place. Soon, Guan Yu led Qin Ming through a long street to a quiet tea house. Following the crowd inside the tea house, they looked towards the back. Next door was a shop with the 4 characters Lingnan Merchant Association written on it, and there weren't many people inside. This is a good location. The most bustling places are the tea houses and theaters, making it convenient to exchange various information. Qin Ming commented as he walked. The people inside are fierce. You mustn't argue with them. Guan Yu playfully reminded Qin Ming in a low voice. Although she often threw little tantrums at home, when facing strangers, she appeared as a gentle little rabbit. Qin Ming muttered to himself, wondering if all women were like this. However, he still placed his hand on Guan Yu's hand for comfort and said, "Don't worry." After entering, several members of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce immediately noticed Guan Yu and Qin Ming. Isn't that the owner of the fabric store on Shuifan Street? Who is this young master? The few people present looked Qin Ming up and down before finally speaking up. In fact, there had been rumors for a long time that the beautiful owner of this fabric store was merely a facade, and the real big shot was someone else. Just a few days ago, Guan Yu had come to pay a visit and was met with hostility. They didn't expect her to come back so soon with someone to seek trouble. "You must be His Highness Qin Wang." A figure emerged from the back courtyard just as everyone was sizing up Qin Ming. This was a man in his 40s, with graying hair at his temples, showing signs of aging. Quite capable. Qin Ming did not shy away from his identity. The people present were all businessmen. If they didn't even know his identity, they shouldn't be in business. Even if they were making money now, they would eventually squander their fortunes. "Haha, Your Highness, there's no need for polite words. We only learned of it recently. I am Zhou Ci, the manager of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce here. I didn't know you were coming today. Is there any instruction?" Qin Ming did not waste time on pleasantries and directly took out a list. "I need these ores. If the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is willing to take this order, we can communicate more in the future." In theory, Qin Ming would soon become the king of Lingnan, and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce would certainly want to be on good terms with him. This would also be beneficial for their development. However, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Zhou Ci waved his hand. "Your Highness, we cannot trade with you." "Why is that?" "You have broken the rules." Now the chamber is concerned about the relationship between the court and you, and it is uncertain whether we can cooperate. Zhou Ci's words were quite cautious, but Qin Ming understood his meaning. "What? Does the chamber think I am trying to take over the fabric industry in Lingnan, preventing you from making money?" Zhou Ci fell silent, not speaking. Qin Ming was the vassal king of Lingnan, and he could gradually gain a portion of control over things here. But he didn't want to. Just arriving in Lingnan meant seizing land, building workshops on a large scale, planting mulberry trees, raising silkworms, and heavily engaging in textile production. Each of these actions infringed on the interests of their chamber. Although they could bear this cost, it did not mean they could silently allow Qin Ming to continue developing recklessly. "I understand. What do you want?" "Your textile machine blueprints. Let's all make money together. We will contribute significantly." Zhou Ci's people had previously sought opportunities to infiltrate the military camp to memorize the textile machines and create their own after returning. However, Qin Ming's workshops were protected deep within the territory. It was very difficult to bring the things out. Moreover, this was someone else's property. If they stole it and used it openly, it would certainly be inappropriate. They might even attract Qin Ming's attention. Therefore, Zhou Ci wanted to take this opportunity to lay everything out with Qin Ming. If they could all make money together, it would be a harmonious way to truly accept Qin Ming into the chamber. "I wouldn't insist on trading the textile machines with you, would I?" Qin Ming frowned slightly. To ask for the textile machines right away, how bold. These merchants are a bit too greedy. If he gave away the textile machines, he would lose the advantage of the textile industry he had just established. It wasn't a matter of whether he should or shouldn't. The main issue was that they couldn't cooperate like this. Your costs are much lower than ours. Zhou Ci frowned, looking somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Ming, but he didn't dare to speak too harshly. A few members of the chamber nearby couldn't hold back and showed their anger on their faces. Qin Ming sneered, too lazy to deal with them. Seeing this, Zhou Ci continued, Your Highness, may I ask you, let's not talk about this small fabric store in Linjiang City. The situation in Qiantang City has already turned upside down. Do you know? Qiantang City? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. He had been wondering why Fang Qingyuan hadn't returned after nearly a month. Could it be that he did something to cause turmoil in the chamber's industry? With Fang Qingyuan's stubborn personality, he might indeed have caused trouble for the chamber there. Even Guan Yu sensed something was wrong and gripped Qin Ming's hand a little tighter. What happened? Zhou Ci frowned when he saw that they truly did not know, and said, in just half a month, all the fabric stores in Qiantang City and several subordinate counties have switched to your goods. The transport stations and escort agencies that used to transport goods have been kicked out by your people and replaced with the military for transport. Moreover, in cities like Guanhai, Shuichuan, Chuxianglei, and Guanping, even our goods can't get in. As he spoke, even Zhou Ci's voice trembled. Qin Ming's unreasonable actions had indeed caused them to suffer great losses. Only then did Qin Ming realize what had happened. However, when it comes to making money, does one need to be modest? Did they think it was just a child's game? Chapter 72. Building a bridge while hiding a path after thinking for a moment. Qin Ming said, I can look into this matter and give you a reply, but the goods must be sent to the military camp first. Military matters cannot wait. Your Highness, I can't report this. Zhou Ci replied with a mournful face. He was caught between the Qin Wang and the chamber. Either he would lose his head, or he would violate the chamber's rules and be kicked out. In this day and age, doing business was difficult, so every chamber had strict rules to follow. Since the message had come from above, he couldn't violate it. Oh, I can't even get some courtesy for doing business with you? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, staring at Zhou Ci. The atmosphere in the room fell to freezing point because of Zhou Ci's words. Qin Ming's expression darkened. He didn't expect the local chamber to be so obstinate. Guan Yu squeezed Qin Ming's hand and gave him a meaningful look. There's a saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Moreover, there was still a local chamber that controlled many resources. However, those who are obstinate fear those who are ruthless. Qin Ming held military power and had come to Lingnan. He was not afraid of offending anyone. Can you at least give half? I need to report back. Zhou Ci anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks, ultimately taking the risk to step back. Fine. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction and continued. When you have time, call the big bosses behind you from the chamber to talk. He referred to the head of the chamber. After all, Zhou Ci's status was not enough to discuss matters with Qin Ming. Zhou Ci understood his meaning and forced a smile, saying, I'll try to ask. The head merchant is similar to the president of the chamber. He was just a member of a branch of the chamber. To meet the head merchant, who held countless resources in Lingnan, he would have to submit a report, not to mention calling the person to meet Qin Ming. No need to try. Tell him he must come. As long as the person comes, I can teach him how to make money. After a pause, Qin Ming emphasized, make big money. All right. Turning around, Qin Ming left. According to Zhou Ci, within 3 days, the ores Qin Ming ordered would be delivered in batches. Just in time to go back and ask Chao Chuan and Lu Chuang about their army's needs. On the way back, Guan Yu and Qin Ming walked on the street, and many people couldn't help but glance at them. They were indeed a stunning couple. However, Guan Yu lowered her head, looking somewhat worried. With Lord Fang causing such a ruckus in Qiantang City, how are we going to explain to the chamber? You agreed so easily. As she spoke, she shot a reproachful look at Qin Ming. Explain? What do I need to explain to them? Qin Ming returned to the fabric store, found a chair to sit on, and said helplessly, but those places are not their territory? Right, now they are mine. Qin Ming shrugged. The people of this era still couldn't reach a high level of thinking. They shouldn't just think about blaming the person who takes the cake instead of trying to make the cake bigger. Although he spoke nicely to them and promised to give explanations, since he had taken so much of the territory's business, he had no intention of returning it. Lord Xiaofang was also a talented person. Qin Ming originally thought that if he could take down Linjiang City and Qiantang City, as well as the various counties under them, He could earn over 10,000 taels of silver each month, which would be enough. However, his actions had directly doubled their business. In the future, he could expand freely. Even earning 20 or 30,000 taels a month was not impossible. But what if their business association's manager came? No worries, I'll give him a few new ways to make money. Qin Ming still had many business ideas in mind. It was just that the various expenses for the Wuwei camp, workshops, and textile factories made him hesitant to invest money into new businesses. But the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was different. They were a behemoth in this area and had plenty of money. If he could use their money to do business, the profits would be substantial without him expending too much effort. This idea had just come to Qin Ming while he was talking with Zhou Ci. Time passed quickly, and half of the ore from the Chamber of Commerce had already been delivered a few days later. Qin Ming also began to arrange for production. Fang Qingyuan and the others finally replied to Qin Ming. That morning, Cao Chuan brought the letter to Qin Ming. Your Highness, this is the message from Lord Fang. Qin Ming glanced at it briefly, realizing that Fang Qingyuan and the others had no intention of returning now. According to their description, everything was lacking in this area. As long as it was a good product, there would be demand for it. The reason for the good sales was mainly due to the low productivity of this era. Various materials were scarce, except in some wealthy areas near the capital. Seeing this, Fang Qingyuan planned to use Qiantang City as a base, making money while expanding to the surrounding areas. Old Fang is truly talented, Qin Ming thought as he put down the letter. If this were later generations, someone like Fang Qingyuan could definitely become a big boss. Cao Chuan also took a look and then frowned, saying, Your Highness, how can you let him continue to clash with the Chamber of Commerce? Recently, Cao Chuan had visited the cloth shop and learned from Guan Yu about the conflict with the Chamber of Commerce. But as a military general, he didn't understand business and couldn't intervene in such matters. He thought Qin Ming would start mediating because of Zhou Ci's words. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming was secretly supporting Fang Qingyuan's expansion. Fang Qingyuan also expressed his gratitude in the reply, saying he would continue to work hard. What are you afraid of? The Chamber of Commerce has no military power. Huh? Cao Chuan didn't understand what he meant for a moment. Qin Ming patted his shoulder and said, They can't beat us. So what are you afraid of? But if we really resort to violence, the court is nothing. This place will be ours in the future. It's a barren land. If the court wants to manage it, let them send people over. But no one is coming anyway. Do you understand what it means that the emperor is far away? Qin Ming said earnestly. It was then that Cao Chuan realized that since Qin Ming had arrived in Lingnan, he seemed to have completely let himself go. However, one had to admit that Qin Ming's rogue methods were quite effective. For example, now their workshops had already started working. Dozens of blacksmith shops were working day and night to smelt iron. The carpentry shop was cooperating by making water wheels, plows, iron shovels, hammers, and other tools. In addition, the textile factory was producing hundreds to thousands of bolts of cloth daily, selling them far and wide. The food needed for the military camp and the raw silk and cotton linen required by the textile factory were also on the agenda. They were just waiting for the new harvest next spring. All of this was accomplished in just a few months, which was impressive. Qin Ming stepped out of the tent and looked at the soldiers training outside, asking Cao Chuan, What else do you need? Your Highness, we can manage weapons and equipment, but our war horses are insufficient. Heavy cavalry needs good horses to be considered true heavy cavalry. Each elite heavy cavalry soldier requires at least 3 horses for rotation. However, an old horse that can carry goods costs at least 5 taels of silver in the market, and that's not even for battlefield use. To use them in battle, we need to buy medium-quality horses that cost at least 10 taels of silver. After the Wuwei camp station here, they took in some strong young men. The number has now reached 6,000. If we spend money to equip them with war horses, it would be a huge expense. Thinking of this, Qin Ming quickly interrupted him. All right, enough is enough. I'll leave first. Contact me if you need anything. Chapter 73. The Strange Woman, the Emperor's Fury on the Way Back. Qin Ming felt that the lack of war horses was not a big problem. Lingnan was mountainous and watery. In such places, it didn't matter whether they had war horses or not. Good weapons and equipment were what mattered. As for the war horses, they were mainly to guard against the court. With this thought, Qin Ming shook his head and cleared his mind. When he looked up, he realized he was already in the city. Inside Linjiang City, compared to the wealthy areas. It still appeared quite backward. After dark, all the households extinguished their lights and went to sleep. However, there were still some places lit up on the streets, like the cloth shop and the Chamber of Commerce branch. As Qin Ming passed by the Chamber of Commerce branch, he glanced inside. Zhou Xi was sitting inside, half asleep. Feeling the footsteps outside, she lifted her gaze slightly and, upon seeing Qin Ming, immediately closed her eyes and ignored him. Qin Ming understood that his strategy of feigning goodwill had made the other party hold a grudge. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce had such a large influence according to outside rumors. Why, up until now, Fang Qingyuan had exhausted his means, and the other side still hadn't retaliated against him? Not wanting to make things awkward, Qin Ming did not ask Zhou Xi. Instead, he bought some snacks and took them to the busy cloth shop. The candle lamps inside the cloth shop were specially made and wouldn't break if dropped. This was to prevent the candlesticks from being knocked over and igniting the shop. "You're here." Upon entering, Qin Ming did not see Guan Yu, but several female workers greeted him enthusiastically. Qin Ming smiled and nodded, and his gaze suddenly fell on a gentle-looking girl, about 20 years old. She had a great figure and was quite beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to Guan Yu, she was already good-looking enough to earn a living at Linjiang Tower. "Young master, you're looking at me?" The gentle girl, feeling Qin Ming's gaze, shyly lowered her head, covering her mouth with her small hand, too bashful to look at him. "With your looks, why are you doing this kind of work?" Qin Ming stepped forward and spoke lightly. This girl's beauty was not the kind of superficial charm. Even when she casually tucked her hair behind her ear, it exuded a captivating allure. With a twist of her slim waist, her perfect curves were fully displayed. It felt like a waste for her to be working as a laborer. "Something's not right. It feels quite off. My family has no money, so I came out to do some work to support my family." The girl lowered her head and spoke. Upon seeing the infamous Qin Ming, she wasn't particularly frightened. "Interesting." Qin Ming squinted, taking a deep look at her before turning to walk into the backyard. At that moment, Guan Yu was busy inventorying the cotton and linen they had on hand. Silk was selling the best. In this year of material shortages, it would sell quickly as soon as it arrived. Generally, they stored cotton and linen here. "You dare to come back?" Guan Yu saw the pastries in Qin Ming's hand, walked over to take them, and affectionately linked her arm with his, leaning her little face on his shoulder while smiling and asking, "Is there anyone to stop me from coming back to see my wife?" "Who is your wife? It can't be her, right?" Guan Yu pointed at the gentle and lovely girl beside her, not even pointing at herself. The girl immediately blushed and shyly hid behind the counter. Qin Ming and Guan Yu teased for a moment before closing the door and preparing to leave. Just before leaving, Guan Yu pulled the high-value girl over and introduced her to Qin Ming. "This is my newly recruited female worker. Her name is Wan Shu." "Wan Shu?" Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. In this era, where people often choose vulgar names for better breeding, many farmers like to name their children things like Tsuhua, Huangli, or Dajiao. For Wan Shu to have such a cultured name is indeed rare. She spoke very coherently, much better than an ordinary villager woman. Although her reasoning was quite common in this age, Qin Ming examined her carefully. Eventually, it was Guan Yu who couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Qin Ming, saying, "What are you doing? It's already tough for her. Don't ask anymore." Qin Ming nodded and took one last look at Wan Shu's fair collarbone and delicate arms as they left. She doesn't look like someone who's been struggling to make a living for years. On the way back, Guan Yu pinched Qin Ming and said, "Are you interested in her? Do you want her to be your main wife?" "No, I just find it a bit strange. Why would someone so beautiful do this? If it doesn't work out, she could at least find a wealthy landlord to have a meal. That's so lacking in backbone." The two chatted casually as they walked. Qin Ming didn't want unrelated people to enter the fabric shop to work. After all, there are many business secrets here. However, as the scale of the fabric shop expanded, a lot of manpower was indeed needed. Therefore, filtering personnel became very important. This could avoid having spies from the local business association infiltrate. Just pay more attention these days. The textile technology, the transportation routes of the fabric shop, and the accounts are all very important. If they were found out by the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, it could be a bit troublesome. Qin Ming trusted Guan Yu very much. Since Guan Yu had studied and could do calculations, she was much better than those rough men in the military camp. So he left the account book here and Guan Yu could help manage the accounts regularly. With the two of them working together, it wouldn't be too tiring. Oh, then I'll bring the account book when I come back next time. Guan Yu was also very cautious and turned to prepare to return with Qin Ming. Tomorrow, no need to rush. Qin Ming waved his hand and, back at their residence, called Chang Baishan over. He instructed him to investigate the identities and backgrounds of the new people who recently entered the fabric shop. Meanwhile, on the official road outside the capital, Huang Zhang had already returned with Du Mingxian and others. However, on this trip back, they had already submitted the investigation report. When Emperor Qian learned of it, he was furious. Not only did they fail to recover Qin Ming's land, but they even submitted a report to help him out. The one doing this was even Huang Zhang. This was something no one had anticipated. It was foreseeable that upon returning, Huang Zhang and others would likely be criticized severely. Now, everyone's face was filled with worry. Before even approaching the capital, they were all sighing, unsure of what to do. The chief eunuch beside Emperor Qian, Wang Bao, had long received the news and was waiting at the city gate. You have finally returned. His Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Upon seeing Wang Bao, the crowd's expressions changed. They had thought they could downplay the situation, but judging by this demeanor, it seemed the development of events was contrary to their expectations. Chapter 74. Targeted reduction of nobility, although very unwilling. Everyone quickly followed Wang Bao to the Yangxin Palace. Inside the palace, Emperor Qian, with a face full of anger, sat beside concubine Xiao. It was obvious that concubine Xiao had added fuel to the fire just before they arrived. Your Majesty. Huang Zhang sighed and stepped forward to greet the crowd. Emperor Qian did not respond, staring at him for a long time. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Du Mingxuan's heart was pounding. He was very afraid Huang Zhang would shirk responsibility, and then he and Su Ruohai wouldn't be able to escape. After a long time, Emperor Qian finally coldly slammed the documents on the table to the ground. Huang Zhang, is this your investigation? The area of the epidemic covering 3,000 acres. Confirmed without a doubt? Yes, Your Majesty. Huang Zhang did not hesitate, only nodding. Is it true that you investigated? Or are you covering for Prince Qin? Concubine Xiao coldly snorted, directly adding fuel to the fire beside him. Du Mingxuan verstattet. My lady, please don't say that. If Huang Zhang reveals that Su Ruohai took money, I can't get away from it. Faced with concubine Zhao's cold words, Huang Zhang's temper flared. However, he did not directly respond to concubine Xiao, but spoke to Emperor Qian. Your Majesty, I only submitted what I saw. If you think there's a problem, you can send someone else to check. If anyone finds something wrong, you can take my official hat and discuss my punishment afterward. Both Emperor Qian and concubine Xiao were momentarily speechless. They really couldn't understand why Huang Zhang would say such a thing. But in the court apart from him, who would be willing to go to an area known for smallpox? Those willing to go might not necessarily be able to investigate as fairly as Huang Zhang did. They didn't know what ability Prince Qin had to make such a just official as Lord Huang say that the investigation was fine. Concubine Xiao spoke coldly, her face filled with anger. My lady, are you implying that I accepted bribes? Huang Zhang raised his head, glaring at concubine Xiao. Concubine Xiao felt a chill in her heart, but still retorted. I didn't mean that, but whether or not benefits were accepted, some people know in their hearts. To dare say such a thing, still to Lord Huang? The officials behind Huang Zhang were now nervously on edge. Enough. Emperor Qian had long sensed something was off and timely interrupted concubine Xiao. There's a saying, a mother relies on her son for honor. Since Prince Jin became the crown prince, concubine Xiao had become increasingly arrogant in the court. She even looked down on imperial pillar officials like Huang Zhang. If she continued to speak like this, it would surely lead to a storm today. Leave it for now. This matter will be discussed tomorrow. Yes. Huang Zhang nodded and swept his sleeves as he left. As for the officials behind him, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Su Ruohai, who had been very anxious. Let's go. Du Mingxian should be the most relaxed. He patted Su Ruohai's shoulder, signaling him to leave quickly. According to custom, after completing a task, Du Mingxian was supposed to report his situation to concubine Xiao. However, it wasn't convenient today, as Huang Zhang had a leverage against him. If he brought it up while Emperor Qian was so angry, it would only add fuel to the fire. He thought things would end like this. But the next day, during the morning court, Emperor Qian put the matter out in the open. As usual after the court began, Emperor Qian had someone distribute Huang Zhang's memorial for everyone to read. How could this be? So strange. Everyone quickly focused their gaze on Huang Zhang. The normally impartial Huang Zhang. Could it be that he was covering for Qin Ming? Everyone, Prince Qin has enclosed 3,000 acres of land, and the imperial envoy sent to investigate found no issues. Is this possible? After letting the matter ferment, Emperor Qian began to question the ministers. That's right. Prince Qin might have used some unknown means to conceal the truth. Lord Huang may also have been deceived. Since Prince Qin left, the court has been infiltrated by officials from concubine Zhao's faction. Once Emperor Qian spoke, many naturally supported him. Your Majesty, could the epidemic not be real? Chen Shimao stepped forward. He was the first to oppose this narrative. How could it possibly be real? 3,000 acres of land. He is becoming more and more audacious. Emperor Qian doesn't take Chen Shimao's words seriously at all. Seeing that the court officials were already in constant discussion, he finally turned his gaze to the regent, Prince Jin. Qin, how do you think this matter should be resolved? It was obvious that Prince Jin had been instructed by Consort Xiao. He stood up with an angry face and reprimanded. Father, my royal brother does not follow the rules and should be punished. But my royal brother did not intend to do so. This action may be to guard the borders. After hearing these two sentences, everyone showed confusion. The first half was relatively normal, but why did he still speak in defense of Qin Ming in the latter half? What do you mean? Emperor Qian slightly nodded, seemingly satisfied with Prince Jin's righteousness. At this moment, the officials finally understood that Prince Jin's rhetoric was not just to harm Qin Ming, but also to earn himself some reputation. Sure enough, after Emperor Qian asked again, Qin, you finally spoke. I suggest revoking Qin Wang's command over the 3 guards and replacing personnel to manage it. This way, my royal brother's pressure can be reduced, and he won't need to resort to these means. Everyone felt that Qin Ming had forcibly taken over these places with the 3 guards. If there were insufficient personnel, they would not be able to control the 3,000 acres of land later. Chen Shimao frowned and stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, if we replace the personnel in charge of the 3 guards, there will definitely be chaos at the borders. If the southern tribes invade, what should we do? Our Great Qian's army can easily deal with them. Emperor Qian seemed very satisfied with Qin Yu's answer. He casually dismissed Chen Shimao and continued to look towards the Ministry of War. Issue an order to appoint Xiao Tiance as the commander and Yang Lian as the deputy commander to take over the court army at the southern borders. Yes, Xiao Tiance is a relative of Consort Xiao. Originally stationed in the Hushi region, he was obviously arranged nearby this time to put pressure on Qin Ming. This is tantamount to a disguised reduction of the fief. It also confirmed Qin Ming's earlier speculation. If Qin Ming were here now, he would probably mock them for having no new tricks. They keep playing the same old game, which is simply laughable. Chen Shimao's expression darkened, but upon hearing was Xiao Tiance, he waited in his heart for a moment and did not continue the conversation. Qian Kai poked Chen Shimao from behind and whispered, How long do you think His Highness can take him down? I don't know. Anyway, he is not qualified. The number of people that fox spirit can bring out is already very few. Chen Shimao replied in a voice only the two of them could hear. Hee. Qian Kai chuckled. Although it was a reduction of the fief, he felt very relaxed. Among the crowd watching the excitement, there were also Huang Zhang and Du Mingxian, who had a somewhat unusual expression at this moment. Others might not know, but they did, whether the 3 guards could be taken or not. His Royal Highness the King did not care at all. The court's focus was wrong. But when they looked up at the stubborn figure sitting on the dragon chair, they did not dare to say more. Chapter 75. The Fabric Store Incident. Cooperation terminated soon. News about the targeted reduction of the fief spread from the capital. Chen Shimao did not hide it and directly sent the news to Qin Ming. Half a month later, Qin Ming's first round of production and construction finally concluded. But trouble soon followed. The court wanted to send people to take over the 3 guards. That day, Qin Ming presented the news to Chao Chuan and Lu Chuang. The two glanced at it and merely said, "Oh," without any major reaction. "Aren't you guys worried?" Qin Ming suspiciously looked at the two. Lu Chuang patted his chest and said, "Were we afraid of? With us here, how can the southern border not be defended? Your Highness, Our weapons and equipment are almost fully equipped. The 3 guards have always been on the emperor's payroll, and we have little relationship with them, Cao Chuan explained. The court indeed got its priorities wrong. However, they could only act on the 3 guards because aside from the 3 guards, there was only the Wu-wei camp. The Wu-wei camp had always been self-sufficient, and now its numbers had surged to nearly 10,000, which was a huge expense. If the court took over, it would mean they needed to allocate much more military pay and supplies from the emperor. That was definitely not feasible. Therefore, they could only scratch the surface by finding a guard at the border from the 3 guards. This had even less impact on Qin Ming. You are right, but I didn't call you here today for this matter. Qin Ming smiled, casually setting aside the court's letter and pulling out another letter. Fang Qingyuan returned with the news that the soldiers sent to transport the fabrics had all returned with the goods. What? If the previous news could not affect them, then this news would indeed impact their mindset. Lu Chuang and Cao Chuan's hearts tightened. The fabric store was their lifeline. If they couldn't do business, they would not be able to sustain themselves later. Why? Is it the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce? Cao Chuan quickly thought of the reason. Qin Ming slowly nodded. Our private collaborators have all been found out, and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce has begun to pressure them. What should we do? Should I kill them all? Lu Chuang thought for a moment and offered a very violent solution. That's a last resort. Qin Ming did not deny Lu Chuang's idea. If it came to it, a thorough cleaning would be necessary. After all, he was definitely going to make money. However, if it really came to that, Qin Ming estimated that killing all the people from the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce would directly collapse the economy of the entire Lingnan region. Let's not rush. I'll find someone. Qin Ming planned to look for Zhou Xi to see what the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce had to say. However, when he arrived at the branch of the Chamber of Commerce, he found that Zhou Xi was not there. At this moment, Song Dingsheng brought Fang Qingyuan to Qin Ming. Your Highness, Lord Fang said he wanted to see you, so I brought him here. Why are you back? Qin Ming looked at Fang Qingyuan in surprise. Fang Qingyuan frowned and said, those goods were rejected too quickly, almost all at the same time. I suspect there is a problem with your people. Impossible, Lord Fang. Please don't speak carelessly. Song Dingsheng was startled. Fang Qingyuan was indeed a bit straightforward. If something went wrong, he would even dare to suspect Qin Ming. Qin Ming actually felt that what he said made sense. How is it on your side? Can Xintang City still hold? No, it's closed. All the shops are now treated as warehouses, piled up with a lot of fabrics. Fang Qingyuan frowned. He had recently seemed to have suddenly become idle. With nothing to do, he could only return to Linjiang City to discuss with Qin Ming. Can we transport them to other wealthy places to sell? Let Han Mingrui help you. A batch has already been sent, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. I understand. You can return to the barracks first. Qin Ming slowly nodded, letting Song Dingsheng take people away first. He was most worried that the situation he feared had occurred. If he could get the list of all the merchants secretly collaborating with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce in a short period, it would only be from Guan Yu's fabric store, where many of Qin Ming's account books were kept. Damn it, what I fear has come. Get Chang Baishan over here. Qin Ming spat and turned around, striding towards another street. Guan Yu had been managing her store steadily these days, and there had been no problems. When Qin Ming arrived, she was still sitting in the store, wearing clothes made from the fabrics in the store. This was an idea she came up with under Qin Ming's guidance. After all, she was very beautiful, and with a good figure, she could easily wear the clothes from the fabric store beautifully. She often wore pretty clothes, becoming the shishir of the fabric store. It was easy to promote the store. You're here. Seeing Qin Ming come over, Guan Yu looked up in a daze, a bit confused. Usually, at this time, Qin Ming was in the barracks. Gather everyone. Today, without my permission, no one is allowed to step out of this store. Without much explanation, Qin Ming spoke directly. What happened? A few people just left, and Guan Yu immediately reacted, reminding him. Just then, Chang Baishan came over. Your Highness, are you looking for me? Have her give you the list of those who escaped. Now catch them all. Qin Ming asked Guan Yu to write down all the people who had left and hand it over to Chang Baishan. A total of 6. Can you catch them all? Don't worry. As long as they haven't run for more than 3 hours, I will help you catch them, Chang Baishan promised, then turned and ran off swiftly, displaying agile skills. Qin Ming told Guan Yu about the leak of the fabric shop secrets, including the fact that someone had figured out the transportation routes of the fabrics. They had always operated discreetly, and if something went wrong, it would be due to someone playing tricks at the fabric shop. I will also go look for people. Hearing this, Guan Yu was suddenly a bit anxious. Qin Ming stopped her, saying, "No need. First, let's interrogate these people." All right. The two spent 2 hours interrogating the remaining people in the fabric shop, eliminating all suspicions. It seems they really did run early. The traitors should be on your list. Qin Ming snorted coldly and prepared to leave. Where are you going? General Chong should be back soon. When he returns, tell him to find me at the Merchant Association. I need to settle accounts with them. Stealthily investigating the situation of Qin Ming's fabric shop and playing tricks had caused Qin Ming considerable losses. This debt had to be repaid. Bang! The door of the Merchant Association was kicked open. As soon as he entered, Qin Ming saw Zhou Xi, who had received the news, standing at the door waiting for him. "Your Highness, you have arrived." Zhou Xi awkwardly stepped forward, a forced smile on his face. "Were you waiting specifically for me?" Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, silently staring at him. Zhou Xi spread his hands and said, "Yes. The conditions you mentioned couldn't be negotiated when I returned, so I am here to inform you on behalf of the Lingnan Merchant Association. Recently, the association has decided to temporarily stop supplying ore to the Wuwei camp. Your momentum is too strong and has harmed the association's interests without any explanation." Slap! Upon hearing this news, Qin Ming slapped him across the face, sneering, "You have time to deal with the Wuwei camp and the fabric shop. But you don't dare to discuss it with me face to face? And you still want an explanation?" After waiting for half a month, all Qin Ming received was comprehensive pressure from the Lingnan Merchant Association. Not only was the fabric shop restricted, but goods were piling up. Even the workshops of the Wuwei camp were struggling to maintain operations. This was definitely unacceptable. Ultimately, it was too much of a good face given to them. Chapter 76. Negotiation talks. Southern barbarians invade. Zhou Xi took a few steps back, covering his face, and for a moment, stars danced in his eyes. In fact, Qin Ming's request to meet with the association's president had long been reported. However, that elusive president was constantly traveling everywhere, and no one knew when he would come. Up until now, Zhou Xi had not even received a reply. Only several merchants from various halls, after discussions, decided to cut off supplies to Qin Ming. Meanwhile, the intelligence from the president's side had intimidated local merchants who secretly traded with Qin Ming, effectively crippling his fabric shop. They could now claim complete victory. Zhou Xi thought for a moment, but still did not want to offend Qin Ming too harshly, gritting his teeth and advising again, "Your Highness, you should hand over the weaving machine sooner. It's better for everyone to make money together. Otherwise, we won't be able to sell goods in the market like this." Logically, this was the best solution. Unfortunately, he was dealing with Qin Ming. "You people below are too unscrupulous in your dealings and are not worthy of negotiating terms with the prince. Bring your president here." Qin Ming had finally found a way out and was certainly not going to give it to them. "I will try again." Suchi stammered. And Qin Ming suddenly felt something was off. "Have you ever met the president of the Lingnan Merchant Association at your level? You should have thought of this earlier." The reason Zhou Xi had not resolved the issue for so long was not that he didn't want to, but because his level was insufficient. Perhaps even contacting a merchant manager from Hall was difficult for him. Sure enough, after Qin Ming asked, Zhou Xi's face became a bit awkward, but he still spoke the truth. "No." "Then who have you been in contact with recently?" "A person assigned from above to handle this matter." "Where?" "Call them here. I want to meet." "If you can't bring them, my level is a bit low." After the earlier confrontation, Zhou Xi no longer pretended and spread his hands. Speaking the truth, he had been trying to take credit for the association, hoping it would facilitate his future promotion. But how could Qin Ming's business be something a small fry like him could maneuver in? If he had handed the problem over to those above earlier, he wouldn't have been beaten today. "You, the head of this branch of the association, don't have enough rank either? Your Highness, there isn't much profit in Linjiang City. If I am to manage the branch in any one of the cities on the west side of the lake, it wouldn't be like this." Zhou Xi defended himself, his old face turning red. The west side of the lake crosses the boundary of Huguang. That is Xiao Qinyan's territory. However, after Qin Ming caused a ruckus in Xiaxia City last time and took evidence of Xiao Qinyan's crimes as leverage, Xiao Qinyan had been very stable and had not caused any trouble. Report up like this, saying that if no one comes, I will take over the Lingnan business by force. Your Highness, you can't do this. Zhou Xi was suddenly in a panic. However, with the military in Qin Ming's hands, even Zhou Xi was powerless to stop it. They truly could not distinguish between the big and small princes. With no capable person at hand, how could they dare to obstruct Qin Ming's business? Since leaving the court, Qin Ming had been without any restrictions. His greatest wish was to create an army that could sweep everything away. For that, sacrificing a merchant association was not a problem. Of course, the premise of a sacrifice was that they truly wanted to fight Qin Ming to the end. Your Highness, why get so angry? If you want to see me, I wouldn't dare not to meet. Just as Qin Ming was about to threaten and prepare to truly act shamelessly against them, a voice came from behind. Turning around, Qin Ming saw a beautiful figure. Although the words had a bit of a Jianghu vibe, the person was not as carefree as it seemed. She had been carried over by Chang Baishan. Your Highness, this little girl is definitely a spy. She ran very quickly, and I caught her first. The person brought by Chang Baishan was Wan Shu, whom Qin Ming had seen at the fabric shop a few days ago, who was very beautiful. At this moment, she had shed her coarse linen clothes, wearing a light yellow long dress, her figure graceful and charming. She had a touch of light blush on her face, revealing a hint of allure, which was quite a contrast to her previously feigned, gentle, and weak appearance. You were the one who acted, right? Qin Ming coldly laughed as he stepped forward. He glared at her, suppressing the urge to pin her down and spank her. Qin Ming pointed to the nearby alley. Come here. Chang Baishan let her down, and Zhou Xi had already hidden far away. Wan Shu obediently followed Qin Ming into the alley. As soon as they entered, she was roughly pushed against the wall. Do you know the price of angering this prince? Being treated so roughly by Qin Ming. Wan Shu felt a bit scared and quickly said, I am Zhou Xi's responsible person. You can discuss anything with me. I can help the association make some decisions. As she spoke, seeing that Qin Ming was not moving, she rubbed against him to show friendliness. If it were an ordinary person being teased by such an action, not to mention someone like Qin Ming who had her pinned down, they would probably melt. Unfortunately, she was dealing with Qin Ming. Qin Ming extended his finger, mercilessly pinching her thigh, and said fiercely, What status do you have to negotiate with this prince? I am the president of this term, Wan Shu said, a bit frightened. However, she revealed unexpected news to Qin Ming. Oh, Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and quickly calmed down. So what if it's General Shang? Mistakes must be punished. Thinking of this, he reached out to pinch her soft waist. You can't treat me like this. Wan Shu was a bit flustered. Qin Ming pretended nothing had happened and began discussing serious matters. I can't provide you with textile machines, but I can offer you some other things. For example, methods for purifying salt, making oil, soy sauce, and MSG, etc. Qin Ming shared his ideas with Wan Shu. Seasonings are quite scarce in this era, and if the condiment industry can be developed, it could be quite profitable. After listening to Qin Ming's description, Wan Shu roughly understood his technology. What you mentioned, aside from salt, which can be quite profitable, the others can't compare to textiles. Salt is strictly controlled by the court, and the foundation of salt merchants is much deeper than ours in Lingnan. No one dares to compete with them, let alone rob their business. In the end, not only would the salt merchants not allow it, but the court would not allow it either. Wan Shu's response made Qin Ming very satisfied. This little thing understands quite a bit. Does this king need your guidance? Suddenly, a soft sound echoed from the alley. Seeing that she couldn't distract him, Qin Ming contemplated a new approach. Wan Shu quickly spoke up. Xiao Tian Su will come over tomorrow. The major tribes of the southern barbarians have already begun to act. They will take advantage of the military power transition to launch an attack on you. Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, but then understood. Alas, it's hard to defend the border. It's just a lack of money, food, and weapons. At worst, I will die in battle at the border, wrapped in horsehide. While sighing, Qin Ming glanced at Wan Shu's expression, but found that she was not affected. After all, national grievances and family hatreds have never had much to do with these merchants. Some merchants even look forward to war, hoping to make a fortune from it. Your Highness, stop pretending. Wan Shu rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Compared to herself, this prince's acting to gain sympathy was too clumsy. If you have any good ideas, just say them directly. if it can satisfy General Shang. If the war really breaks out, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce can still help you. Are your transportation capabilities strong? After thinking carefully about the news of the southern barbarians' invasion, Qin Ming suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. They are acceptable. Acceptable? No, one must not be blindly confident. Why do you say that, Your Highness? Qin Ming dipped his hand in the tea water and began to enthusiastically introduce a new idea to Wan Shu like a salesman. I can help you make a tire that can reduce shocks when driving on bumpy roads, which can decrease the damage to your goods. This is a good thing that benefits the present and future. With Qin Ming's explanation, Wan Shu finally understood the benefits of the tire. Pair with the cart. It can not only improve traction and speed, but also reduce the damage to goods during transport. To be honest, Wan Shu was somewhat tempted. The improvement in transportation efficiency is a temptation that no merchant can refuse. It's consistent with the saying that to get rich, one must first build roads. But how do you make this tire? Wan Shu couldn't help but ask as Qin Ming kept it vague for so long without explaining clearly. It's simple. The material is called rubber, which is abundantly found in the southern forests. How about this? Help me fight the southern barbarians, and I will help you make it. Qin Ming smiled, regaining the initiative. Chapter 77. Returning to Qiantang. Lord Wang's beautiful dream. How can you be sure the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce will help you? If you don't help, I'll have you compensate for my losses tonight. You have no commercial credibility like this. It will be hard for us to cooperate. When did I ever mention the words commercial credibility to you? Compensate me tonight or help me with business. Choose. Facing such a bottomless person, Wan Shu suddenly smiled gently. Your Highness is in trouble. Our Lingnan Chamber of Commerce will naturally advance and retreat with you, but you need to spend money to buy supplies for the war. After all, no one's food and minerals come from thin air. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You know how to be flexible in business. After saying that, he placed the things he had summarized on the table. In fact, just the seasonings he had summarized were already very valuable. Unfortunately, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce had a big appetite and proposed various conditions, none of which the other party was satisfied with. Wan Shu was quite shrewd. She even hoped to fight and let the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce profit from the war. Doing such unethical things. Was she not afraid of having her ancestral grave dug up? The desire to spank her became even stronger. Qin Ming initially wanted to tease her, but what Wan Shu said next stunned him. We can also do without the textile industry, but I've heard a bit about the rubber you mentioned. If I help you, all that rubber will belong to the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. How about that? The military camp must occupy a share. Fine. The rest will all belong to the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, including your tire technology. Wan Shu seemed to sense Qin Ming's thoughts. She smiled softly and began to move closer to him. The scent wafting from her nose made Qin Ming glance at her and curse inwardly. No wonder she was the current head of commerce. Her mentality was really stable, daring to tempt him at this time. Could it be that the main business of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was selling flowers and wine? Just thinking of Wan Shu dancing gracefully in her stage costume at the tavern made Qin Ming a bit stirred. Ahem! At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the alley. It was Chang Baishan reminding him that it was almost time. As a solitary man and woman, staying in the alley for too long would inevitably lead to bad rumors. As the king of Qin, he still needed to pay attention to his conduct. Qin Ming came to his senses and said to Wan Shu, I want the remaining minerals delivered within 3 days. All right. While tempting Qin Ming, Wan Shu stealthily took the list he had prepared. This list recorded the methods for making oil, light soy sauce, and MSG, among other things. It seemed she was preparing to casually incorporate Qin Ming's technologies into her own, although it was not as profitable as the textile business. After hearing the beautiful blueprint described by Qin Ming, the perceptive Wan Shu still felt that this had a broad prospect. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming finally couldn't hold back. Slap! He slapped down. Qin Ming picked up Wan Shu. Your face is too thick. You earn money from the Wu Wei camp and still want to steal my technology? Put me down. Wan Shu looked at Qin Ming in shock. According to the intelligence, this king of Qin was a gentleman who had not approached women for many years in the court. That's why she thought to use her advantage as a woman to tempt him, increasing her negotiating chips while gaining more benefits. However, she never expected that the other party would not follow the usual pattern from the beginning. After several encounters, it was she who ended up at a disadvantage. Put down? Qin Ming fiercely grabbed her plump thigh. You made so much profit, and you have no response? I am not that kind of person. Wan Shu's expression finally showed a hint of panic. She could feel that the other party seemed to have that intention. Tomorrow night, I want to hear news of the Qiantang City cloth shop reopening. I can't guarantee before tomorrow night. Fine, it will be tomorrow night. Releasing Wan Shu, she guarded her chest, looking at him with a face full of vigilance. I'm leaving. Qin Ming tidied up his things, especially the list he had summarized, and turned to leave. The list contained many things that did not exist in this era. As a modern person with a master's degree and broad knowledge, he had many things he wanted to try. Unfortunately, the longer Qin Ming stayed in this era, the more he felt that sometimes technology is not the obstacle. The real obstacle is people. Wan Shu tidied her clothes and was ready to leave quickly. Suddenly, Qin Ming turned around, startling her. What do you want? Wan Shu took a few steps back. Seeing the flustered expression on her face, Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction but did not move closer. Wan Shu turned around, leaving behind a complex look, and hurriedly fled the alley. The next day, in Qiantang City, on the most prosperous street, there was a fabric shop with its doors and windows tightly closed, having been shut for several days. This was one of the few thriving shops occupied by Fong Qingyuan. At this moment, there were still many carriages gathered outside. Pedestrians came and went, weaving around the carriages, accustomed to it all. However, it was strange that the carriages that used to gather here were mostly for transporting goods. In recent days, not only was the fabric shop closed, but many carriages were also arriving daily to move fabric inside bit by bit. How many days has it been? At the end of a distant alley, Qiantang's governor, Wang Shouyan, watched everything with a smile. Ordinary people didn't know, but he was aware of many things. For example, the conflict between Qin Ming and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, and Fong Qingyuan's departure. Since handing over these few shops, Wang Shouyan had hoped that Qin Ming would fail in business. It would be best if he lost everything. However, after waiting for about a month, he found that the other party's business was thriving, even showing a trend that overshadowed the entire Lingnan region. All of this was due to the arrival of someone named Fong Qingyuan. At that time, Wang Shouyan even felt that he would never get the chance to see Qin Ming's shop collapse, and that returning to his previous position was a distant dream. But a few days ago, he suddenly discovered that his beautiful dream had come true. His subordinates informed him that the fabric shop in the city had closed for several days. Even that person named Fong Qingyuan had left Qiantang City. This made Wang Shouyan overjoyed. Since learning this news, he had been coming to check on the fabric shop and dyeing workshop every morning, rain or shine. Reporting to you, my lord, it's been closed for 10 days. Good. I'll write a letter to ask the prince how to handle this shop. Wang Shouyan was elated. If Qin Ming were to do business and hand over these shops to him, that would be fine. Now that the business had failed, the court would have to send Xiao Tians to suppress Qin Ming, and he would definitely be in a state of distress. Wang Shouyan estimated that, in the short term, Qin Ming and the Wu-Wei camp would certainly not have the money to invest in another business. Thus, he could reasonably reclaim these few shops. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. Could it be that they heard this official's wish? Just as Wang Shouyan pondered whether to incense the Queen Mother when he returned home, a figure suddenly appeared on the street. It was Fong Qingyuan. My lord, no need to write a letter. The one surnamed Fong has come. His subordinate quickly pointed to Fong Qingyuan in the distance. Fong Qingyuan had been pondering ways to break the deadlock running between Qiantang City and Linjiang City these days. He looked haggard with a scruffy beard. In Wang Shouyan's eyes, this was a sign of being at the end of his rope. Straightening his official robes, Wang Shouyan clasped his hands behind his back and approached Fong Qingyuan with a leisurely demeanor. Oh, isn't this Lord Fong? It's in a few days. How come you look so haggard? Chapter 78. The general arrives. The feudal reduction begins last night, after Chang Baishan informed Qin Ming of the news. Fong Qingyuan hurriedly returned to Qiantang City, traveling day and night. His eyes were still bloodshot. Upon hearing Wang Shouyan's words, he raised his head, his slightly dazed eyes finally focusing. Is there something you need, Lord Wang? Nothing much. Just heard that your shop has been closed for about 10 days. What happened? You can tell this official. We can help if we can. Wang Shoyan's insincere pleasantries did not resonate with Fang Qingyuan. He slowly waved his hand, saying, "No need to trouble you." After speaking, he turned around and prepared to return to the fabric shop. He was very busy today and had no time to chat idly with Wang Shoyan. How can that be considered a trouble? Seeing him about to leave, the cunning Wang Shoyan immediately stopped him. "Brother Fang, is your business not going well lately?" "No." Fang Qingyuan frowned, impatiently sidestepping them, and opened the fabric shop's door with the key he carried. "Then how can you close for 10 days? These shops are all profitable. Closing for a day means losing a lot of silver. I'm a few years older than you. Calling you brother is not inappropriate. Actually, I just want to exchange some silver to buy these shops back." Wang Shoyan tried to get closer while tentatively observing Fang Qingyuan's expression. Unfortunately, the other party completely ignored him. "You guys come here and move the goods. Starting today, the entire Lingnan will begin transportation." Yes, a dozen people entered the fabric shop and started moving the mountain of goods outside. Wang Shoyan watched this scene in shock. Didn't they have a feud with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce? How can their business still be so big? They even said the entire Lingnan would do business? While he was confused, Fang Qingyuan turned around and said, "Lord Wang, we will not sell this shop. Please go back." He was not a talkative person, and after sending him away, he turned back to the fabric shop. Soon, Wu Qingye and his men arrived quickly. His convoy had been transporting goods all day without stopping. The gray-faced Wang Shoyan was perplexed, but listening to the reports from his subordinates, he didn't know what to do. Was his beautiful dream shattered again? On the other side, today was the day Xiao Tiance arrived. According to custom, he needed to meet Qin Ming first. Qin Ming, Zhang Baisan, Gao Juan, and Lu Chuang stood at the gate of Wuwei camp waiting. In the afternoon, they saw a large group arriving in an imposing manner. "Greetings, Your Highness." Xiao Tiance was a person from the Xiu Shufei faction and the only one in the current generation of the Xiao family who could rank in the military. He had a stern face, sharp eyes, and was dressed in black armor. When he reached Qin Ming, he merely cupped his fists in greeting. It seemed he clearly understood his mission, so as soon as he dismounted, he quickly drew a line. "Do you know about the southern barbarians' invasion?" Qin Ming did not waste time on pleasantries and directly entered the topic. "I know. I came here to talk about this matter. The court recently sent a batch of supplies, and didn't he leave any for you? I'm taking it away." Xiao Tiance nodded and then pointed to the supplies behind him as a reminder to Qin Ming. In comparison, those sent by the court like Xiao Tiance were treated like their own. Qin Ming seemed like a stepchild. This left nothing for Wuwei camp at all. Xiao Tiance meant to establish his authority and influence over the military in Lingnan right from the start. Regardless of the time, the most important things for these soldiers were supplies and military pay. Xiao Tiance received imperial authority to personally control the resources of Lingnan, supporting the 3 garrisons at the border. This was a disguised reduction of the feudal lords. Qin Ming merely smiled faintly and did not speak. Behind Xiao Tiance, Deputy General Yang Lian stepped forward to explain, "Your Highness, please do not have any emotions about this. We are currently resisting the southern barbarians' attack. Moreover, the court only allocated supplies and military pay to the 3 garrisons, not to you." If Xiao Tiance were being open and honest, Yang Lian was like a soft knife poking at him. His words reminded Qin Ming of the ownership of resources and indicated that the court would not support him. In the future, if Lingnan wanted stability, they would definitely have to heed Xiao Tiance's opinions. Qin Ming had anticipated this situation long ago. After his demotion, the next step was to reduce the feudal lords. This is why, as soon as he landed in Lingnan, he eagerly sought opportunities to make money and raise troops, all to guard against the court. Although it was a bit hurried, he managed to catch up in the end. Before their arrival, Qin Ming had already established his own business and had workshops and resources to train soldiers. "All right." With a calm smile, Qin Ming didn't even get angry, merely responding. "The military camp is still busy, so I won't entertain you too. You can report to the border for now." Qin Ming's words sounded as if he were assigning them their positions. Only a superior would speak in such a tone to a subordinate. Xiao Tianze and Yang Lian frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. "I heard you acquired 3,000 acres of land." Xiao Tianze, not one to back down, directly brought up the recent uproar in the court. "Is there a problem?" Qin Ming, sensing his slight emotional shift, asked mildly. Recently, with the southern barbarians invading, the three guards might not be able to spare the manpower to protect such a large territory of yours, so I hope you can bear with it. Then you're quite useless. If I had someone capable, the southern barbarians would have retreated long ago. Qin Ming showed no mercy. As the other party's intention was too obvious, they wanted to use the southern barbarians as an excuse. They might deliberately let a group in later, posing a threat to Qin Ming's workshops and military camp. In their view, Qin Ming had no military pay, no supplies, and the only card he had was his Wu Wei camp, which surely had low combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, you have nothing in hand. The court has truly buried your talents. Yang Lian mocked loudly, his face full of amusement. At this moment, the soldiers standing behind them also joined in, laughing heartily. It was only natural for their elite troops to mock a marginalized army. Yang Lian, what achievements did you have on the battlefield? With your 2 skins, who knows how many military credits you fraudulently claimed to get here? Lu Chuang was furious and pointed at Yang Lian, cursing. They knew each other, but their factions in the army were different, leading to much animosity before. Although Cao Chuan was also angry, he was very composed and directly pulled Lu Chuang back. When someone mentioned their dark history, Yang Lian got angry as well. Lu Chuang, have you been starred silly by the northwest wind in Lingnan? How I got here is none of your business. Chapter 79. Supplies arrive, slapping faces, seeing them causing a ruckus. Xiao Tianze did not stop them. Instead, he crossed his arms and seemed to want the situation to escalate. Or perhaps they had come today just to show off. They mocked the Wu Wei camp's lack of supplies even more. However, they might have miscalculated. Lu Chuang grinned. I drink the northwest wind. I eat much better than you. And I have beauties accompanying me every day. Or you'd mock me. Everyone can be tough with words. Yang Lian's face was filled with disdain. Who in the court doesn't know that your Wu Wei camp has been sent to Lingnan alongside the king of Qin? It's even the king himself raising troops. They didn't believe that in just a few months, Qin Ming could properly support the Wu Wei camp, let alone the southern barbarians invading now, about to start a war. Not to mention the 3 guards stationed at the border. If the 3,000 acres of land in the king's hands were affected, so would other towns in Lingnan. What? Just because I raise my own troops, I must be poor? Qin Ming grunted at Yang Lian. Xiao Tianze stepped forward, saying, Your Highness, we certainly don't mean that. But Lingnan is indeed quite impoverished from our observations along the way, though he claimed it wasn't the meaning. Xiao Tianze was subtly making a big deal out of the supplies issue. It seemed they were intent on provoking trouble. At this moment, Cao Chuan, who had been humiliated, could no longer stand by. He leaned close to Qin Ming and whispered, Your Highness, the supply carts will arrive soon. Oh, it seems to be around this time. Recently, Qin Ming was still in a honeymoon period with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. After Shu completed negotiations with Qin Ming, she began collecting supplies daily and delivering them on schedule. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuang immediately pointed at Xiao Tianze and shouted, Short-sighted fool. You can't even imagine how rich my camp is. No need to pretend. Yang Lian mocked, viewing Lu Chuang as someone unable to save face and still holding on. But at this moment, a scolding voice suddenly came from afar. On the official road in the distance, a line of carts was slowly approaching. Make way, make way. The leader was Guan Yu. She shouted while standing up from the cart to look inside. When she saw so many people standing at the military camp entrance, she was taken aback, because the people standing here were complete. Not only was Qin Ming present, but also Cao Chuan, Lu Chuang, and Xiao Tianze. It's you guys. Although they were not from the same faction in the army, Guan Yu recognized Xiao Tianze. The Guan family naturally didn't need to give Xiao Tianze any face. Their own team had arrived, yet Xiao Tianze's army remained inactive. Guan Yu was somewhat angry and pointed at Xiao Tianze, saying, Have your men stand aside. Can't you see we're moving supplies? Behind her, the carts made clinking noises, indicating they were carrying ores. Besides ores, there are also grains and other supplies. Ever since Shu revealed her identity, Qin Ming had informed Guan Yu about the situation. Guan Yu was very angry, but the next day, Qin Ming witnessed an absurd scene. Shu had actually returned to the fabric shop and was sitting behind the counter with Guan Yu, as thick as thieves. Guan Yu told Qin Ming that Shu came back to apologize to her. Qin Ming was puzzled as to why she returned. Shu explained that she really liked Guan Yu and only had a conflict with Qin Ming, not with Guan Yu. Plus, since Guan Yu had treated her well before, Guan Shu specifically came back to apologize. After clarifying the situation, Guan Yu realized their conflict had been resolved and no longer held onto the previous matters. The two became good sisters again. To this, Qin Ming could only sigh, saying that women are truly mysterious creatures. Since Guan Shu returned, seemingly to show her sincerity, she specifically handed over the supplies to Guan Yu to manage. That was why Guan Yu came every day to deliver goods. Where did you get so many things? Xiao Tianzi's face stiffened. Even Yang Lian, who had mocked Qin Ming earlier, wore a ghostly expression. How is this possible? No need to tell you, General Xiao. Qin Ming spoke lightly. Lu Chuang could no longer hold back and rushed forward, pushing through the crowd. Didn't you hear what Xiao Yu said? Get out of the way. Xiao Tianzi stared at Qin Ming for a long time before finally speaking. Your Highness, managing the military camp so well is truly impressive. I wonder which area you plan to defend in this battle. If one plan failed, Xiao Tianzi had a backup. After all the pressure came from the southern barbarians' invasion. He planned to directly involve Qin Ming in the battle. Just this piece of land. Qin Ming was also straightforward. The number of people in the Wu Wei camp had expanded for some time. This 3,000 acres of land, along with the surrounding areas, would all be defended by him. It was time to see what kind of strength the Wu Wei camp, raised at great cost, had. Good. Xiao Tianzi looked deeply at Qin Ming. Today's events were beyond his expectations, but at least the overall direction had not escaped his control. Let's go. He instructed his aide, Yang Lian, and turned to leave without looking back. Yang Lian waved to the surrounding soldiers and quickly followed him, asking in confusion, are we just going back like this? Don't worry. Once the battle starts, this ragtag army won't be able to withstand it. Xiao Tianzi's eyes flickered, as if he had his own plans. Yang Lian still felt a bit displeased, and he continued, don't forget, His Majesty's intention is to cut the feudal lords. As long as the soldiers in hand are worn down, what else can he do? No matter when military power is the most important. Concubine Xiao struck at the vital point, forcing Prince Jin to directly mention reducing the feudal lords in court after becoming the crown prince. As long as Qin Ming's military power is gradually worn down, not even the Wu Wei camp will be left for him. Xiao Tianzi believes that the king of Qin will soon be suppressed and will no longer be able to rise. By then, they can naturally do whatever they want. I understand. Yang Lian nodded slowly, then turned his head and glared angrily in the direction of the Wu Wei camp. After that, he took his men and set off towards the border. Are they here to take over the 3 guards? Guan Yu asked as she had people transport supplies to the military camp. After settling the accounts, she came to Qin Ming's side. Yes. Qin Ming did not hide this point. He felt it was only a matter of time. You're quite accurate in your guesses. Sitting beside Qin Ming, Guan Yu propped her chin on her hands and sighed lightly. By the way, Guan Shu said he would lower the price by another 10%. Why the sudden change? Lowering the price was naturally welcomed by Qin Ming. However, he did not expect that such a shrewd businessman as Guan Shu would take the initiative to lower the price. Maybe he feels indebted to me, Guan Yu smiled. Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. He initially thought Guan Shu's renewed closeness with Guan Yu should have some ulterior motive. Now it seems that is not the case. Could it be that they truly became the legendary close friends? Just as Qin Ming was pondering how to treat Guan Shu in the future, Guan Yu suddenly asked, do you think she's pretty? Chapter 80. Deploying troops to the border. Attack plan Qin Ming recalled Guan Shu's graceful and alluring figure, as well as the feeling when he spanked her earlier. His face turned red as he firmly said, not pretty. When dealing with women, one must know how to flatter them. Sometimes speaking the truth does not earn their genuine feelings in return. Instead, it can give them an opportunity to pick a fight, adding to one's frustration. Really? Of course it's true. Hey, I was still thinking about whether or not to marry her as a second wife, so we could see each other every day. I didn't expect your standards to be so high. Guan Yu sighed lightly. Qin Ming's heart stirred, and he immediately said, what did you just say? I said second wife. Not that sentence. I asked you if she's pretty. Pretty. Qin Ming hurriedly seized the opportunity, his eyes sparkling with expectation. But the next moment, a hand quickly pinched his arm hard. I knew you were lusting after her. No, marrying her as a second wife was your suggestion. Was I not allowed to test you? Guan Yu was exasperated and bit Qin Ming hard. Qin Ming figured it out in the future, he still couldn't speak the truth. He needed to be more cunning with women. Otherwise, situations like his own would not be rare. After some playful banter, Qin Ming finally sent Guan Yu away. He took out the precious map of Lingnan from his pocket and waved to Chao Chuan and Lu Chuan. "Come here for a meeting." "Yes." Walking into the tent, Qin Ming spread out the map and traced a range with his finger. "Xiao Tians definitely won't care about us. This time we must deal with the invasion of the southern barbarians ourselves." "You're right, but our defense line is not bad. The plains connect to the mountains." Chao Chuan looked carefully to confirm the terrain. Their border area was on the outskirts of the mountains, very close to the tribes of the barbarians in the mountains. Originally, the 3 guards were responsible for watching over here. However, in the future, the 3 guards that originally belonged to Qin Ming would probably be restructured. At that time, they would become Xiao Tian's army and would no longer help Qin Ming. "It's fine, just give me 3,000 men to hold that position." Lu Chuan was quite open-minded. "It's just a defense line, it's not a big deal." They didn't even need to clash with the southern barbarians' main army. Dividing a portion of Wu Wei camp's strength to respond would be completely sufficient. "You can go, but it won't be that simple." Chao Chuan thought for a moment and shook his head slowly. Lu Chuan's men were considered the fiercest vanguard in Wu Wei camp, typically used for storming cities. If they were to defend, it would be best left to Chao Chuan's central army. They had the best coordination and were suitable for a defensive strategy. "Do you want to go?" Qin Ming looked at Chao Chuan. "Gao Juan, not that. It's been a long time since I've been on the battlefield. Those old brothers all say farming is boring." "Then go ahead." Like his judgment, Qin Ming also felt it was more appropriate for Chao Chuan to go. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan was somewhat unhappy. "Your Highness, do you look down on our vanguard?" "No, you have more important tasks to do." "What tasks?" Lu Chuan was somewhat excited. Qin Ming thought for a moment and said, "If you faced the direct attack of the southern barbarian army, how many men would you need to hold them off?" "Direct attack? Me?" Lu Chuan, who had just been full of excitement, suddenly calmed down, looking at Qin Ming in surprise. "It's you. How many men can hold them off?" Lu Chuan fell silent. He glanced at Chao Chuan and then at the map. He thought of a possibility and then grinned, saying firmly, "It's all 3,000. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it's still 3,000. All right, you go rest the troops. Chao Chuan stays." "Okay." Lu Chuan nodded heavily and turned to leave. Only Qin Ming and Chao Chuan were left in the tent. Chao Chuan suddenly said, "I also don't need many people. 3,000 is enough. Our army of over 10,000. Can you give Lu Chuan 2,000 more?" Chao Chuan was quite perceptive and knew Lu Chuan wanted to keep some soldiers for himself, which is why he only asked for 3,000 men from the beginning. Qin Ming glanced at him and smiled. "You guessed what I was guarding against, didn't you?" Chao Chuan hesitated for a moment. As a subordinate, he shouldn't be speculating on Qin Ming's thoughts, but this concerned Lu Chuan's life. In the end, he still spoke up. "You're worried that Xiao Tians will lure a large part of the southern barbarians to our defense line and destroy Wu Wei camp in one fell swoop. So you want Lu Chuan to guard the area where it borders the 3 guards. If something happens, he will be our insurance." Although Lu Chuan was very reckless, he had been in the military for many years and had participated in too many wars, gaining rich experience, so he quickly saw through Qin Ming's thoughts. He doesn't need that many. Qin Ming waved his hand. Right now, the enemies on Lu Chuan's side were only potential threats. But Chao Chuan was different. He would definitely face many barbarian attacks and needed enough personnel to be arranged. This was also why Lu Chuan didn't want so many men, as it would greatly affect Chao Chuan's defense. In a few days, let Chang Baishan take over Wu Qingye's transport task, and then let Wu Qingye come over to support you. At a critical moment, you can help him. Upon hearing this, Chao Chuan's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. After arranging all this, Qin Ming did not let Chao Chuan leave. "The reason I arranged so many people for you is actually another reason." Qin Ming informed Chao Chuan about his dealings with the Lingnan Merchant Association. Chao Chuan frowned as he listened. "You mean our defense is not enough? We must break in and occupy enough territory to control rubber and at least 2 mines? The barbarian numbers are over tens of thousands. Not to mention, they have rich combat experience in the mountains and forests, making them very difficult to deal with. Even if we occupy an area, Qin Ming might not be able to hold it." Chao Chuan felt this was an impossible task. "Yes, once things are settled here, I will come find you." Qin Ming patted his shoulder appearing very calm. Once you enter the mountains, notify me directly. Understood. Chao Chuan did not know what Qin Ming was planning, but he nodded nonetheless. With everything being complicated, they could only take one step at a time. That night, two armies left the military camp. Qin Ming stood at the entrance of the camp with Guan Yu to see them off. After the figures of the crowd disappeared into the night wind, Guan Yu said with some worry, "Several uncles suddenly went to the frontier to defend. I feel a bit reluctant to part with them." "Then take this opportunity to take a few more looks," Qin Ming said with a smile, taking out a cylindrical object from his pocket. Hearing what Qin Ming said, Guan Yu's big eyes blinked in confusion as she asked, "What do you mean by taking a few more looks?" "You know, if you come closer to take a look," Qin Ming replied, placing the object in front of Guan Yu. This was the artifact he prepared to win the forest warfare. Chapter 81 war Artefakt. Expanding advantages, Guan Yu held the elongated object Qin Ming handed her in front of her eyes. Through the transparent glass piece at the top, she could see every move of the people in the distance clearly, despite being over 1,000 feet away. "What is this? I can see so clearly." Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming with delight. Growing up in the military camp, she understood what a wide field of vision meant on the battlefield. Qin Ming explained, "This is called a telescope. It can be made using the principles of concave and convex lenses." The production level in this era was limited. Even though Qin Ming knew how to make a telescope, the materials were hard to find. In the end, he found several high-quality transparent minerals and spent several days manually polishing them to finally make a few telescopes. With the telescopes, the southern barbarian tribes that excelled in using terrain for warfare would not have a chance to challenge us before we enter the southern forest. This will also help us prepare in advance and observe the enemy's movements. This is one of the war artifacts Qin Ming prepared. Before leaving, he specifically gave one to Chao Chuan and Lu Chuang. "That's amazing." Guan Yu felt relieved. The remaining worries she had vanished at that moment. Meanwhile, in the southern forests, rows of warriors dressed in animal skins were emerging from the deep mountains. They stationed themselves in the outer forests opposite the three guards. As the vassal king of Lingnan, Qin Ming had a vast area to defend. The most important checkpoints were Chongsua, Ningming, and Jingdong. These three places were interconnected. They were not only transportation hubs, but also stockpiled a large number of soldiers. Originally, these three defense lines were guarded by the three guards. When Xiao Tians came over, he withdrew all the soldiers stationed at Ningming Pass in the center. He and Yang Lian only guarded Chongsua and Jingdong Pass, sandwiching Qin Ming in the middle. At the intersection of the official roads, Yang Lian and Xiao Tian stopped here, preparing to part ways. Before leaving, Yang Lian once again asked Xiao Tian's general, "Do I just need to hold Jingdong Pass and push Qin Ming's people away? If Qin Ming's men can't hold on, and let people from Ningming Pass enter Lingnan to plunder, won't it implicate us?" His concerns were reasonable. Being new to the area, if things were too obvious, it would be hard to explain to the court. But Xiao Tians, with a fierce expression, said, "What are you afraid of? Xiao Shufei can help us cover for it. ISNT that guy has 3,000 acres of land right behind Ningming Pass. Even if the southern barbarians break through, they can at most eliminate all his foundations in Lingnan, while we can guard the other places well enough without causing too much trouble." Yang Lian suddenly realized. Their commander was ruthless. He intended to uproot Qin Ming completely. "All right, I'll head over now." Soon, all soldiers stationed at Ningming Pass retreated, with Chao Chuan leading 5,000 men to take over. Reports from the southern barbarian army began to come in one after another. The original three guards at the frontier did not have a close relationship with Qin Ming. Qin Ming was even not very aware of the situation at the frontier. Now, things were better. Chao Chuan and Lu Chuang, who were wandering in the wilderness waiting for an opportunity, finally sent the intelligence from this side. That noon, Chang Baishan, who was busy coordinating for the military camp, hurried in. "Your Highness, half a month ago, the three guards had already suffered over 1,000 casualties. In the half-month since Chao Chuan took over the defense, he has been ambushed 3 times, suffering hundreds of casualties." He was rambling about the frontline situation. Qin Ming sat quietly, not rushing him, trying to let him elaborate as much as possible. "What about Xiao Tians and Yang Lian? They're doing well. They've pulled men from the three guards, each leading over 10,000 elite soldiers, pretending to resist. Lu Chuang told me that from his observation. It seems like they want to divert the disaster eastward. At this point, Chang Baishan angrily slammed the table. That dog Xiao Tiance is really inhumane. Playing tricks on the battlefield. Your Highness, let me take people over too. As Qin Ming's chief guard, Chang Baishan was skilled in martial arts and had several hundred guards under him. They were usually used to protect the royal residence, but recently, they have been rushing back and forth on the battlefield, everyone filled with indignation. Every day, we have to inquire about Xiao Tiance's family 800 times. Don't be anxious. Wu Qingye has already gone over. Wait for me to go with you. After hearing this, Qin Ming slowly shook his head while holding a long rod in his hand. Your Highness, the barbarians at Jingdong Pass and Chongzhou Pass know they can't take it down, and they will definitely come to Ningming Pass. This will be a bloody battle. Chang Baishan looked displeased. He couldn't understand why Qin Ming, who had once pacified the northern turmoil and made great contributions to the court, was now always preparing in the rear and not going to the front lines. Do you know where the key problem lies? Qin Ming shook his head, noticing that the sky was darkening. So he took Chang Baishan out of the camp for a chat. What key problem? Chang Baishan looked at him in confusion. Qin Ming slowly said, the key is that we have very few soldiers. According to the previous combat strategy, we just guard the defense line separately. But what we need to do is more than that. It doesn't matter if we have fewer soldiers. But I need every team in the Wu Wei camp to exert greater combat power than the 3 guards. As he spoke, Qin Ming pulled a ring on the long rod in his hand. Suddenly, a green firework shot up into the sky. Chang Baishan looked up in a daze at the light soaring into the sky. This was something he had never seen before. It was somewhat similar to firecrackers, but it had color and emitted enchanting light in the night sky. So beautiful. Unfortunately, Chang Baishan had no mood to appreciate it. Your Highness, I understand your intention, but we have already provided them with double the rations, double the medical supplies, and military pay. What else can the accompanying doctors do? Recently, Chang Baishan had been helping Qin Ming arrange these supplies. Thanks to Fang Xingyuan, the textile business in Lingnan was doing relatively well at this stage. Coupled with the previous savings, it was enough to settle accounts with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce and supply materials. With a tearing sound, seeing that he still didn't understand, Qin Ming took out another firework and pulled the ring. This one was red. Isn't it beautiful? It's beautiful. Your Highness, what are you doing? Usually quite disorganized, Chang Baishan was now showing rare signs of anger. Seeing his mood becoming off, Qin Ming smiled helplessly. Old Chang, you've been smart your whole life. How can you be so foolish at a critical moment? Let me show you a few more. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Ming released several colors of fireworks he had prepared into the sky. Chang Baishan was stunned. Your Highness, are you going to use this thing to signal them? Chapter 82. Barbarians gather. Danger at the frontier, of course not. This is for you to use to convey intelligence. Qin Ming pointed to the fireworks in the sky. In this era, there were no high-rise buildings. The bright lights of the fireworks could be seen from a long distance. Every color represents a command, allowing all the troops in the wilderness to communicate with each other. It doesn't matter if there are few people. We can quickly gather through this method, which can unleash greater combat power. Qin Ming slowly spoke, his face illuminated by the firelight. A gentle breeze blew, and Chang Baishan suddenly jumped up in realization. Amazing, amazing. Your Highness. He had long suspected that, given Qin Ming's temperament, he would not just stay in the rear. However, Chang Baishan could not guess what Qin Ming was actually doing, which had left him feeling quite frustrated. Now that he finally had an answer, he was very excited. Just wait for one more day. My bright pearls will be delivered in large quantities. To emit different colors from Qin Ming's fireworks, bright pearls needed to be added. Bright pearls are a general term for various metal elements. As long as they are added to the gunpowder, different colors can be shown. However, many materials in this era are not very complete. Many bright pearls need Qin Ming to roll them by hand using basic materials, which delays progress. After being urged by Chang Baishan today, Qin Ming also decided not to waste any more time. The next morning, after Wan Shu delivered the supplies, he directly said to Chang Baishan, "Take your men and go to Song Dingsheng to ask for a batch of prisoners." Why take prisoners? They are the warriors without taboos. Tell them that if this battle is won, This king can pardon their crimes and let them join the army to receive military rations. Qin Ming sighed helplessly. Xiao Tian's methods are indeed good. The withdrawal of the 3 guards has brought great pressure on Qin Ming. This trip almost emptied him out. If he really can't defeat the South barbarians on the battlefield, Qin Ming would accept it. Yet, the internal strife in Qian has repeatedly hindered him. He would settle this score with Xiao Tian's and the behind-the-scenes Xiao Shufei. Of course, the premise is that this battle can be won. Got it. Chang Baishan nodded immediately. Soon, Qin Ming gathered an army of over 1,000 people, marching in a grand line in the military camp. Before leaving, Qin Ming found Wan Shu, who had come to deliver supplies. Can I owe you some money? The military camp is now empty, and he doesn't have much silver to pay Wan Shu. Just like today, the last batch of troops was sent out, and Qin Ming hadn't settled the silver with Wan Shu yet. Of course, he intentionally didn't pay. Look at you. No wonder, Xiao, you said you're a rogue. Wan Shu rolled her eyes at him. After waiting all morning, she still hadn't seen Qin Ming come to settle accounts with her. Smart as she was, she had already guessed that Qin Ming had no money. Looking at this man who was running around to guard the border, even resorting to deception, and shamelessly coming to lay his cards on the table with her, Wan Shu's gaze became somewhat complicated. You must win, otherwise, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce won't be able to continue. Now everyone knows we stand by your side. Ever since Qin Ming unintentionally or intentionally exposed the connection between the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce and himself in front of Xiao Tian's, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce had already boarded the pirate ship. If Qin Ming loses the war, losing everything and being punished by the court, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, would not be able to escape either. Are you scared? Qin Ming noticed Wan Shu's worry and suddenly smiled. This was one of the few times he had seen Wan Shu like this. I'm leaving. Wan Shu huffed, turned around, and left without looking back, her tassel cloak swaying behind her. When you defeat them and come back, I have a mysterious reward for you. A gentle voice came. Qin Ming's ears perked up, and he was momentarily stunned by the words. Sweet reward? What sweet reward? Just after saying this, he thought it was strange. So soon, there is a sweet reward? Wan Shu huffed again, ignoring him, and quickly left. Set off. Qin Ming returned to the training ground, leading his men out of the military camp, heading towards Ningming Pass. On the other side, outside Ningming Pass, nearly 30,000 barbarian warriors, clad in animal skins, sat on the ground, having set up camp here. Leading this large force was their top warrior, named Tuki. Originally, he had only brought 10,000 men, intending to attempt an attack on Ningming Pass. However, after making contact, he found that Ningming Pass, being the most important of the 3 passes, had the fewest defenders. A few days later, their other 2 large forces also sent messages. They reported that Jingdong Pass and Chongzhou Pass were heavily guarded. But they heard a piece of news that there were not many defenders at Tuki's side. So they planned to gather at Ningming Pass and take a chance. In fact, the 3 passes were quite far apart. It would take 2 to 3 days for news to get through. However, under Xiao Tian's deliberate dissemination, the news of Ningming Pass's weak defense quickly reached the barbarian tribe's major forces. This gave them an opportunity. The leaders of the 3 forces were now sitting together. As the main attacking force here, Tuki had a thorough understanding of this area. He slowly spoke. I plan to attack from the flank, first arranging a portion of people to enter their rear in batches. Their numbers are extremely few, and they will inevitably be strained. At that time, you 2 can push your soldiers from the front. How about it? In the past few days of attacking, Tuki had been exchanging blows with Chao Chuan. A large chunk of the city wall had been smashed, yet the defenses of the pass remained as solid as ever. With minimal losses, they were continuously wearing down the South barbarian soldiers. At this rate, Tuki simply cannot fight. After all, capturing a city requires several times the manpower to take it down. The South barbarian tribes originally had no intention of doing this, but hearing that the border of Qian was about to change defenses, they specifically arranged for people to come over. After arriving, they failed to seize the opportunity for a change of guards and were quickly driven back. With no choice, they could only gather in one place to strike at Qian's weaknesses and see something, not wanting to come for nothing. No way. What if other soldiers come to reinforce them? The other 2 warrior leaders shook their heads. They thought Tuki's plan was foolish. After all, going deep into enemy territory without support was a death sentence if caught. But at this moment, Tookie smiled slightly, shook his robust body, and whispered, "Do you know why I'm doing this? Actually, I recently arranged for several spies to enter Lingnan to investigate the situation and discovered an astonishing truth." "What?" The other two looked at him with some surprise. At this moment, Tookie slowly said, "Ningming Pass is said to be guarded by the Wu-Wei camp under the command of King Qin, and they do not share the same agenda as their court." Chapter 83. The Siege Battle, Arrows from the Sky. Tookie recounted Qin Ming's background, as well as the love-hate relationships within the Qian court. The other two leaders listened with great interest. "How foolish. We can't even take down such a dynasty." Finally, a lean and tall barbarian leader named Hulan spat and said unwillingly. Another leader, round and robust, named Qin Ming, shook his head. "They are just taking advantage of their large territory. If we keep fighting like this, we will eventually take their place." "You're right." Tookie harbored a strong ambition to achieve success. "So, are we doing this or not? We must go." Just like that. That night, taking advantage of the darkness, Tookie, as the vanguard, snuck into the edge of Ningming Pass with Hulan. They blended into the night and quickly broke through the defenses of the outer sentry. Leading a column of troops, they swiftly rushed towards the back of Ningming Pass. Report: several passes have been breached, and a team has slipped into the rear of the defense line. Inside Ningming Pass, a messenger hurriedly approached Chao Chuan, looking panicked as he reported the situation. "They've run to the back of the defense line?" Chao Chuan was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood Tookie's intentions. "This guy is giving me a hard time. This place is difficult to traverse except for Ningming Pass. Even with rapid transport, there can only be a few hundred people and several teams at most. Once Chao Chuan turns back, they will undoubtedly die." But Tu Chi is betting that Chao Chuan won't dare to act. And it turns out he's right. As the guard with the fewest men among the three passes, he has experienced continuous battles. Although he tries his best to stretch his forces, casualties are inevitable in war. He currently has less than 5,000 combatants left. The enemy has at least over 20,000 troops stationed outside the pass. As long as Chao Chuan dares to move, the barbarian soldiers will surely seize the opportunity and take Ningming Pass at all costs. "Do you need reinforcements, General?" one of the soldiers quickly asked. But Chao Chuan shook his head. "No need, just wait. Lu Chuang's whereabouts have always been unpredictable. Prince Qin is still waiting for an opportunity in the rear. What Chao Chuan needs to do is hold this pass. That is enough." "Yes." The soldiers nodded quickly, but at that moment, the sound of horns sounded. "Kill!" Bang! 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 The familiar dull thud. Chao Chuan almost instantly realized that it was the enemy's catapults firing. "Support the wooden beams." Wooden beams are used to prevent the walls from collapsing under the attack of the enemy's siege weapons. Yes. Outside Ningming Pass, a group of barbarian warriors wearing animal skins or draped in leaves bravely charged forward. Once close to the walls, they pulled out sharp iron claws wrapped with coarse hemp ropes from their waists. They smashed them into the walls, and one person jumped up to secure the rope. The others used the anchor point fixed by their predecessor to continue climbing. Bit by bit, they kept fixing anchor points higher up. Soon, the walls were covered with iron claws. The relentless barbarian warriors began to climb up using the fixed iron claws, approaching the edge of the walls. When Chao Chuan reached the top of the walls and saw this scene, he immediately commanded his men to counterattack. "Pour the fire oil." Yes. Wooden barrels were swiftly hoisted up from behind the walls using ropes and pulleys. Splash! One barrel after another of thick fire oil flowed slowly down the walls. Many of the fixed iron claws fell off. From dozens of feet high, many climbing barbarian soldiers crashed to the ground, their bodies mangled and lifeless. However, the commander of this battle, Qin Ming, showed no reaction and continued to wave his hand. "Reinforce." Yes, stepping on the corpses of their companions. Countless barbarian warriors surged upward like ants. Using their comrades' bodies as footholds, they kept climbing higher. Chao Chuan took out a fire starter, and, the moment it touched the walls, a burst of flames erupted. In the blink of an eye, the entire wall was engulfed in flames. The people hanging on the wall fell off, but they still stubbornly continued to climb. "Chao Chuan, come out." Seeing the walls scorched and blackened, Qin Ming suddenly waved his hand, signaling a group of warriors carrying giant stones to move forward. Behind them, There was another group quickly assembling wooden components. In an instant, several catapults appeared on the battlefield. This was the unique wisdom of the southern barbarians. Since it was difficult to transport large siege equipment through the forest, they specifically dismantled it. When needed, they would assemble it on site. Taking advantage of the scorched walls' decreased sturdiness, Ming used this backup plan. Bang, bang, bang. The giant stones fell. Chao Chuan frowned, but did not leave the walls. From behind the walls came the creaking sound of the wooden supports. Each attack from the giant stones felt like a torment. Pour the golden juice. Watching the casualties below, Chao Chuan calmly continued to command. The golden juice is the foul substance they collected from the latrines. In this era of poor medical care, it is very useful. Once it gets on a wound, it can easily cause infection and rot. When the injured southern barbarians return, many will easily lose their lives. Using golden juice as a weapon also has the advantage of being cheap and surprisingly effective in defensive battles. Seeing the 2 rounds of attacks entangled, and knowing the enemy wanted to play tricks, Ming immediately shouted to his men, "Retreat." He was not in a hurry, although nearly 30,000 soldiers were involved. A few thousand had been sent to disrupt Chao Chuan, but the southern barbarian army still had a considerable number of troops. They constantly applied pressure on Chao Chuan from both sides. This guy would soon be overwhelmed. Each time, they could wear down a portion of the soldiers at Ningming Pass. If the other passes did not come to support, it was a sure thing that the southern barbarians would take Ningming Pass and enter Lingnan. Crack! Chao Chuan took out the telescope that Qin Ming had given him, standing on the walls to observe the southern barbarian army closely. Even in the dark of night, he clearly locked on Ming's position. This guy was hiding among the crowd, and if it weren't for the telescope, it would have been hard to discern his location. After confirming Ming's position, Chao Chuan shouted into the distance, "Ming, since you've come, why are you leaving so soon? Bring me my bow." This was directed at his soldiers. Soon, Chao Chuan's specially made longbow was brought over. Ming below was hurrying away. After half a month of skirmishes, they were old rivals, so why say such childish things? Hearing Chao Chuan shout, Ming found it ridiculous. Today he was only feigning an attack, aiming to relieve pressure for Tu Qi and the others. Just as he was mumbling to himself while leaving, suddenly, a chilling feeling surged from behind. Chapter 84. The vanguard breaks the enemy, capturing Tu Qi alive. Whoosh! A black arrow, even with a black arrowhead, shot through the night with a piercing sound. Falling in a parabolic arc, Ming hurriedly dodged. Bang! The arrow pierced through Ming's shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. Blood gushed out. What happened? The guards surrounding Ming were stunned. In such dark conditions, and at such a distance, it was one thing to hit during the day. But how could it be so fierce at night? Leave? Ming was equally puzzled, but at this moment, he had no time to think about it. He had to lead them quickly away. Phew! On the crumbling walls, Chao Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. Looking down at the now precarious walls that had completed their mission, Chao Chuan ordered, "Take people out to reinforce the walls and prepare the crossbowmen. We can't let them get close to the walls again next time." Yes, Chao Chuan had already pushed the walls to their limits. Next, they would have to rely on long-range defensive measures. Looking at the 300-strong crossbows sent by Qin Ming, he felt slightly reassured. Having his own workshop was great. They could gather efficiency and provide equipment in such a short time. He just didn't know how much money the prince had spent this time. Meanwhile, Tu Qi had already entered behind Nanming Pass. He was completely unfamiliar with this area. After all, there had not been many examples of attacks deep into the enemy territory. Fortunately, he had a good sense of direction. Although he had not lost his way along the way, he soon noticed something was off. There seemed to be a shiny object in the distance, but upon closer inspection, he found nothing. The prince guessed correctly. Lu Chuang sat on a hill, quietly watching the troops below. The shiny object he had seen earlier was his telescope. They were all ambushed and would directly attack when the enemy came over. He waved his hand behind him. Having observed everything with the telescope, the soldiers lying in ambush all returned Lu Chuang's gesture. They were indeed lucky. Originally, Lu Chuang had a try-it-out mindset and set up telescopes at each pass for observation. Unexpectedly, just a few days after arranging the personnel, soldiers came to report that they had seen enemy troops entering. Excited, Lu Chuang took people to circle around in advance and position themselves in front. By the way, where's that thing His Highness gave? Lu Chuang suddenly remembered something and asked a soldier in the distance carrying a small wooden box. It's here. Then you stay here. And when the fight starts, signal His Highness for support based on their escape direction. Lu Chuang wasn't very trusting of this fire signal, but Qin Ming had sent the items early and provided him with a string of coded messages. Different colored flares could represent different meanings. For example, 3 golden flares meant urgent support. 2 blue flares indicated ongoing combat. Red, orange, yellow, and green represented the 4 cardinal directions. Used in combination, they indicated urgent support needed in a certain direction. For instance, red and gold meant support was coming from the east. To prevent their code from being deciphered by the enemy, Qin Ming changed the meanings of each color every half-month. This was originally a good means of communication. However, Qin Ming overestimated Lu Chuang. He was completely clueless, and upon seeing the series of corresponding meanings for the flares, he felt overwhelmed. In the end, he had to find a few clever soldiers to help learn and send the information. Here they come. Just as Lu Chuang's heart was pounding, reminiscing about the long-lost feeling of battle, his subordinate's voice came. Lu Chuang, wielding his broadsword, burst out laughing and jumped out from the bushes. Brothers, kill! Kill! Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades piercing flesh and blood echoed. The soldiers at the front of the Tuchi squadron fell in droves. Lu Chuang led the vanguard, and the soldiers inside were all fierce. In no time, they charged into the enemy formation, cutting down everything in their path. Lu Chuang took the lead and blocked Tuchi. Who are you? Tuchi had a look of disbelief, but it was too late. Several bodyguards immediately shielded him, saying, "You hurry and leave. We'll hold them off." Tuchi didn't hesitate at all and immediately withdrew. "You think you can escape?" Lu Chuang shouted angrily, swinging his broadsword and throwing it more than 10 meters away. Blood sprayed in the night. Crack! Tuchi's horse's hind leg was severed by the blade, crashing to the ground. Tuchi was thrown off and rolled a few times before stopping. Crazy. This was the first time Tuchi had seen someone on the battlefield dare to throw away their weapon. Kill him. Without hesitation, Tuchi quickly ordered his bodyguards and the southern warriors to take down Lu Chuang. Are you bragging? Lu Chuang laughed heartily, dodging a thrust from a spear. He then clamped the spear under his arm and suddenly lifted it. A bodyguard who had just tried to sneak attack him was instantly lifted 3 feet off the ground. Still not letting go, Lu Chuang licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly smashed the person down. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, sending chills down everyone's spine. The spear was thus seized by him, and he continued to laugh wildly as he charged into the most crowded battlefield, killing fiercely. Go, hurry up! Tuchi saw how terrifying the enemy's commander was and how bloodthirsty his soldiers were. He dared not linger and hurriedly prepared to escape to the rear. But at that moment, there was a sudden crackle. The sky became bright, and several brilliant flares hung in the night sky. Tuchi's face was full of astonishment. Lu Chuang pushed away several enemies surrounding him and glanced up at the sky. He muttered, "Your Highness, what is the use of playing with things that women like?" Soon, Tuchi's forces were in disarray and began to flee. But at that moment, a group of people suddenly came running from a distance, chasing after the fleeing Tuchi and bringing him down to the ground. No way His Highness arrived so quickly. Lu Chuang was somewhat puzzled. But when he saw who was coming, he was stunned. "Lao Wu, how did you come from the front?" The newcomer was Wu Qingye. He had rushed over from the Ningming Pass. This surprised Lu Chuang. "I figured they wouldn't be able to hold out against you, and after learning some news today, I brought 200 light cavalry to guard outside the pass." Wu Qingye grinned and spoke proudly. He was very tactical and quickly adapted to the flares and this combat style given by Qin Ming. You guessed all this? What is so special? As long as you think about it, you'll know they can't beat you. At that time, I only need this few people to catch them. Although Wu Qingye was modest in words, his expression was still quite showy. Looking at the captured Tuchi, Wu Qingye suddenly said, "By the way, did you encounter any of their other squads? They are in His Highness's area, right?" As he said this, Lu Chuang and Wu Qingye exchanged a glance and were momentarily stunned. They had encountered each other and had the advantage in numbers. But the enemy had thousands of troops. Doesn't that mean His Highness's side would have to fight with fewer against more? Just as the two were pondering, 3 golden flares suddenly burst forth in the night sky. This was urgent support. Chapter 85. 2 armies clash. One touch, and they collapse. Wu Qingye's reminder made Lu Chuang shudder all over. I'll go for support. Your numbers are small. So first take Tu Qi and slowly move over here. Qin Ming's army didn't have many war horses. Previously, almost all the war horses in the Wu Wei camp had been given to Lu Chuang, who was wandering outside. Now these war horses were just in time to be used. Despite just going through a fierce battle, Lu Chuang didn't care about exhaustion and led his men to rush towards a small hill in the rear. There were remaining war horses below. Originally, to hide, they had left some people to look after the replacement horses here. Go towards the direction of the flares for support. Yes, the crowd quickly mounted the horses and raced towards the distance. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had already made contact with Hulan. To be safe, Hulan had more soldiers than Tu Qi and had penetrated deeper than Tu Qi. He surrounded Qin Ming's 1,000-strong force with over 2,000 troops. General, it seems this person is the king of Qin. Soon, someone from the southern barbarian forces recognized Qin Ming's identity. Hulan's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Qin Ming. It seems Tu Qi was right. This king of Qin is not favored in the court at all. Even the number of troops he led in a battle is so meager. Thinking of this, he felt reassured. A tremendous achievement is coming. Everyone, charge with me to capture the king of Qin alive. With a clatter, a large group of soldiers on horseback began to charge. Chang Baishan protected Qin Ming in front and whispered, "Your Highness, step back." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the soldiers to meet the enemy. The south is mountainous and not suitable for raising war horses, compared to the northern war horses that Qin Ming bought from the market. The southern barbarian horses were mostly small and agile. Their attacking methods were also bizarre and varied. As they got closer, dozens of gleaming blades were about to slice off Chang Baishan and the other's horse hooves. But Chang Baishan waved his hand. The people behind spurred their horses, leaping into the air. From above, the hooves stomped down hard on the enemy. In an instant, the sound of bones shattering was incessant. In the rear, the hundreds of death row inmates that Qin Ming had specially recruited were showing signs of breaking apart. This scene made Qin Ming frown slightly. The death row inmates were originally brought to the battlefield to fight to the death with the enemy. However, he forgot that these people had no moral bottom line and would not abide by agreements. Taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield, they attempted to escape. Fortunately, Qin Ming reacted quickly. After pulling the ring of the firework, he shouted towards Chang Baishan, "Everyone hold on. 2 teams of support are on the way." This sentence was not just for Chang Baishan, but also for Hulan and the death row inmates present. Indeed, as soon as the death row inmates heard Qin Ming's words, many of them reacted immediately. It turned out that Qin Ming's earlier action was a signal to summon reinforcements. Once someone came to support, it would be very difficult for the death row inmates to escape. The sound of clanging metal echoed as the death row inmates quickly drew their knives, turned around, and began to fight back. They remembered Qin Ming's earlier promise. Since they were going to die regardless, they might as well fight for it. If they could get into the military camp, they wouldn't have to worry about death anymore. As Hulan's troops clashed with Chang Baishan's, they saw a group of soldiers without even war horses charging into the battlefield with long knives. Facing their short-legged horses, these soldiers were not afraid. Their tactics were varied. Some crawled low among the crowd, occasionally launching surprise attacks. Others grouped together, attacking in clusters. There were even some who threw dirt to blind the enemy's eyes before swiftly slicing their throats. Even more outrageous were those who specifically aimed kicks at the enemy's groins. As long as they landed a hit, it was an opportunity for a lethal strike. Such dirty tactics, they were truly scum. This was Hulan's first encounter with such an army. Although their fighting style was incredibly dirty, even unseen on the battlefield, he had to admit it was effective. After taking down the enemy soldiers, these peculiar fighters did not continue charging. Instead, they eagerly cut off their opponent's ears. This was their way of counting military achievements. The more ears they collected, the more people they had killed. It was simply a gathering of thugs. Hulan's tribe had always been united against external threats, and their assembled army was well-trained. They had never seen such a force. In the distance, Qin Ming slowly nodded. In fact, Hulan did not know that real armies were even more ruthless and dark than he imagined. Furious, he charged into Qin Ming's troops, intending to capture him alive. Just then, Chang Baishan galloped in on a fast horse. "Dare to touch my lord. How many heads do you have?" A long spear came crashing down. Hulan gripped his long knife tightly, blocking the strike. Buzz! The tremendous force shattered Hulan's palm, blood gushing out. Swipe! Before Hulan could react, Chang Baishan's spear returned and pierced his lower abdomen. Who are you? Hulan spat out a mouthful of blood. He had fought alongside the border generals for so long and had never encountered someone so fierce. Chang Baishan laughed heartily. Remember this. I am a former crown prince's guard captain, Chang Baishan. It must be said that this group that snuck into Lingnan really missed the right timing. Lu Chuang was the fiercest general of the Wu Wei camp, and his ferocity was not only in character, but also in strength. When he appeared, he cut down Tuki like chopping watermelons. As for Chang Baishan, being Qin Ming's top guard meant his martial arts were unmatched, although they were few in number. Each of Qin Ming's generals was a top-tier warrior. As for why there weren't many strong generals among the southern barbarians, it was mainly because they were already few in number. Even when gathering the entire tribe's strength, they could only muster over 30,000 troops. The strength of their generals was naturally predictable. Of course, if it were a usual situation, they could still exchange blows with the border army. But not now. Retreat. Panicked. Hulan swung his knife and pushed back Chang Baishan. In the next moment, he turned his horse around, preparing to escape. Just because he was weaker didn't mean his vision wasn't sharp. Today, he had kicked a hard iron plate. After only half a move, the pressure from the opponent was enormous. His first thought was that he had to run, but just as he turned, he felt a sharp pain and a blood hole appeared in his shoulder. Puff, puff, puff. Chang Baishan was like a machine gun, riding close to Hulan and stabbing him repeatedly. Fast, so fast. Hulan had never seen such rapid spear work. In just a few breaths, aside from a few vital parts he managed to protect, over a dozen blood holes had appeared on his body. In a state of panic, Hulan fell directly from his horse. Fortunately, at that moment, he finally returned to his troops. Countless southern barbarian soldiers rushed up to surround Chang Baishan. General! General! Seeing a few of his personal guards approaching, Hulan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before losing consciousness, he used all his strength to say, "Run, run." Chapter 86. The Surprise Attack Plan, the Critical 6 Days. As Hulan lost consciousness, the chaotic sound of hooves echoed, kicking up endless dust in the night. The southern barbarian army fled in a frenzy, quickly collapsing. Chang Baishan wanted to pursue, but at that moment, he saw the distant flames. "Your Highness, Lu Chuang is here." Qin Ming stood among the crowd, took out a telescope, and after confirming it was Lu Chuang, slowly nodded. No need to continue the pursuit. Let's meet up with Lu Chuang and see what's going on over there. When Qin Ming set off the firework, he noticed that Lu Chuang had also sent a signal for support. "Old Lu, didn't you say 3,000 men? Even if the King of Heaven came, we wouldn't need support?" As soon as he saw Lu Chuang approaching, Qin Ming teased him. Lu Chuang was momentarily stunned. "Your Highness, what did I say I needed support?" Quickly, he realized, grabbing the collar of the soldier beside him. "What the hell? What kind of support signal did you send? Are you trying to embarrass me?" The soldier being grabbed quickly explained, No, General, the signal I sent was that I discovered the enemy army and was engaged in combat, indicating that we could provide support. Can provide support is different from requesting support." After Qin Ming combined the fireworks, they could emit several levels of distress signals. The signal Lu Chuang sent earlier was indeed the lowest level, which was neither urgent nor serious. After hearing his subordinate's explanation, Lu Chuang finally released his grip. Then, with a proud look, he approached Qin Ming. "Your Highness, guess who we captured?" "Tuki." Without thinking, Qin Ming blurted out the name of the opponent. Because Chao Chuan was currently stationed at the border, Qin Ming had learned a lot about the enemy's intelligence. That's boring. Lu Chuang clicked his tongue, full of exasperation. Chang Baishan spoke up. "Now that some soldiers have scattered, we need to deal with them quickly, or it will affect the rear Wu Wei camp." Lu Chuang nodded. "All right, let's hurry and support old Chao. I don't know if he's still alive. Qin Ming gave him a glance. You crow-esque mouth. What if he really died? Then it's fine. I have his original hometown. At worst, I'll help him take care of his parents. While speaking, Lu Chuang pulled out a piece of parchment from the gap in his chest armor. It recorded the hometowns of several friends. This was something they had agreed upon beforehand. If anyone died, the rest would take care of the others' families. Looking at the old parchment, Qin Ming fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. After this battle, let me copy a copy. Good. Let's go support Chao Chuan. Qin Ming waved his hand, preparing to lead the soldiers towards Ningming Pass. Lu Chuang and Chang Baishan were somewhat puzzled. Aren't we supposed to clear out those remnants first? If we let them go, they might affect our workshop's production. Qin Ming shook his head. Xiao Yu is in the camp. Chang Baishan and Lu Chuang stiffened. Then they understood Qin Ming's arrangement. It turned out that Qin Ming had already anticipated the possibility that Lu Chuang would not be able to clean up the enemy troops and would get entangled. Therefore, in this highly risky war, he had made several preparations. It really is His Highness. Chang Baishan gave a thumbs up and turned to signal the soldiers to prepare to leave. Lu Chuang had always regarded Guan Yue as a child. So when he heard that Qin Ming was going to assign the task of defending the remaining soldiers to her, he immediately expressed disbelief. Your Highness, how can we do this? Although Xiao Yu has strength, but I believe in her. Lu Chuang thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason. So he sighed and turned to lead the troops out. 2 days later, Qin Ming appeared with them inside Ningming Pass. Looking at the already cracked city wall, Qin Ming frowned and asked, how many people do they still have? Gao Juan, who had come down from the city wall, replied, at least around 20,000. I haven't gone out of the city, so we haven't worn them down much. Ming was also a very stable general. Their army had not suffered too many losses up to now, especially in the last few days. After Chao Chuan started using powerful crossbows, Ming began to bombard Chao Chuan's city walls with catapults, trying to achieve a steady stream of harassment. Because he knew that sooner or later, this city wall would not hold out. Let's reinforce it. Reinforce? That would take a long time. And we don't have that time now. Chao Chuan shook his head, immediately rejecting Qin Ming's suggestion. Reinforcing the city wall was a major project that required a lot of materials. No worries. We could just wait for the workshop to send the materials over. Qin Ming used a type of cement they had never seen before. Cement could be made from lime, sand, and iron filings. Qin Ming calculated the time. Complete hardening of the cement would take 3 weeks. However, hardening more than half of it would only take about 3 days. As long as they used the cement to reinforce the city wall, they could make it solid once again. After informing a few people about the cement plan, everyone, including Chao Chuan, was extremely surprised. How long will it take? Qin Ming looked around the city wall and said about 5 days of delay, 2 days for pouring the wall, 3 days for drying. Then that's 6 days. Lu Chuang rubbed his hands, preparing to go out to face the battle himself. As long as they could hold out for 6 days, it would give Qin Ming the space and time to reinforce the city wall. After the cement dried, at least for the current stage, Ming would not be able to break through. Even if they had catapults, it wouldn't help. Who is going? Qin Ming scanned the group. I'll go. Just as Lu Chuang was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Everyone turned to see Wu Qingye, who had been squatting at the back. You guys have all achieved merit, while I'm just here following Lord Fong to do business. My hands are itching. But your soldiers aren't suitable for this battle. Let me go. Lu Chuang quickly stopped him. Wu Qingye's army was originally built for surprise attacks on the battlefield. Very agile and mobile. He was also an adept at ambush tactics. However, the current situation was different. If Ming saw Qin Ming reinforcing the city wall, he would surely launch a large-scale attack without giving them a chance. At that time, Lu Chuang would have to lead people out to confront them head-on, and casualties would inevitably be very high. But at this moment, Wu Qingye waved his hand. I've already thought of how to deal with them. I'll show you tonight. Don't talk about 5 or 6 days. Even 10 days would be a piece of cake. While speaking, he picked up a twig and drew a few lines on the ground. Qin Ming and Chao Chuan both recognized that this was the terrain outside Ningming Pass. What are you planning? Qin Ming suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Wu Qingye replied casually, Your Highness, I'm going into the mountains. Directly striking at the heart like Tuki and the others. I haven't been idle these days. I've already figured out the way into the mountains. Chapter 87. The caravan and the bandit army. I'll go with you. Lu Chuang became interested upon hearing this delay plan. If this trip succeeded, they would no longer have to worry about the subsequent pursuit. Wu Qingye glanced at him with disdain and said, "Old Lu, you shouldn't go. Your soldiers aren't suited for ambush warfare." He was right. The complex terrain in the mountains favored strong, fast-moving soldiers. Lu Chuang's vanguard was strong, but its sustained combat ability could not compare to Wu Qingye's. After pondering, Qin Ming said, "Let's use both methods together. You go for the ambush, while Lu Chuang attacks from Ningming Pass." Deal. Everyone, including Chao Chuan, nodded in agreement. After discussing the follow-up battle plan, during lunch, Qin Ming pulled Wu Qingye aside. This time, look for the mines of the southern barbarians and something called rubber. What is rubber? As expected, Wu Qingye did not know what rubber was. Qin Ming handed him a piece of paper and explained, "It's on here." "All right." Wu Qingye nodded. Although he still didn't know about the trade between the prince and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, he guessed that Qin Ming's goals might extend beyond just the success or failure of this war. As dusk fell over the wilderness outside Wuwei camp, Guan Yue, with a tense expression, led a convoy filled with supplies forward. Accompanying her were several soldiers in regular clothing, wearing armor underneath to avoid attracting attention and disguise themselves as a merchant convoy. Recently, due to the fighting at the border, she had been collaborating with Wan Shu to provide supplies for the front lines. However, staying at the rear for too long made her feel bored. Taking advantage of this opportunity to deliver supplies and soldiers, Guan Yue brought over 700 heavily armored soldiers equipped with war horses, along with the materials needed for Qin Ming to make cement, heading to Ningming Pass. Since she was rushing to the front to provide support, Guan Yue moved quickly and did not dare to delay. However, during the journey, her soldiers soon noticed something was off. "Miss Guan Yue, there are a group of bandit-like guys watching us." It was normal for bandits to appear during times of war. Guan Yue glanced at the bandits peeking out from the distant hills but did not react much. Although they looked like a merchant convoy, if they truly treated themselves as an ordinary merchant convoy, they would surely suffer a great loss. Behind the distant hills, on a gentle slope, the heavily injured Hulan was lying on the grass, listening to his subordinate's report. "General, there's a merchant convoy over there. We can raid them for supplies and leave this damn place early." A few days ago, they had suffered a heavy loss at Chang Baishan's hands, and Hulan had been unconscious for several days before finally waking up. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he faced an even more difficult situation. Due to the rapid march and surprise attacks, they had only brought 5 days' worth of food with them, which had long since run out, and his soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. There was also a group of scattered soldiers that had not yet been found. Hulan was now at his wit's end. With no other options, he had to resort to banditry, robbing 2 small merchant convoys for some food. However, with over 1,000 soldiers left, the food would only last for 2 meals. Just when Hulan was in despair, thinking he could no longer escape, Guan Yue's merchant convoy arrived. "Prepare the troops. We're ready to act." Without hesitation, Hulan licked his cracked lips, forcing himself to stand up. "If we pull this big score, we can break through the pass and return to the main camp." "Yes." His few personal guards quickly began to organize the soldiers. Soon, they charged down the hillside on a group of short horses, raising clouds of dust. This kind of momentum no longer concealed their whereabouts at all. "Miss Guan Yue, they're coming." A few soldiers at the front immediately turned back and shouted to Guan Yue. Guan Yue frowned slightly and looked down at the goods on the cart beside her. These were several large wooden boxes covered with straw, and as the cart moved slowly, a metallic clanking sound could be heard from inside. After roughly estimating the number of opponents and confirming that there were only around 1,000, Guan Yu showed no signs of panic and raised her chin towards the box beside her. She had originally intended to interact with you as a traveling merchant, but she didn't expect that you would dare to come and seek death. "Prepare the repeating crossbow." "Yes." Dozens of soldiers quickly dismounted from their war horses, picked up the hammers prepared nearby, and smashed the wooden box with a couple of loud bangs. The box quickly shattered, revealing the crossbow bolts and the repeating crossbow recently made by Qin Ming. Usually, a common crossbow fires 1 bolt at a time, but Qin Ming's repeating crossbow was different. It contained a recoil mechanism that automatically reloaded the next bolt after firing one. This would provide excellent lethality on the battlefield, especially since it could fire over 30 bolts in a short amount of time. Of course, there was a small issue. This device was a bit heavy, as it was loaded with several thick bolts. Without special training, it was hard to handle well. Even Guan Yu had only trained a few dozen people so far. What are they doing? Hulan looked at the approaching merchant convoy with confusion. He still hadn't figured out what the other party was up to. They were just a group of merchants, yet they didn't flee upon seeing him. Instead, they were fiddling with their goods. At this moment, one of his personal guards suggested a possibility. "General, I understand now. They are probably counting their goods, trying to use the toll to buy their lives." Upon hearing this, Hulan sneered coldly and disdainfully said, "Then they have miscalculated. We are not bandits. Once they fall into our hands, no amount of money can buy their lives." To prevent his whereabouts from being leaked, Hulan had previously killed everyone after robbing those small merchant convoys. Although the merchant convoy in front of him had a larger number of people, Hulan was not worried. The strength of some merchant guards was worlds apart from his specially trained army. With a cold smile on his lips, Hulan charged up the slope. "Boys, kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of metal clashing echoed. Before Hulan could react, the soldiers at the front who stepped into the range of the repeating crossbow were shot into a sieve. What is going on? Hulan was hit by 2 bolts. As the bolts pierced his skin with tremendous force, he keenly sensed that these were not ordinary arrows. Arrows weren't this thick, with old wounds unhealed. He now had new injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground weakly. Guan Yu looked down at the bandits being slaughtered with confusion. Up until now, she still thought they were just a group of ordinary highway robbers. To hide their identities, Hulan, like Guan Yu, had arranged for his men to wear the ordinary clothing of the commoners of Qian, hiding their armor beneath. They really did look a bit like ordinary bandits. Chapter 88. The Great Battle Begins. Countdown to the city wall. How strange. I've already armed myself, and you still come. Speaking of which, the repeating crossbow he made is quite impressive. Thinking of that tall figure she longed for day and night, Guan Yu's heart warmed. However, her hands did not stop moving. She directed the idle soldiers beside her to spread out to the flanks. After Hulan's death, the remaining defeated soldiers instantly scattered, now preparing to flee. But after running a few steps, they suddenly realized the merchant convoy behind them was actually running faster than they were. The war horses of these people were specially selected by Wan Shu after Qin Ming left, since there was no need to rush to find war horses for the main force. Wan Shu called Guan Yu to choose them very carefully. All the horses they found were top-quality mounts. Screams and pleas for mercy began to spread across the battlefield. But soon, this small hillock fell silent. "Find someone to tell Song Dingsheng to come and clean up. We're leaving." Guan Yu did not know Hulan's identity. And even if she did, she wouldn't waste time on someone who was already dead. After giving a brief instruction, she led her people to continue on their way, as if this was just a minor interruption in their delivery. After the crowd had moved far away, Hulan, lying on the ground with wide-open eyes, gradually fell silent. His face was filled with unwillingness and confusion. As one of the commanders of the southern barbarians, he probably never imagined that he would die so namelessly in the end. 2 days later, Guan Yu arrived at Ningming Pass with her goods. The southern barbarian army still had their forces pressing down, but due to 2 wrong decisions and ambushes, 2 of their important high-ranking officers had either been captured or died without a sound. None of this was known to Qin Ming. He continued to attack daily. But in recent days, he had noticed that the pressure he was under was increasing. Why haven't they returned yet? Standing on the ramparts, Qin Ming looked at the dilapidated walls of Ningming Pass in the distance, speculating about what was happening behind the walls. Could they have already disrupted the Qin King's formation? Then why are they still stationed here with heavy troops? No, the Qin King must be at the end of his strength, unable to attend to both front and back. Qin Ming thought optimistically, already anticipating that Tu Chi and Hulan would return triumphantly, stirring up chaos in Qin Ming's rear. Inside Ningming Pass, the war had lasted for a month, and everyone's faces were marked with exhaustion. However, this weariness transformed into surprise when they saw the supplies arriving. Many had heard that once the new supplies arrived, the war would soon come to an end. This is the IOU one Shu gave me. Just put your handprint here. Inside a simple, thatched cottage, Guan Yu sat in front of Qin Ming and took out a piece of paper from her bosom. It was filled with neat little characters, all recording the funds advanced by the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. After a month of fighting, Qin Ming and his group had indeed made significant contributions. However, the money spent was also considerable. Besides depleting their previous savings, they still owed the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce 170,000 taels of silver. Looking at the new supplies arriving, Qin Ming, who had just felt a bit better, suddenly felt a headache. Let us put on hold for now and see if she accepts a meat compensation. Pervert. Guan Yu pinched Qin Ming. However, she underestimated his thick skin. After being pinched, Qin Ming shamelessly hugged her and teased her for a while before suddenly saying, "When you go back, ask Guan Shu if he can provide another batch of supplies. Let us put the bill on hold for now. I feel embarrassed to ask again." Guan Yu firmly refused, but after Qin Ming sweet-talked her for a while, she blushed and hurried back. "Your Highness, how is it?" After sending off Guan Yu, Chao Chuan and Lu Chuang quickly approached. Chang Baishan followed behind, grinning. "Your Highness is out. You'll definitely be able to bring something back." "I see that one Shu." Just as he was gossiping about Qin Ming's romantic news with everyone, he felt Qin Ming's gaze glaring at him and immediately stopped. "This soft rice is for you all. Don't speak carelessly down there." "All right, understood." Chang Baishan nodded immediately, grinning as he stood aside. At this moment, Chao Chuan spoke. "Your Highness, the cement materials have been gathered and production has begun. We can reinforce the city walls tonight. Shall we? Then let's act tonight, to prevent any long-lasting dreams." Qin Ming had also put in a lot of thought for this trip. Wu Qingye had changed into the latest batch of top-quality horses sent by Guan Yu. While traveling through the forest, the effectiveness of war horses might be limited. However, since Wu Qingye bore the most important task, Qin Ming naturally would not treat him poorly. Everything was given to him at its best. All the repeating crossbows were given to Wu Qingye. After the city wall was completed, they would need these devices to defend against the enemy's assault. Yes. Soon, Wu Qingye led a team of hundreds to launch a surprise attack. That night, the gates of the southern Ming Pass, which had never been opened before, suddenly swung open. Following that, soldiers began to surge out like a tide. "General, the army from Great Qian is coming." The groggy Beimang got out of bed, his face filled with disbelief as he processed the news. How could this be possible? "Lead the troops to attack with me." He didn't think too much about it and didn't realize this was a feint. He directly took his army and began charging out of the camp. Soon, the southern barbarians' army officially collided with the Wu camp. Lu Chuang and Chao Chuan fought fiercely on the battlefield, blood splattering everywhere. Both sides without regard for casualties. Beimang, with his shoulder bandaged, looked at the increasing losses and felt somewhat hesitant. Meanwhile, Qin Ming was also standing on the city wall, watching everything below. Although training soldiers for 1,000 days is for one moment of battle, their losses this time were indeed too great. Watching those soldiers he was familiar with, some even able to be named, die one by one on the battlefield, Qin Ming remained silent the entire night. This was his first time participating in a formal war since arriving in this world. The entire battlefield felt like a giant meat grinder, crushing everything, making lives feel as insignificant as grass. It was a bloody scene he had never seen before. "Your Highness," Chang Baishan noticed Qin Ming's anxiety and sadness. Stepping forward to stand with him on the city wall, trying to find a topic to distract him. "We have already started repairing the city wall. The first batch of cement has been put to use, and everyone is progressing quickly. At this rate, it may not even take 6 days. In 6 days, you should record the list of the dead and injured soldiers." "Record the list?" "Your Highness, there will be a dedicated person in charge of this army." "What do you need this list for?" Seeing Qin Ming's gloomy expression, Chang Baishan suddenly felt a bit flustered. He sensed that something significant was about to happen. "Sure enough," Qin Ming slowly said, enunciating each word. "I want to help them collect debts." Chapter 89. Frontline suppression. Unexpected visitor. The damage to the army was actually unnecessary. If the 3 guards could provide support, if the court were not scheming against each other and digging pits in front of the battle, Qin Ming actually wouldn't need to fight so defensively. Yet they still did. Naturally, Qin Ming was unwilling. The cost of war shouldn't be borne by Wu camp. And what about the ones pretending to be dead? Highness and Lingnan. After nearly 2 days of fighting at Ningming Pass, neither Qin Ming nor Wuwei camp gained any advantage. That noon, a subordinate rushed into Hui Ming's camp in a panic. "General, a surprise attack team has circled around us from behind." "What? How many of them are there?" Hui Ming's heart trembled. He had been entangled with Qin Ming for the past few days, and had even forgotten that there were still troops guarding the other 2 passes against him. "Only a few hundred. Oh, that's not too bad." Hui Ming rubbed his aching temples. Stepping out of the camp, he stood on the hilltop, gazing down at the city wall. Ever since Ningming Pass was coated with that gray paint, covering a large section of the wall, Hui Ming's heart had been restless. He didn't know what that stuff was, but his intuition told him it was definitely not good. If they completely covered the entire wall, he might not get another chance. He had been launching frenzied attacks these past few days. Unfortunately, that guy Lu Chuang was even crazier than he was. Every time he attacked, it felt like they were chasing him down. Plus, Cao Chuan's army was consistently stationed in front of the wall, not allowing anyone to get close. This put him under significant pressure. Originally, Hui Ming wanted to use catapults to smash the enemy's wall, but that mad dog Lu Chuang could always rush into his camp to obstruct him. First, arrange a 2-0-0-0 man team to suppress those flanking bastards. Hui Ming's eyelids twitched. This time it was his right eyelid. There's a saying among the people: left eyelid twitches for wealth, right eyelid twitches for disaster. His right eyelid had been twitching like this for the past 2 days. It should just be lack of rest, right? Hui Ming himself was starting to doubt his own words. How the scouts contacted Tuchi and returned? His subordinate hesitated, stammering, reporting to the general. The scouts said they found no trace of the 2 generals. Found none, or did they not look hard enough? Hui Ming punched a nearby tree with a bang. Leaves fell rustling, and he glared at his subordinate. No one found anything. Although this news sounded strange, the facts were indeed as such. They had no intention of hiding anything. People just vanished without a trace. In fact, there's a possibility they have been suppressed by Qin Ming. But Hui Ming never believed that, nor would he allow himself to believe it. Inside a mud house at Ningming Pass, Qin Ming squatted there, holding a bowl. Inside was some plain boiled, mixed grain noodles, with a few strands of vegetables floating on the grayish-white broth. This was their meal in the camp. For many high-ranking officials accustomed to luxury, it would surely be hard to swallow. However, on the battlefield, being able to eat this was already considered delicacy. After all, it was much better than the dry rations eaten while marching. "Your Highness, in a few days we should be able to completely secure this pass," Lu Chuang said while eating, pulling out their marching rations. It was a large cake, very dry, incredibly hard when dehydrated, and very filling. During the march, many people would place it in their clothes on their chest and back. If a knife or a spear came at them, it could even provide some defense. "I need to go back for a while in the next few days." Qin Ming stood up and spoke to Cao Chuan and Lu Chuang. "Going back now? If we win, we want to celebrate with you." Cao Chuan felt strange. Qin Ming had managed the affairs of Ningming Pass very thoroughly. Logically, he shouldn't have any business here anymore. But now he was leaving in a hurry, which made people feel something was off. He keenly sensed that Qin Ming seemed to have other things he hadn't yet told them. But what exactly it was, he didn't know and couldn't guess the prince's thoughts. Just holding the position, what does that count as a victory? Qin Ming shook his head lightly, his gaze drifting far away. Chang Baishan behind him immediately stood up, leading the others to leave with him. "Your Highness, what have you been so secretive about these past few days?" Taking advantage of Qin Ming's departure, Lu Chuang sat beside Cao Chuan with his bowl, curiously asking. Cao Chuan shook his head. "Forget it. If it's something we shouldn't know, then don't inquire. The prince's perspective is different from ours. We only see the battlefield, but he must control the entire Lingnan region. If we can't guess it, then we can't." Lu Chuang pouted and grumbled, continuing to soak his dry cake in the noodle soup to eat. In the evening, Qin Ming rode a swift horse, accompanied by Chang Baishan and over 100 guards. Leaving the city gates, they began counting numbers and determining the route. "Your Highness, where are we going first?" Chang Baishan yawned and turned to look at the surrounding official roads. "Jingdong Pass." Qin Ming slowly uttered 3 words. The group quickly headed off into the distance. 3 days later, inside the quiet Jingdong Pass, Yang Lian was sitting at his desk, bored, casually flipping through the battle reports sent from the border. As he read, his expression grew darker. This won't do. I need to think of a way to eliminate them. This group of southern barbarians is truly incompetent. I should have never placed my hopes on them. The intelligence in his hands was naturally about Qin Ming. Currently, among the 3 passes, only Qin Ming's side was still engaged in battle. As for the passes guarded by Yang Lian and Xiao Tians, due to their numerical advantage, sufficient weaponry, and supplies, they hadn't even been disturbed. Plus, with the information spread by Xiao Tians, many people are aware of the conflict between Qin Ming and the court, and they know that no one will come to their aid. This only makes them more relaxed. Yang Lian had previously written to Xiao Tiansu, hoping to take advantage of Qin Ming and his men resisting until the end, wearing out all the soldiers of the Wu Wei camp, and then lead his troops to strike, eliminating all the southern barbarians. Not only would this cause great losses to Qin Ming, but it would also allow him to take all the credit. This is why he has been paying close attention to the situation on Qin Ming's side. Just as he was pondering when to take action, today a situation seemed a bit off. A soldier hurriedly approached him. "General Yang, His Highness has arrived." "Oh." Yang Lian stood up in surprise. Then a look of disdain appeared on his face. Could it be that he is here to ask me for reinforcements? Remembering the dismissive attitude he received before when he went to the Wu Wei camp, Yang Lian's face showed a hint of vengeance. Let's go meet him. Chapter 90. Kill you, and the court wouldn't dare to kill me again. Inside Jingdong Pass, rows of soldiers were moving back and forth in the military camp. Although they had not participated in the battle, their condition was still good, ensuring they could immediately join the battlefield once fighting broke out. They were originally soldiers assigned to Qin Ming by the court. After the fief was reduced, military power was transferred to Yang Lian. Upon seeing Qin Ming's figure appear in the camp, many soldiers began to discuss among themselves. They felt somewhat guilty towards Qin Ming. After all, many knew what had happened in the camp. When it was time to go to the battlefield, they hadn't gone to support him. Now, they had no face to meet Qin Ming. Originally, everyone thought they would never see each other again and would just go their separate ways. Yet at this moment, Qin Ming arrived at Jingdong Pass. "Your Highness, our general is currently outside dealing with a small matter. Could you please wait a moment?" The soldier in charge of leading Qin Ming spoke very politely, bringing him to a tent. "Hurry up." Chang Baishan frowned and coldly snorted, not giving the other party any face. Yang Lian's thoughts were completely transparent. The matter was just an excuse. He truly wanted to leave them hanging. This was also his way of showing authority to Qin Ming and the others. "Yes." The soldier quickly bowed and then turned to leave. Qin Ming waited there until evening. As dusk fell, the silhouettes of soldiers who had finished training in the camp were elongated. They had returned from the training ground, humming tunes and holding their bowls, ready to eat. The late-arriving Yang Lian finally showed up. "Your Highness, why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming? I was prepared." Yang Lian stood next to Qin Ming, feigning politeness while already thinking about how to humiliate the two before him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Ming suddenly shook his head. "Since you're not prepared, then there's no need to trouble yourself. Take him down." As soon as Qin Ming's words fell, Chang Baishan suddenly rushed forward. Yang Lian had not reacted yet and instinctively waved his hand to block. The next moment, his vision went dark, and he was knocked flat on the ground. "You." After a moment of confusion, Yang Lian finally recovered from his daze. He glared angrily at Qin Ming, and many surrounding soldiers noticed this scene and all gathered around. "Your Highness, why did you hit our general?" Some of Yang Lian's flunkies rushed forward to stop it. Chang Baishan turned around and glared at them. Their footsteps immediately halted. "Today, this king has come to discuss your crimes." Qin Ming spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Yang Lian raised his head and angrily replied, "What crime do I have?" Qin Ming had long prepared his response. "You neglected to support when the enemy was pressing down on us, instead lingering here and delaying the opportunity. Does that not count?" Yang Lian coldly snorted. "You can't just decide that with your mouth. We can argue about the crimes in the court, but you cannot judge me now." He had Xiao Shufei backing him, and the reduction of fiefs was also the emperor's intention. In terms of emotion and reason, he was not afraid of Qin Ming. This was also why he had been able to irritate Qin Ming for so long. "I can indeed decide. If I had not been prepared today, Do you think I would have come here? Qin Ming continued. Now the southern barbarian army is still more than half strong. First, I will try you in Tian, sue for your crimes and execute you. With no one at the frontier, the court should understand my position, right? Qin Ming's words left everyone stunned. But Yang Lian suddenly froze. You want to kill us and then seize military power to threaten the court with the southern barbarians? I never said that. Qin Ming shook his head lightly. It's just that when in the field, military orders may not be followed. Some matters that should be decided on one's own should not trouble the court. Since someone like you has emerged from the camp, it is only natural for me to clean house. Of course, if the court truly finds this unacceptable and wants to punish me, I will accept it. However, if that is the case, when the southern barbarians attack and break through the 3 passes, the court will have to send someone to clean up the mess. All the surrounding soldiers fell silent. In fact, they also wanted to support Qin Ming, but they had been held back by Tian Su and Yang Lian. Yang Lian Shu Angrili, you madman. How dare you threaten the emperor and the empress? They want to let you off. It seems I have never been let off. Qin Ming said with a smirk, waving his hand towards Chang Baishan. Everyone step aside. Those who delay the opportunity and fear for their lives will be executed according to military law. Do not move. Several officers under Yang Lian had received the news and brought a large group of people here. As they saw them about to escort Yang Lian towards the training ground, everyone immediately drew their swords. Yang Lian was extremely furious, pointing at Qin Ming and shouting, Qin Ming, these are all my men. If you dare to kill today, I guarantee you won't even be able to leave the military camp. Stop. Many soldiers around surged forward, forming a human wall to block Chang Baishan's path. Seeing that he could no longer move forward, Chang Baishan turned helplessly to Qin Ming. Your Highness, should I just kill them? But at that moment, with a buzzing sound, the sound of sword being drawn echoed. Qin Ming quickly rushed towards Yang Lian. Swish! Blood sprayed out. Yang Lian fell to the ground in disbelief, clutching his neck. This, Chang Baishan was momentarily stunned. Everyone around fell silent. All eyes were incredulously fixed on Qin Ming. I can't stand being provoked. Wiping the blood from the blade with a handkerchief, Qin Ming sheathed his sword again. All right, who is stopping me from leaving the military camp? You can take action now. The military camp fell into a dead silence. Chang Baishan shoved a few officers aside and faced everyone, loudly declaring, His Highness has fought bravely alone with the Wu Wei camp, holding off an enemy force several times stronger than us for over a month. Yet behind his back, he has to deal with these petty tricks and schemes. Men, will you willingly collude with such scoundrels and be turtles? I say His Highness has killed well, killed brilliantly. His words echoed in everyone's ears, and no one had a reason to refute them. Take those few down, and the rest send the message to the court. Qin Ming said calmly. Chang Baishan immediately stepped forward, leading his group of highly skilled guards to capture several of Yang Lian's flunkies present. On the surface, almost all of Yang Lian's infiltrators in the camp had been cleared out. 2 days later, someone would come to take over the military camp. As they were leaving, Qin Ming left them with one last sentence. He then mounted a swift horse and hurried away, for there was another person he had to kill waiting for him. Chapter 91. The price of ignorance is severe. Jingdong Pass is far from Chongsua Pass. Qin Ming ran back and forth, spending more time than expected. When he returned to Ningming Pass, he specifically arranged for a few people to notify Guan Yu to hold Jingdong Pass. The girl who had always wanted to go to the battlefield finally had her chance. It should arrive soon. He casually blocked all the official roads to prevent the news of Yang Lian's death from spreading. After spending another 3 days, Qin Ming returned to Ningming Pass to confirm the drying effect of the cement before slowly making his way to Chongsua Pass. What are you doing here? Seeing Qin Ming suddenly appear, Xiao Taiyan's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't fathom what Qin Ming was doing. Aren't you going to invite me in? Qin Ming asked lightly at the entrance of the military camp. Xiao Taiyan was suspicious, his expression fluctuating. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't guess why Qin Ming was there. Since he didn't understand the situation, he could only bring Qin Ming into the military camp first. Unlike Yang Lian, Xiao Taiyan had many trusted subordinates in his camp. As they walked, Qin Ming could feel many gazes focused on him, all filled with blatant hostility. He shook his head slightly, realizing that his plan to take down Xiao Tiance might be more difficult than expected. Your Highness, their people have all gathered. Chang Baishan stepped forward and whispered a reminder to Qin Ming, sensing the strange atmosphere. Qin Ming could be ruthless, but their soldiers could be too. They could just take him away. It didn't have to be in front of all the soldiers. Qin Ming responded quietly. Chang Baishan scanned the surroundings, quickly memorizing the elite fighters next to Xiao Tiance. This seemingly impossible task would be tricky for anyone else, but Chang Baishan was different. He was Qin Ming's captain of the guard, a top expert trained over many years. He was just as strong, if not stronger, than the fierce generals on the battlefield. Finding an empty tent, Xiao Tiance furrowed his brows and asked Qin Ming, "What brings you here today?" "Nothing much, just hoping you can hand over military power." Qin Ming said with a gentle smile, but his words shocked everyone. Xiao Tiance scoffed disdainfully, seemingly unable to understand why Qin Ming would say that. "Your Highness, do you think that is possible? I killed Yang Lian, and Jingdong Pass has already been taken over." Qin Ming's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears, like a stone thrown into a still pond, creating ripples. "You're insane." At that moment, they all erupted. Everyone drew their weapons, glaring at Qin Ming. It would be understandable to kill him in battle, as his case had already been reported to the court, but his matter was resolved. "What about you? Why don't you send out troops?" Facing the imposing presence of the group of generals, Qin Ming showed no fear and instead asked Xiao Tiance, "I have my own ideas, and the entire Third Guard doesn't need to listen to your Highness. Are you overstepping your bounds?" Xiao Tiance produced the argument he had prepared long ago. Compared to Yang Lian, he appeared even more composed. All the generals and soldiers present were his loyal followers. If Qin Ming dared to act now, he was confident he could ensure Qin Ming would never leave this military camp again. There were already many in the court who wanted to put Qin Ming to death. Today, he could take advantage of this great opportunity. Even if he killed Qin Ming, there would be someone in the court to help him clean up afterward. "What's your idea? Please elaborate." As Qin Ming spoke, Chang Baishan also drew his sword and took a step forward. He was skilled in various weapons, and in the narrow space of the camp, using a sword was more comfortable than using a spear. Calculating the distance, Chang Baishan frowned. Just 2 more steps. As long as he took 2 more steps forward, he would be able to subdue Xiao Tiance, no matter how strong he was. Qin Ming noticed Chang Baishan's movements and saw the 2 fingers extending from under Chang Baishan's garment, instantly understanding. "My decisions and tactics do not need to be reported to your Highness, but your Highness has already made too many mistakes. Although you are a royal relative, your crimes do not warrant death, but beheading a general on the battlefield is a serious matter. Why don't you wait here with me and see how the court decides, then make your plans." As he spoke, the surrounding generals stepped forward, surrounding Qin Ming, their faces showing fierce expressions. "What do you want to do to his Highness?" Taking advantage of the moment, Chang Baishan took another 2 steps forward, finally gaining confidence, and gently nodded at Qin Ming. Despite being surrounded, Qin Ming showed no fear and instead smiled slightly. "Do you know him?" Qin Ming pointed at Chang Baishan in front of him. "I don't know him." Xiao Tiance glanced at Chang Baishan, thinking of him as just a guard beside Qin Ming. Nothing to talk about. If someone from the capital stood beside him, they would surely remind Xiao Tiance that Qin Ming's guard was not an ordinary person, but Chang Baishan. Unfortunately, Xiao Tiance was not a general under the military command of the capital and had no knowledge. "You want to take me down?" "Your Highness, I dare not take you down, but we need to clarify the matter of beheading a general before you can leave the camp. After all, Yang Lian was also one of my people." Xiao Tiance was unwilling to waste time and waved his hand. The people beside him immediately rushed forward. "Attack!" With a loud crash, the sound of the table being overturned, the breaking of porcelain, and the chaotic footsteps merged together. The entire tent was in turmoil. Everyone stopped. With a loud shout from Chang Baishan, everyone turned to look. The generals who were fighting with Qin Ming's guards suddenly widened their eyes. In the distance, Xiao Tiance was sitting with his right hand completely missing from the wrist. A large blood hole appeared before everyone, with bright red blood continuously spraying down. Xiao Tiance looked at Chang Baishan in disbelief. You. Just now, he only wanted to take the opportunity to grab a weapon, but as the cold light fell, his hand was gone. Then, a dagger pierced into his dantian, forcefully lifting upwards. Blood splattered. Xiao Tian's entire body bent like a shrimp, almost fainting from the pain. He had never seen such a ruthless person, and the key was that he was too fast. So fast that he didn't even have time to react. Let's see who dares to move. Chang Baishan snorted coldly, grabbing Xiao Tian's by the neck and rushing toward Qin Ming, looking at the innards scattered on the ground. The surrounding generals stood frozen in place, panicked and at a loss. If you had recognized him, perhaps you wouldn't have been so arrogant. Qin Ming said lightly as he watched Xiao Tian's coming closer. Quick, go fetch the military doctor. Hurry. At this moment, someone finally snapped back to reality and shouted loudly outside. Chapter 92, renforcement arrive, décapitate Xiao Tian's. Qin Ming watched their actions calmly and presented his conditions. Give us a new batch of horses and let us out of the military camp. Impossible. Such tyrannical behavior. The court will not let you go. They felt that Qin Ming was acting like a mountain bandit. Even if we are guilty of not providing support, it is up to the court to decide. When did it become your place to impose private punishment? Everyone began to criticize Qin Ming, pointing fingers at him. Do the people from the court dare to reason with me? Qin Ming quietly observed them, his expression gradually darkening. My military camp has suffered such great losses while fighting alone. Has anyone said anything wrong? Remember, since I came here today, it's not to reason with you. I will kill Xiao Tian's, and none of you in charge will escape. As Qin Ming's voice fell, soldiers outside began to gather. Xiao Tian, so wincing in pain, clutched his stomach and glared at Qin Ming with a fierce expression. Qin Ming, you can't escape today. Escape? Qin Ming shook his head lightly. At that moment, Chang Baishan had already lit the fireworks. 3 golden flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the somewhat dim night. Suddenly, a dense sound of hooves echoed outside the camp. Where's my fiancé? A crisp voice rang in everyone's ears. Qin Ming smiled slightly and, together with Chang Baishan and Xiao Tiansu, walked towards the camp's exit. He had deliberately slowed down, taking several days to arrive, just to wait for this group of people. Soon, a group of people broke through the outer defenses of the camp and squeezed inside. Guan Yu, clad in armor and riding a warhorse, stood by Qin Ming's side with a group of light cavalry. Are you all right? Seeing Qin Ming covered in blood, Guan Yu immediately jumped off her horse and asked with concern. Qin Ming paused, looking down to realize it was actually Xiao Tian's blood that had splattered on him. I'm Fine. Qin Ming, are you trying to provoke a battle between the two armies? If you lose Lingnan because of this, you will become a historical criminal. Xiao Tiansu shouted angrily at Qin Ming. Slap. Suddenly, Qin Ming slapped him across the face. A battle? You think you deserve it? Qin Ming brandished a dagger and plunged it into his stomach. In that moment, everyone around them erupted in furious shouts. You dare? What do I have to fear? Qin Ming swiftly cut Xiao Tian's throat. Bang! Chang Baishan let go, and Xiao Tiansu fell helplessly to the ground, clutching his neck and bleeding profusely. He quickly fell silent. This scene terrified all the soldiers present. Pointing at Xiao Tian's loyal subordinates, Qin Ming said coldly, This is a grudge between me and Xiao Tiansu. Everyone put down your weapons. After I kill all his lackeys, you can continue to guard this place. Those who refuse are Xiao Tian's remnants, and I will show no mercy. Crazy you dare. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone drew their weapons and quickly began to fight Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming stood at the center of the battlefield. Chang Baishan immediately charged out, engaging them in combat. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the generals were killed. Guan Yu commanded the soldiers, beginning to engage them as well. How many people did you bring? Qin Ming asked Guan Yu amidst the chaos. Guan Yu smiled shyly and held up one finger. 1,000? That's not enough. I thought it wasn't enough either, so I brought 10,000. Guan Yu's smile became even more bashful. Qin Ming froze, filled with shock. What about Jingdong Pass? He remembered that the entire army at Jingdong Pass only numbered a little over 10,000. It's fine. The main force is all at Ningming Pass, and they weren't worried about you. At this moment, Qin Ming finally realized that Guan Yu seemed far more formidable than he had imagined. Her heart was so big that she actually dared to bring everyone. But upon further thought, it made sense that Jingdong Pass would not be a big problem if no one was there for just a few days. The southern barbarians had been lured to Ningming Pass. In the short term, there would be no main forces running to Jingdong Pass. So ruthless. My wife is ruthless. Then doesn't that mean we've definitely won today? Qin Ming still felt like he was dreaming. Originally, he had planned to kill Xiao Tiansu and then go back for reinforcements, using force only as a last resort. He intended to take over the camp step by step. He didn't expect Guan Yu to come straight in with a big move. In her eyes, there was no such thing as a normal attack. Did I do something wrong? Guan Yu looked at him with wide eyes and a slightly lowered voice. No, you did right. You did absolutely right. An excited Qin Ming planted a kiss on Guan Yu's cherry lips. Hey, what are you doing? I'm a general of Jingdong Pass now. Guan Yu quickly pushed Qin Ming away, her cheeks flushed. In less than half an hour, the battle here came to an end. The reason it ended so quickly was mainly because many soldiers present had not intended to fight at all. Aside from Xiao Tiansu's loyalists who were fiercely resisting, the others saw Qin Ming's strength and, as the battle progressed, simply threw down their weapons and surrendered. In the end, Qin Ming eliminated all of Xiao Tiansu's loyalists, and this matter was settled. You stay here. Qin Ming patted Chang Baishan's shoulder. Now he had no one else he could trust, except for Chang Baishan and Guan Yu. Guan Yu would definitely return to Jingdong Pass. Chang Baishan had the ability to lead troops, and it was enough for him to guard this place. But Your Highness, this matter will soon reach the court. I want to stay by your side, Chang Baishan said after a moment of silence. Although they had achieved a great victory in this battle and could completely resist the southern barbarians' invasion, if the news of Qin Ming killing 2 main generals reached the court, the emperor would undoubtedly impose extremely severe punishments. Chang Baishan wanted to stay by Qin Ming's side to protect him. Don't worry, this isn't anything, Qin Ming replied lightly, already having made up his mind. In this moment of southern barbarian invasion, Qin Ming was the only one left who could control the situation on the battlefield. Even that old bastard, the emperor, would have to swallow his anger. Unless he didn't want Lingnan. Isn't this a bit too underhanded? Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming with some hesitation. No need to doubt. As long as Qin Ming handles this matter, there will definitely be a storm of curses in the court. However, Qin Ming here is quite relaxed. Morality only works on those who are also moral. Do the people in the court have any bottom line? Having been disgusted for so long, it's time for Qin Ming to fight back. Returning to Ningming Pass with Guan Yu, Qin Ming took out a batch of supplies to replenish her. He then urged her to go back first while he returned to the inner part of Ningming Pass. He told Xiao Chuan and Lu Chuang everything about his actions. Sitting in the dimly lit little room, both of their expressions were quite remarkable. Awesome. Lu Chuang gave a thumbs up, the latest exclamation he learned from Qin Ming. He hadn't really used it before, but today, only these 2 words could express his feelings. Chapter 93, demanding money and grain. If not, then send them. Your Highness, what about the court? Xiao Chuan reacted quickly, immediately thinking about how to wrap things up. His face was filled with worry. Others might not know, but ever since he helped Qin Ming handle military affairs, Xiao Chuan had clearly felt the prejudice and targeting from the court. Now that Qin Ming had committed such a grave crime, if the news reached the court, even if they couldn't move against Qin Ming in the short term, after a while, the emperor would certainly not allow such an unstable factor to remain in Lingnan. Once this battle is over, we won't have anything to fear, Qin Ming said lightly, as if he had already thought of a solution. In these past 2 days, you have stabilized the defense line, so you don't need to continue fighting with Hui Ming. Find an opportunity to free up some manpower and incorporate the 3 guards into the Wu Wei camp. Huh? Lu Chuang and Xiao Chuan were both taken aback. If Qin Ming had previously been secretly reaping some benefits from the court, now it was outright robbery. This was the only opportunity. Once he completely mastered the military forces in this area, Qin Ming had countless ways to incorporate these people into the Wu Wei camp. At this time, the court would definitely not be able to stop Qin Ming. They were too far removed, with the southern barbarians pressing down. Even if the court wanted to act against Qin Ming, they would have to hesitate. Sigh, but there will be more pressure in the future. After Xiao Chuan figured all this out, he sighed. Their army was originally a money-consuming beast, requiring enormous resources every day. Now that the 3 guards have merged, the scale of the Wu Wei camp has directly doubled. The consumption will inevitably increase 2-fold. I just wonder if that little textile factory of His Highness can hold up. Just as he was worrying unnecessarily, Qin Ming glanced at him. Pressure? What pressure? Do you have a solution? Chao Chuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Qin Ming with full expectation. However, Qin Ming did not respond and walked straight to the table. He spread out the rice paper and slapped the paperweight on top. Then he quickly ground the ink and wrote, the characters flowing elegantly and gracefully on the paper. What are you doing? Chao Chuan asked curiously, and Lu Chuang also leaned in a look, but he could only recognize a few words, seeing grain and military pay. After Qin Ming finished writing, he placed the letter in front of them. He asked the court for a year's worth of grain and military pay. Find someone to deliver this to the court shortly. Seeing Qin Ming so arrogant, not only seizing the military camp, but also trying to extort military pay and grain from the court, Chao Chuan's scalp tingled. This is getting out of hand. He also saw Qin Ming write in the letter that if it wasn't delivered to Lingnan within half a month, the 3 passes would be breached. It was already a blatant threat. If they don't give the goods, I want to do it. This was also the price they had to pay for previously plotting against Qin Ming. After Qin Ming's explanation, Lu Chuang clapped his hands in approval. It must be done. It's absolutely right. I'll go deliver the letter. Although Chao Chuan was a bit scared, he still felt quite exhilarated. After all, the court hadn't treated them like people for a long time. They needed to let them taste the retaliation from Lingnan. Soon, the letter was sent back to the court. Qin Ming's cement city walls were nearly dry. Now, it was just a tug-of-war between him and Hui Ming. The southern barbarians already knew that they couldn't gain anything from this trip. Many southern barbarian warriors in the camps were beginning to have thoughts of retreating. Every day, it was like going to work, stabbing a couple of times on the battlefield and then going back to rest. Hui Ming, on the other hand, was frowning every day. His intuition told him that those 2 colleagues had already died. With the situation so unfavorable, he had long thought about leaving. But every time he tried to leave, Qin Ming would urgently open the city gates, releasing a large number of pursuing soldiers to tightly bite down on them, as if afraid they would leave. Now, they couldn't leave or stay. What did the tribe say? Hui Ming anxiously asked the subordinate who had returned from scouting. The tribe has recently been troubled by a group of people and can't spare the manpower to help you retreat for now. Are they still those pesky flies? Hui Ming had received news some time ago that a group of Qin Ming's troops had entered the mountains. It was said to only be a few hundred, so he didn't pay much attention, only arranging for some people to return for support. But this few hundred men seemed to have eyes like a hawk, more familiar with the mountains than the locals. Often, when they were halfway through encircling them, they would find that the people had disappeared. This left them baffled. Sometimes they would happen to catch a few, but the other side would directly hide in the woods and start shooting arrows. Their arrows were truly terrifying. In just a few breaths, dozens could be shot. This kind of guerrilla warfare in the jungle had left the soldiers stationed in the back tribes utterly frustrated. But ignoring them wasn't an option, because these guys would sneak over and provoke various tribes from time to time, stealing grain, weapons, and burning villages, simply committing all sorts of atrocities. This was basically the situation. The subordinate described the situation to Hui Ming with a sense of helplessness. Hui Ming felt like his head was about to explode. He had never seen such a treacherous person in his life. On the other side, on the walls of Ningming Pass, Qin Ming had moved a grandmaster chair and was sitting there casually rocking it. After the walls here were reinforced, the defensive capability of Ningming Pass had improved significantly. It was now quite sturdy. So, Chao Chuan and Lu Chuang left. They found Guan Yu and Chang Baishan, preparing to secretly dismantle all the troops and integrate them into the Wu camp. As for the grain and military pay that the court originally allocated to Xiao Tianqi, it had all been moved away. Of course, it couldn't be said that it was moved by the Wu camp, but rather that it was seized by the southern barbarians. Only this way could they continue to ask the court for money. The entire army under Qin Ming was thriving. But this good fortune was ultimately short-lived. On this day, a fast horse arrived at the inn outside the capital. As soon as the person entered the inn, he held out the letter in his hand and said, "Military camp intelligence. Please submit it." "What kind of intelligence?" The courier at the inn set down his teacup and glanced over, finding that it was just the most ordinary intelligence. There were no urgent markings or any seals. His attitude immediately became a bit slack. "Just leave it there." "All right." The courier nodded, switched horses at the inn, and headed back to his original station. As the sun set, by evening, The courier lazily mixed around all day. He was preparing to deliver the various letters he had gathered to his superiors when he happened to look down and saw this piece of intelligence sent from Lingnan. He casually flipped open this intelligence of not high rank and suddenly let out a soft exclamation, his complexion changing drastically. My lord, my lord. He rushed out of the inn, running outside without stopping. Chapter 94. Settle the scores after autumn. The furious Xiao Shufei the next day in the imperial palace. Emperor Qian looked grimly at everyone present. How is this possible? Having killed Xiao Tianqi and Yang Lian, this rebellious son still dares to write a letter asking for things. All the ministers lowered their heads, not daring to speak. What Qin Ming did truly exceeded their imagination. But at this moment, no one dared to propose punishment against him. Beneath the throne, Crown Prince Jin Wang also had a very bad expression. He was already nearly 10 years old and had some ability to discern right from wrong. In his view, cutting the feudal lords was the path his mother had told him he must take, and it must be correct. But his elder brother kept obstructing him. This made the still young him feel extremely dissatisfied. However, when he proposed punishing Qin Wang yesterday, no one in the court agreed. Even his doting father, the emperor, did not respond. Clearly, he had agreed to the strategy of cutting the feudal lords that he proposed. So why was he silent now? Qin, you didn't understand. Today, seeing the letter sent by Qin Ming, his confusion gradually turned into bewilderment. How dare he? Unfortunately, no one in the court could answer this question for him. Even his usually arrogant mother was so furious upon learning of Xiao Tianqi's death that she had been bedridden ever since. Has she gone deaf or dumb? Seeing that no one was speaking, Emperor Qian slammed the table in anger. This look of puffing and glaring would probably make Qin Ming burst out laughing if he saw it from below. Qin Xiang, you speak. Scanning the room, Emperor Qian finally placed this heavy burden on Chen Shimao. Chen Shimao walked up with righteous indignation, bowing and saying, Your Majesty, His Highness's actions are indeed excessive, and I believe he should be severely punished. I ask Your Majesty to strip him of his princely title and remove his military power. Punish him with 3 years salary reduction and 3 years house arrest. Everyone around was momentarily stunned. They all knew that Chen Shimao usually leaned towards Qin Ming. They didn't expect that he would come out today and directly propose the harshest punishment. But soon, everyone reacted. This old fox is really slippery. He started by proposing several kinds of punishment that couldn't possibly be directly imposed on Qin Ming right now. Not only did he position himself correctly, but he also shifted the decision-making power back to Emperor Qian. Sure enough, Emperor Qian remained silent. Now, only Qin Ming was guarding against the southern barbarians. Taking him down would mean letting the southern barbarians in. Everyone knows what's more important and what's less important. But he didn't speak, and Chen Shimao didn't stop. With a thud, Chen Shimao directly kneeled on the ground and earnestly said, Your Highness, this kind of behavior is truly tyrannical and shocking. I hope Your Majesty will issue an order immediately. Punish King Qin. Following him, Minister of Revenue Qian Kai saw that the situation was about right and immediately rushed out of the crowd. Your Majesty, I second that. I second that. Their logic of action was very clever, forcing Emperor Qian to convict Qin Ming. If at this moment he didn't have the courage to convict Qin Ming, while still wanting to hold onto the Great Qian dynasty in his heart, it would be difficult to impose a heavy punishment on Qin Ming later. After all, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future. Once Qin Ming repelled the southern barbarians after some time, even if he was reluctant, Great Qian would at least have to reward the soldiers on that side. When the other side achieved merit and was rewarded, would they bring up the past and kill their prince in front of all the soldiers? That was absolutely impossible. Below, whether it was those who genuinely wanted Qin Ming dead or those who saw through Chen Shimao's intentions, all rushed out in confusion to support this decision. Emperor Qian's face was very ugly. Once again, Qin Ming forced him to this extent. He felt that Qin Ming was like a clash with his fate. It was always like this, bringing everyone into the situation, pressing their heads to agree. Once again, Emperor Qian felt that his status as the supreme ruler of the world was ineffective. No, it must be given, just as everyone was shouting here. The honest Yi Shoujiang stepped forward. As one of the pillars of Great Qian, he stood in front of everyone and shouted loudly. At this time, If we don't provide supplies, the front line will collapse. Who can bear this responsibility? Xiao Tian's and Yang Lian not supporting is indeed true. Your Highness may be acting too hastily, but this has nothing to do with the war, and even less to do with all the soldiers. Your Majesty, everything that should be given must be given. His appearance was equivalent to giving Emperor Qian a way out. Chen Shimao gave a look to Qian Kai. The latter immediately understood and quietly stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and returned to the ranks. As soon as he stood up, more people followed him back into the ranks. These were all Qian Kai and Chen Shimao's people. In the end, Emperor Qian snorted coldly and said, "This person's actions are truly punishable." Although this was said very sternly, the officials in the court had no reaction. Those who had been officials understood that the speech of wanting to uplift after suppressing was a compulsory course for mingling in the court. Sure enough, after saying this, Emperor Qian added to himself, "But the front line is tight, and the southern barbarians are pressing. Let him make merits first with his crimes. And after the southern barbarians retreat, we will discuss it. Your Majesty is wise." Yi Shoujiang bowed and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty is wise." Chen Shimao also bowed. Behind him, a group of officials followed suit. "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise." In the harem, inside the Yangxin Palace, the sickly Xiao Shufei was lying on the couch. The palace maids and eunuchs were coming and going to take care of her. The sound of footsteps approached. The young Qin Yu ran into the palace, his face full of anger. "Mother, I don't understand. I really don't understand. What happened?" Seeing her son coming, Xiao Shufei immediately sat up from the bed and asked with concern, "What happened?" Qin Yu informed Xiao Shufei of what had just happened in the court. "What?" Xiao Shufei screamed in anger. The intense rage even began to distort her features. With a thud, Xiao Shufei suddenly fell to the ground. This scene startled everyone around, and even Qin Yu rushed over quickly. Mother, quickly go call the imperial physician. Hurry." No calling." The blood surged, and Xiao Shufei immediately blocked them. "Don't let others see the joke of us mother and son." She struggled to say this sentence before finally collapsing softly to the ground. This scene left everyone stunned. The palace maids and eunuchs who were familiar with her stood there with faces full of hesitation. But Qin Yu couldn't care about so much. He couldn't think of so many things. "Quickly go call the imperial physician." Now, the palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly ran to call the imperial physician. Soon, news spread throughout the palace that Xiao Shufei had been fainted by anger. But unlike the gloom in the Yangxin Palace, there was joy and harmony in the court and the people. Chapter 95. The negotiation begins. The last straw of the happenings in the capital quickly reached Qin Ming's ears. Learning that Emperor Qian had not held court for 3 days and that Xiao Shufei had fainted and been bedridden for half a month, Qin Ming looked at the letter in his hand, his face showing no sadness or joy. If I had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? Chao Chuan, who returned with the army, found Qin Ming and talked about the recent situation. "Your Highness, Hui Ming has already arranged for envoys to come for negotiations, seemingly asking for peace. Let him come." Qin Ming nodded slowly. He still had an agreement with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Those mines and rubber needed to be obtained as soon as possible. At noon, the gates of Ningming Pass opened, and Qin Ming, along with Chao Chuan and a line of soldiers, walked out. Outside stood Hui Ming and his subordinates. "Withdraw your people, return the tribes to us, and I will also withdraw." As soon as they walked in front of Hui Ming, the words from the other party stunned both Qin Ming and Chao Chuan for a moment. This disconnected statement was hard for them to understand. "What do you mean withdraw our people?" "It's that ambushing troop. They've occupied 2 very important tribes, and you still pretend not to know? Such a thing?" Qin Ming had been busy handling matters within his own camp lately, whether it was the replenishment of the Wuwei camp or the reception of the court supplies. He needed to be hands-on. As the war was nearing its end, they had forgotten that Wu Qingye was still in the mountains. This guy seemed to be thriving, with no signs of returning. Occasionally, he would send a few people back to ask for supplies from the camp to carry back into the mountains. A few hundred people supplies, Qin Ming naturally didn't pay much attention to. But he didn't expect this guy to be so fierce. "Your Highness, Old Wu has probably already led people to smash the back. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have lowered their heads." Qin Ming didn't expect that the move he casually made back then would reveal such power at this moment. Withdrawal is fine, but I needed to give me 5 mines and rubber. Hui Ming's expression changed drastically. Asking for a sky-high price? 5 mines? You might as well kill me. You can go back and discuss. Qin Ming did not back down. This was a negotiation tactic. First, propose a condition that the other party cannot accept, and then gradually reveal his intentions. This way, the other party could better accept it. In fact, what Qin Ming wanted was 2 mines, which would be enough for their camp. If they worked hard to mine, they could sell some to subsidize the Wu Wei camp. 3 mines, I'll give you the rubber, but you have to pay for it. Hui Ming did not go back to discuss. He couldn't go back. Now their rear was an urgent need. Wu Qingye's army was stationed at a critical point, armed with dozens of crossbows, preventing anyone from passing. Hui Ming was also very clever. Although Qin Ming had taken the mines, their rubber output was extremely high. Hui Ming proposed that he buy rubber. This was to find an opportunity to do business with Qin Ming and make money from him. Buy? Impossible. If you're asking for a sky-high price, why would I buy anything? We can negotiate a fixed price. How about that? Hui Ming thought for a moment and then played a little trick. A fixed price seemed relatively low at the moment. However, their rubber had an extremely high output, and once a large amount flooded into Qin Ming's hands, it could very likely lower the market price. At that time, the constant price he set would help them gain the upper hand. Bang! You little rascal. Still not being honest? Qin Ming slammed the table and shouted at him. At this point, Hui Ming still dared to play tricks in front of him. Yu Ming glared, puffed his cheeks, and retorted, "What are you shouting for? Is a loud voice impressive? Do you really think we are afraid of you?" Swish, swish, swish. A group of soldiers behind Hui Ming quickly drew their weapons. The 2 sides were on edge, and the atmosphere became tense. "I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you to hand over the goods." Qin Ming looked at them, unafraid. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he mentioned another matter. Tu Chi is still alive and can be returned to you. The other one, named Hulan, is already dead. This was already the last straw that broke Hui Ming's back. In fact, he had thought about it before. Qin Ming had not been obstructed for such a long time. Perhaps his 2 colleagues were already dead, but he still didn't believe it. After all, there had been no news. However, today Qin Ming shattered his illusion. "I will give you 3 mines, but the price of rubber must be constant." 3? Qin Ming's heart leaped with joy. Things seemed easier than he had imagined. However, he did not show any expression on his face. Instead, he shook his head lightly and said, "Hui Ming, you are a smart man. Since you know I came here today with so many demands, have you guessed why? Because you're greedy. Yu Ming spat disdainfully. But no matter what, Tu Chi still had to be exchanged back." Seeing him looking obstinate, Qin Ming said calmly, "Let me tell you, the 3 guards have already been mastered by me. You are destined to lose." What? If mentioning Tu Chi earlier was the last straw that broke the camel's back, then this sentence directly snapped the camel's back. How is that possible? How is it impossible? Qin Ming stood up, his eyes fixed on him. "Let me introduce myself. I am the greatest criminal of Great Qian. Having killed Xiao Tiance and Yang Lian, disrupted military discipline, and harmed the court's reputation. I just recently took office." He added at the end. Hui Ming stepped back in shock, his heart surging with turmoil. "So, I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to inform you. You can sell rubber to us, but the price must be calculated according to Great Qian's market price. And those mines, I hope the various tribes can hand them over soon." After the discussion, Qin Ming left the negotiation table and walked away without caring whether he agreed or not. After a long time, Hui Ming finally stood up. "General, should we agree to him?" The remaining soldiers hurriedly approached. Hui Ming snorted coldly. "What if we don't agree? This person is out of his mind. Stop tangling with him." A few days later, the southern barbarians withdrew their troops. Wu Qingye returned with detailed maps of the southern barbarians, which included several mines obtained from them. Qin Ming left some soldiers from the Wu Wei camp to guard the border and instructed the rear to continue supplying cement materials for the city walls at various checkpoints. He took the Wu Wei camp back to Linjiang City. After 2 months, on the night he stepped into Linjiang City, Qin Ming saw it brightly lit. Standing on the street, facing the peaceful scene, he suddenly froze. Wait, isn't Linjiang City supposed to turn off all the lights at night and sleep well? Chapter 96. New changes in Linjiang. The method of interception. Welcome back, Your Highness. Just as Qin Ming stood at the city gate, gazing at the long street in the distance, Song Dingsheng hurriedly approached him with a group of people to welcome him. What happened to Linjiang City? Qin Ming asked Song Dingsheng, surprised. Song Dingsheng proudly replied, recently, a large number of craftsmen gathered at the workshop, and the textile factory has recruited many laborers. Many craftsmen and laborers work the night shift, and with no place to eat, they come into the city for a drink and some fun. Originally, there were only a few street stalls, but the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce bought several shops and turned them into restaurants. Just in the past half-month, 3 new restaurants have opened in Linjiang City. He rambled on about the changes in Linjiang City. In just over 2 months, Linjiang City had absorbed many residents from surrounding counties and the main city. It was said that it was profitable here. Just working as a laborer at the textile factory could earn several taels of silver a month. That's fast. It's all thanks to Lord Fong. Recently, he went to Huxi for business and secured orders worth over 300,000 taels. Now, we have hundreds of fabric shops cooperating with us. As Song Dingsheng spoke, he mentioned Fong Qingyuan. Since coming to Lingnan, Qin Ming had seen Fong Qingyuan many times. This person had a great advantage. Many things didn't require Qin Ming to say anything, and he could handle them on his own. A talent. Qin Ming couldn't help but admire him a bit. If Fong Qingyuan had pursued the imperial examination path, but had chosen to be a businessman instead, he might have carved out a significant territory for himself. Upon returning home, Qin Ming looked at his resplendent royal palace and was immediately stunned. What is this? Your Highness. The small 3-room courtyard you lived in before was too shabby, so I took the liberty to expand it into 2 large courtyards with 3 entrances, making it more convenient for you and your 2 rooms. Stop. When did it become 2 rooms? Qin Ming interrupted him, puzzled. Oh, I understand. Song Dingsheng smiled, his face full of understanding. It seemed that Qin Ming, as a prince, had a significant reputation. Sometimes, even if he married several wives, he couldn't let it be public. Forget it. I'm tired from the journey. I'll rest for a few days. Don't bother me unless it's something important. Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling him to leave. As for himself, he pushed open the door, preparing to find a room to sleep. Song Dingsheng acknowledged and left understandingly. With a creak, Qin Ming walked from the front yard to the backyard. Suddenly, he saw 2 figures sitting in the pavilion, seemingly whispering to each other. Upon recognizing their identities, Qin Ming turned to leave. Hey, why are you running? Wan Shu's voice came from behind. Qin Ming pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. At that moment, a delicate hand suddenly wrapped around his arm. The person was Guan Yu, who had already returned to Linjiang City. Having never practiced martial arts, Qin Ming naturally couldn't resist Guan Yu, whose lower body was as solid as a rock. He was pulled back. You heartless man. We sisters often talk about you. But why do you run away when we meet? I'm not running. I just suddenly remembered I have something to do. I see you don't want to repay the money we owe the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Wan Shu followed closely behind, teasing Qin Ming. I will definitely repay it. Just give me a few more days. Qin Ming's silver was all used to fill military needs. The orders from Fong Qingyuan had not been completed yet. The court had given a batch, but Qin Ming needed to build mines and pay the army, so he definitely couldn't provide it. He could only continue to delay the money owed to the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Forget it. Tell me how that penicillin is made. I see you wrote that on the list. Wan Shu, being from the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, immediately thought of a new exchange condition. In fact, just the various scraps like monosodium glutamate, cooking oil, and soy sauce that Qin Ming had provided recently had already brought the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce a lot of profit. This was also why Wan Shu tolerated Qin Ming's debt. Hearing the other party immediately ask for penicillin, Qin Ming smiled bitterly and said, No wonder you are the business leader of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Your insight is truly sharp. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Wan Shu chuckled lightly. Qin Ming shrugged and said, No need to thank me. Last time you mentioned that sweet reward. Wan Shu was a bit taken aback, then hurriedly covered his mouth and glanced at Guan Yu with a guilty conscience. Don't talk nonsense. I was talking about the mysterious reward. Mysterious? You're not trying to back out of it, are you? Just as Qin Ming was about to get angry, Guan Yu's voice came from a distance. What are you 2 talking about? Oh, nothing. Just chatting about daily life. Qin Ming stood with his hands behind his back, full of righteous indignation. As if he had never asked for a sweet reward. Wan Shu quickly changed the subject. I think we can discuss our future cooperation now. The war is over, and the court will definitely start targeting Lingnan. Since the war was won, Qin Ming also had strength. Wan Shu wanted to take this opportunity to talk to him about future cooperation. Sure, aren't you afraid I'll stay here and interrupt your romantic moments? Wan Shu glanced at the situation on site, being quite perceptive and prepared to leave. Guan Yu immediately shot her a glare, her little face blushing. No need to go. I'm a person of great love. I can enjoy romantic moments with both of you. Qin Ming spoke up to stop her. What are you planning to do? At this moment, Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming curiously. She was asking how he would handle the military affairs. Very simple, raise the troops. Qin Ming's intentions were already obvious. He had finally gathered so many troops and needed to train them into an elite force. All 3 guards had integrated into the Wuwei camp. Now he had nearly 30,000 soldiers, and the remaining soldiers were still being recruited. Next, he was relying on the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce to expand and strengthen the business. It sounds simple, but don't you think the court will give you a chance to develop? Even if they did, do you have the money? Wan Shu was right. Raising an army was very expensive. In a few months, the Nanyang merchant fleet would be coming again, and silk was a hot commodity there. Qin Ming said lightly. At this moment, Wan Shu suddenly understood his meaning. Since Qin Ming arrived in Lingnan, more than half a year had passed. He had already advanced his plan for planting mulberry and raising silkworms. As long as he shifted his focus from cotton and linen to silk in these few months, he could easily make a lot of money. Let us do it. Wan Shu's eyes lit up. We don't have a port here. So if we want to trade on a large scale with them, we need carts to transport goods. It's time to use your tires. No problem. I'm going to Nanzhong soon anyway. Qin Ming had taken over the mine, and he wanted to go see it personally to help improve their mining tools. This could increase production. That is feasible, but I recommend you hire some locals from the tribes, Wan Shu suddenly said meaningfully to Qin Ming. You want to use money to bind them to our ship? Qin Ming frowned, quickly understanding Wan Shu's meaning. From the military's perspective, Qin Ming could not cooperate with the Nanzhong people. But Wan Shu was a businessman. She had no national grievances in her eyes, only interests. Chapter 97. Cargo tricycles, yes. It's like flood control. It's better to guide than to block. All right. Qin Ming nodded without hesitation. This surprised Wan Shu a bit. She didn't expect Qin Ming to agree so quickly. After putting this matter aside, Wan Shu continued. Do you have confidence in intercepting goods from Qian? This is going against the court. It seemed that Qin Ming was at odds with the court. He also wanted to take the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce along, which did not align with her interests as a merchant. Qin Ming waved his hand and said, I didn't say I want to go against the court. Since those Nanyang merchant fleets can do business with the court, who says they can't do business with me? You're a merchant too. You should understand that business is free. So you want to steal the court's trade share? That's fine. Wan Shu breathed a sigh of relief. With Qin Ming's current strength, it would be very difficult to confront the court. Qin Ming did not intend to leave the court with nothing to do. His main goal was actually to take a portion of the court's orders for himself to profit from. Let us do it. That night, Qin Ming's workshop began to take action, producing a large number of car parts. They needed to make carts to quickly transport goods to the port. While arranging for people to make them, Qin Ming was not idle. He called over several skilled craftsmen. Everyone, are there any technical difficulties? The crowd scratched their heads and said, Your Highness, there's no trouble. It's just making carts, right? No, your understanding is still too superficial. As he spoke, Qin Ming imparted knowledge about pulleys and bearings to them. These are commonly used techniques in variable speed bicycles. By placing these pedals in the cart and making some tricycles, they wouldn't need to use carts for short-distance cargo transport anymore. Human endurance is stronger than that of carts. Qin Ming's actions were aimed at paving the way for the future popularization of those tires and to save money. There was no choice. They were really poor at the moment. However, the war horses in the military had to be arranged. For this reason, he could only seize all the horses used for transporting goods from the post station and cloth store. This way, at least the horses in the military camp would be a bit more abundant. Hearing Qin Ming say this, the craftsmen beside him first showed shock on their faces. Then they all twitched their mouths. In the end, it still requires people to pull it, doesn't it? That is going to tire them out, right? "Your Highness, we can't treat people like livestock." They all looked displeased. The tricycles can shift gears. They can adapt to different gears when going up and down slopes. So they want to tire people out. Qin Ming quickly explained. Hearing this, everyone looked doubtful. 2 days later, a very simple tricycle was completed. The 3-geared tricycle aroused everyone's curiosity. Many craftsmen gathered around to examine it closely. "What are you looking at? Just go ahead and try it," Qin Ming urged. One craftsman stepped out of the crowd and stepped on the pedal. It indeed seemed quite easy. Yes, as long as the road conditions are good. It can last longer than horses, and the daily travel distance can be further. The key is saving money. Qin Ming smiled and patted their shoulders, then called over Chao Chuan and the others. In a while, arrange for the soldiers in charge of logistics to come over and learn how to use the tricycle. In the future, we can use this for transporting supplies. Your Highness, you are truly a genius. Looking at the small tricycle that could carry hundreds or even thousands of pounds of goods, even Chao Chuan had a delighted expression. In this era, transportation capacity was the most important. Everything revolved around the distribution of supplies. Step aside, step aside. Let me try. Lu Chuang, seeing Chao Chuan riding the tricycle and refusing to let go, rushed over and snatched the handle from him. "You are so impatient." Gao Chuan stood up dit split. Lu Chuang hurriedly jumped on the tricycle and headed out of the military camp. Chang Baishan, who was beside Qin Ming, frowned and said, "This guy is too reckless. I wonder if anything will happen. I'll go take a look." Qin Ming nodded, letting him go follow. Soon, Chang Baishan returned to the military camp with an angry face. It flipped. "What?" Everyone was stunned. Chang Baishan explained, "Your Highness." Lu Chuang thought I was competing with him for the tricycle, so he pedaled hard on the official road. The road was bumpy, and he didn't know what he tripped over. He flipped right into the nearby field. I came back to bring a few people to move the cart. Hearing this, Qin Ming's face instantly turned grim. How could this happen? Seeing this, everyone became scared. Chao Chuan quickly defended Lu Chuang, saying, "Your Highness, Lu Chuang is just too curious and didn't mean any harm. Please don't take it to heart. When he comes back, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson." Qin Ming snapped out of his thoughts and casually said, "Let's go first pull that guy and the tricycle out of the rice field." Soon, everyone walked out of the military camp. At this moment, Qin Ming noticed that the road outside was extremely rugged. In many wealthy areas of the Great Qian, some stone roads might be built. However, the remote region of Lingnan was different, as many official roads were dirt paths, full of uneven gravel. Traveling by horse-drawn carriage was already quite